Chapter 1. Talentless and virtuous, unfaithful and unfilial. The adopted son of the Su family, Fong Han, is devoid of talent and virtue, disloyal and unfilial, having stolen the family's treasured heirloom. The crime warrants execution today. I shall act on behalf of the family head to dispense justice. Do you accept this? Su family's eldest daughter, Su Yin, sat at the head of the hall, her gaze condescending, her voice resonating throughout the hall of justice. Not only she, but the members of the Su family present also glared furiously at the young man standing alone in the center, his expression grim. Upon hearing their accusations, Fong Han surveyed the assembly and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha! His gaze sharpened, piercing like a sword into Su Yan's heart. I am devoid of virtue. When have I, Fong Han, ever committed acts that tarnish my integrity? A man of righteousness fears not the shadows that may fall upon him. I lack talent. Among all of you, who among my peers can surpass my cultivation? I am disloyal? In all these years, have I not shed blood and sweat in the quest for spiritual minds? Without my efforts, could you stand here today? I am unfilial. Over the years, have I ever wronged the Su family or the old patriarch? His voice rang out with a resounding force, echoing in the hall of justice, while he remained steadfast, feeling a chilling disappointment toward the Su family. He had devoted everything to the Su family, fighting valiantly in battles, and it could be said that the majority of the spiritual minds owned by the Su family were acquired through his struggles. Now, the family sought to betray him with baseless accusations to sever ties. The assembly fell silent, unsure of how to counter his words. However, the second son of the Su family sneered. Do you not realize that everything you possess comes from the Su family? Before us, you are but a dog. Having stolen the demon core, you dare to act recklessly in the hall of justice? You deserve the family law's punishment to restore order. At that moment, a handsome young man rose from his seat, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Su Yin. That demon core was acquired after I lay in wait at Demon Valley Ridge for 3 days and nights, risking my life, solely to concoct the revitalizing pill to alleviate the old patriarch's injuries. He has devoted his life to the Su family. Su Qingfeng's face was filled with deep sorrow as he spoke. Though you do not bear the Su surname, we have grown up together, and our bond is akin to family. As long as you can find your way back, you will always be my brother Fong in my heart. His heartfelt words moved everyone present, and many nodded in agreement. This was the true pride of the Su family, a genius in alchemy, not only concerned for the family, but also possessing great magnanimity. In stark contrast to Fong Han, who was accused of stealing the demon core, Su Qingfeng appeared almost blameless. It truly echoed the saying, those outside my clan must harbor different intentions. Su Yin also rose, looking down at Fong Han with an air of superiority. Since my third brother has pleaded for you, I may grant you some leniency. All you need to do is return the demon core and publicly kneel to admit your mistakes in the hall of justice. If you abandon your cultivation, you may still remain in the Su family. Otherwise, her lofty demeanor made it seem as if she were bestowing a favor upon him. Upon hearing this, Fong Han could not help but laugh. Su Yin, do you not find your words somewhat ludicrous? Fong Han's smile faded, his eyes still sharp, his tone chilling. Who are you to judge me? What gave you the confidence to do so? Su Yin dared not meet his piercing gaze, but her expression turned cold at Fong Han's provocation, retorting, before the family head entered seclusion, he entrusted family matters to me. Do you dare to defy the family head's orders? A flicker of amusement crossed Su Qingfeng's eyes. He knew Fong Han's temperament well. A man forged in the crucible of battle would never bow down. Yet this was precisely the outcome he desired. Brother Fong, I implore you on behalf of my third brother. If you admit your mistake, you may keep the demon core. If not, I will find another way. Do not act out of anger now. Su Qingfeng's expression was filled with sincerity, evoking respect from all present. This was the true pride of the Su family, noble and honorable, making others feel ashamed. However, Fong Han merely cast him a glance. Though he had spent little time within the clan, he was not a fool. He understood all too well the trap that had been set for him. Fong Han ignored him, surveying the hall where the members glared at him with clenched teeth, and he could not help but smile with rage. These people had long enjoyed the fruits of his labor, failing to show gratitude, and now they sought to drive him to his doom. Truly despicable. If that were the case, then let there be rebellion. One must always assess whether one possesses the strength to act. As his words fell, Fang Han transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Su Yan. His sudden move left everyone stunned, unable to believe he would act with such audacity. Before Su Yan could react, Fang Han was already before her, his powerful hand gripping her delicate neck like a vice. Fang Han, how dare you? Impudent. Fang Han, you must think carefully. Should you kill the eldest sister, you shall have no way to survive. Release her now, and we can still discuss matters reasonably. Various shouts and reprimands rang out, but Fang Han paid them no heed, his gaze fixed on Su Yan with an intensity that seemed capable of killing. Next time, mind your own abilities before acting. With a crisp sound of bone breaking echoing, it struck the hearts of all present like thunder, causing many faces to turn pale. Releasing Su Yan, who now resembled a limp doll, Fang Han surveyed the room, a glint of savagery flashing across his face. With all of you, do I still need a reason? Do you even deserve it? The second son of the Su family pointed at Fang Han, trembling. Fang Han, you, a lowly outsider, dared to kill the eldest daughter of the Su family. Today, you cannot escape death. The one who is destined to die is you. Fang Han's eyes glinted with cold light, his murderous intent unabashed, filling the second son of the Su family with fear. He hastily shouted, "Third brother, save me." Su Qingfeng's lips twitched. He dared not step forward to intervene. If Su Yan could be easily slain, then he was even weaker than she. Second brother, do not panic. Please hold on for a moment. I will fetch the family head to uphold justice. Not only he, but none of the others present dared to extend a helping hand. Only now did they realize their own limitations. As Fang Han approached, the palpable aura of death enveloped them, causing the second son of the Su family to weaken in the knees, collapsing to the ground. Having soiled his trousers, he wept pitifully. Brother Fang, please do not kill me. I understand my mistake. I am not familiar with you. Do not call me brother. Without hesitation, Fang Han stomped fiercely on the second son's chest. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Su Yan and the second son of the Su family, a chill ran through the hearts of those in the Hall of Justice, prompting them to flee in a panic. Fang Han has completely lost his mind. Run. Where's the family head? Quickly intervene to stop this beast. Cries of terror filled the air, and chaos erupted outside the Hall of Justice, while Fang Han's gaze locked onto Su Qingfeng, who was desperately attempting to escape amidst the turmoil. Chapter 2. The Heist at the Spirit Mine. Help. Somebody, please. As Su Qingfeng felt Fang Han's piercing gaze fixated upon him, terror gripped his soul, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond control at last. Some guard arrived upon hearing the commotion, igniting a flicker of hope in Su Qingfeng's eyes as he frantically shouted, "Quick, stop this beast!" Initially, the guards were perplexed, but upon recognizing Fang Han, they froze in their tracks. As protectors of the Su family, most had fought alongside Fang Han and were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, while the few who hadn't still knew of his notorious reputation. One guard, swallowing hard, turned to the captain. "Boss, should we engage?" "Engage? Are you out of your mind?" The captain retorted. "And no matter the circumstances, we should merely feign action. There's no need to throw our lives away." Upon hearing the captain's words, the other guards nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Desperate for action, Su Qingfeng yelled, "What are you waiting for? Are you all conspiring against me?" As Fang Han effortlessly maneuvered through the crowd and approached him, Su Qingfeng, in a moment of utter despair, fell to his knees. "Brother Fang." Before he could utter another word, Fang Han's blade descended with lethal precision, and in a shocking display, Su Qingfeng's head was sent soaring into the air. In less than 15 minutes, 3 members of the Su family had met their demise, including the highly regarded Su Qingfeng. The gruesome scene, particularly the chilling gaze exchanged with Fang Han, left the nearby Su family members paralyzed with fear, none daring to step forward to challenge him. Inform your family head that he may seek vengeance at any time, should he possess the capability, Fang Han declared, surveying the crowd before striding towards the Sioux family's grand entrance. At that moment, an elder of the clan shouted, "I have sent word for the family head to emerge. We cannot allow him to escape now. Stop him." Seeing the onlookers remain motionless, the elder's face flushed with anger. "Are you all so cowardly? Perhaps it is you who should perish first." Fong Han's gaze turned icy as he swiftly transformed into a blur, charging towards the elder, raising his weapon to deliver a devastating blow. Overwhelmed by the murderous intent, the elder's complexion drained of color as he found himself unable to evade, cleaved in half from head to toe. The gruesome sight caused several onlookers to retch. With the message of terror delivered, silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to utter a word as they watched Fong Han depart. Only when he was out of sight did the Sioux family members exhale in relief, their faces reflecting the weight lifted from their shoulders, only now realizing they were drenched in cold sweat. What a profound humiliation to think that so many of us were cowed by a mere outsider. Let the tiger return to the mountain. It will be far from easy to eliminate Fong Han now. Why were you all so silent just moments ago? The Sioux family is yet to see the full extent of this matter. Fong Han exited Qingcheng alone, fully aware that he and the Sioux family were now irrevocably at odds. With that in mind, he was determined to ensure they suffered before he departed. His first destination was the Wushan spirit mine, located 20 miles from Qingcheng. Move quickly. If I catch anyone hoarding spirit stones, there will be dire consequences. The individual overseeing the Wushan spirit mine for the Sioux family was another direct descendant named Su Mu. He was exceedingly pleased with his assignment. While the conditions were far from ideal, the rewards were unparalleled compared to ordinary tasks. Under the tent, he sat comfortably, observing the mine workers below, who were all purchased by the Sioux family to extract spirit stones. At that moment, a heavily armored guard approached Su Mu and whispered a few words in his ear. "What? That fellow is here." Upon realizing it was Fong Han, Su Mu sprang from his chair, his expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. He calculated the timing and deduced that Fong Han should not have been present at that moment. Could there have been a change in plans? Despite his internal confusion, he managed to say, "Where is he? Bring him over." However, before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out from not far away. "No need to invite me. I'm already here," as Fong Han approached. Su Mu plastered a smile on his face. "Brother Fong, you truly should have given me a heads up. I would have gladly welcomed you." Fong Han disregarded his pleasantries and instead surveyed the entire mine, reflecting on the blood he had spilled there in the past. Noticing Fong Han's indifference, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Mu's mind, but he maintained a faint smile. "What brings you here today?" "Brother Fong." Fong Han finally turned his gaze towards him, his tone icy and unyielding. "I've come specifically to collect interest." "Interest? What interest?" Before Su Mu could process this, Fong Han suddenly drew his blade with lightning speed. And in a single sweep, Su Mu's headless body collapsed to the ground. Su Mu is dead. Fong Han, the guard stood in shock, jaws agape as they witnessed the swift turn of events, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Without offering them an explanation, Fong Han stepped forward and took Su Mu's storage pouch from the lifeless body. With the original owner deceased, Fong Han effortlessly probed within, and even he was astonished by the abundance of spirit stones contained therein. Though he did not count them precisely, the dazzling collection suggested there were at least 500 stones. Put this in perspective. During his time with the Sioux family, his monthly stipend was only 30 spirit stones, a mere fraction compared to the direct descendants. It was evident that Su Mu had embezzled a considerable sum over the past 2 years. But alas, his lack of talent left him stagnating at the fourth transformation. Fong Han turned to the guards. "Where are your spirit storage rooms? Lead me there." Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances before bowing respectfully. "Lord Fong, please follow us." Those who recognize the times are wise. They were not foolish, though they understood the severe repercussions of the spirit storage's loss. With Su Mu dead, the Sioux family would still be enraged, and their fates would not fare much better. "Now that you have rebelled against the Sioux family, what are your plans?" The lead guard cautiously inquired. "Cast aside such thoughts. Follow me, and you may find a quicker demise," Fong Han replied calmly, causing the guards to break out in a cold sweat. It would not be long before the Sioux family unleashed a torrent of vengeance upon him. "Stop right there." This is a restricted area, as they approached the entrance to the spirit storage. Guards wielding sharp blades stood at attention, their expressions worried. I it that you do not recognize Lord Fong. Step aside at once. He is here to inspect the spirit storage. The guards momentarily hesitated, but they quickly regained their composure, insisting, unless young Master Mu gives his approval, no one is permitted near the spirit storage. Then you shall accompany him in death. Fong Han's cold voice echoed as he drew his blade once more. Chapter 3. The stirring of Wushan. Who knows how soon the Su family will come hunting? Fong Han was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. He had come solely to plunder. The spirit storage was, in essence, a small chamber, not spacious by any means, containing merely a table and a few ledgers alongside a small box. Inside the box lay an exquisite storage pouch. As Fong Han's consciousness delved within, he beheld a towering pile of spirit stones, prompting a satisfied smile to break across his face. It was certainly no less than 2,000, these spirit stones, he would not hesitate to claim. For in light of his sacrifices over the years, they were nothing in comparison. Just as he prepared to move on to his next destination, a sudden tremor reverberated beneath his feet, akin to an earthquake, causing the entire Wushan to shake amidst a resounding roar. Reacting swiftly, Fong Han dashed out of the spirit storage. People are being crushed. A cacophony of cries erupted from the direction of the mine. And as Fong Han looked down, he realized that the recent tremors had caused collapses in certain areas, injuring numerous individuals with falling debris. What on earth is happening? Why is there an earthquake out of nowhere? Fong Han furrowed his brow, recalling that this region of Qingcheng had never experienced such phenomena, let alone the fact that the entire Wushan was shaking. While he pondered this, the ground shook again, even more violently than before, toppling several wooden structures. That moment, it seemed as if the mine itself had been struck by some immense force, causing the rock layers to explode, sending countless fragments flying. A brilliant red light shot skyward amidst the billowing dust. Some individuals collapsed to the ground in shock, their voices trembling. What is that? Did you all see it? Though they knew of celestial beings capable of traversing clouds and moving mountains, this was the first time they had witnessed such a spectacle from their lowly positions. Even Fong Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the red light had vanished, his expression remained one of astonishment. What could that red light have been? No one could discern its nature. To their eyes, it appeared merely as a fleeting flash, nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. The object enveloped in the red light was shrouded in mystery. But it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Whether one could seize it depended on individual fortune. It could not be forced. Fong Han shook his head, his figure vanishing into the crowd. The news of the incident at Wushan would soon reach the Su family. He needed to seize the remaining time to head to the next spirit mine. In the grand hall of the Su family, 3 bodies covered in white cloth lay at the center, and the atmosphere was thick with silence, as if frozen in dread. The head of the hall, Su Guangyao's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. He had not anticipated such a calamity to befall the Su family during his secluded training. His shadowy gaze swept across the assembly, and after a long pause, he slowly spoke. Knowing that Fong Han has already attained the 6th transformation in martial arts, who among you dared to act against him? Who gave you the audacity? It is because of you that my Su family has suffered the loss of 3 talented individuals. When Fong Han unleashed his attack, were you all too cowardly to intervene? As he spoke the last words, Su Guangyao's voice nearly erupted into a roar. The death of Su Qingfeng, who had been held in such high regard, filled him with profound sorrow as the head of the Su family. An elder stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Patriarch, the immediate priority is to capture the scoundrel and avenge Qingfeng and the others. Indeed, the scoundrel must not live. It would be an affront to justice. In an instant, the hall was filled with voices of agreement, each person displaying an intense hatred towards Fong Han. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance, and a guard rushed in, appearing flustered and breathless. My lord, there has been an incident at the spirit mine. Upon hearing this, Su Guangyao's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet. What has happened at the spirit mine? The guard, sensing Su Guangyao's formidable presence, stammered, Just received intel that Fong Han has raided the spirit mines at Wushan, Maishan, and Shipa, plundering them completely. Several young masters, including Su Mu, have perished. Upon receiving this news, Su Guangyao felt darkness closing around him, and the assembly gasped in shock. Those spirit mines were their lifeblood, and any misstep was intolerable. Why is such a grave matter only being reported now? At the Patriarch's inquiry, the guard gulped nervously and explained, in light of such a significant incident, many of the guards responsible for watching over the spirit mines fled in fear of punishment, which is why the news has only just reached us. Understanding that the Patriarch was seething with rage, the guard hastily shifted the topic. There is also another matter that occurred at the Wushan spirit mine. According to the miners present, the entire Wushan experienced an earthquake, followed by a red light erupting from the earth and soaring into the sky. Suspected to be a treasure manifesting, Su Guanyao's expression faltered and then turned serious. The Patriarch must personally journey to Wushan. That Feng Han. Some elders exchanged glances, realizing that without Su Guanyao's presence, none of them dared to confront Feng Han based on their own martial prowess. When Feng Han had left the Su family, they had not even had the courage to stop him. Seeing their expressions, Su Guangyao recognized their cowardice and exclaimed in anger, Feng Han is merely at the initial stage of the sixth transformation. Do you all truly fear him? Have you spent half your lives living like dogs? Father, please calm your anger. I have a plan. A young woman, appearing no older than 20, stepped forward, first bowing to Su Guangyao before continuing. Has everyone forgotten that Brother Qingfeng was accepted into the Xianfeng sect? Now that he has been murdered, how could the people of the Xianfeng sect not seek revenge? Indeed, we seem to have overlooked this. Su Guangyao nodded, his gaze towards his youngest daughter filled with satisfaction. You truly are the daughter of the Patriarch. Third uncle, I implore you to personally visit the Xianfeng sect. The third elder's face lit up with joy. This task was significantly less perilous than confronting Feng Han, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Patriarch, I shall see this matter through. As the Su family fortified their defenses, Feng Han had already departed from the Qingqing territory, having successfully raided 3 spirit mines. He could now be considered reasonably wealthy, at least in terms of sustenance, and was currently staying in an inn in Linqing. However, he lamented the fact that he had been unable to procure the treasure. With a hint of regret, Feng Han shook his head and then laid out the spoils of his recent endeavors. After all, wealth should not be flaunted before the eyes of others, and he had yet to properly account for his gains. Chapter 4. The Alchemy Tower. 6 storage bags were arranged before the bed, and as he counted them, a smile gradually spread across Feng Han's face. These spirit stones amounted to nearly 10,000. It is essential to note that these spirit stones could not only be used for cultivation, but also for trade. With such a substantial number of spirit stones, if he found a secure place to seclude himself for a few years, he was confident he could reach the 7th transformation. After slightly altering his appearance, Feng Han stepped out of his room, ordered a few dishes, and settled down to wait. The first floor was bustling with activity today, filled with various itinerant cultivators and bodyguards, and he hoped to glean some intelligence from discussions regarding Qingqing. Having raided 3 spirit mines, he found it hard to believe that the Su family would remain unresponsive. As expected, upon hearing the mention of the Su family, Feng Han perked up considerably. The Qingqing Su family had certainly suffered a significant setback, yet he was curious as to how the feud between the Su family and Feng Han had escalated. Who knows, but Feng Han's situation is dire. It is said that the Xianfeng sect has issued a bounty on him. Whoever brings in Feng Han's head will receive a 2nd-grade spirit pill. And if captured alive, the Xianfeng sect is willing to pay a 3rd-grade spirit pill as a reward. Wow. The Xianfeng sect is indeed generous. With such a substantial bounty, how could Feng Han not be pursued relentlessly? Given Feng Han's martial prowess at the 6th transformation, it seemed the 3rd-grade spirit pill might be the only tempting reward. As for the 2nd-grade spirit pill, it hardly seemed worth it. Almost the entirety of the first floor was engrossed in discussions about him. Although Feng Han feigned indifference, he felt a growing sense of caution within. He was well aware of the Xianfeng sect, a prominent force located in the northern frontier, renowned throughout the entire Daqi Empire. He now recalled the previous news that Su Qingfeng had indeed joined the Xianfeng sect. Nevertheless, he had no regrets. He believed in the principle of not provoking others if they did not provoke him. He had killed, and so be it. After a simple meal, Fong Han returned to his room, and being wanted by the Xianfeng sect only solidified his resolve to find a safe haven where he could hide and cultivate for several years. With so many spirit stones in his possession, he was confident that reaching the 7th transformation was a certainty, if not the 8th. Even if he could not dominate the northern frontier, he would not be easily manipulated. "I can help you." The unexpected voice startled Fong Han, causing him to leap from the bed. "Who are you? Show yourself." The sudden intrusion sent chills down his spine. He had fought for years and considered himself exceptionally perceptive. Yet someone had managed to approach him unnoticed. This implied that the person could potentially kill him without his awareness. As long as you can procure the essence of the 5 elements. "I can assist you in your cultivation." A woman appeared seemingly out of thin air on the bed. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her beauty devastatingly enchanting, with flowing hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders and her lips glistening alluringly. Barefoot and dressed in red, her long, shapely legs were crossed, and her captivating phoenix eyes gazed at the stunned Fong Han with a playful smile. The only thing that felt unreal was the red light emanating from her, bathing the entire room in a crimson hue, giving her an ethereal, almost otherworldly allure. Seeing Fong Han lost in thought, the woman in red smirked. "What? Are you so easily distracted?" As she spoke, Fong Han's eyes regained a semblance of clarity, and a deep-seated wariness towards this beguiling figure surged within him. "Who are you?" Fong Han quickly scoured his memories, confirming that he had never encountered this person before, yet the familiar red light made his pupils constrict. Fong Han frowned, initially believing that a treasure had emerged from Wushan, only to discover it was a person instead. "That weren't you supposed to have left? Why have you come back to me?" To his surprise, the woman in red smiled sweetly. "If I hadn't done so, would you be able to stand here and converse with me so calmly? You would likely be beset by troubles. Then I suppose I owe you my thanks." Fong Han replied coldly, feeling no joy in her proximity. This woman was clearly here for a purpose, and he must not let down his guard. "What is your identity, and what do you seek by approaching me?" "If you lack sincerity, then I must take my leave." The woman in red smiled seductively and stepped closer. "What identity?" "That depends on what you can offer me." Perhaps it was her closeness, but Fong Han could even smell her fragrance. However, her response was clearly unsatisfactory to him. "I must take my leave." Fong Han lightly clasped his hands in farewell and prepared to exit the room. "Hey, why are you so easily offended?" The woman in red's enchanting eyes flickered with a hint of sadness, and combined with her lovely face, she was simply irresistible. "You have indeed acquired a tremendous treasure. Not only can I assist you in your cultivation, but I can also enable you to become the overlord of this region in a short time." Upon hearing this, Fong Han halted and turned back. "Oh? Pray tell, how might you assist me on my path to enlightenment?" This inquiry was met with a simple yet profound response. The woman clothed in red suddenly extended her delicate hand. In an instant, a small tower materialized, hovering gracefully within her palm. This artifact is known as the Alchemical Tower, and I, in turn, am its spirit. The Alchemical Tower. A flicker of surprise crossed Fong Han's mind as he observed the small edifice suspended in the woman's palm. The tower boasted 9 levels, adorned with intricate carvings of birds, beasts, fish, and insects, as well as celestial bodies and ancient motifs. The mere name exuded an air of mystique that a gentle pull emanated from the Alchemical Tower. And with a shift in perspective, Fong Han found himself transported to an extraordinary realm. This space was approximately 100 feet square, with a pentagonal configuration, unmistakably revealing itself as the internal world of the tower. "This is the first level of the Alchemical Tower. From this day forth, you may cultivate your skills here." The woman in red remarked that, "Is there anything particularly special about this place?" Fong Han inquired, furrowing his brow. Treasures capable of manifesting internal spaces were generally of significant worth. However, the spiritual energy here did not meet his expectations. The woman smiled knowingly that it is, of course, not so simple. Time flows here at a rate 10 times faster than in the outside world. This means that while you spend a month cultivating within, only 3 days will pass externally. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Fong Han's face, the woman revealed a captivating smile that could enchant the soul. What? Are you truly astonished? A mere factor of 10 is hardly remarkable. Once your powers grow stronger, should you gather more essences of the 5 elements, the alchemical tower will yield even greater benefits. Additionally, do you see that furnace? It is called the Qianquan furnace. Should you acquire any spiritual herbs, you may refine them into spiritual liquid to aid your cultivation. Leaning slightly forward, the woman's breathtaking visage drew closer to Feng Han's ear. Her breath warm as she whispered, "Moreover, the most significant aspect is that by obtaining this alchemical tower, you have in essence acquired me. Would you not agree that this is a great boon for you?" Chapter 5. Refining spiritual liquid. A beguiling fragrance wafted towards Feng Han, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. "What do you desire?" he asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Surely you do not expect me to believe you are merely acting out of charity." In this moment, the woman in red appeared somewhat taken aback. Others, upon learning of the alchemical tower's capabilities, would likely be overwhelmed with joy, but this young man managed to maintain his composure. A rarity indeed. "What I seek can only be found in Daozhou. The allure of this place incites countless imaginings. Otherwise, we would not have employed various means to descend here. What precisely is it that you seek?" Feng Han could not help but prod further. Seeing his relentless inquiries, the woman raised her slender finger to his lips. "Little one, sometimes knowing too much can be detrimental. All I can disclose is that here in Daozhou, beings like myself are not in short supply." Feng Han's expression grew serious. Her words were unmistakable. The fact that the alchemical tower had chosen him signified that similar entities would also select others. The purpose behind their actions, including that of the alchemical tower, was to seek something from Daozhou, perhaps more aptly described as an opportunity. For now, he could glean no more from the woman in red. "How shall I address you henceforth?" Feng Han inquired, recognizing that it would be inappropriate to refer to her solely as the alchemical tower. "Call me Yunjin," she replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Feng Han's gaze shifted toward a distant point. Presumably the staircase leading to the second level, though its terminus was shrouded in darkness, rendering it indistinguishable. Sensing his curiosity, Yunjin elucidated, "The second level contains a drop of essence blood, but given your current stature, it would likely overwhelm you in an instant. It would be prudent to refrain from pursuing that path." "Very well," Feng Han conceded, undeterred by the revelation, as he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Under Yunjin's guidance, he began to explore the various functions of the alchemical tower. Despite being within this internal realm, he could access information regarding the outside world at any time. Moreover, after entering the tower, he discovered he could manipulate its size, reducing it even smaller than a speck of dust, an invaluable asset for self-preservation. "Let us commence our cultivation," he exclaimed, fueled by excitement as he realized the time flow here was tenfold that of the outside world. He could hardly contain his eagerness. "Wait," Yunjin called out, halting him in his tracks. Feng Han cast her a puzzled glance. Could there be something more pressing than cultivation at this moment? "Do you intend to rely solely on those few spirit stones for your practice? Have you forgotten about the Qianquan furnace? Refining spiritual liquid with it will undoubtedly yield far superior results compared to merely using spirit stones." "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Feng Han's eyes lit up with newfound determination. It occurred to him that he possessed a few spiritual herbs in his storage bag, spoils obtained from Su Qingfeng. With Yunjin's guidance, Feng Han selected one of the herbs and placed it into the Qianquan furnace. In the next instant, an array of intricate runes illuminated the furnace's walls, while a crimson glow erupted from within, rapidly incinerating the herb before Feng Han's astonished gaze, in scarcely the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The herb transformed beyond recognition, coalescing into a drop of emerald green liquid that churned within the Qianquan furnace. Is this the result? Feng Han marveled, the alluring fragrance of the spiritual liquid wafting into his senses. Marveling at the exceptional efficiency of the Qianquan furnace, Yunjin regarded the accomplishment as merely expected. Such spiritual herbs require little time to refine. Feng Han paid little mind to her nonchalant tone, eagerly awaiting the furnace's calm. Once settled, he could hardly contain his excitement as he consumed the spiritual liquid. The purity of the liquid surpassed his wildest expectations. With minimal refinement, it transformed into an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. A day later, Fong Han opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Merely a single drop of spiritual liquid had significantly advanced his cultivation. Most importantly, the liquid's exceptional purity meant he had to spend little time eliminating impurities, alleviating concerns of instability in his foundation. Staring at the Chinkun furnace, Fong Han's expression gradually grew grave. Not only this artifact, but also the alchemical tower. He could not allow even a whisper of their existence to escape his lips, lest he face dire consequences. The adage a man is innocent, yet bearing precious jewels brings trouble was one he understood well. Just as he was about to refine the remaining herbs into spiritual liquid, a gurgling sound emanated from his abdomen, leaving Fong Han feeling somewhat embarrassed at this sight. Yunjin couldn't help but chuckle, then feigned a pitiful demeanor. I had forgotten that you have yet to begin fasting. Although you are within the alchemical tower, the flow of time here still affects you. It would be wise to prepare some fasting pills to sustain your body. Realizing the oversight, Fong Han corrected her gently. Please refrain from calling me young master. It feels rather uncomfortable. Just refer to me as Fong Han. Yunjin twirled a lock of hair around her finger, exuding an air of charm. Whatever you say shall be so. After scanning the room for any anomalies, Fong Han exited the alchemical tower. Despite only a short hour having passed outside, the gnawing sensation of hunger persisted. He promptly left his quarters in search of sustenance on the first floor. The surrounding chatter still revolved around him, but Fong Han remained silent, finishing a modest meal before stepping outside. Yet after wandering for a while, disappointment washed over him. No worthy spiritual herbs were to be found on the market, all inferior to the few he possessed. However, it was to be expected. Spiritual herbs were not commonly traded. They were primarily controlled by the Xianfeng sect. Nonetheless, fasting pills were available, being the most fundamental of elixirs. Fong Han purchased over 101 go. Make way! Make way! The raucous cries of a trio of youths clad in matching attire caught Fong Han's attention as they affixed a wanted poster to the wall. Upon closer inspection, Fong Han's expression turned peculiar, for the image depicted was none other than himself. One of the youths, brimming with arrogance, surveyed the gathering crowd and proclaimed loudly, "The individual in this portrait. Whoever can provide information shall be rewarded with a second-grade spirit pill. Present the head for a third-grade spirit pill, if you can capture him alive and deliver him to the Xianfeng sect. A fourth-grade spirit pill awaits. This is my solemn promise." At this declaration, the crowd erupted into chaos, pointing and murmuring excitedly at the image. My heavens! Has the Xianfeng sect increased their bounty? 4-grade spirit pills. What heinous act has Fong Han committed to incite such wrath from the Xianfeng sect? Hearing the buzz behind him, Fong Han continued toward the inn, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He could not possibly believe that merely slaying Su Qingfeng would warrant such a hefty bounty from the Xianfeng sect. The Su family lacked the influence to orchestrate this. With the emergence of a treasure in Wushan, it was likely that the Su family had exploited the situation, suggesting to the Xianfeng sect that the treasure was in his possession. As he lamented his lack of spiritual herbs, he resolved to seize the opportunity presented before him. Casting a glance back at the trio of disciples from the Xianfeng sect, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Fong Han. Chapter 6. The Fate of Fong Han. It must be said that the disciples of the Xianfeng sect possess a certain level of cultivation that is not to be compared with that of Su Yin and her companions. The three of them have all reached the sixth transition of martial arts, aligning their prowess with that of Fong Han. Withdrawing his gaze, Fong Han turned and approached a weapons pavilion. Upon entering, a beautiful maid stepped forward, slightly bowing as she inquired, "Esteemed young master, how may I assist you?" "I require 3 thunderstorm pearls." The maid paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure and respectfully replied, "Please have a seat here." "Young master, I shall fetch them for you right away." After a couple of sips of tea, the maid returned, placing 3 small boxes before Fong Han with a smile. "Young master, these are the items you requested." Upon opening the boxes, he found a small, pitch-black orb resting quietly within. Fong Han nodded, asking, "What is the total cost for these 3 thunderstorm pearls?" 3,000 spirit stones. Very well, although he felt a twinge of regret. Fong Han refrained from bargaining that he handed the maid a storage pouch containing 3,000 spirit stones and stood to leave the weapons pavilion. Examining the thunderstorm pearls in his hand, Fong Han smiled faintly. Though these items were one-time use, their power was considerable. An explosion at close range would surely be enough to incapacitate the three individuals. Given that they hailed from the Xianfeng sect, they must have substantial backing, making the expenditure of 3,000 spirit stones worthwhile. Senior brother, I truly wonder what our esteemed master is thinking, sending us all down the mountain for such a trivial matter, Zhua Hao lamented within a tavern. One of the disciples of the Xianfeng sect whom Fong Han had encountered earlier. The middle-aged man addressed as senior brother frowned upon hearing this. Mind your words. Do not speak ill of our master's decisions behind his back. Fong Han has slain junior brother Su, and it is only natural for the Xianfeng sect to pursue him. Moreover, even our master has descended the mountain personally. Do you not consider this matter serious? What? Zhua Hao exclaimed, astonished at the news of their master's descent. Is it truly necessary for the sect leader to intervene for someone as insignificant as Fong Han? The middle-aged man closed his eyes. Just focus on your own tasks. It is best not to delve too deeply into the intricacies of this matter. With this, Zhua Hao could only nod in reluctant agreement. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Who dares knock at this hour? Zhua Hao, visibly annoyed, approached the door and opened it, only to find a young man standing there, causing him to frown. Who are you? The youth appeared somewhat intimidated, stuttering as he spoke. Excuse me, are you esteemed members of the Xianfeng sect? I believe I have seen someone from the painting you released today. At these words, the middle-aged man within the room abruptly opened his eyes, fixing an intense gaze upon the young and thought, Is that so? You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving us. A fellow youth in the room also turned his attention towards the newcomer. Though they were tasked with descending the mountain, capturing Fong Han would yield significant rewards that I would never dare deceive the three esteemed gentlemen. The young man insisted. However, regarding the bounty, the middle-aged man approached, donning a gentle smile. Rest assured, you shall receive what is due. But first, you must prove that your claims are true. Now, tell us when and where you encountered him today, that I saw him at the hour of the snake. 30 miles west of the city. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this point. 30 miles west, near the Demon Valley Ridge. That place is known for occasional beastly appearances. How did you come to be there? I am quite cautious. The youth replied that MY family is not affluent, so I often venture there to gather herbs to sell in the city. Today was merely a chance encounter, and it was only after seeing the painting released by the esteemed gentleman that I remembered and sought you out. The middle-aged man's brow raised in interest that, you are knowledgeable about herbs. Sensing that the inquiry would continue, Fong Han maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though his heart began to grow tense like tea that moment. Zhua Hao could hardly contain his impatience. Senior brother, there's no need to ask further questions. If we do not act swiftly, we may not only miss capturing Fong Han, but may not even catch a glimpse of him. Let us go, Zhua Hao urged. The other youth, Mo Yin, concurred. Senior brother, time is of the essence. Capturing Fong Han is our priority. Seeing their urgency, the middle-aged man ceased his inquiries. Lead the way, then, although the hour was nearing the time of the pig. The three men took the youth with them as they exited through the western city gate, their figures hastening towards the direction of the Demon Valley Ridge under the cover of night. As they ventured deeper into the woods, now devoid of human presence, the dense underbrush occasionally produced strange sounds, perhaps startled by the arrival of unexpected guests. Are we not there yet? If we go any further, we shall truly reach the Demon Valley Ridge, Mo Yin remarked, sensing an underlying tension in the air that we are almost there indeed. Fong Han, leading the group, suddenly halted, his voice resonating in the night. The muscles in his face shifted. His features subtly altered, reverting to his original appearance. This technique, taught to him by Yunjin, proved effective. Throughout their journey, he had not been detected. The middle-aged man, perceiving his familiar visage under the dim moonlight, suddenly recalled something. You are Fong Han. Zhua Hao and his companion both narrowed their eyes in disbelief, never expecting Fong Han to be here, and even more so that he would approach them directly. Instinctively, they sensed a trap. Congratulations, You have answered correctly and thus earned a reward. Fong Han smiled lightly. As words fell, the ground beneath them trembled, and the thunderstorm pearls he had strategically placed detonated in that instant. Boom! 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 The three thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously, shattering the previously tranquil woods, sending debris flying and raising clouds of dust, startling countless insects and birds, as well as awakening the roars of beasts from the depths of the forest. Had he succeeded, Fong Han stared intently ahead, refusing to lower his guard until he confirmed the fate of the three men. He was well aware of the thunderstorm pearl's lethality. Without any defenses, even those at the sixth transition of martial arts would struggle to survive. And if they did manage to live, they would certainly be left severely wounded. His objective now was to ensure that no one remained alive to tell the tale. As the smoke cleared, he beheld two figures lying on ground, breathless and mutilated beyond recognition. Observing the trail of blood, Fong Han smirked coldly, stepping over the two corpses as he pressed onward. Flee. I must escape. Once I return to the city, Fong Han would not dare to act so openly against me. The middle-aged man's face had turned as pale as snow, his right arm severed, blood pooling around him, yet he dared not stop to tend to his wounds, nor even glance back. Had he not been wary of Fong Han, maintaining a safe distance, he might have already succumbed. Who could have anticipated Fong Han's treachery? Brother ahead, since you have come this far, why not stay and play? The voice trailing behind him sent chills down his spine. Kill me, and the Xianfeng sect will never let you off the hook, though the middle-aged man appeared composed. His trembling voice betrayed his fear. Fong Han shook his head with a smile, as if mocking him. I once thought you to be a clever man, but it seems you are no different from the rest. Even at this juncture, you utter such foolish words. Fear not. I have yet to conclude my dealings with you, the Xianfeng sect, and the Su family. Bending down, he seized the storage pouch from the middle-aged man, revealing a satisfied grin upon seeing its contents. This individual possessed over 3,000 spirit stones, along with 8 spirit herbs and 2 unknown pills of notable quality. Far from disappointing. Thank you, Yunjin. The conditions for triggering the thunderstorm pearls were stringent, requiring spiritual consciousness to activate them, which could only be achieved at the spiritual path level. Without Yunjin's assistance, the thunderstorm pearls would have been rendered useless. What? Are you being polite with me? Little brother, you promised to find the essence of the 5 elements for me soon. After uttering this, Yunjin's voice fell silent. After thoroughly looting the possessions of the other two, Fong Han felt elated. This endeavor had proven profitable, and with these resources, he could engage in serious cultivation for some time. What shall I do with these pills? Observing the 4 pills in his hand, Fong Han contemplated selling them later for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Medicinal substances often carry risks. Generally speaking, others consume pills during breakthroughs to ensure success. Relying solely on pills for cultivation would lead to an unstable foundation and superficial strength. To others, these pills might be rare treasures, but for him, with the Qinquan furnace in hand, they were less practical than spiritual liquid. Are you foolish? Since spirit herbs could be refined into spiritual liquid, surely pills can too. Yunjin's words. Fong Han's eyes brightened. Is that possible? Of course. Aren't pills made from spirit herbs? The essence of the Qinquan furnace is to remove impurities. These two processes do not conflict. Yunjin explained patiently. Understood. Within the Immortal Refinement Tower, Fong Han exhibited not the slightest concern that anyone outside could discover his whereabouts. Even if they scoured the entirety of the northern frontier, it would be futile. After refining a few drops of spiritual liquid from spiritual herbs, he placed all 4 elixirs into the furnace, allowing them to churn within. Once this was accomplished, he sat cross-legged beside the Qinquan furnace, adjusting his posture before ingesting a drop of the spiritual liquid, its pure energy continuously cleansing his meridians. As the elixir's spiritual essence flowed into him, under the baptism of the potent energy, Fong Han's aura steadily ascended, signaling a breakthrough at long last. It was achieved. Fong Han expelled a breath of turbid air. With the Qinquan furnace, his advancement was unprecedented. Had he continued his previous methodical cultivation, breaking through to the 7th transformation of martial arts would have taken at least a year. Sister Yunjin, how long has it been? Fong Han inquired, tilting his head at a month inside the refinement tower. Yet merely 3 days outside, came Yun Jin's languid voice from above. Fong Han nodded. Taking a month to break through was quite normal, but what mattered most was that only 3 days had elapsed outside. This tenfold time acceleration was indeed becoming increasingly delightful. With his cultivation having reached the 7th transformation and the spiritual liquid nearly exhausted, Fong Han had no intention of lingering in the immortal refinement tower any longer. With a twitch of the muscles on his face, he transformed in a matter of moments. He raised his head and asked, "Sister Yunjin, do you see a significant change in me?" "Not as handsome as before," came her reply. Hearing this, Fong Han chuckled. As long as outsiders could not recognize him, that sufficed. After surveying the external circumstances and confirming no one was present, Fong Han rose, as if he had materialized from thin air, and headed towards Qingqing. "Have you heard? Something major has happened next door. The Xianfeng sect is genuinely enraged. 3 disciples met a tragic end. How many years has it been since such an incident occurred? Even the Xianfeng sect dares to kill. I'm curious who took action. Surely, Fong Han alone could not have done it, right? Does he have accomplices? Hey, who knows? Just enjoy the spectacle." Walking along the streets of Qingcheng, the most prevalent topic of conversation was indeed this incident. A faint smile graced Fong Han's lips. The outcome was rather satisfactory, as the majority of attention had shifted elsewhere. Who would have thought he would return to Qingcheng? Before long, Fong Han found himself once again standing before that familiar entrance. A threshold he had traversed countless times. He had contributed significantly to the Su family. Yet this was how they repaid him. There was nothing more to say. Since he had arrived, the Su family would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. "This is Su Manor. All who enter, halt." 2 guards' warnings met Fong Han, whose expression turned icy as a formidable aura erupted. "Impudence! I am a disciple of the Xianfeng sect. Do you dare obstruct my path?" A disciple of the Xianfeng sect? The guards were taken aback. That title was no small matter to them. When Su Qingfeng successfully entered the Xianfeng sect, the entire Su family regarded it as their future hope. Such lowly figures dared not offend. "Then please wait here for a moment. I shall inform you at once." One of the guards stammered, "And no need to report. I shall enter myself," without waiting for their response. Fong Han stepped directly into Su Manor. Humph, so mighty, the Xianfeng sect. The guards could only curse inwardly as they watched Fong Han's retreating figure. "Congratulations, father." This time the Xianfeng sect is furious, regardless of whether it relates to Fong Han. It will likely be attributed to him that in the main hall of Su Manor, Su Ying smiled. Su Guangyao, seated before her, appeared in high spirits, a smile adorning his face. That traitor should have been dealt with long ago. But given the involvement of the Xianfeng sect, such words cannot be spoken lightly in front of outsiders, lest we incur their wrath. "Daughter understands that." Su Ying nodded obediently. She seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, father, I've heard that since that incident, the Wushan spirit mine has yet to resume operations. Could it be that something was discovered?" Upon being queried, Su Guangyao's expression grew serious, and his voice lowered. "People from the court's Sky Monitoring Division have arrived." Sky Monitoring Division? Su Ying had never heard of this term before. Wushan does not require immediate attention. It can resume work after some time, Su Guangyao stated, not wishing to elaborate further. Su Ying instantly recognized that this was not information she should pry into and nodded in understanding. "Patriarch Su, long time no see." A sudden voice rang out. Su Guangyao turned towards the entrance of the hall, where a figure stepped across the threshold. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Su Guangyao furrowed his brow. The man before him evoking a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had seen him. The uninvited intrusion displeased Su Ying, who coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why did you not inform the guards before entering?" Fong Han merely cast a fleeting glance at her, disregarding her, and directed his gaze back at Su Guangyao. "It seems the patriarch does not recognize me." Yes, the words left his lips. With a shift of his muscles, he reverted to his original appearance before their astonished eyes. "ITSU." Su Guangyao sprung to his feet, never to forget Fong Han's face. He recognized him immediately. And Su Ying stood frozen in place, shocked to discover it was indeed him. "What is this? Are you surprised to see me?" Fong Han wore a smile, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were at home. When enemies meet, their eyes are especially fierce. Su Guangyao's expression twisted into one of fury. You little wretch dare to return. Today, I shall grind you to dust. Su Guangyao, with bloodshot eyes, brandished a large blade towards Fong Han. Its swift arc leaving afterimages, yet Fong Han easily evaded the strike. Su Guangyao, your strike is too slow. Fong Han slapped down on his weapon-wielding wrist, effortlessly disarming him and pressing the blade against his throat. Su Guangyao's pupils constricted to pinpricks, shock filling his heart. Only the cold steel against his neck informed him of his defeat. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, and Su Ying, who was contemplating summoning reinforcements, gaped in disbelief. Fong Han gazed coolly into Su Guangyao's eyes. Su Guangyao, do you have any regrets today? Su Guangyao managed a wretched smile. I only regret not having eliminated you sooner. Otherwise, I would not be in this predicament. Over the years, I once believed the Su family was my lifelong home, even though my monthly stipend was less than the most marginally connected direct descendants. I harbored no discontent. Fong Han sighed, seemingly reflective. I never anticipated that it was you who could not tolerate my presence. The sharp blade sliced through soft skin, penetrating his throat as easily as slicing tofu. Gurgling sounds escaped Su Guangyao's lips as he grasped the blade. Desperately trying to speak, yet blood filled his throat. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing before finally succumbing. Father! Father! Su Ying gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. Collapsing onto Su Guangyao's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face. Executioner! You vile monster! Witnessing the hatred in her eyes, Fong Han pointed the blade at Su Ying, his face a mask of indifference. Fong Han, would you grant this old man a favor and spare this girl? A frail voice rang out from outside. An elderly man, stooped and with graying hair, was supported as he entered. Following him were several elders of the Su family, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded Fong Han. Old Patriarch. Upon seeing the old man, Su Ying felt a glimmer of hope and immediately knelt. Old Patriarch. Fong Han has killed the Patriarch. Please avenge my father. The old man remained unmoved, regarding Fong Han with a complex expression. Time flies. You have grown so much. Indeed, you have aged. You are not as spirited as in your youth. The corpse of Su Guangyao lay in the center of the hall, yet the two spoke as though they were old friends catching up, while everyone else dared not utter a word. With only Su Ying pleading desperately, the old man sighed softly. You have killed those who needed to be killed and vented your grievances. For my sake, can we put an end to this feud? It was the old patriarch who had taken pity on him and brought him back all those years ago. Over the years, he had worked diligently, and the debt of gratitude was now settled. However, since the Su family had wronged him first, Fong Han, after hearing the old man speak, agreed. From this day forth, I, Fong Han, shall consider our grievances settled. Upon hearing this final statement, the Su family members outside collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, their calling upon the old patriarch had proven effective. As Fong Han approached, they hurriedly parted to create a path. Yet as Fong Han reached the center, he suddenly halted, causing everyone to hold their breath. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. After uttering that line, Fong Han laughed heartily and departed, leaving behind a Su family steeped in shame. Are you not afraid they will seek revenge on you in the future? I say, you are too merciful. Had it been me, I would have annihilated their entire clan to prevent future troubles. As he strolled along the streets of Qingchen, Yun Jin's voice suddenly resonated in the air. Fong Han merely smiled, remarking, what retribution can they exact upon me when they no longer possess the right to even gaze upon me? He was indifferent to how much the Su family despised him. His sole focus was on achieving the clarity of his thoughts. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the old family head. Had it not been for him, he might have perished from hunger during that bitter winter. Yun Jin did not press further. What are your plans moving forward? To eliminate more disciples of the Xianfeng sect and seize some spiritual herbs for cultivation. Once I attain the spiritual path, I will infiltrate the Xianfeng sect to procure the aid in your recovery. Upon hearing the latter statement, a radiant smile graced Yun Jin's face. It seems my affection for you has not been in vain. At that moment, Fong Han abruptly halted his steps. His gaze shifted, and he noticed a man in a blue robe standing not far ahead, seemingly awaiting his arrival. But a member of the Xianfeng sect? A hint of solemnity surged within Feng Han, but he proceeded nonetheless as they drew within 5 steps of each other. The man in blue clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Feng Han?" "Not at all," Feng Han replied, refusing to acknowledge it, and began to step aside. Just as he was about to pass the man, the blue-robed individual spoke again. "Wait." He halted Feng Han, producing a plaque. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am family, not from the Xianfeng sect, but hailing from the capital, affiliated with the Heavenly Monitoring Office." The Heavenly Monitoring Office? Feng Han's brow furrowed slightly, though he soon relaxed, returning the gesture of respect. "Ah, it is Master Fan from the Heavenly Monitoring Office. You must be here to inquire about the treasure of Wushan. Am I correct?" These 3 words carried a heavy weight, many regarding them with deep trepidation. They were agents of the court, shrouded in mystery, with members of the Heavenly Monitoring Office dispersed throughout the entire Dachi, serving as true overseers for the royal family. It had only been a short while since the incident at the Alchemy Tower, and already they had caught wind of it. "Indeed. However, there is no need for you to be anxious. We are merely conducting an investigation to demonstrate our sincerity. We have temporarily alleviated your troubles with the Xianfeng sect. They will not trouble you for the time being." Family spoke with an air of ease, yet the Heavenly Monitoring Office indeed wielded such power that even the Xianfeng sect had to show them respect. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Monitoring Office. Feng Han scoffed at his so-called goodwill. Setting aside his lack of fear towards the Xianfeng sect, he found family's claim of merely investigating implausible. Should they genuinely discover the treasure in his possession, his fate would likely change in an instant. "I must thank Master Fan for your concern, but I believe you are aware that the treasure has already fled. Although I was present, I do not possess the ability to intercept it midair. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The more Feng Han conversed with family, the greater the risk of exposing himself. So he offered a perfunctory response before attempting to depart. "Feng Han, I have a question. When you severed ties with the Su family, your cultivation was likely at the 6th turn of martial arts. Correct? How is it that mere days later, 4 or 5 days perhaps, you have already broken through to the 7th turn?" Fan Li's voice echoed behind him, causing Feng Han's pupils to constrict, although he was aware of the Heavenly Monitoring Office's enigmatic nature. This first encounter only heightened his apprehension towards the organization. This indicated that even then, someone from the Heavenly Monitoring Office had been observing him, the previous days spent in the Alchemy Tower. The thought of the consequences sent cold sweat down Feng Han's spine, yet he maintained his composure, glancing back at him with an inscrutable expression. "What of it? Is it so strange that I possess exceptional talent?" Once Feng Han departed, an otherwise unremarkable individual approached Fan Li. "What is your assessment? Does he pose a threat?" Fan Li inquired. The disguised bystander shook his head. "At present, I see no issues, Master Fan." "Should we?" He made a motion across his throat. Fan Li dismissed the suggestion. "No, let him be at his age. With such cultivation, he is a rare talent. Continue your inquiries with the Xianfeng sect and ascertain the source of their intelligence." "Understood." The man bowed respectfully before blending back into the crowd, becoming indistinguishable. At this moment, Feng Han had exited Qingcheng, his mood only now beginning to settle. Upon reflection, it seemed the Heavenly Monitoring Office had not been constantly surveilling him. Otherwise, today would not have involved just Fan Li, but rather an entire contingent to apprehend him. He would have to exercise greater caution from now on. With a sigh, Feng Han glanced at a nearby horse stable and selected a fine steed. As his cultivation had yet to reach the spiritual path, he would need the horse for his travels. Although the Xianfeng sect had temporarily halted their pursuit due to the Heavenly Monitoring Office's interference, that did not mean Feng Han would let them off the hook. If they dare to hunt him down, they must be prepared to face retaliation. It was the perfect opportunity to seek them out and procure some spiritual stones and herbs for his cultivation. In Xian City, within a residence, for disciples of the Xianfeng sect sat in conference, following the deaths of 3 members in Lin City, to safeguard the remaining disciples. They now operated in groups of 5 to track Feng Han's whereabouts. Feng Han barged into the Su family and killed the family head. News is spread in Qingcheng. What purpose is there in us remaining here? Exactly. If we know Fong Han is in Qingcheng, we should surround him from all sides, leaving him with no means of escape. I second that. Our master has forbidden us from making any moves. What kind of situation is this? The three disciples exchanged grievances, their dissatisfaction evident in their tones. They had been reluctant to descend the mountain, and now they were confined to this location, as if expecting Fong Han to come knocking at their door. Have you all finished? What is all this ruckus? A woman, who had remained silent until now, interjected, causing their voices to subside. One disciple timidly remarked, "Sister Mu, it's not that we are complaining, but this is simply too." Sister Mu shot him a glance. "To what? All you do is complain, yet do you understand why our master has forbidden us from acting?" "Why?" The other two turned their gazes toward her, wondering if there was a deeper reason at play. The Heavenly Monitoring Office has intervened to this revelation. The faces of the three disciples shifted, the mere mention of those three words casting a shadow over them. Surely not. Is Fong Han not merely an adopted son of the Su family? Does he have such a background? The Heavenly Monitoring Office would stand up for him? Some were incredulous. Yet the reality was as such. However, the likelihood of the Heavenly Monitoring Office advocating for him was slim. It must be due to other factors. Sister Mu did not dwell further on this topic, instead surveying the group. Wei has not returned for 3 days. Has he? The three exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, ever since he descended the mountain, he has often frequented places of indulgence. He is likely still there. Upon hearing this, Sister Mu's expression turned icy, a fool blinded by lust. He won't even know how he meets his end. In a certain loft, Wei Du was flushed with intoxication. Before him, several fully unclad women writhed energetically, while 2 others attended to him on either side, filling the room with an atmosphere of debauchery. "Young master, open your mouth." He opened his mouth to receive grapes from a nearby girl, savoring the moment. This was the life meant for a man. A stark contrast to the drudgery he had endured on the mountain for capturing Fong Han. Let whoever wished to go after him do so. He had no intention of participating. Life was simple. Enjoy. This fellow has exquisite taste. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the revelry, causing the gyrating women to freeze in their tracks before letting out startled screams and fleeing the scene. "Who goes there?" The unexpected voice startled Wei Du, who shot up, only to find a figure standing by the window, grinning at him. The face was familiar, as if he had seen it before, causing his eyes to narrow in realization, sending a chill down his spine. "You are Fong Han?" This time, Fong Han had not employed any disguise, so it was no surprise he was recognized. With a smirk, he replied, "Surprised to see me, are you? Yet you seem to be living quite lavishly." "I doubt many disciples from the Xianfeng sect indulge quite like you do." Wei Du's expression shifted between dark and light, abruptly turning towards the door, with the suspicion that Zhou Hao and the others had perished at Fong Han's hands. Now that Fong Han had sought him out, it was clear he had come prepared. He could not afford to be caught here. Thinking of escaping, "I came specifically to find you. You think I would let you flee?" Fong Han scoffed, his laughter icy. Under Yun Jin's perception, nothing in Xian City could elude him. Having finally spotted a lone target, he would not allow Wei Du to slip through his fingers. He did not hold back. The power of the 7th turn of martial arts erupted as he dashed forward, his fingers curling like an eagle's talons as they latched onto Wei Du's shoulder. Wei Du cried out in pain, his expression contorting as he drew his sword to strike at Fong Han. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated through the room as Fong Han effortlessly blocked the blow with a large blade once wielded by the recently deceased Su Guangyao. "Fong Han, we have no enmity between us, and I have never intended to capture you, that if you continue to press me, I will fight back." Hearing his threat, Fong Han merely scoffed. "And what makes you believe you possess the capability to contend with me?" Chapter 10 Disguise as the two engaged in combat. The beauty of several courtesans in the room faded, and they hurriedly donned their garments before fleeing in a panic. "What is happening? Why are you all running out?" Upon witnessing the women rush for the exit, the brothel madam swiftly approached. "I must inform you that the gentleman inside possesses considerable influence. Should you provoke him, you shall witness how I deal with you." After scolding them, the madam made her way toward the door of that room. Just as she drew near, a sudden scream pierced the air, freezing her in place, uncertain whether to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, The madam cleared her throat and gently knocked on the door, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, are you well?" At this moment, she was exceedingly anxious. If anything were to happen to that gentleman within their establishment, it would surely spell doom for their brothel. "Get out!" A voice from within rang out, causing the madam to release a slight breath of relief, her face contorting into a forced smile. "Very well. Would you like me to summon a few more ladies to attend to you? What? Are you unable to comprehend? Get out!" The voice was icy, laced with murderous intent, causing the madam's complexion to drain of color as she hurriedly nodded. "I shall leave at once. I shall leave." Fong Han's facial muscles twitched incessantly. As time passed, his features increasingly resembled the lifeless form of Wei Du sprawled on the ground. Fong Han's tone remained unwavering as he continued. "After all, you're the esteemed daughter of the Xianyun sect, and it stands to reason that many would wish to catch a glimpse of your beauty. Shameless!" Two voices rang out simultaneously in Fong Han's ears. The woman of the Mu surname glared at him, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "You shameless wretch, if you have the courage, go ahead and kill me. Then I might still consider you a man. Do you think I care about your opinion? I will give you 3 seconds." The woman's complexion darkened ominously, as if she truly believed Fong Han capable of such an act, and by the time he counted to 2, she finally relented. "This time, not only we disciples, but also our esteemed master and the 3 elders are descending the mountain together. Fong Han, you are undoubtedly doomed." Upon hearing her words, Fong Han's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the Xianyun sect would not only dispatch 3 elders, but even the sect leader to deal with him. "Sister Yunji, is your allure truly this potent?" Fong Han chuckled bitterly to himself. The sect leader of the Xianyun sect was reputedly a genuine 3rd-tier spiritual path powerhouse, and it was primarily due to his alchemical achievements that many spiritual path cultivators would grant him respect. Only enigmatic entities like the Monitoring Heaven Division could compel the Xianyun sect to make concessions, unwilling to engage in conflict with them. "You know my charm, dear brother." Yunji seemed quite eager to respond to such inquiries. "However, I do have a splendid idea at present." "What?" Fong Han glanced thoughtfully at the woman of the Mu surname before suddenly asking, "Does that mean there are not many people left in your Xianyun sect now?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Fong Han, astonished that this rogue should not feel fear at the first opportunity, but instead contemplate the situation within the Xianyun sect. She scoffed coldly. "Even so, there is still an elder of spiritual path cultivation guarding it. If you harbor thieving intentions, it will only lead to your demise." "Huh. Then you need not concern yourself." Fong Han lightly thrust his blade forward, causing the woman's pupils to constrict as her face became drenched in warm blood. After dispatching the remaining half-dead individuals, Fong Han collected the storage bags of all 4 and turned to leave the estate. Leaving their corpses behind in the blood-soaked, the surrounding silence was eerily unsettling. In a place like Yaogu Ridge, such a situation could only be attributed to one possibility. However, the beast dwelling on the periphery of Yaogu Ridge typically did not exceed the 3rd tier, which did not overly concern Fong Han. With his cultivation level, he merely needed to exercise caution. Just then, a faint sound caused Fong Han to tense up immediately, following the source of the noise. He beheld a gigantic python, thicker than a human thigh, flicking its tongue and fixing its vertical pupils intensely upon him. This was a spotted python, likely a 2nd-tier beast, perhaps sensing Fong Han's presence. It emitted frequent sounds, seemingly warning him to vacate its territory. In the past, I would have faced this without fear, let alone now. As Fong Han took the initiative to provoke it, the spotted python hissed incessantly, its massive body arching like a bow, before opening its cavernous maw to reveal a multitude of sharp fangs. As Fong Han approached, the python lunged forward with astonishing speed, the nauseating stench reaching his nostrils. "You think I'm afraid?" Fong Han swiftly darted to the left, wielding his large blade to strike at its vital point. Empowered by his spiritual energy, blood spurted forth, yet to his surprise, the strike did not cleave the creature in 2. The python let out a piercing roar of pain, its enormous body coiling toward Fong Han. He understood the peril of being ensnared by such a serpentine demon. Once entangled, death was all but assured. Aware of this, Fong Han quickly retreated. However, the python seemed to harbor a grudge against him, moving nimbly on the ground, attempting to raise its tail to lash at Fong Han. Unfortunately, the wound sustained earlier diminished its strength significantly, allowing Fong Han to easily evade the attack. Chapter 13. Enemies on the path seizing the opportunity, Fong Han aimed another strike, and the python was abruptly severed in two, its remains thrashing on the ground, staining the earth a deep crimson. Had this been in the past, the spotted python might have posed a threat, but now it was hardly a challenge. Fong Han stored the bloody demon core in his spatial pouch, intending to depart when a voice emerged from the nearby underbrush. To single-handedly slay a beast like the spotted python. This young brother possesses remarkable skill. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a robust man emerging from the dense foliage. The man regarded Fong Han with an expression of admiration before clasping his fists and saying, "Forgive my intrusion, young brother. I am Li Lai. It is quite perilous to traverse Yaogu Ridge alone. Having more companions offers greater security. Would you be interested in joining my small team? Apologies, but I am not interested." With that, Fong Han intended to leave, for he had no prior acquaintance with this man, and he was not inclined to trust him. What if this fellow was engaged in nefarious activities? In this world, one could hardly expect an abundance of good-hearted individuals. "Please, young brother, wait. You might want to reconsider. We are also headed inward with the aim of locating a rare medicinal herb. If you agree to join us, not only could you receive a generous reward, but if you encounter any trouble, we would be at your service. That I have spent considerable time in Yaogu Ridge. While I cannot claim expertise in the core areas, I do have some insights about the periphery. I genuinely hope you will consider joining us." Upon hearing this, Fong Han paused and turned back. "If that is the case, I might be interested." So, young brother, you have come to Yaogu Ridge, seeking the demon core and blood of the wind demon wolf. Then, as it happens, I know their habitat. Mentioning the wind demon wolf brought a serious expression to Li Lai's face. However, the wind demon wolf is not to be trifled with. They are pack creatures, and the Wolf King is a third-tier beast. Because of this, they do not linger on the periphery but reside within the depths of Yaogu Ridge. Nevertheless, you need not worry if you join our team. Your concerns will become our concerns, and we will assist you to the best of our abilities." Hearing this, Fong Han slightly cupped his fists. "Thank you, brother." The two had not walked far when they soon met with 5 others beneath a large tree. Just then, Fong Han's expression turned cold, for 3 of the individuals bore attire he recognized all too well, the disciples of Xianfeng's sect. "Let me introduce you all. This is our new member," Li Lai began, but hesitated. May I ask your esteemed surname, young brother?" He seemed a bit embarrassed. Fong Han had not anticipated encountering disciples of Xianfeng's sect here, yet he had no intention of acting against them just yet. He was curious as to why these 3 had come to Yaogu Ridge. "I am Han Fong. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Li Lai laughed heartily. "Young brother, you are too modest. Let me tell you, do not underestimate this young brother. He just single-handedly slew a spotted python. Wow, you're amazing. I'm Su Mei. You must protect me in times of danger." The only female among them, with a bright personality, was the first to extend her hand in greeting to Fong Han. Another seemingly simple-hearted man smiled and greeted him. "Hello, brother. Just call me De Zhuang." Fong Han nodded with a smile. "Hello." However, the 3 disciples from Xianfeng's sect did not share the same enthusiasm. Outright ignoring Fong Han point, one of them expressed dissatisfaction to Li Lai. "Captain Li, you unilaterally recruited this person. We won TB, giving you extra rewards." Another added, "Let this one slide, but don't waste any more time moving forward." "Understood, understood. Brother Zhang, brotherly, let us continue on our journey." Li Lai responded with great courtesy. On the way, Li Lai walked alongside Fong Han, speaking softly with an apologetic tone. "I apologize, Brother Han. They're disciples of Xianfeng's sect, so they may come off as rather arrogant. Please do not take it to heart." Engaging in conversation with Li Lai, Fong Han learned that their expedition into Yaogu Ridge was commissioned by the 3 disciples of Xianfeng's sect, while Su Mei and De Zhuang had been accompanying Li Lai, hence their relative warmth towards him. Fong Han glanced at the 3 trailing behind. That if they're so formidable, why do they still seek your assistance? It ultimately comes down to their lack of capability. Li Lai chuckled. Although they are disciples of Xianfeng's sect, They remain less familiar with Yaogu Ridge than those of us who have spent years here. That I know, Brother Han, that since you dare to venture alone into Yaogu Ridge, you are no ordinary person. However, do not underestimate them. They are still disciples of Xianfeng's sect. Understanding Li Lai's good intentions, Fang Han nodded slightly, though his thoughts remained unchanged. Disciples of Xianfeng's sect? He had not just killed one or two. Their cultivation levels were modest. Only one had reached the 7th stage of martial arts, while the other two were merely at the 6th stage. Since fate had brought them together, he certainly could not let them leave so easily. Yet, Fang Han was curious about what these three were seeking in terms of medicinal herbs that warranted such risks in Yaogu Ridge. It must be said that Li Lai possessed considerable experience in navigating Yaogu Ridge, even discerning the presence and threat of surrounding beasts through the sense and environment. Throughout their journey, he skillfully guided Fang Han and the others around many territories of powerful beasts. However, such an approach did not sit well with Zhang Wei. Do you have any idea how precious our time is? How many times have we gone around in circles? Are you deliberately wasting our time? Upon hearing this, Sumei could no longer contain herself. What are you talking about? How can you accuse us of wasting your time? What? Am I not speaking the truth? As their argument escalated, Li Lai shot Sumei a glance before explaining to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang, we have now entered the inner periphery of Yaogu Ridge, where most beasts are 3rd tier. My actions are intended for everyone as safety. After all, is that not our goal? His gaze then shifted to the young man who had remained silent throughout. And he cupped his fists, addressing him. Young Master Liang, no matter the circumstances, we are at least a united group now that in a place like Yaogu Ridge. You wouldn't want any discord among us. Would you? Before young Master Liang could respond, Zhang Wei scoffed. What are you? You dare to claim we are a group. We paid you spirit stones, which makes you nothing more than our hired help. You go too far. This time, even the usually honest and simple De Zhuang could not hold back. Brother Zhang, do not be so rude. As tensions escalated, the Liang-named young man finally spoke. Brother Li's words are indeed wise. At this moment, we must avoid any disharmony. Since Brother Li has experience in this regard, let us heed his advice. He then turned to Zhang Wei. You should quickly apologize to Brother Li. Seeing Liang's intervention, Zhang Wei, though begrudgingly, could only swallow his pride and reluctantly mutter an apology. Chapter 14. Encountering the wolf pack, Li Lai paid no mind to Zhang Wei's attitude. Rather, he felt a sense of relief and slightly bowed to young Master Liang. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Liang. As the night deepened, the air was filled with the ominous howls of unknown beasts. Li Lai promptly instructed everyone to halt and sought a nearby clearing to set up camp. The members of Xianfeng Guan refrained from voicing objections, for all were acutely aware that the true terror of Yaogu Ridge lay within the night, when most beasts, adhering to their natural instincts, preferred to emerge under the veil of darkness. However, Fang Han found himself puzzled by the prevailing darkness. Why did they not opt to light a fire? Upon hearing Fang Han's query, Li Lai chuckled softly. Brother Han, while firelight can indeed serve as a warning to ordinary beasts, this is Yaogu Ridge. Although it may alleviate some troubles, it also heightens danger by attracting more ferocious creatures. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Night watch must be maintained so that we can react promptly in case of any unforeseen events. Fang Han nodded in understanding. I see that in that case, I shall take my turn on watch as well. Thank you, Brother Han. To accommodate Fang Han, Li Lai even prepared a separate tent for him, seemingly concerned that he might feel out of sorts. Yet, Fang Han could not find sleep, for he was not so naive. Despite having developed a favorable impression of Li Lai through their brief interaction, he had yet to fully trust him. The night dragged on in tedium, compelling Fang Han to meditate and regulate his breath until he heard footsteps approaching his tent, prompting him to open his eyes immediately. Brother Han? Came the voice of De Zhuang from outside the tent. It's my turn to keep watch. Fang Han lifted the tent flap and stepped out. Realizing the time was indeed right, De Zhuang greeted him with a hearty smile. Brother Han, you've worked hard. Call for me if you need anything. The dense foliage of Yaogu Ridge obstructed the moonlight, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Even with Fang Han's keen vision, he could barely discern the outline of the campsite. Despite it being the early hours of the morning, the howls of beasts persisted. occasionally interspersed with sounds that resembled a scuffle. Fong Han sat cross-legged, casting vigilant glances around him. Suddenly, the relentless howling of wolves surged, causing Fong Han to leap to his feet, his expression growing grave in the encroaching darkness. The sounds were alarmingly close. It felt as though the cacophony of wolf howls surrounded the campsite from all directions at that moment. A pair of blood-red eyes, filled with savage intent, emerged from the previously impenetrable darkness of the forest. As if alerted by the commotion, Li Lai and the others, who had just settled into their tents, emerged in haste. Upon witnessing the glinting eyes, Li Lai's countenance darkened instantly. Damn it! What ill fortune is this? What is happening? Zhang Wei and the others also stumbled out of their tents, their legs trembling at the sight before them. Thought if it were just one or two beasts, it might have been manageable. But the multitude of eyes before them suggested there were dozens. Ignoring their panic, Li Lai hurriedly retrieved 2 vials from his storage bag and scattered their contents on the ground. Instantly, a pungent odor wafted through the campsite. This is beast-repelling powder, but there are simply too many of them. I cannot ascertain its effectiveness. Li Lai's expression betrayed his anxiety. With only 2 vials of repellent at his disposal, should it fail to drive off the beasts, they would have no choice but to fight for their lives. Li Lai, think of something quickly. Perhaps spurred by fear, Zhang Wei's shout grated on Fong Han's nerves, prompting him to shoot a cold glare in his direction. Shut your mouth. If you cannot be of assistance, then keep quiet. Fortunately, it seemed the beast-repelling powder was indeed having an effect. While the beasts did not retreat, they also refrained from launching an attack. Instilling a flicker of hope within the group, the tense atmosphere enveloped the campsite as Li Lai silently prayed for divine intervention, vowing that if they could survive the night unscathed, he would abstain from meat for a whole year. The 2 sides had entered a standoff, surrounded on all fronts, leaving them no option to escape. Li Lai looked at Fong Han with a wry smile. Brother Han, what a twist of fate. If I am not mistaken, the very beasts encircling us are the wind demon wolves you were seeking. Fong Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated such serendipity, as he had yet to search for them. Yet here they were. Presenting themselves unbidden, an idea began to form in Fong Han's mind. Yet the sheer number of wind demon wolves was daunting. Moreover, he recalled Li Lai mentioning that only the Wolf King was a 3rd-tier beast, capable of fulfilling his needs. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, rousing the previously quiet pack into a frenzy, with some wind demon wolves advancing forward. The howl sent shivers down the spines of all present. But Fong Han's eyes sparkled with determination. At long last, I have found you! As the pack surged forward, Li Lai's heart sank, and he brandished his weapon, declaring loudly, with the Wolf King commanding the pack. We have no choice but to fight our way out, Brother Han. Seeing Fong Han charge into the darkness, Li Lai was momentarily taken aback before quickly rallying Su Mei and Zhuang to follow suit. As Li Lai and the others exited the campsite, Zhang Wei panicked, looking to his only source of support. Damn it, they've all run away. Brother Liang, what should we do? Liang Feng furrowed his brow. What else can we do? We must follow them. Even he, no fool, understood that scattering in such a situation would lead to certain doom. Even with his 7th-tier cultivation, he could not hope to contend with overwhelming odds. Just then, a wind demon wolf, swift as lightning, appeared before Fong Han, its jaws wide open. Get away from me. Fong Han's eyes glinted coldly as he swung his large blade with all his might, cleaving the beast to the ground. Blood gushing from the deep wound on its back, eliciting a chorus of pained howls. Yet this display was insufficient to deter the surrounding wind demon wolves, who fixated on Fong Han with predatory intent. Chapter 15. The Beast Core. At that moment, 3 figures materialized beside Fong Han. Li swung a heavy hammer, sending several wind demon wolves flying. Brother Han, we will hold off these beasts. You go after that creature. Thank you. With those 2 words, Fong Han vanished into the inky night, advancing towards the source of the distinctive howl he had heard earlier. Get away from me. He cleaved through the wind demon wolves blocking his path, finally laying eyes on the wind demon Wolf King, which had been lurking behind the pack. Compared to its ordinary kin, the Wolf King was significantly larger, standing atop a hillock, its brilliant fur shimmering in the moonlight. exuding an aura of sanctity. T last, I have found you. As Fong Han approached, the Wolf King's eyes flickered with sadistic glee, and with a powerful leap, it descended, the malevolent energy radiating from it palpable. Knowing this was the target of his expedition into Yaogu Ridge, Fong Han did not falter. Channeling his internal energy to its zenith, he clashed his blade against the Wolf King's razor-sharp claws. Clang! The collision of claws and blades sparked a shower of flames, and Fong Han felt the overwhelming force surging through his weapon, as if it sought to crush him entirely. In the Wolf King's eyes, there was a glimmer of human-like mockery. Its intelligence, a testament to its status as a third-tier beast, rivaled that of mankind. Realizing he could not match brute strength, Fong Han summoned all his might. Twisting the blade violently to deflect the Wolf King's claws, retreating swiftly while simultaneously launching 3 thunderstorm pearls. Boom! The 3 thunderstorm pearls detonated mere meters from the Wolf King, unleashing a terrifying wave that engulfed it, sending shockwaves that splintered nearby trees. Roar! The Wind Demon Wolf King howled in agony, its once glorious fur now dulled and marred by grievous wounds. Though it bore numerous fearsome injuries, the pain only served to enrage it further, transforming it into a blur as it lunged towards Fong Han, its powerful claws striking with ferocity. Fong Han was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a great tree. The Wind Demon Wolf King's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of a mere 7th-tier warrior. Even an 8th-tier cultivator might find it a formidable adversary. Yes, the Wolf King relentlessly pursued him, leaving no opportunity for respite. Fong Han's gaze hardened, and in an instant, he channeled all his energy into his blade, delivering a mighty slash. Under the full weight of Fong Han's power, the blade radiated a blue light, with hints of blade aura flickering into view. As the blade's aura manifested, it sliced through the Wind Demon Wolf King's copper skin and iron bones as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing a significant portion of its head and eliciting a mournful wail, with crimson and white substances splattering forth. The Wind Demon Wolf King collapsed to the ground, emitting agonizing whimpers. However, Fong Han did not advance to deliver the final blow. Leaning against a tree trunk, he gasped for breath, feeling utterly numb and immobile, a clear sign of spiritual energy depletion. His body was smeared with dried blood, indistinguishable as to whether it was his own or that of the Wind Demon Wolf. For the wolf pack, their king was akin to a heart. With its fall, the pack was thrown into disarray, their eyes filled with anxiety and restlessness as they began to flee the scene. Witnessing the retreat of the Wind Demon Wolves, Li Lai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming with delight, "Wonderful! Brother Han has succeeded. Truly astonishing." Su Mei was equally astonished. Initially, they harbored little confidence in Fong Han, as the Wind Demon Wolf King was no trivial foe, arguably even more formidable than an average third-tier beast. A third-tier beast like the Wind Demon Wolf King. Who would have thought such fortune would come upon us? A distant sound of footsteps approached, but it was not Li Lai and his companions. Rather, it was the 3 individuals from the Xianfeng sect. They had been relatively fortunate earlier, as the Wind Demon Wolves that besieged them were few in number. Thus, with the retreat of the pack, they immediately came to assess the situation. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the Wind Demon Wolf King, Zhang Wei's expression turned elated. A third-tier demon core was a considerable prize for them. Without even glancing at Fong Han, he strode towards the corpse of the Wind Demon Wolf King. Try taking another step forward. Fong Han lifted his head, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent, causing Zhang Wei to feel a chill run down his spine, as though he were sitting in an ice cavern, momentarily paralyzed by fear. However, it did not take long for Zhang Wei to regain his composure. And in a fit of anger, he retorted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Do you believe I won't kill you on the spot?" With that, Zhang Wei marched toward Fong Han, convinced that despite the latter's recent triumph over the Wind Demon Wolf King, he appeared to be at the end of his strength, easily vanquishable with a mere flick of his finger. "Stop!" Li Lai and the others finally arrived, and upon witnessing Zhang Wei's intent to strike Fong Han, they vehemently objected. "Zhang Wei, what do you think you are doing? Do you not realize that had Brother Han not slain the Wolf King, we would all be doomed? As a disciple of the Xianfeng sect, surely you understand the importance of gratitude. In response, Zhang Wei's gaze turned cold. Are we the employers here, or is he? I suggest you think carefully, lest you act impulsively and regret it. Whether I regret it or not is irrelevant. What I know is that Brother Han is our savior. If you insist on harming him, you must first get past us. Li Lai asserted with unwavering determination. Indeed, at worst, we shall forego this business. Su Mei and Zhuang stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively beside Fong Han. Hearing Su Mei's words, the Liang surname man furrowed his brow. Prompting Lin to step in to mediate, Li brother, there's no need for such anger. Zhang Wei may have acted a bit rashly. He was merely joking. After all, we've come this far together. How could Zhang brother possibly harm Brother Han? In response, Zhang Wei snorted dismissively, expressing his dissatisfaction to him. Having reached the inner circle, it seemed unnecessary to maintain cordiality with these individuals. Their strength alone could allow them to reach their destination without needing guidance. Li Lai's expression softened slightly. I see. However, I hope Zhang brother will refrain from making such cold jokes in the future. We are straightforward people and easily take things to heart. Furthermore, the spoils of battle belong solely to Brother Han. They are rightfully his for slaying the Wolf King, and I have already promised him as much that it is only just. In light of this, both Zhang Wei and the Liang surname man fell silent. But the latter smiled in agreement. That is only fair. Brother Han, you have worked hard this time. I have some rejuvenation pills here that may aid your recovery. Li handed a jade vial to Fong Han. De Zhuang also stepped forward, skillfully extracting the demon core from the Wind Demon Wolf King and not forgetting to collect its essence blood, which he likewise placed into a vial for Fong Han. Thank you. A faint smile emerged on Fong Han's pale face as he carefully stored the demon core and essence blood into his storage bag. With the rejuvenation pills working their magic, his complexion gradually improved. Chapter 16. A green lotus. Despite the numerous interruptions along the way, Fong Han ultimately obtained what he desired, and now the decision to leave or stay lay entirely in his hands. However, departing so simply was not in keeping with his character. He was curious to discover the true intentions of these three individuals in coming to the Demon Valley Ridge, perhaps growing impatient. Upon seeing Fong Han regain consciousness, the Liang surname man coldly urged, "Hurry up and get moving." Li Lai glanced at Fong Han with concern. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" Fong Han smiled and nodded. "I am fit to travel." Perhaps due to still being within the territory of the Wind Demon Wolves, coupled with the fact that a new Wolf King had yet to be chosen, and with Li Lai's years of experience, the group made nearly unimpeded progress throughout the day. Gradually, the surrounding trees began to thin, lightening the atmosphere and lifting their spirits significantly, while visibility improved drastically. However, although the greenery had diminished as they ventured deeper, the presence of stones increased markedly, ultimately leading them to a small hill nearly formed entirely of rubble. This should be the place as described by our master. The Liang surname man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the rocky terrain. At this moment, Zhang Wei approached, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Brother Liang, should we?" After a brief moment of hesitation, the Liang surname man gently shook his head. "There's no rush. We do not yet know what beasts may guard this area, but we'll act once we have secured the items." Ian chuckled darkly. "Indeed, why not utilize the free cannon fodder while we have it?" Noticing the three of them whispering among themselves, Fong Han raised an eyebrow. Judging by their expressions, it seemed they sought something of great value here. Lai's brow furrowed with concern as he addressed the Liang surname man. "Young Master Liang, we previously made it clear that I am unfamiliar with this place, as I have never been here before. If any risks arise, it has nothing to do with us." Liang Qi nodded. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of that. As for what follows, I only require your assistance. Let's go. We shall ascend the mountain." With Liang Qi's command, the 7 of them, including Fong Han, began to climb towards the summit. However, the abundance of rubble made it precarious, and a misstep could lead to a slippery fall. Liang Qi and the others displayed an eagerness that was palpable, taking the lead for the first time. Before Fong Han could reach the top, he heard Liang Qi's booming laughter. Ah, indeed, it is here. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. What is it? Seeing his exuberance, Fong Han felt a tinge of curiosity. Upon finally reaching the summit, he was left astounded by the sight before him. Amidst the rubble, a stunning emerald lake lay nestled, its surface cloaked in a lingering mist, resembling a scene from celestial realm. Li Lai, too, was taken aback by the sight. Logically, this area should not be capable of retaining rainwater, making the presence of such a lake improbable that he could hardly believe his eyes at the extraordinary spectacle before him. How beautiful! Su Mei could not help but exclaim in a W.S. for Liang Qi and his companions. After a brief moment of astonishment, their gazes began to scan the lake's surface as if searching for something. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. I found it! Right there, following his gaze, Fong Han peered through the thin mist and spotted a green lotus serenely floating 100 meters away on the lake's surface. Its fragrance wafting gently with the breeze, invigorating the senses, there can be no doubt. This is the Bai Luo Qing Lian spoken of by my master. However, such a precious herb would surely be guarded by formidable beasts. Liang Qi refrained from rushing into action, having prepared a strategy beforehand. Yet, someone needed to draw out the potential guardians. He surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on Fong Han, and smiled. Brother Han, since we lent you our support in slaying the Wind Demon Wolf King, perhaps it is now your turn to assist us? Fong Han shot him a sidelong glance. If you have something to say, speak plainly and own need for such roundabout ways. Very well. Since Brother Han is so straightforward, I shall be forthright. We merely need you to help lure out any potential beasts lurking by the lake. Would you be willing to go? Liang Qi said, a broad smile on his face as he patted Fong Han's shoulder, though the threat in his eyes was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Li Lai's brow furrowed. Absolutely not. Brother Han has just recovered from serious injuries. How can you ask him to undertake such a perilous task? Even a fool could discern the extraordinary nature of that lotus, and the beasts guarding it would surely be anything but weak. They would likely be far more terrifying than the Wind Demon Wolf King. To venture forth would likely result in a one-way trip. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Fong Han smiled at this request. So that's how it is. Liang Qi believed that he had agreed to the proposal, and could not help but feel that this fellow was indeed a perceptive one, that just as he was about to open his mouth and paint a grand vision for him. He was taken aback when Fong Han's expression suddenly turned cold. I would rather die. Fong Han had long been prepared, and a large blade appeared in his hand out of nowhere, striking down toward Liang Qi's forehead. Caught off guard by this dramatic turn of events, Liang Qi instinctively twisted his head, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. However, the blade still grazed his shoulder, and with a piercing scream, blood erupted as his arm was flung high into the air. How dare you? Zhang Wei and Lian, having regained their senses, glared in fury and rushed forward, only to be sent flying by Fong Han's sweeping strike. Fong Han paid them no mind and focused his gaze on Liang Qi, who was writhing on the ground in agony. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he remarked, "You people from the Xianfeng sect truly consider yourselves superior, yet you dare to think I would serve you. Since you have indulged in such delusions, I shall gladly assist in waking you up." As the muscles on Fong Han's face twitched, his appearance transformed dramatically within the span of 2 breaths. Now do you know who I am? Chapter 17. The attack. Upon seeing his face, Liang Qi's eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. It's you! He could hardly believe that the person who had been with them all along was none other than Fong Han, the one the Xianfeng sect had been desperately trying to capture. No wonder they had been unable to find him. With such shape-shifting skills, they had been made fools of. Suddenly realizing something, Liang Qi glared at Li Lai with malice. Now I understand. This was a trap, wasn't it? Li Lai, you and Fong Han are in cahoots, aren't you? Taken aback by this accusation, Li Lai was at a loss for words. Prior to this, he had never even met Fong Han, let alone be part of any conspiracy. Yet, it was true that Fong Han had been the one to recruit him. But when Fong Han pressed the blade against his throat, Liang Qi felt a jolt of fear. His already pale face turning ashen, he swallowed hard and attempted to rephrase. Fong Han, you have a grudge against the Xianfeng sect, but in truth, you and I have no enmity, do we? I never intended to hunt you down. Your talent is unparalleled in the northern frontier, that if I were to recommend you to the sect, they would surely welcome you with open arms and make tea that point. We could turn our conflict into a harmonious collaboration, and you would receive their mentorship. Liang Qi looked at Feng Han with hopeful eyes, wishing to sway him, for this was his only chance at survival. Apologies, but I am not interested. With a swift motion, Feng Han brought down the blade, severing Liang Qi's neck, his head soaring into the air as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Run! Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei and Lian turned and fled without hesitation. They had been contemplating escape even before, but Liang Qi's earlier words had them waiting for Feng Han's response. Stop him! Zhang Wei yelled at Li Lai, but the latter remained unmoved, standing there apathetically. They had long harbored disdain for Zhang Wei and were more inclined to side with Feng Han. Why would they help him at such a critical moment? Die. The blade descended, and Zhang Wei's body was cleaved from neck to waist, a gruesome gash opening up as his innards spilled forth, blood flooding the ground. He barely had time to emit a sound before he lay dead on the other side. Lian, witnessing this horrific sight, felt his legs turn to jelly, cursing his own lack of speed. Just as he was about to make his escape, a whistling sound cut through the air behind him. Unable to resist the urge, he turned back to see a large blade hurtling toward him like a fleeting shadow. With a sickening thud, the cold blade pierced through him, and he fell lifelessly to the ground in a short span. Feng Han had dispatched 3 individuals, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he wiped the blood from his blade and turned his gaze towards Li Lai and the others. Feeling his scrutiny, Su Mei's heart raced with anxiety. He wouldn't be contemplating silencing us, would he? Li Lai hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, clasping his hands as he assured Feng Han, Brother Feng, rest assured, what transpired today will remain a secret. Not a word will escape our lips. We were never here. Upon hearing this, Feng Han smiled lightly. Li brother, you are overly cautious. You have shown me kindness, and I, Feng Han, am not one to repay kindness with malice. My grievances with the Xianfeng sect are beyond repair. Why would I fear the news leaking? Relieved by Feng Han's words, Li Lai felt a weight lift from his chest. Feng Han continued, since we have arrived at this juncture, might I trouble you with a favor? A favor? Su Mei's heart raced once more. Glancing at the Qinglian floating on the lake's surface, he wouldn't be asking us to lure out the beast from the water like Liang Qi, would he? I will draw out the guardian beast from the depths, and I ask that you retrieve the Qinglian for me, that I assure you, there will be a reward once you succeed. How does that sound? What? This time, it was Li Lai who was taken aback. You intend to lure out the beast yourself? That is perilously dangerous. Indeed, and you want us to fetch the Qinglian. Aren't you worried we might run off with it if we succeed? Su Mei inquired curiously. Their concerns. Feng Han merely smiled. Though our acquaintance is brief, I trust you. Please wait a moment while I prepare. He recalled that Liang Qi had mentioned he had brought items to deal with the guardian beast. Opening his storage bag, he soon unearthed a piece of yellow talisman paper. Strange patterns and inscriptions adorned it. Incomprehensible to the eye, yet Feng Han could distinctly sense the spiritual energy contained within. This was surely what Liang Qi had referred to. However, Feng Han could not ascertain its exact nature and would have to seek assistance from Yun Jin within the alchemist tower. Before long, Yun Jin's voice rang in his ear. This item is called a talisman. What you possess is a common binding talisman, capable of restricting another's movements to a certain extent. Its quality is mediocre, indicating the skill of its creator, but it should suffice against beings below the spiritual path. A talisman. Upon hearing Yun Jin's explanation, Feng Han understood why Liang Qi had felt confident coming here. This item was likely bestowed upon him by some elder or the sect leader of the Xianfeng sect. Recalling another crucial question, he quickly asked, by the way, how is this thing used? Simply infuse it with spiritual energy and direct it towards your target. Yun Jin glanced at the Qinglian on the lake's surface. But you are quite fortunate, brother. Encountering such a precious herb at your level is rare. Once you obtain it, your cultivation will advance significantly in a short time. A precious herb! Feng Han exclaimed in surprise, nearly calling out loud. He had initially thought the Qinglian was merely a remarkable spiritual herb, but it turned out to be a rare treasure. Yun Jin's voice continued, if I am not mistaken. This lotus is known as the Biluo Qinglian. Even among precious herbs, it is of the highest grade. Each seed it produces can be considered a treasure in its own right. Today, I am truly fortunate. Realizing this was a top-tier treasure, Fong Han's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the Qinglian on the lake, longing to possess it immediately. Forcing himself to calm down, Fong Han looked seriously at Li Lai and the others. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, he lightly stepped forward, gliding across the surface of the lake, his spiritual energy enveloping his feet to keep him steady, noticing no disturbances beneath the surface. Fong Han cautiously approached the Biluo Qinglian, having traversed nearly half the distance without incident, leading one to question whether a guardian beast truly existed. But just then, perhaps due to a gentle breeze, ripples began to form on the lake's surface, prompting Fong Han to halt abruptly, his gaze fixated warily on the depths below. Through his reflection, he saw the lake grow dark and unfathomable beneath him, inducing a sense of fear akin to standing at the edge of a cliff. In truth, Fong Han's caution was well-founded. Mere seconds later, the surface ripples intensified, resembling an earthquake, countless droplets splashing up and down, as if the entire lake was beginning to boil. Chapter 18. The peril beneath the surface. This phenomenon was far from ordinary. Fong Han's eyes remained locked on the depths below him as a massive shadow emerged. His pupils constricted to their utmost limit. Finally, it had appeared. The shadow loomed larger, and Fong Han could feel it locking onto him at a pair of blood-red eyes, resembling copper bells, opened wide, sending chills down Fong Han's spine as he retreated several dozen meters. Nearly reaching the shore, in the astonished gaze of Li Lai and the others, the lake erupted like an explosion, showering them with countless splashes, as a creature resembling a python surfaced before them. Yet it was at least 5 times thicker than the spotted python Fong Han had slain earlier, and atop its head was a horn. Even Li Lai, who had navigated the treacherous Demon Valley for many years, felt his legs weaken, his voice trembling as he uttered, This is a jiao. It's a jiao. He could hardly believe that one day he would witness a jiao with his own eyes. Before them stood 4 individuals, insignificant and diminutive as ants. The water dragon opened its cavernous maw and emitted a thunderous roar, sending a shockwave that left the group with a ringing in their ears, as if their heads might explode. It was utterly terrifying. The strength of this water dragon was likely approaching that of the spirit realm. Even if they were bound together, they would not suffice as a morsel for such a beast. Fong Han's expression was gravely serious, yet his gaze was resolute. Having grasped the value of the Biluo Qinglian, he was mentally prepared and felt no surprise at the sight of the water dragon before him. His current task was to devise a way to restrain it. A large blade materialized in Fong Han's hand, and with gritted teeth, he charged towards the tumultuous water dragon, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Li Lai and the others. Rather than fleeing, this human dared to confront him. The water dragon's eyes, as large as bronze bells, glimmered with derision at the audacity of such a diminutive creature. With a powerful flick of its scaled tail, it swatted at Fong Han as one might swat at a bothersome mosquito. Naturally, Fong Han did not dare to withstand the blow directly, swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding being swept into the depths of the lake by the ensuing waves. The water dragon, seemingly in no hurry to eliminate Fong Han, treated him as a mere plaything, its massive tail thrashing the water with relentless force. Tio the dragon, Fong Han appeared as a solitary boat amidst a raging storm, teetering on the brink of destruction. Despite the overwhelming disparity in power, Fong Han was determined to draw closer to the water dragon. He understood that the dragon was toying with him, much like a predator with its prey. Yet he remained undeterred, clutching the binding talisman tightly. If only he could close the distance just a bit more, the beast would be forced to watch as he claimed the Biluo Qinglian. Seeing Fong Han's desperate resolve, Li Lai steeled himself. He turned to Su Mei and to Zhuang, instructing, I'll go alone. You two stay on the shore to assist me and Brother Fong. Understood? Why don't I accompany you? De Zhuang expressed his unease, only to be met with a firm shake of Li Lai's head. This endeavor was fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to certain death. It was best for him to take the risk alone rather than involve them. As Fong Han drew ever closer, Li Lai wasted no time. If anything happens to me, do not blame Brother Fong." With that, he plunged into the roiling waters, cautiously making his way towards the Bai Luo Qing Lian while the water dragon's attention was diverted. However, the respite was short-lived as Li Lai was soon detected. The water dragon, sensing the human's intentions, erupted in fury, casting aside any notion of play. It turned its gaze towards Li Lai, who felt an icy dread envelop him. His scalp prickling with fear. "Li brother, accelerate with all your might," Fong Han bellowed. Seizing the moment when the water dragon was distracted, he closed the distance to within 20 meters, a range where he felt confident in his abilities. Fong Han unleashed the talisman, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. The intricate patterns on the binding talisman erupted in dazzling light, shooting straight towards the water dragon with a ferocious roar. The water dragon found itself ensnared by an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, unable to move despite its thrashing fury. This sensation ignited a seething rage within it, especially upon seeing Li Lai nearing the Bai Luo Qing Lian. Its eyes blazed with fury, and its roars echoed as if shaking the very mountains. The greatest pressure now rested upon Fong Han, whose forehead glistened with sweat, despite his fervent exertion of spiritual power. The water dragon's violent struggles caused the talisman's intricate designs to fade, stroke by stroke. Perhaps Liang Qi and his associates had underestimated the guardian beast of the Bai Luo Qing Lian. Though it was indeed a third-tier beast, this water dragon was not comparable to an ordinary creature of its kind. "Brother Fong, I've got it," Li Lai shouted, rushing towards the shore, urgency driving him to act swiftly to survive. Upon witnessing this scene, Fong Han took a deep breath and swiftly turned to flee, allowing the binding talisman to drift in the air. Without his spiritual energy sustaining it, the patterns on the talisman began to vanish at an alarming rate. Far quicker than before, in less than 3 breaths, the talisman lost its luster, its designs entirely erased, leaving only a plain yellow paper floating down, soon to be shredded by a surge of demonic energy. The deafening roar reverberated for 10 miles, sending shock waves through the air, making heads throb with pain. Following the roar, silence enveloped the world, interrupted only by the ringing in their ears. The entire lake seemed on the verge of upheaval as the water dragon surged towards Li Lai, who clutched the Bai Luo Qing Lian in that moment. A tightness gripped the hearts of the onlookers, even causing them to forget to breathe. Be careful. Fong Han's eyes widened in alarm as he unleashed a blade of energy towards the water dragon. But the creature, resolute in its intent to reclaim the Bai Luo Qing Lian, weathered the blow. Realizing the water dragon was closing in, despair flickered in Li Lai's eyes. He was still 15 meters from shore. While the dragon was already on his tail, he glanced back at the 3 approaching him, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl the Bai Luo Qing Lian towards Fong Han before being swallowed whole by the water dragon. Chapter 19. The girl elder brother. De Zhuang's eyes turned red in an instant as he let out a hoarse roar. Fong Han caught the flying Bai Luo Qing Lian, but the water dragon's murderous gaze was now fixed upon him. There was no time for sorrow as he swiftly placed the Bai Luo Qing Lian into the Lianxian Tower and sprinted towards the shore. "Run!" Yet De Zhuang was like a madman. "I will fight it. I will avenge Li Lai." Faced with his reckless determination, Fong Han had no choice but to deliver a blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious, seizing the opportunity to rush towards the shore before the water dragon arrived. Su Mei sat dazed at the water's edge, seemingly unable to accept Li Lai's demise. Hearing the water dragon's furious roars, Fong Han could only spare a hand to pull her along as they fled down the mountainside. "Why are you stealing things?" A sudden childish voice made Fong Han turn around in surprise. There stood a little girl with braids, tilting her head curiously at them. Her cherubic face was utterly adorable, adorned with a small pouch that made one want to embrace her and shower her with affection. Yet Fong Han felt a chill run down his spine. Where was this place? Yaogu Ridge. How could such a little girl appear here? It was simply too bizarre. Regardless of whether she was human or something else, Fong Han had no hesitation in continuing his desperate flight, unwilling to allow even a flicker of compassion to endanger his life. The water dragon pursued them down the mountain, but upon spotting the little girl standing there, its fury suddenly dissipated in comparison to the water dragon, The girl appeared exceedingly tiny, yet she showed no fear, as if she were familiar with the creature. "Did they bully you?" she asked the water dragon, whose voice lost its earlier ferocity, now sounding almost pitiful, like a child complaining of grievances. "Oh dear, could you shrink down a bit? It's tiring to look up at you." To Fong Han's astonishment, the water dragon actually obeyed, reducing its size significantly. Had he witnessed this transformation, he would have been utterly astounded. The once ferocious water dragon now displayed a surprising docility before the girl. The little girl beamed with joy and continued, "You just swallowed a person, right? Could you please not kill him?" The water dragon shook its head vehemently, its hatred for the humans who had taken the Bai Luo Qing Lian boiling within it. There was no way it would acquiesce to the girl's request. "Just agree. I can trade you something else," she insisted, pulling a precious herb from her small pouch. As Fong Han sensed the commotion behind him fade, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the strange little girl and the water dragon had not pursued them further. Amidst the misfortune, they had temporarily escaped danger. Yet, it was a pity about Li Lai. He had not even been afforded the chance to utter a final farewell, silence before the water dragon's maw, and in his last moments, he had still thought to pass the Bai Luo Qing Lian to Fong Han. Li Lai. Li Lai. Su Mei sat on the ground, lost in despair, her expression unchanged as she stared blankly ahead, repeatedly murmuring Li Lai's name. "Miss Su, pull yourself together. Miss Su." Fong Han approached her, calling softly, yet she remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard him at all. Meanwhile, De Zhuang still lay unconscious, leaving Fong Han feeling utterly helpless. Finding a stone stump, Fong Han sat down gently, his expression a mix of complexity. The death of Li Lai weighed heavily upon him. However, in the chaos of the moment, he had had no time to grieve, only the instinct to flee. Before long, De Zhuang awakened, his gaze initially bewildered as he took in his surroundings. Once fully cognizant, he knelt with a thud in the direction they had just fled, his fists pounding the ground like boulders, tears streaming down his face. Why wasn't it me? Why wasn't it me? Had he insisted on retrieving that azure lotus at the time, perhaps his elder brother would not have met his untimely demise. Witnessing this poignant scene, Fong Han felt a stir of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he approached with heavy steps, gently placing a hand on the man's shoulder, seeking to offer comfort, yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In his hand, 9 glistening lotus seeds appeared. Exuding an enchanting fragrance, he then extended his hand toward De Zhuang, a look of remorse crossing his face as he spoke. "I deeply regret the death of Brother Li. Here are 9 lotus seeds, each as valuable as a precious elixir. May you both utilize them wisely." However, before he could finish a sentence, Su Mei, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly rose, her eyes reddened as she fixed her gaze upon Fong Han. "Who cares for your wretched lotus seeds? Can you bring back his life?" she exclaimed. "Indeed, in your eyes, these seeds may hold immense worth, and perhaps our lives pale in comparison to a single lotus. But to us, he is gone. What good are these seeds now? Why are you silent? Speak up." Su Mei's voice grew increasingly agitated, ultimately collapsing to the ground in tears. The 3 of them had grown up together in a slum, relying on one another after losing their families, and Li Lai's death was an insurmountable blow for her. Her words cut deeper than any blade, leaving Fong Han in a state of silence, while De Zhuang's face twisted in anguish, his entire being trembling. Yet, recalling Li Lai's words as he entered the lake, he forcibly subdued his own emotions, a look of regret on his face as he said, "Sister, her grief over brother's death is profound. Please do not take her words to heart. Assisting you in retrieving the lotus was our collective decision. No one is to blame." He cast a concerned glance at Su Mei and clasped his fists toward Fong Han. "Su Mei is currently in turmoil. I will take her home. May we meet again by fate." Fong Han stepped forward and pressed the lotus seeds into his hands, not allowing him a chance to respond. "Take them. At least this will ease my conscience." De Zhuang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, offering a final clasp of his fists before disappearing from sight with Su Mei, watching them depart. Fong Han let out a deep sigh, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Sister Yunjin, do you think I should have refrained from asking for their help? If I had, Li Lai would not have died because of me. Did you not just give them 9 lotus seeds?" Came Yunjin's familiar voice in his ear. Fang Han's face remained troubled. But before he could continue, Yin Jin interjected, "But if it were not for you, or if they had never encountered you, they would have been coerced by the people of Xian Fengguan to lure the water dragon into the lake for lotus gathering. You believe Liang Qi would have valued their lives as you do? Perhaps they would have met the same fate regardless." Fang Han sighed. "Sister Yin Jin, thank you for your comforting words." Yin Jin remained silent, while she could offer support in cultivation or combat. Matters of the heart were something he had to navigate alone, as she could neither interfere nor easily influence. Casting one last glance toward the direction of Shattered Stone Mountain, Fang Han withdrew his gaze and vanished from the spot. The path beneath his feet must continue onward. Chapter 20. The 8 transformations of martial arts. 3 days had elapsed since emerging from the Demon Valley Ridge. Did this lotus seed require refinement in the Qinquan furnace? Gazing at the vividly green lotus seed in his hand, which shimmered like jade, Fang Han sensed the immense and pure spiritual energy contained within. This single seed could undoubtedly propel him to the 8th transformation. After some contemplation, he decided to place the seed into the Qinquan furnace. After all, having such a furnace at his disposal was a boon, and the refined spiritual liquid would be easier for him to absorb. With the demon cores and blood of the wind-type demon beasts already in hand, Fang Han set about preparing to inscribe the swift wind pattern, for he had ample time within the alchemy tower. Creating designs did not necessarily require the use of hands, but rather the manipulation of one's spiritual consciousness. Under Fang Han's mental control, the blood of the wind demon Wolf King, along with the demon core, began to converge. After what felt like an eternity, a strand of essence was finally separated, coalescing into a unique symbol, which was then branded onto his fibula like a hot iron. The intense pain radiating from his marrow caused Fang Han to break out in a cold sweat. Nearly losing consciousness, the agony was overwhelming. Such inhuman suffering would have been unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet Fang Han's expression remained grave, for this was merely the first stroke. Soon followed the second. Then the third. As time dragged on, the pain intensified. Fang Han's complexion faded, and even his lips lost their color, his entire calf growing numb. "I must endure." He bit down on his back teeth, pushing forward with his mental drawing. As the minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity, occasionally, anguished cries echoed from the alchemy tower. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Han lay on the ground, his hair and clothes completely soaked with sweat. Yet progress had been made. 5 strokes adorned each of his calf bones, and with just 2 more, the swift W. Chapter 21. Infiltrating the Xianfeng Temple as long as one does not approach powerful practitioners of the spirit path and remains vigilant. Exposure can be easily avoided. Those adept in the spirit path possess the ability to sense the spiritual essence of others, not necessarily relying on mere sight. Indeed, sensing spiritual essence is more convenient, as it is exceedingly rare for 2 individuals to share identical spiritual auras. Even if such a case were to arise, there would undoubtedly be some connection between them. Upon retrieving the attire of the Xianfeng Temple from Liang Qi's storage bag, Fang Han donned the garments and exited the alchemy tower, making his way along the mountain path toward the mid-slope. "Who goes there?" Initially drowsy and bored, the 2 gate disciples perked up at the sight of an approaching figure. Upon recognizing Fang Han, their expressions transformed into obsequious smiles. It is Senior Brother Liang. What brings you back? Have you perhaps captured that rogue?" By now, at least half of the disciples had descended the mountain, including the temple master and several elders, and they were well aware of the reason for their departure. Fang Han raised his voice, mimicking Liang Qi's tone and mannerisms. "What? Do I need to report my comings and goings to you?" Unperturbed, the disciples quickly clasped their hands in apology. "We dare not presume. Senior brother, it was my folly to speak out of turn. Please proceed." Fang Han said nothing further, holding his head high as he strode past them. Observing his demeanor, the 2 could not help but curse inwardly, yet their faces remained adorned with radiant smiles. "Safe travels, Senior brother." Continuing along the mountain path, Fang Han soon arrived at a long flight of stairs. Ascending these steps, he beheld numerous structures at the summit, though his attention was particularly captured by the loftiest pavilion. A thought crossed his mind. "Sister Yunjin, do you think the Xianfeng Temple might be located within that pavilion?" Yunjin's figure materialized beside him. Indeed, There's a trace of within the spiritual energy here, yet it does not reside in that pavilion, but rather in this place. She gestured toward the ground. Upon hearing this, Fang Han could not help but marvel at the depth of the Xianfeng Temple's concealments. It seemed that the pavilion was merely a fade designed to mislead outsiders. Had Yunjin not informed him, he too would have assumed that there was most likely housed there. Fang Han swiftly completed the stone staircase and arrived at a plaza, where under Yunjin's guidance, he hurried toward the temple's medicinal fields. It must be noted that Liang Qi held a certain status among the disciples of the Xianfeng Temple, and many showed him great respect as he passed, as a faction focused on alchemy. The medicinal fields of the Xianfeng Temple spanned an entire mountain peak. Over the years, this area had been cultivated into a dedicated space for the growth of spiritual herbs for the Xianfeng Temple. This was of utmost importance, a cornerstone of their foundation. Halt! This is sacred ground. As Fang Han approached the entrance to the medicinal fields, he was intercepted by two guarding disciples. Noting that they were merely six-turn cultivators like the gate disciples, Fang Han's expression darkened. What? Do you two fail to recognize me? Are you daring enough to obstruct my passage? The two exchanged glances but were not intimidated by Fang Han's demeanor. They clasped their hands together and replied, "Junior brother greets senior brother Liang." However, without a token, even a senior brother cannot enter the medicinal fields without cause, that, if anything were to happen, neither of us could bear the responsibility. Indeed, should this come to light, both would undoubtedly face punishment. Once junior brother completes his duties, he will personally come to apologize. Please do not take offense, senior brother. Fang Han furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to force his way in when a voice that sounded like a duck's quack echoed from nearby. Is that not junior brother Liang? A flamboyantly adorned man approached, and upon seeing Fang Han, the two guards immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, senior brother Fu. Senior brother? Fang Han scrutinized the newcomer, initially mistaking him for a peculiar female disciple due to his voice, only to find he was indeed a man, which sent a chill down his spine. Noticing Fang Han merely glanced at him without speaking, Fu Bo frowned. What? Has junior brother Liang returned from the mountain and forgotten his senior brother? With all eyes upon him, Fang Han could only suppress his disgust and clasp his hands. Senior brother Fu, I hope you are well. Fu Bo nodded in satisfaction, then raised a delicate finger to brush aside a lock of hair, casting Fang Han a gaze laden with inexplicable intent. Junior brother Liang, it has been quite some time since we last met. Why not join me for a chat inside? Should you agree, feel free to request any spiritual herbs you desire, and I shall gladly procure them for you. Your good intentions are appreciated, senior brother, but I cannot trouble you. Farewell. A wave of revulsion washed over Fang Han, and he chose not to utter another word, turning on his heel and departing. Not long after, Fu Bo exited the medicinal fields, and Fang Han's gaze flickered. He had not truly left, but had opted to follow closely behind Fu Bo. True to his status as someone possessing the medicinal field token, Fu Bo's lodgings were equally exquisite. However, he paused at the entrance, glancing back with a knowing smile. Junior brother Liang, are you unable to let go of your pride? Since you are here, why hide away? Come, join me inside. A glimmer of malice flashed in Fang Han's eyes, yet a smile graced his face. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. After dismissing the two male disciples within the room, Fu Bo, wearing a faint smile, got straight to the point. Junior brother Liang, you are here for the token to the medicinal fields, correct? Senior brother's keen insight is commendable, Fang Han admitted without hesitation. Fu Bo, unfazed, reached toward Fang Han's thigh, only to have him deftly evade the advance. Noticing this reaction, Fu Bo withdrew his hand with a chuckle. The token is a trivial matter, as long as you accompany me for a few days. What harm would it be for me to lend you the token for a time? Before Fang Han could respond, Fu Bo stood and strode toward the inner chamber, his voice echoing back. Junior brother Liang, I am feeling rather weary and wish to indulge in a good bath. Would you care to join me? Ha! Fang Han, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Yunjin's voice rang out with a hint of malicious glee. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Han took a deep breath and followed him inside. Upon seeing him comply, a satisfied smile spread across Fu Bo's face. Arriving before a bathing pool, with his back to Fang Han, Fu Bo raised his arms, Junior brother, I cannot reach the tie behind my back. Could you assist me? Certainly. Fong Han's eyes turned icy as he approached Fu Bo from behind, then thrust his blade forward with great force. Slicing through Fu Bo's chest, blood erupted, staining the bathing pool of vivid crimson. Fu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he spun around, his expression one of utter shock. You actually intend to kill me? It is you, the pervert, who must die. Fong Han's voice was laced with a chilling intent as he twisted the blade, creating a gaping wound in Fu Bo's chest, shattering his heart and lungs. Master will not spare you. Fu Bo clutched at Fong Han's garment, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, his makeup smeared into a grotesque visage. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the wooden floor, unable to comprehend that someone had dared to kill him within the Xianfeng temple. The process unfolded more smoothly than Fong Han had anticipated. He retrieved Fu Bo's storage bag, confirming the token's presence within, and then kicked the lifeless body into the bathing pool that if he wished to indulge in a bath, he might as well do so thoroughly. Chapter 22. The wind sweeps away the clouds. You should be grateful that this fellow's relationships are not typical. Otherwise, you would not have succeeded so easily. Yunjin remarked from the side. Now that I have the token, things will proceed more smoothly. Fong Han secured all the doors of the room and exited the pavilion. Initially considering disguising himself as Fu Bo, he ultimately decided against it due to the unpleasantness of that face. Senior Brother Liang, what brings you here again? The two duty disciples exchanged weary smiles at Fong Han's return, and no matter how many times he came, they would not easily allow him entry. Senior brother, it is not that we refuse, but without a token, I truly cannot permit you inside. They pleaded earnestly until Fong Han produced the token. The disciples fell silent, exchanging astonished glances. This is Senior Brother Fu's token? Their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. Fong Han regarded them coolly. May I enter now? Very well. Senior brother, please proceed. With the token in hand, the disciples relented, stepping aside to make way. Once Fong Han had entered, one of the disciples remarked with confusion, I recall Senior Brother Liang being quite proud. How could he submit to Senior Brother Fu? Alas, it seems Senior Brother Liang has ultimately succumbed to reality. How tragic. As Fong Han drew closer, the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly potent, and he soon found himself astonished by the sight before him. Before him lay an entire mountain peak brimming with spiritual herbs. At least hundreds of them, of various kinds, thriving in this realm of spiritual soil. Under the influence of the gathering formation, the entire mountain radiated spiritual energy, every breath a delightful indulgence. Surveying the area, Fong Han inquired, Sister Yunjin, are there others present in this medicinal field? Yunjin stretched languidly, her alluring form on full display, her voice exuding a hint of languor. For now, there are none. However, I suggest you venture further ahead. There are precious herbs growing there. Though there are restrictions, I can help you navigate around them. Upon hearing Yunjin's words, Fong Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. His primary strategy revolved around heeding advice. Thus he promptly disregarded the spiritual herbs beneath his feet and strode toward the direction indicated by Yunjin. Indeed, as Yunjin had asserted, this place was abundant with precious herbs. The fragrance and the spiritual energy contained within were unparalleled by ordinary medicinal plants. However, Fong Han was not in a haste to approach. Sister Yunjin, please instruct me on what to do next. The restrictions laid by the individual were capable of thwarting many, yet unbeknownst to them. In Fong Han's eyes, they were riddled with flaws. Follow my lead. Yunjin replied with a hint of seriousness in her voice. Take 3 steps back, 2 steps to the left, 1 step forward, 5 steps to the right, and finally walk straight in. The one who set these restrictions will not detect your presence. Fong Han held unwavering trust in Yunjin, immediately following her instructions, and indeed, he successfully traversed the restrictions. What followed was a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the dozens of precious herbs at his feet, a flicker of exhilaration crossed Fong Han's eyes. With these resources, his spiritual cultivation would soon flourish. Alas, the sole regret was that the mature herbs were usually the first to be harvested by others. Thus, most of what Fong Han beheld remained unripe, significantly diminishing their efficacy. Within a mere incense stick's time, the once lush land beneath Fong Han had become barren. He had indiscriminately gathered all the herbs, regardless of their maturity, and transported them into his inner world, after safely exiting the restrictions under Yun Jin's guidance. Fang Han turned his attention to the surrounding spiritual herbs, plucking everything from first to third-grade herbs, leaving no trace for the Xianfeng sect. Under Fang Han's relentless onslaught, the entire medicinal field resembled a wasteland ravaged by locusts. In the end, he buried the last thunderstorm pearl he possessed into the ground, dusted off his hands, and made his way toward the entrance of the medicinal field, upon finally witnessing Fang Han's emergence. The two patrolling disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Why did Brother Liang take so long? Could it be that he failed to find the herbs he sought? That is not your concern. Step aside, Fang Han replied impassively. Complying, the two disciples nodded and made way. Farewell, Brother Liang. Once Fang Han had departed, one of them couldn't help but spit on the ground, muttering under his breath, "What is he so proud about? Isn't he still being bent over by Brother Fu?" "Ha! Did you hear that? That guy just said you've already been bent." Inside the alchemy tower, Yun Jin pressed a hand against her stomach, laughing heartily, and upon seeing the sweat beading on Fang Han's forehead, she quickly offered comfort. "Fear not, dear brother. Even if others do not believe, I can assure you of your straightness." "Ha!" This remark piqued Fang Han's interest, and he glanced at Yun Jin's exquisite visage with curiosity. "How would you prove that?" A glimmer of mischief flashed in Yun Jin's eyes as she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Fang Han's ear. "Dear brother, are you not aware that everything you do within this alchemy tower is under my watchful gaze? You have no secrets from me." The seductive warmth sent shivers down Fang Han's spine, prompting him to step back hastily. "Sister Yun Jin, please refrain from such jokes. Do you believe our plan will succeed?" Noticing Fang Han's attempt to divert the topic, Yun Jin chuckled softly, deciding not to tease him further, and replied, "The medicinal field serves as the foundation of the Xianfeng sect. Should any commotion arise, that spiritual cultivator will undoubtedly investigate. Rest assured, everything within the Xianfeng sect is under my perception. He cannot escape my scrutiny." With Yun Jin's unwavering confidence, Fang Han felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. At the entrance of the medicinal field, the two disciples remained stationed, finding the task tedious despite the handsome rewards, as they could do nothing. "Have you heard? That scoundrel named Fang Han still hasn't been found. I wonder what trick he has up his sleeve to remain hidden so well." "Humph. I believe it's because those from the monitoring division are keeping the sect master occupied. Once the sect master and the monitoring division reach an agreement, his days will be numbered." Indeed, the two engaged in idle chatter, the topic naturally revolving around the recently emerged Fang Han. Chapter 23. The Purple Sky Divine Flame. Just then, an unexpected disturbance emanated from the direction of the medicinal field. The two were taken aback, about to venture in to investigate the commotion, when suddenly a deafening explosion occurred, scattering spiritual soil everywhere. Witnessing the once pristine medicinal field transformed into chaos, their faces turned ashen. What happened here? One of them, as if stripped of all strength, sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice for such a grave responsibility. In fact, much of the spiritual soil had lost its essence due to the destruction caused by the thunderstorm pearl. The earlier commotion had attracted numerous disciples, and upon witnessing the state of the medicinal field, they were left in utter shock. What on earth transpired? Who is responsible for this? Some, filled with rage and disbelief, glared at the two disciples, for as alchemical cultivators, the medicinal field was akin to their lifeblood. "Has anyone visited the medicinal field today?" An aged voice suddenly rang out, silencing the gathered disciples, who turned their gazes toward the source. There, hovering in midair, was an elderly man clad in wide robes. His expression somber. "Greetings, Elder Wang." Meanwhile, after receiving Yun Jin's affirmation, Fang Han fixed his gaze on Liang Qi's visage. Guided by her, he wound his way through until he arrived at a secluded valley within Xianfeng Mountain. Seizing the opportunity while the spiritual cultivator was preoccupied in the medicinal field, Fang Han hastened inside. Though sunlight struggled to penetrate this valley, the presence of the rendered it not dreary, but rather uncomfortably dry. With occasional gusts of warm wind, within the valley, there was nothing particularly remarkable, save for a massive cavern. The warm winds he had felt at the valley's entrance emanated from within, aware that they awaited him below. Fong Han wasted no time and descended into the cavern. The hot winds lashed against his face, causing his clothes to dampen and dry repeatedly. As time passed, the internal temperature escalated, and Fong Han felt as if he had entered a colossal furnace. Should he proceed further, he might end up a mere desiccated husk. In dire circumstances, Fong Han had no choice but to summon the spiritual energy from his dantian to envelop his body, as it was the only solace he could find. However, it was uncertain when the spiritual cultivator would realize this was a ruse, and Fong Han dared not linger. He quickened his pace, employing the swift wind technique. After a while, Fong Han finally halted, his eyes fixated ahead as a barrier came into view. The barrier resembled a purple luminescent screen, dividing the passageway, seemingly erected to prevent others from entering the cavern. Just then, Yun Jin's graceful figure appeared before him. She extended her slender, delicate fingers and lightly touched the center of the purple barrier. The barrier rippled like water, and ultimately, a passageway wide enough for one to pass through emerged. Have we finally arrived? Crossing the barrier, Fong Han was astounded by the scene before him. The temperature surged dramatically. Before him lay a vast pit, atop which rested a massive alchemical furnace, emitting a faint golden glow. The furnace was adorned with intricate diagrams of the 8 trigrams and the 4 symbols, alongside numerous complex and esoteric runes. 8 black stones, etched with runes, were positioned at each corner of the pit, each connected by thick iron chains that extended into the furnace, their ends embedded in a sphere of purple flame below. This. Fong Han's gaze remained fixated on the purple flame beneath the furnace. After a brief moment, he felt his eyes growing dry and a slight sting, prompting him to swiftly close them. Yun Jin, however, maintained her composure, revealing her pearly teeth as she spoke. This is known as the Purple Sky Divine Flame. While it has yet to ascend to the 5 elements spiritual ranking, acquiring it at this stage is still commendable. Even bound by the 8 rune chains, the intense heat of the Purple Sky Divine Flame distorts the surrounding space, sending a chill down Fong Han's spine. He could only ponder how the Xianfeng sect had subdued it in the first place. Tentatively, Fong Han inquired, how should I collect it? Just watch, Yun Jin replied as she stepped forward, holding the alchemy tower in her palm. She then tossed it into the air, and the alchemy tower erupted with blinding radiance, illuminating the cavern in a crimson hue under the pressure exerted by the alchemy tower. The 8 rune stones shattered, and the 8 chains melted away in an instant. With the restraints lifted, the massive alchemical furnace glowed a fiery red, and in less than 2 breaths, it was reduced to a pool of molten iron. Perhaps it was due to being suppressed for too long. The ominous aura of the Zixiao Divine Flame was exceedingly intense, as if it aimed to incinerate the entire cave. Fong Han could not help but take a few steps back. The absence of restraint allowed the Zixiao Divine Flame to unleash a scorching heat that made him feel as if his entire being was on the brink of combustion, his surface spiritual power rendered utterly inconsequential before it. Observing that the Zixiao Divine Flame still sought to display its ferocity, the refinement tower, controlled by Yun Jin, once again revealed its might, nearly extinguishing the flames with a forceful suppression. Several blood-red chains extended from the refinement tower, and before Fong Han, the once terrifying Zixiao Divine Flame found itself with no room for resistance, forcibly dragged into the tower as if it were mere sustenance, falling utterly silent thereafter. This is all it takes? Fong Han's eyes widened. He had anticipated some trouble, but unexpectedly, Yun Jin's intervention resulted in a complete rout. If the people of Xianfeng sect were to learn that they cherished had been seized, they would likely descend into madness, he mused with malicious glee. Yun Jin's figure reappeared beside Fong Han. She waved her hand gently, retracting the previously formidable refinement tower into her palm. Fong Han could not help but exclaim, "Sister Yun Jin, you are magnificent." Yun Jin lightly tapped his head, saying, "Enough of the flattery, little brother. The spiritual path cultivator is already on their way here. Should you not flee for your life?" Upon hearing this, Fong Han's expression stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure, calmly waving his hand. "No worries with you here. What is there to fear?" If he dares come, Sister Yunjin, you can refine him, but I must now suppress the Zixiao divine flame. You might need to fend for yourself. Dear brother, she replied, I could see this. Fang Han was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale. Why did you not say this earlier? Observing his reaction, Yunjin stifled a laugh, then transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into his body. Meanwhile, Fang Han was desperately sprinting towards the exit. He had no desire to be cornered by a spiritual path cultivator, for that would truly be a case of calling for aid in vain. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, without a second thought, he dashed off in a random direction. Just a few steps in, a furious roar echoed behind him. Brat, do not flee. The voice, laced with spiritual power, nearly made Fang Han's vision blur. Seeing him still attempting to escape, Elder Wang's eyes darkened with malice, transforming into a shadow as he dove from the sky. After catching sight of the corpse of Fubo, a sense of unease surged within him. It appeared that this was indeed a ploy to draw the tiger from its lair. This thief not only wreaked havoc on their medicinal fields, but also dared to covet. Killing him 1,000 times would not suffice to quell his rage. Chapter 24. You chase, I flee. However, gradually, the murderous intent in Elder Wang's eyes morphed into astonishment. He could easily discern Fang Han's cultivation level. He was merely a trifling thief at the 8th transition of martial arts. Logically, he could catch up to him with his eyes closed, yet Fang Han moved as if propelled by the winds, his speed proving to be on par with his own, a notion that was utterly bewildering. At this moment, Fang Han was still in tears. The gale fruit had indeed not disappointed him. Even a spiritual path cultivator could not catch up to him in such a short span, making his previous suffering worthwhile. When I catch you, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. Hearing the furious shout from behind, Fang Han was no longer as tense as before. Instead, he laughed heartily and gave Elder Wang the middle finger, saying, Old thief, catch up to me first before saying that. Provoked by such insolence from a mere thief, Elder Wang felt his blood surge, nearly unable to suppress a mouthful of blood to him. This was an utter humiliation. Empowered by spiritual energy, his voice resonated throughout the entire Xianfeng Mountain. All disciples, heed my command. At all costs, stop the thief. I shall personally take him as my direct disciple. Fang Han naturally heard this proclamation, his expression turning grave. This old man was serious about pursuing him. Little brother, you must run fast. Sister does not wish to see you flayed. That would truly break my heart, came Yunjin's voice filled with schadenfreude. Hearing her, Fang Han's anger flared even more. She was so formidable when subduing the Zixiao divine flame. Yet now, in this moment of peril, she seemed powerless. Those who block my path shall die. Spotting an obstruction ahead, Fang Han roared. Without hesitation, he swung his large blade, cleaving a 6th transition disciple in two. He had intended merely to delay and disrupt, but unexpectedly, with a single encounter, he had slain the disciple. This scene jolted several other weaker disciples into awareness, causing them to quickly vacate a path for him. After swiftly dispatching several, Fang Han successfully escaped to the entrance of Xianfeng's sect, yet ahead lay a contingent of disciplined disciples, poised to intercept him. Should they block his way, he was as good as dead. Fang Han's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Even before his presence arrived, his blade energy surged forth, causing several unfortunate disciples to scream in agony as blood erupted forth. Fang Han, how dare you wreak havoc on Xianfeng Mountain? Today shall be your demise. Kill. Fang Han's gaze flickered with cold fury as he retrieved a drop of refined lotus seed spiritual liquid and swallowed it. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy coursed through his veins, and wielding his large blade, he charged forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, staining his white robes crimson. Realizing that Elder Wang was hot on his heels, Fang Han's expression turned icy. He carved out several blossoming arcs of blade energy and successfully broke through their defenses, sheathing his blade before fleeing down the mountain once more, with the lotus seed spiritual liquid enhancing his energy. Fang Han's spiritual power surged. Even as he fled, he continued to refine more energy into his dantian, his speed increasing rather than diminishing, leaving Elder Wang to choke on his dust, find a way to break his line of sight. I will help you erase the spiritual sense he has locked onto you. Yunjin's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Fang Han nearly burst into tears of gratitude, immediately changing direction and fleeing into the thicket, where the dense foliage would hinder their aerial advantage. If you manage to escape, I shall take my own life here. Upon witnessing Fang Han dart into the woods, Elder Wang immediately discerned his intent and unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, flattening a swath of trees, leaving Fang Han in disarray. However, the dense vegetation made it challenging for Elder Wang to spot Fang Han as he delved deeper. For the moment, he could only rely on the spiritual sense he had locked onto him to ascertain his direction. Yet, in less than 2 breaths, Elder Wang's brow furrowed as he halted, gazing at the dense foliage below, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Fang Han had managed to evade his spiritual sense. Sweeping his spiritual sense across the thicket once more, Elder Wang's frown deepened, culminating in a furrowed brow. This is impossible. Could it be that someone is assisting him from the shadows? Elder Wang found it hard to believe, and with both palms, he unleashed a devastating assault upon the vast expanse of trees, countless plants suffering the consequences. Yet still, Fang Han's figure eluded him, as though he had vanished into thin air. Observing the devastation below, Elder Wang's expression grew increasingly grim. His earlier suspicions seemed more plausible. There was undoubtedly someone aiding this thief. Otherwise, how could a mere 8th-transition martial artist possess such audacity to covet? It was no wonder they had been unable to locate Fang Han, who seemed to appear and disappear like a specter. But which faction was backing him? The Monitoring Celestial Division, or the Yin Royal Mansion? The more he pondered, the more he considered the Monitoring Celestial Division suspicious. They had actively sought negotiations with them, drawing most spiritual path experts to Lin City, while Fang Han had slipped into Xianfeng Mountain during this window of opportunity. At that moment, a disciple rushed over in a panic, breathless as he stammered, Elder Wang, a serious matter has arisen." Under Elder Wang's dark gaze, the disciple trembled involuntarily, his voice quaking. "That has vanished." Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's pupils constricted sharply. His tone agitated. "What did you say?" "That has disappeared." He shook his head decisively. "This is impossible. Even I cannot approach the might of, let alone when it is sealed. There is no one in the northern frontier who could so easily carry away. Besides, how long has it been since I left?" Though he spoke with conviction, Elder Wang's heart was turbulent. He had been hastily pursuing Fang Han and believed that no one could have taken me in such a brief span, which was why he had not immediately checked the cave situation. Yet now, after hearing the disciples' words, he felt a wave of panic and ordered several disciples to conduct a thorough search of the woods before hastening back to the cave. Inside the refinement tower, watching Elder Wang's departing figure, Fang Han could not suppress his delight. When he returned to see the current state of the cave, it would surely infuriate that old fool. Chapter 25. Breaking through to the 9th transition, Fang Han glanced around. "Sister Yunjin, where has the Zixiao divine flame gone?" "It is above." Yunjin had yet to make her appearance, with only the sound resonating in the air. Fang Han nodded slightly, aware that she was refining the purple sky divine flame, and chose not to disturb her. Now in possession of abundant resources, Fang Han was not idle. He opened the Qinkuan furnace, revealing a droplet of ordinary, emerald-like spiritual liquid that shimmered before him. This marked the 3rd lotus seed he had consumed. He swallowed it whole and settled beside the Qinkuan furnace to cultivate. And with the addition of the previous droplet, the spiritual energy within him surged to astonishing levels. Already at the peak of the 8th transformation, his aura soared dramatically. In merely half a month's time, he seamlessly ascended to the 9th transformation of martial arts. After spending another month consolidating his cultivation, Fang Han clenched his fist, feeling satisfied with the robust spiritual power coursing through him. The 9th transformation of martial arts was heralded as the pinnacle of the discipline, and should he encounter that elder from the Xianfeng sect again, he would not find himself in such a wretched predicament. It must be said that this spiritual liquid was indeed a remarkable treasure. He had even contemplated selling it, believing it could yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, that notion was quickly dismissed A few droplets would be manageable, but should such spiritual liquid proliferate in the market, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to covert investigations. Not to mention the value of the Chinquan furnace alone could drive countless individuals to madness. 3 days must have passed outside. It was time to assess the situation. Fong Han gazed through the alchemy tower and observed an empty vicinity. His figure materialized outside. Lingering here was not a viable option, especially since the food-dissolving pills he had purchased were now exhausted. It was time for him to depart. Just then, Fong Han paused slightly, hearing voices not far from himself, and growing ever closer, he swiftly returned to the alchemy tower and soon caught sight of 2 figures approaching. We've searched for 3 days and nights, digging to the very depths. Fong Han must have fled long ago. One of them whispered, "Keep your voice down. If Elder Shao hears you, you'll be in for it." The other warned, "That scoundrel plundered the medicinal fields and stole the sect leaders are furious that it is said that upon hearing this news, our master nearly clashed with the Celestial Monitoring Division." The first disciple continued that, "Oh, you really think complaining here is wise?" Upon hearing these words, the initially disgruntled disciple fell silent. Listening to their conversation, Fong Han was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a significant reaction outside in just 3 short days. However, considering that the medicinal fields had been entirely raided and the crucial was gone, it was no surprise that the Xianfeng sect was in an uproar. Yet the presence of these 2 disciples was not a good sign. The Xianfeng sect still believed he had not left Xianfeng Mountain. Eliminating these 2 and disguising himself as one of them to escape would be prudent. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Fong Han's eyes as he regarded the duo. With several spiritual path cultivators stationed at the Xianfeng sect, a forceful breakout would be exceedingly risky. This was the most secure method. However, just as he emerged from the alchemy tower, he felt a gaze upon him, accompanied by a voice that resonated. "At last, I have you hooked." The words sent a chill down Fong Han's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yet, the adversary merely raised a hand, conjuring a massive net woven from spiritual energy that descended upon him. "Break it!" Fong Han bellowed, drawing his cold blade. The blade's aura sliced through the air, tearing a gap in the spiritual net. Unexpectedly, a swordsman, the figure chuckled coldly, his gaze toward Fong Han brimming with greed. "Surrender quietly. You cannot escape my grasp. Hand over that treasured artifact, and I may spare your life today." Having witnessed Fong Han's sudden appearance, he was certain that the boy possessed a spatial treasure, explaining why the Xianfeng sect had been unable to locate him. Such a treasure of this caliber was exceedingly rare, with only one existing in the entire Qi dynasty. A royal heirloom passed down through generations. According to intelligence, how long had it been since Fong Han left the Su family? He had ascended from the 6th transformation to the 9th in such a short span, undoubtedly due to that treasured artifact. If this immense fortune were to fall into his hands, the future would be bright indeed. Dream on. Fong Han would never submit so easily. With a speed, even if he could not best his opponent. Could he not escape? He darted away like the wind. This was his first glance back. He had initially assumed the figure to be from the Xianfeng sect, yet he was merely a middle-aged man clad in a plain robe. Seemingly ordinary, one of those individuals who would be lost in a crowd. Had Fong Han not ventured far from Qingcheng, he would have witnessed the man conversing with family. "You are courting death." The man smirked coldly, employing a particular technique to pursue him, his speed surpassing Fong Han's significantly. Closing the distance between them, he did not wish to prolong this chase. Otherwise, with the arrival of others, the treasure artifact would slip from his grasp. Drawing a flying sword, its blade shimmering with spiritual light, the man maneuvered it through the air, aiming it at Fong Han's retreating form. The chilling aura made Fong Han's scalp tingle. He twisted his body just in time to evade the strike, his face now etched with gravity. This opponent was no mere novice in the spiritual path, but far superior to the old fool who had previously hunted him. The initial strike missed, and the flying sword traced an unusual arc in the air, attempting to seal Fong Han's path ahead, forcing him to veer right. The sword turned again, and with no choice left, Fong Han swung his knife. However, the Su family blade merely grazed the flying sword before a notch appeared. Had the material not been exceptionally durable, it might have been cleaved in two despite reaching the ninth transformation. The disparity between him and the spiritual path cultivators remained vast. The mere summoning of a flying sword rendered him utterly beleaguered. In such circumstances, time was not on his side. The longer he lingered, the more difficult his escape would become. Fong Han scanned his surroundings. It would not be long before he found himself cornered. If he could not break free now, death was inevitable. He swallowed another droplet of spiritual liquid to ensure he remained at peak condition, then unleashed a blade of energy toward the man. The energy was incredibly fierce, and even the man did not dare to underestimate it. He summoned his flying sword back, utilizing the opportunity to flee down the mountain once more. Fong Han, I knew you were still here. Ha ha! Today marks your demise. A familiar voice rang out from a distance. Fong Han glanced toward the sound, spotting the very elder who had pursued him days prior. The sight of Fong Han filled Elder Wong with exhilaration. He had dreamt of flaying Fong Han alive over the past 3 days, and now the opportunity lay before him. Old fool, have you not had enough of the dust from my heels last time? Are you planning to taste it again today? Despite fleeing for his life, Fong Han responded with vigor. His words were like salt poured into Wong's festering wounds, darkening his expression and infusing his tone with a chilling malice. Soon, you will learn that death is the easiest ending in this world. Chapter 26. Just return it to them, won't you? Upon witnessing the familiar gesture, Elder Wong felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes turning crimson. I will surely kill you today. Seeing him in such a frenzy, Fong Han could not muster a smile. With this old fool's arrival, others would surely follow closely behind. Where do you think you're going, brat? Another elder swooped down from the left, his hair white as snow, yet his eyes glistening with murderous intent. Return and you may leave with your life. Otherwise, I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. Fong Han remained silent, merely raising a middle finger from afar before changing direction to flee right. However, he had scarcely moved when a flying sword sliced through the air toward him. Fong Han swung his knife to block it. Although he deflected the strike, the impact left his hands numb, nearly causing him to drop the blade. That strike hindered his movements. The white-haired elder seized the opportunity, pointing a finger that unleashed a surge of energy, piercing Fong Han's shoulder and draining the color from his face. Seeing this, Elder Wong behind him erupted into laughter. Fong Han, today you are undoubtedly doomed. Yin Jin, if you do not make your move, I shall meet my end here. Fong Han gritted his teeth against the pain, calling out while fleeing. Yet, when he spotted the figure in green standing not far ahead, he could only manage a bitter smile and halt in his tracks. Fong Han, we meet again, Fan said, a smile gracing his face, appearing devoid of any intent to strike. Fong Han glanced back at the man wielding the spiritual sword, then revealed a knowing smile. I wondered who was so formidable. It turns out to be a lord from the Celestial Monitoring Division. Oh wonder, even reaching the 9th transformation, I am still but a fugitive. 8T that moment. The other 3 had encircled him, and upon seeing Fan, the sword-wielding man's eyes flickered with discontent, yet he felt powerless. Elder Wong, however, was radiant with glee, as if he were about to savor the humiliation he had long suffered. He hastily clasped his hands in reverence. Lord Fan, this scoundrel bears a bitter enmity with our Xianfeng sect. That I implore you to allow us to deal with him. However, the deeds of this scoundrel are intolerable. They must be handled by our Xianfeng sect. Elder Shao, with his hair as white as snow, spoke with a chilling demeanor. However, Fan merely clasped his hands behind his back, ignoring their words, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Fong Han. Fong Han, the predicament you face today is not of my making, yet I can offer you a chance. Given your strength, it would be arduous to safeguard the treasured item. Even if you escape today, you will inevitably find yourself in a similar plight in the future. That if you relinquish the item, I can ensure your merit is recorded, allowing you to join the monitoring Celestial Division. What say you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fong Han's eyes, while Elder Wong grew increasingly agitated. Lord Fan, you must not. This young man harbors a vengeful spirit. He shall never let today's events go and will only serve to nurture a future threat. Moreover, he has pilfered from our Xianfeng sect, and we possess the right to deal with him. Elder Wang had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Feng Han. How could he so easily allow family to take him away? His tone growing progressively more forceful. In response, family turned his gaze toward him, his eyes turning icy. Do I require your guidance to carry out my duties? An invisible pressure descended upon Elder Wang, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, for it was clear that Fan Li's cultivation was profound, his status and power eclipsing everyone present. Brother Fan, there is no need for anger. Elder Wang's words are not without reason. A light, airy voice interjected, and the pressure surrounding Elder Wang diminished significantly. His face lit up with excitement as he promptly bowed to the figure that appeared beside him. Master, you have finally arrived. This marked the first time Feng Han laid eyes on the master of the Xianfeng sect. The master appeared youthful, seemingly in his 20s, yet his eyes bore the weight of countless trials. He regarded Fan Li with a calm expression. Lord Fan, this young man has slain several disciples of my Xianfeng sect, plundered our medicinal fields, and stolen. Does my Xianfeng sect not possess the right to interrogate him? This is Xianfeng Mountain. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation, so I urge you not to overshadow our authority to this. Fan Li merely chuckled lightly. Perhaps in the past, he would have given a master of the Xianfeng sect some consideration. But now, he raised a command token, upon which the characters Bing Shuai were emblazoned. Under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. Regardless of whether this is Xianfeng Mountain, my words still hold weight. Unless the master believes that the monitoring celestial division lacks such authority to the sight of the token, the expressions of everyone from the Xianfeng sect, including the master, shifted dramatically. The master's face fluctuated between shades of anger and despair. It was evident that the monitoring celestial division was determined to seize the treasure from Feng Han, even drawing the attention of the most influential figures in the capital in that moment. He realized that the treasure was beyond his reach. Nonetheless, he had to reclaim what belonged to the Xianfeng sect. Since it is Lord Bing Shuai's command, I shall comply. However, he still possesses my medicinal herbs, and surely Lord Fan does not intend to claim them for himself? Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Feng Han's lips. Still want the? It's likely already been nearly refined. Brother, are you trapped? Just then, Yun Jin's voice finally reached his ears. To Feng Han, this voice was like a heavenly melody, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He had awaited this moment for far too long. My Yun Jin's sister, you are finally well. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to collect my brother's remains. Hearing Feng Han's exuberant tone, Yun Jin covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. However, Feng Han had no time to admire her charm. My Yun Jin's sister, stop laughing and think of a way. Otherwise, why not just eliminate all these people? Let my brother bear the blame. Really? Yun Jin's silhouette appeared beside Feng Han, yet those present seemed oblivious to her presence. She cast a teasing glance at the people of the Xianfeng sect. Did he not just say it? If they desire, then let us return it to them. Chapter 27. The heavenly divine flame, return to them. Feng Han paused momentarily, but soon grasped Yun Jin's meaning, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since retreat was no longer an option, he might as well embrace madness. The reflection of the immortal refining tower appeared in Feng Han's pupils, and the surrounding temperature suddenly surged, even distorting the air with intense heat waves. Those present felt an ominous shift. However, it was too late to flee, as purple flames began to spread throughout the air, engulfing the forest in a frenzy. This is the purple sky divine flame. The master that was all too familiar with its aura, his pupils narrowing in terror as he instinctively sought to escape the area. Yet, the flames surged like a ferocious beast, and even before they made contact, their garments ignited in the oppressive heat. Elder Wang's screams echoed as he transformed into a figure of flames, his body consumed by the purple fire, which could not be extinguished even with spiritual energy. Within mere breaths, he was reduced to a wretched state. Not only him, but Elder Shao and the man from the Monitoring Celestial Division found themselves in a similar predicament, their bodies ensnared by the purple flames. Despite their desperate attempts to extinguish them, their skin charred and their bodies endured unimaginable agony. In a short while, the entire forest was nearly shrouded in purple fire. And as time passed, the screams gradually faded, leaving only Fong Han's maniacal laughter echoing amidst the sea of purple flames. What a pity! If only I could burn the entire Xianfeng sect to the ground. Fong Han stood beneath a crimson glow, the raging inferno unable to approach him. Let us depart. This should suffice for their reckoning. Yun Jin's words prompted Fong Han to nod, and under her protection, he traversed the sea of flames. The conflagration threw the entire Xianfeng sect into chaos, prompting immediate emergency measures. However, they could do nothing to extinguish the purple flames and could only isolate the area. Ultimately, the fire raged for an entire day and night, reducing the forest to ashes. Cough, cough. That fellow truly is ruthless. Family couldn't help but cough twice. He had miraculously survived, sustaining only minor burns, thanks largely to the power contained within the command token. You little thief, I will not rest until I see your demise. The master of the Xianfeng sect also survived the inferno, though his injuries were not as optimistic as Fan Li's. Moreover, with the loss of 2 elders, his heart ached, for such devastating losses had not befallen the Xianfeng sect in years. Meanwhile, Fong Han had long departed from Xianfeng Mountain. After this incident, it was likely that the monitoring Celestial Division would adopt a more lethal approach towards him. But he remained unconcerned. Fong Han had adhered to one principle since his emergence: to decisively eliminate anything that posed a disadvantage to him. Yun Jin's sister, now that you have refined the purple sky divine flame, can you release the purple fire at will like that day? The thought crossed Fong Han's mind as he inquired. He had witnessed the power of the purple fire firsthand, capable of annihilating everything. If he could unleash it at will in the future, it would be immensely gratifying. What are you thinking? Yun Jin shot him a sideways glance. At that time, I merely reserved a bit for emergencies, never expecting it would be needed so soon due to you. She suddenly extended her hand, revealing a small cluster of purple flames dancing in her flawless palm. After witnessing the might of the purple sky divine flame, Fong Han felt a deep-seated trepidation towards the purple fire, instinctively wishing to avoid it. With me here, what is there to fear? This is specially prepared for you. If you can refine it, your combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass others of the same realm. And even those of the spirit path will not dare to underestimate you. Refine it? Fong Han's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Yun Jin, seemingly oblivious to his reaction, nodded sagely. Moreover, have you not noticed your rapid cultivation progress lately? It can also aid in refining the spiritual energy within your body to a certain extent. Seeing Yun Jin's seriousness, Fong Han swallowed hard, gritting his teeth in agreement. The purple sky divine flame was formidable, yet it was effortlessly controlled by Yun Jin. With her presence, what was there to fear? He had endured the excruciating pain of inscribing patterns. What was the fear of refining a diminished version of the purple sky divine flame? As long as he could grow stronger, Fong Han closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. The moment the purple flames made contact with his skin, he was instantly transformed into a figure of fire. The searing pain contorted his features, his garments reduced to ashes. Fong Han trembled all over. The sensation of being consumed by flames was no less agonizing than the pain of inscribing patterns, perhaps even worse. His internal spiritual energy surged wildly. Under the influence of his formidable will, he forcibly drew the purple flames through his pores into his body, where they began to burn fiercely within his meridians and organs. In a short while, Fong Han felt as though all the blood in his body surged into his brain, his interior incinerated by the purple flames until only a shell remained. Observing his contorted features, with veins bulging on his forehead, Yun Jin could do little but silently watch the scene unfold. Perhaps for her, this level of suffering was merely trivial. Time trickled by. Each moment for Fong Han felt like an eternity, as the remnants of his will engaged in a final struggle against the purple flames within him. This is my body, whether it be or whatever else. Since it has come, it must obey my command. Fong Han's heart roared with fervor. Under the force of his will, the purple flames coursing through his body were driven along his meridians and gathered within his dantian. He then enveloped them with his spiritual energy. And in that moment, he finally seized the upper hand as Fong Han's breathing gradually steadied and his features relaxed. Yun Jin's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. ultimately proving that she had not been disappointed. Success! Fong Han suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of cold light bursting forth from his pupils. After refining the purple sky divine flame, the spiritual energy within him underwent a monumental transformation, shifting from a pale blue to a deep purple. More importantly, it had merged with an extraordinary fire, significantly amplifying its lethality. With my current strength, can I contend with a spirit path cultivator? Presently, my spiritual energy and speed are not inferior to those of a spirit path cultivator. If I were to be pursued again, I must certainly measure my strength against them. He glanced at the enchanting woman beside him, his eyes devoid of any wicked intent, only pure gratitude. Without her, he could hardly fathom how long it might have taken him to reach this point. Noticing his gaze, Yin Jin playfully blinked at him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Sister, am I beautiful?" "Absolutely unique," Fong Han replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Yin Jin giggled, her laughter like the rustling of flowers. "Flattery will get you everywhere, but I must admit, I rather enjoy your candor." Fong Han chuckled. He was indifferent to whether Yin Jin believed his words to be mere jest or an attempt to win her favor. In his heart, he genuinely appreciated her. She had aided him immensely. How much time has passed in the outside world? Fong Han had immersed himself so completely in the refinement of the purple sky divine flame that he had lost all sense of time. It was only upon inquiry that he learned that nearly 3 months had elapsed during his process, marking the longest period of cultivation he had ever experienced. Yet, considering he was within the refining Immortal Tower, only 10 days had passed outside. Chapter 28. Young Master Yin. In the span of 10 days, the events he had orchestrated at Xianfeng Mountain had spread far and wide, with the name Fong Han echoing throughout the entirety of the northern frontier. Particularly in cities and even small towns, his notices were plastered everywhere. Not only Xianfeng Temple, but even the Monitoring Division and the Yin Wangfu had placed a bounty on Fong Han. With the 3 factions united, it seemed I would find no refuge in the northern frontier. Even Fong Han had to concede to their audacity. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Yin Wangfu, with which he had never had any dealings, had also placed a bounty on him. He had never provoked them. Could it be they truly wished to force me out of the northern frontier? Fong Han's gaze flickered, although he possessed the art of disguise. He knew that any encounter with a spirit path cultivator would inevitably reveal his true identity, as he had merely altered his appearance while his spiritual aura remained unchanged. But if I leave the northern frontier, where can I possibly go? As Fong Han strolled through the busy streets, contemplating his next move, he suddenly found someone blocking his path. Upon noticing the obstruction, Fong Han frowned. The man before him appeared to be of middle age, his attire indicative of someone hailing from a wealthy and noble family. However, what caught his attention most was the golden-furred spirit mouse perched upon the man's shoulder. No, wait. It's a spirit mouse. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Fong Han's eyes. The man, sensing the chill in Fong Han's gaze, hastily clasped his hands and declared, "Brother Fong, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, I have come to assist you." "Assist me? How audacious to come forth with help at such a time." Fong Han scrutinized him intently before making his way to a nearby restaurant that appeared quite well appointed. The man promptly followed suit. "Waiter, a private room, please." Once they were seated, Fong Han chose not to immediately inquire about the man's identity. Instead, he cast his eyes upon the spirit mouse that was crawling on him. "Did you recognize me because of this little creature?" Indeed, this mouse is known as... Just as he began to introduce it, Fong Han abruptly reached out and seized the spirit mouse, causing it to squeak in fright and scurry into the folds of the man's clothing, prompting the man to take a few steps back in alarm. He hadn't anticipated Fong Han's sudden action, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he said, "Brother Fong, what is the meaning of this? I have not offended you, have I? My intention was to help you." Fong Han retracted his hand, chuckling lightly. "Please do not take offense. I simply couldn't restrain myself upon seeing a creature capable of identifying me, but I hope you do not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, the man's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "Ah, I see. But I can understand, considering your current predicament." Fong Han chose not to continue along that line of conversation. Instead, he leisurely sipped his tea and countered. With your cultivation at the ninth turn, you must be quite a notable figure in the northern frontier. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to your identity and the purpose of your visit? My name is Gao Yunwen. Might Brother Fong deduce my background? Gao Yunwen. Fong Han regarded him with surprise. The Gao surname was indeed a royal lineage within the Qi dynasty and in the northern frontier. Only those from Yin Wangfu were entitled to bear that name. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Han deduced the man's identity. So, he is the young master of Yin.I. Fong, have been blind and failed to recognize a mountain of significance. I extend my apologies for my earlier transgressions, Your Highness. Witnessing Fong Han's abrupt shift in demeanor, Gao Yunwen was about to wave his hands dismissively when Fong Han swiftly interjected, Young master, are you not afraid that I might slay you here, given that the Yin Wangfu is actively pursuing me? He then glanced toward the door. At this distance, a spirit path cultivator would likely be unable to protect you. The atmosphere within the private room instantly grew tense, and Gao Yunwen felt a tightening in his chest. Fong Han had never been one to consider the consequences of his actions, and he was indeed capable of following through with such a threat. The confidence Gao Yunwen derived from his status dissipated, and he awkwardly replied, Brother Fong, please do not jest. The Yin Wangfu has no intentions of harming you. The bounty was merely issued to appease the monitoring division. You must not take it to heart. A smile spread across Fong Han's face as he poured a cup of tea for Gao Yunwen. I see. Then I must apologize for misjudging Your Highness. I wonder, what exactly did Your Highness propose as assistance? Finally, the conversation had turned to the matter at hand. Gao Yunwen felt a slight relief in his heart and promptly stated, My suggestion is that Brother Fong should leave the Qi kingdom. At this, Fong Han's expression shifted, and he laughed. Is it truly that dire? Even if I cannot remain in the northern frontier, I do not believe I must abandon the Qi kingdom entirely. Seeing that he still did not grasp the gravity of the situation, Gao Yunwen shook his head with a rueful smile. Brother Fong, the matter is far more complex than you perceive. The bounty was not merely issued by the monitoring division responsible for the northern frontier. It was directed from the capital, and it may even bear the emperor's decree. Even if you escape the northern frontier, as long as you remain within the Qi kingdom, you will find no sanctuary. Moreover, I must inform you that a number of spirit path cultivators have already surged into the northern frontier, intent on capturing you. At this news, Fong Han's expression gradually grew solemn. He regarded Gao Yunwen, sensing the sincerity in his words, that he understood the immense value of the refining Immortal Tower and the significance it held to the royal family. He had anticipated that a day might come when he would find himself in such peril, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. His gaze fixed on Gao Yunwen's eyes. Where does Your Highness believe I might find refuge? Finally, the moment he had been waiting for, Gao Yunwen quickly replied, If Brother Fong trusts me, I can immediately arrange for someone to escort you discreetly out of the northern frontier. As he spoke, he produced a map which depicted a territory far more expansive than any Fong Han had previously seen. Please look here, Brother Fong. Gao Yunwen pointed toward a region to the west and south of the northern frontier. Fong Han's gaze followed, revealing that it extended beyond the borders of the Qi kingdom, situated at the juncture of three nations. Chapter 29. Coercion in this area is known as Yindi, but due to its geographical peculiarities and harsh environment, no nation wishes to intervene, making it a haven for outlaws who are beyond the reach of any government. If you were to venture there, they would pose no threat to you, and Xianfeng Temple would merely be left to lament from a distance. Fong Han's eyes narrowed as he surveyed Yindi. It was indeed a good hiding place for him. However, could he truly place his trust in this young Master Yin? Gao Yunwen, unaware of Fong Han's suspicions, continued pointing towards Yaogu Ridge. As for the route, I suggest traversing the outer perimeter of Yaogu Ridge. With your strength and the escort, you should encounter minimal risk. Otherwise, you would need to take a longer detour through the western region, which carries higher dangers. Fong Han couldn't help but marvel. The Yin Wangfu truly embodies righteousness, even providing me with such an escape route. Gao Yunwen smiled. It is but a matter of course. After all, Brother Fong is exceptionally gifted. The Yin Wangfu has always valued talent and cannot bear to see you fall into their hands. In that case, why not have Your Highness personally accompany me? Such sincerity would undoubtedly be met with my profound gratitude. Upon hearing this, Gao Yunwen was momentarily taken aback, but by the time he regained his composure, it was already too late. His speed was no match for Fong Han's. And in a mere moment, he found himself subdued, leaving even the spirit path cultivator outside to merely watch in disbelief. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Is this action not excessive, with a knife held to his throat? Gao Yunwen's tone has grown somewhat frigid. Fong Han merely laughed heartily and remarked, I implore you, your highness, do not take offense. Had I not exercised a modicum of caution, I might have long since found myself in a most unfortunate position. Although he remained oblivious to the true intentions of the Yin Wangfu, he was not easily swayed by their words. Instead, he was determined to take the Yin Crown Prince away from the Qi. Indifferent to how these individuals perceived him. Fong Han, you are currently holding my Yin Wang Crown Prince at knife point. Do you understand the gravity of this crime? An elder entered the room, his gaze as frigid as ice. I have the audacity to slay even the spiritual practitioners of the Monitoring Heaven Division. Do you truly believe I would fear you? Fong Han retorted nonchalantly, lowering his gaze to Gao Yunwen. Your Highness, I hope you can fulfill your duties splendidly. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to accuse you of negligence before your father. Gao Yunwen's countenance darkened significantly. He had gravely underestimated Fong Han. Initially, he had perceived Fong Han as merely a difficult conversationalist, not realizing that he would so decisively take him hostage. Let us not tarry any longer. We must depart at once, Fong Han suggested with a smile. Motioning for the elder to step back, his features shifted, adopting a different visage. From this moment forth, I shall be but a loyal guard at your highness's side. Please, lead the way. Gao Yunwen's expression was far from pleasant. Yet he nodded, reluctantly guiding Fong Han onward. Fong Han's reputation was well known. He had publicly annihilated 3 spiritual practitioners amidst the flames of Xianfeng Mountain and had emerged unscathed from the hands of Xuanfeng's lord and family. This was enough to instill a healthy fear in him, preventing any thoughts of deception. Casting a glance at Fong Han, Gao Yunwen's tone was somewhat stiff. Brother Fong, do you not realize that such conduct may leave you friendless in times of peril? Fong Han replied lightly, Is it not your highness assisting me at this very moment? Rest assured, once I have left the borders of Qi, your task will be deemed complete. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at an entrance to Yaogu Ridge in the northern frontier. Fong Han surveyed the surroundings, sensing a palpable air of hostility, as if the Yin Wangfu had already been alerted to their actions. It seemed that their abduction of the Crown Prince had incited considerable ire among the Yin Wangfu. Fong Han paid this little heed, his gaze fixed on the paused Gao Yunwen. Let us proceed. Seeing Fong Han's calm demeanor, Gao Yunwen temporarily abandoned thoughts of resistance and walked alongside him. Old Fong, are we to merely observe? The elder who had followed Gao Yunwen voiced his concerns. Fong Han is a man of decisive action. The moment we make a move, he will strike. We must wait and see. Our people are ahead, Old Fong replied resignedly. As they stepped onto the dry leaves, a rustling sound ensued. Upon entering Yaogu Ridge, the air was thick with various scents, occasionally punctuated by the roars of beasts. Remarkably, they traversed directly into the inner region without encountering any monstrous creatures along the way, which surprised Fong Han. It seems your Yin Wangfu has done quite the service, even clearing the path of beasts. Gao Yunwen's lips twitched before he replied blandly. In that case, Brother Fong, you should not presume ill intentions upon us. We harbor no malice towards you. Fong Han nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I fully understand the intentions of the Yin Wangfu and harbor no animosity towards you. Your Highness, my gratitude is boundless. Seeing him speak so nonchalantly, Gao Yunwen could not help but remark, if that is the case, you ought not to hold me hostage. Hostage? What hostage? Fong Han replied with a beaming smile that I am merely ensuring your Highness's safety. Should any danger arise, the flames of Xianfeng Mountain may yet reappear in Yaogu Ridge, and none shall harm you. As anticipated, Gao Yunwen's expression shifted upon hearing Fong Han's words, as did Old Fong, who had trailed behind in silence. Fong Han swallowed a pill of absorption, for their journey was long, spanning a daunting 10,000 miles, with a considerable portion through Yaogu Ridge alone, measuring 60,000 miles. Even at their pace, they would need to travel tirelessly for 10 days or more. Are the people of Xianfeng Temple and the Monitoring Heaven Division aware of your movements? Fong Han inquired. Gao Yunwen shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but they should find it difficult to discern our actions in the short term. Your disguise and concealment techniques are undoubtedly troublesome for them. They may merely believe you are hiding and not that you seek to leave the northern frontier. Point one day. I shall return. Fong Han mused. 3 days passed, and the two had covered nearly half the distance. Entering an area known for its perilously close to the core region, if fortune did not favor them, they could encounter a fourth-tier beast. Even Fong Han and Gao Yunwen had to remain vigilant. Acutely aware of their surroundings, every sound tugging at their nerves, a roar echoed nearby. Roar, the cry of a tiger, sent countless birds soaring into the air. Gao Yunwen's countenance grew grave. That roar, likely a crimson tiger. That beast usually resides within the core area. How has it ventured this close? After a moment's thought, Fong Han surmised the reason. Perhaps it is due to the scent of blood. Many beasts have been slain along our path, and I have encountered numerous carcasses. The bloodshed might indeed attract creatures from other regions. Chapter 30. Speak to me of character. Facing the imminent threat of a fourth-tier crimson tiger, Fong Han turned his gaze toward Gao Yunwen, suspecting that the latter might be seeking an opportunity to escape his grasp. Fortunately, the crimson tiger had not approached too closely, allowing Fong Han to hasten his steps, attempting to evade it. Old Fong, trailing a distance behind, saw this as an opportune moment. He turned to an associate. Go and find a way to lure the crimson tiger here. Me. The man paled at the suggestion. Luring a crimson tiger was no small task. Seeing Old Feng's furrowed brow, he reluctantly agreed, cautiously moving toward the direction of the roar. However, just as he began to move, Fong Han suddenly halted, glancing back before addressing Gao Yun. It appears your Yin Wangfu is up to no good. Gao Yunwen chuckled awkwardly. Brother Fong jests. How could that be? Before he could finish, Fong Han struck. Gao Yunwen's eyes narrowed in response, but he was swiftly subdued by Fong Han's overwhelming power, the purple spiritual energy searing hot enough to drain the color from his face. Fear gripped him as he realized the true extent of Fong Han's strength. The purity of his spiritual energy rivaled that of a spiritual practitioner. Upon witnessing this, Old Fong appeared, his eyes wide with fury. Fong Han, you dare lay hands on the Crown Prince. Beware, you may find your life forfeit in Yaogu Ridge today. Fong Han coldly laughed. There is still time for that man to return, but if not, I cannot guarantee your prince's safety. Such petty schemes do not escape my notice, so abandon any thoughts of deceit. Old Fong, enraged, replied, Fong Han, the Yin Wangfu has offered you a path, escorting you personally and clearing your path. Yet you repay kindness with malice? Do you possess the heart of a true man? Can you even be considered a person of worth? Your character is despicable. Instead of being offended by Old Feng's tirade, Fong Han burst into laughter. Did your Yin Wangfu not investigate my past before engaging with me? I am a man who has turned against his own family. You are well aware of this, yet still speak to me of character? Do you truly believe I am ignorant of your presence? You never intended to engage in a dialogue of character. You expect gratitude from me. How ludicrous, Fong Han declared, turning to the pained Gao Yunwen, who knelt on the ground. Let me make myself clear. If I can leave Qi unscathed, our collaboration may be deemed successful, and I shall return your highness to you unharmed, should any unforeseen event arise. I can only express my regrets. The moment he was betrayed by the Su family, Fong Han had come to a realization. Reasoning was futile, discussions of character were meaningless, and no amount of effort would matter. The truths of the world stemmed from one's own strength. Had he not achieved the sixth transformation, he would not have escaped the clutches of the Su family. Go. Summon him back. Old Fong fell silent for a moment before ultimately conceding. Seeing this, Fong Han chose to retreat a step as well. Yet he kept a wary eye, refusing to withdraw the spiritual energy he had imposed on Gao Yunwen. Instead, he forcibly integrated it into his body, adhering it to various meridians and the surface of his dantian. Should the Yin Wangfu dare to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Your Highness, I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Fong Han personally assisted him to his feet, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Through Sister Yunjin, he had come to know of the presence of the two spiritual path cultivators ahead. Fong Han took a deep breath, for he alone in that moment understood that the conflagration on Xianfeng Mountain could not be replicated this time. It was a deliberate act by Yunjin to ensure his safe escape. They had arrived. From the shadows, a man and a woman observed the two figures approaching, their gazes predominantly fixated on Fong Han. For this young man had accomplished feats on Xianfeng Mountain that were nothing short of earth-shattering. Deeds that the Yin Wangfu had long desired yet dared not undertake. Should we take action? The middle-aged man, growing impatient, inquired. However, the woman swiftly restrained him, having noticed Gao Yunwen's pale countenance. The situation seemed to have shifted. It appeared that Fong Han had taken the air hostage, and they could not act recklessly. The woman shook her head in disapproval. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man also noticed the distant figure of Fong Lao and his entourage, who dared not advance. And he frowned. What are they doing? They can't even guarantee the heir's safety. At that moment, Fong Han abruptly halted and exchanged a glance with the two lurking figures, two distinguished spiritual path cultivators. Why resort to such measures against a mere martial path cultivator like myself? Realizing Fong Han was aware of their presence, the two exchanged glances before stepping into view. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Gao Yunwen and coldly stated, "You possess remarkable audacity to lay hands on His Highness the heir. Do not act hastily." Fong Lao had also caught up, casting a grim look at Fong Han before relaying the entire situation to the two. Now was not the time for rash actions. The two scrutinized Fong Han, surprised by his caution and decisiveness, completely unafraid of offending the Yin Wangfu, having prepared for a do-or-die scenario that thwarted all plans aimed against him. What now? Are we truly to escort him out of Qi Kingdom? The middle-aged man found the notion somewhat amusing. Initially intent on seizing the treasures he possessed, they now had to escort him out instead. Such a grand affair, and the heir treated it like a game, more likely to ruin than to succeed. It should be noted that the beasts along the way were cleared by them. How could this not be vexing? Fong Lao appeared equally helpless. What other choice do we have? This fellow is capable of anything. He dares to meddle with the Hawa, and what else is there that he would shy away from in the entire north border? In truth, it all boiled down to the fact that those without shoes have nothing to fear from those who wear them. Ultimately, it is still your incompetence in handling matters. How could you allow the heir to fall into his hands, leading us to be at his mercy? The middle-aged man's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. To this, Fong Lao could only offer a bitter smile. It truly was not his fault if blame were to be assigned. It lay with Gao Yunwen's initial overconfidence, believing he could easily manage Fong Han. Yet the ensuing words left his expression frozen in shock. Chapter 31. The demon ape, in my opinion. Such an heir is no longer worthy of our concern. The middle-aged man's words were chilling, causing Fong Lao's back to prickle. He regarded the speaker with disbelief. What did you just say? If something were to happen to the heir, how shall we return to face the Yin Wang? Returning with the treasure, His Highness the Yin Wang would naturally commend us. As long as we possess the treasure, can we not cultivate another heir? The woman stepped forward, her tone equally frigid, seeing their resolve to disregard the heir's safety in favor of attacking Fong Han. Fong Lao felt a chill run down his spine. These two were utterly deranged. I will never consent to this. As the protector and mentor of the heir, he could not abandon Gao Yunwen's life. I believe you are an old fool, stubborn and deluded. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with the woman. The middle-aged man summoned his spiritual power and soared towards Fong Han, while Fong Lao's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by the woman beside him. Stay back and watch. Once we retrieve the treasure, you shall earn your share of the credit. As the two disregarded everything, Fong Lao trembled with fury, but the woman stood firm before him, forcing him to shout, "Yinwen, run!" Fong Han's expression grew serious as he saw the middle-aged man charging towards him. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he seized the fleeing Gao Yunwen. Gao Yunwen's face was etched with terror. At the moment Fong Lao shouted, he realized he was likely forsaken. Fong Han, true to his word, knew that the moment the other attempted to strike, his life would be forfeit. With a scream, Gao Yunwen's head was sent soaring, blood gushing forth like a fountain, immediately followed by the middle-aged man. He paid no heed to Gao Yunwen's corpse, his gaze fixated solely on Fong Han. His spiritual power coalesced into a colossal hand in the air, seeking to capture Fong Han directly. Although the opponent was a formidable spiritual path cultivator, Fong Han was not one to passively await his fate. He exerted all his strength to strike with a blade, yet was still sent flying several meters away by the gust of the hand. Yunwen, only Feng Lao was filled with profound sorrow, gazing at Gao Yunwen's lifeless body, feeling an icy grip on his heart. Fong Han struggled to stabilize his nearly toppling body, turning to flee, fully aware of the vast chasm between himself and the spiritual path cultivator. His only advantage lay in speed. Fong Han felt the wind beneath his feet, his form remarkably light, his velocity causing a flicker of disbelief to cross the middle-aged man's face as he sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly pursued. How could his speed be so astonishing? The middle-aged man chased from behind, yet no matter how he accelerated, he could not close the distance between them, leaving him incredulous. Fong Han smirked coldly. If he lacked the ability to escape, would he dare to be so bold? This fellow's speed was not superior to that of the late Wang elder from Xianfeng Temple, and thus he could only remain in the dust behind. Additionally, given that they were in the Demon Valley Ridge, with its dense foliage and complex terrain, the advantage lay with him. Thief, you dare to slay the Yin heir. Today, none shall save you. The middle-aged man, ignoring Gao Yunwen's life, used it as an excuse to unleash a punch, shattering a cluster of trees in his path. Fong Han narrowly evaded, laughing heartily. There is no one else here. Why speak with such feigned righteousness? You desire to kill and seize treasures, so catch up to me first. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he firmly grasped a seemingly insignificant object, a drum that was, in fact, his spiritual artifact. Boom, boom, boom. The middle-aged man activated the drum with a spiritual energy, rhythmically striking the surface, unleashing waves of sound waves that wreaked havoc on the surrounding trees, stirring the distant beasts into a frenzy. Upon hearing the drum's reverberations, the woman beside Feng Lao's eyes flickered with surprise. He is forced to use the spiritual drum. As something unexpected occurred. This was the Demon Valley Ridge, after all, not a benign locale. The woman remained uneasy and glanced at Feng Lao. The heir is dead. If we cannot take Fong Han and the treasure back, our futures are utterly doomed, Feng Lao. Do you not wish to avenge the heir? Feng Lao merely cast a cold glance at her before responding with a scoff. Now you choose to say this? You disregard the heir's life. Even if you bring back the treasure, what face will you have to meet the Yin Wang? At the moment the drum sound reached his ears, Fong Han felt a shiver run down his spine, his blood surging chaotically within him, as if his veins could burst from the pressure. Reacting swiftly, he immediately sealed his ears, feeling somewhat relieved, but due to the earlier delay, he could faintly hear the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. His expression shifted, and he increased his pace towards the front. Now, the only opportunity lay in utilizing the beasts of the Demon Valley Ridge to impede this man. Yet this was merely the inner region. To truly obstruct him, one would have to delve deeper into the core of the Demon Valley Ridge. Having seen through Fong Han's intentions, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and summoned his spiritual power once more. The drum's sound echoed for miles around. Having abandoned the air, he was determined to bring Fong Han back today, or else they would bear the consequences, perhaps perceiving the drum's sound as a challenge. Roars of fury resonated from deep within the valley, signaling an approaching threat, which caused a flicker of hope in Fong Han's heart. Retrieve the drum. The beasts are already responding to you. The woman finally caught up, her expression grave upon hearing the earlier roars from within. But what had to come still arrived. A dark figure emerged not far from the two, perched atop the treetops, its body covered in a coat of black fur resembling a cloak, with the most notable feature being its arms, longer than its own height, replaced by sharp claws instead of fingers. I could see this moment. Its blood-red eyes were fixed intently on the two at the demon ape. How could it be here? Run! Under the gaze of those piercing eyes, both individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, disregarding even Fong Han, observing their retreat. The demon ape's eyes flickered with a hint of human-like mockery, and with a shrill cry, it transformed into a shadow, pursuing them relentlessly. As for Fong Han, he had taken refuge behind a massive rock, his face slick with cold sweat. The demon ape had indeed noticed him earlier, but fortunately, it seemed far more intrigued by the two spiritual path cultivators. Feeling utterly drained, he found solace in the temporary alleviation of danger. Yet he knew that proximity to the core area was anything but safe. He retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid and swallowed it, discerning his direction before departing from that spot. As for the two individuals from the Yanwang mansion, Fong Han had no inclination to ponder their fate. Chapter 32. Even as a ghost, one remains charismatic in stark contrast to the daylight. The Demon Valley Ridge came alive at night, accompanied by the cacophony of various beastly roars. Fong Han trod the path alone, glancing at the map in his hand. Less than 30 miles ahead, he would emerge from the Demon Valley Ridge. Given Fong Han's current cultivation level, the nocturnal dangers of the Demon Valley Ridge posed little threat to him, as he had slain countless demonic beasts along the way. However, at that moment, a figure materialized within his line of sight. Fong Han merely cast a fleeting glance, his steps unwavering as he continued onward. "Young master, could you please pause? Might you take me away from here?" A weak voice called out. A young girl, seemingly around 18, was leaning against a tree stump, her disheveled clothing stained with blood. Under the dim moonlight, her face appeared hauntingly beautiful. Yet, Fong Han remained indifferent, pressing on, for injuries in the Demon Valley Ridge were commonplace, and he harbored no inclination to play the savior. "Young master, I seek nothing more than to escape. If you save me today, I would be willing to serve you as a maid, dedicating myself to your side." As Fong Han passed, the girl pleaded once more, her tear-laden eyes brimming with sorrow, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Within the refiner's tower, Yun Jin observed the scene with a smirk. Noting Fong Han's heart of stone, the girl's expression faltered, yet she remained undeterred. Rising to pursue him, "Young master, please wait for me." Finally, Fong Han halted, turning to regard her. "Are you not capable of moving on your own?" The girl lowered her gaze, tears cascading onto her shoes, her hands clenching her tattered clothing as she nervously replied. "But I am injured and I sense you are a good person. By following you, I might have a chance to survive that. This." Fong Han couldn't suppress a chuckle that, "Oh, we have only just met, yet how can you ascertain that I am a good person? Furthermore, aside from your disheveled attire, where is the evidence of your injury?" Before the girl could respond, a large blade was suddenly poised at her throat. Fong Han's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. "I advise you to suppress those ulterior motives. You and your hidden companions would do well to refrain from targeting me. Otherwise, next time, my words will not be the only means of communication." Under the chilling aura of his murderous intent, fear flickered in the girl's eyes, compelling her to kneel. "I beg for mercy, noble sir. I shall not dare to do so again." Yet, at the moment Fong Han turned away, the fear in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of malice. With a swift flick of her wrist, she launched several dark-tipped silver needles towards Fong Han's back, an act of desperation. Fong Han's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his blade, he deflected the needles with a series of metallic clangs, sending them flying. Realizing her attempt had failed, the girl hastily retreated, but Fong Han's blade was swifter still. She barely had time to scream before her head was severed. Soaring into the air, the faces of those lurking nearby paled, understanding that the man before them was not to be trifled with. That a sense of retreat enveloped them. Yet several blades of energy sliced through the air, splattering blood across the ground. "Spare us, noble sir. We have done you no harm." One individual, pale as death, knelt, clutching his abdomen where blood flowed freely. "It was entirely her own doing. I offered you a chance. Yet you failed to cherish it." Fong Han's gaze remained cold as he redirected his blade, dispatching the others with ease, leaving none unscathed. "What a beautiful creature to kill so casually. I never anticipated you could be so unyielding." Yun Jin quipped, observing the aftermath. Fong Han shot her an exasperated glance. "In the dead of night, how could a frail girl appear in such a cursed place? Do you wish to see me perish at the hands of a woman?" Yin Jin twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a playful smile gracing her lips. What if it were I? To die beneath a peony blossom is to remain charming even as a ghost. Fong Han wiped the blood from his blade, sheathing it once more as he continued toward the direction of Yin Di. Having barely approached Yin Di, he had already encountered such grim happenings. Truly, it was a place synonymous with chaos and bloodshed that he suspected that more such incidents awaited him on this treacherous journey, where those with a compassionate heart would likely meet their demise before even reaching Yin Di. Though Yin Di was populated by desperate souls, Fong Han felt no fear. After all, they were all outlaws, and no one feared anyone else. With a bounty on his head from the Qi Kingdom, he was perhaps the most desperate of all that. Yes, he drew ever closer to Yin Di. Fong Han's brow furrowed. The spiritual energy in the air was thinning, even less than in Qingsheng, which explained why this area was often referred to as a place where not even birds dare to defecate. Along his journey, Fong Han found not merely demonic beasts, but an abundance of corpses. Nearly every few steps revealed skeletal remains, making it a favored haunt for wild creatures. Not far away, he spotted a beast resembling a cross between a wolf and a fox. Gnawing on a skull, his brow furrowed in distaste, and he couldn't help but cleave it in two with a single strike. However, a rustling sound nearby immediately heightened his vigilance. He soon beheld a group of about 20 individuals emerging from an adjacent path, all of whom halted upon seeing him point. One of the apparent leaders scrutinized Fong Han from head to toe before exclaiming, "Are we allies? Shall we join forces?" Fong Han frowned. What nonsensical language was this? Noting Fong Han's confusion, the leader chuckled and clasped his hands. "Young brother, are you headed to Yin Di? We are from the Yuan family. Would you care to accompany us? Our family holds some renown in this region, which may spare you from encountering robbers along the way." Fong Han appraised them briefly. The group boasted 3 individuals at the 9 transformation level, indicating that the Yuan family wielded considerable influence. Likely with spiritual path cultivators backing them, the exit of the Demon Valley Ridge, with only a single main road ahead, Fong Han contemplated briefly before clasping his fists. Then, I shall trouble you all. Chapter 33. Sold out. After a brief exchange, Fong Han learned that they were merely traders heading to procure goods. The so-called Yuan family consisted of just 6 individuals, while the rest were merely their subordinates. Performing menial tasks, this group numbered 15, with the remaining 6, like Fong Han, having encountered them on the road and invited to join. However, apart from the leader, none interacted with one another. Most of their cultivation levels ranged from the 7th to the 8th transformation. As Fong Han casually surveyed the group, his gaze fixated on the wagon they were pulling, presumably laden with their merchandise. However, it was covered by a layer of cloth, leaving its contents a mystery. Upon catching faint sounds of weeping, Fong Han furrowed his brow and approached, soon discerning the source more clearly. Without needing to lift the curtain, it became evident that the wagon contained several women. The leader, noticing Fong Han's gaze, smirked with a hint of amusement. "Hey, brother, don't go peeking or touching. These are offerings for our superiors." Fong Han regarded him coolly before averting his gaze. The plight of these women was indeed pitiful. This was Yin Di. While their fate remained uncertain, it likely wouldn't be pleasant. Yet, Fong Han had no intention of playing the hero to rescue them. Such occurrences were likely just the tip of the iceberg in Yin Di, happening daily. Even if he saved dozens or even hundreds, he could not rescue thousands of unfortunate souls. This world operated in such a manner. Yin Di was merely a reflection, albeit more blatant and direct. "Be vigilant as we approach Huangtu Ridge. Do not stir up trouble," the leader cautioned, casting a serious glance around. Huangtu Ridge? The 3 words were somewhat unfamiliar to Fong Han. Although the map in his hand was large, it only recorded a few important locations and general boundaries. He had never heard of this Huangtu Ridge. However, judging by the tone of the team leader, it was clear that he placed great importance on this place. After walking for about half an hour, they had completely exited the Yaogu Ridge and soon arrived at the Huangtu Ridge mentioned by the team leader. Despite being called a ridge, there were no towering mountains here. Only a few low yellow earth slopes. As soon as Fong Han stepped into this area, he felt dozens of gazes sweeping over him from different directions. In the next moment, an arrow shot through the air at great speed, blocking the path of several people. Upon closer inspection, he saw that dozens of figures were already standing on the slope, all eyeing them with fierce intent. The team leader remained calm. Instead, he called out loudly, "Second Master Gao, are you planning to rob me this time?" Ha ha! I wondered whose voice sounded so familiar. It turns out to be Brother Xiong. Long time no see. A brawny man with a bear-like physique stepped out of the crowd, his face adorned with a smile. "Brother Xiong, we're old acquaintances that if you say we can pass through here, I will certainly give you face. However, I have so many brothers with me who also need to fill their bellies. So let us stick to the old rules, 7 men, and I won't take a single cent from them. I'll hand them over to you." This statement from the team leader made Fong Han and the other 6 frown in confusion. What did this mean? There were only 7 of them this time. Suddenly, the second master's gaze shifted towards something covered by a curtain, and he asked, "May I ask, Brother Xiong, where did you acquire such fine goods?" Why not unveil it for the brothers to see? Seeing that he had set his sights on this, team leader Xiong sneered. "The Yuan family's goods, my brother, I dare to give, but do you dare to take them?" Second master, upon hearing the words Yuan family, the second master chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Xiong is joking that we wouldn't dare to touch the Yuan family's belongings with our little skirmishes, since that's the case. The 7 men can stay, and you all can leave." What does this mean, team leader Xiong? At this moment, they could hardly remain oblivious to the fact that they had been sold, casting unkind glances at the team leader. Other onlookers looked at them with mockery, and team leader Xiong had lost his earlier enthusiasm, his face now devoid of expression as he said, "I promise to take you away from the Yaogu Ridge to the Yindi. And this is the Yindi now. I ascend to it. Is there a problem?" He was too lazy to elaborate further and beckoned to his own people. "Let us go. You're looking for death." One individual, furious at being played, drew his sword and charged at team leader Xiong. "The one looking for death is you." The hot-headed man, barely at the 8th level of cultivation, was easily subdued. Team leader Xiong looked down at him, spat a thick phlegm on his face, and mocked. "If it weren't for having to hand you over to them, you'd be dead by now." This moment, the second master of Huangtu Ridge stepped forward, placing a foot on the man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He scanned the group with a cold smile, saying, "Regardless of who you were before or what your status was, I advise you all to behave yourselves now that you are here. There have been those more arrogant than him, but their endings were quite tragic. Understand?" The faces of the group turned grim, but they refrained from acting rashly. Only Fong Han, uninterested in his ramblings, began walking toward the direction where the Yuan family members had left, seeing a bird willing to stick its head out. The second master displayed a cruel smile. He stepped in front of Fong Han, locking onto his gaze. "It seems there really are those who aren't afraid of death. However, that is to be expected. There are always 1 or 2 people who refuse to listen to you want to know what happens to such individuals." Fong Han remained expressionless. The next second, without warning, he swung his blade, instantly separating the man's head from his body. Blood gushed forth like a geyser, leaving the onlookers in shock. "You brought this upon yourself." Fong Han sheathed his knife, as if nothing had happened, and continued walking forward, as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. None of the Huangtu Ridge people dared to step forward to stop him, and the place fell into a profound silence. The other 6 were the first to react, seeing their leader dead. They decided without hesitation to follow Fong Han and leave this place. Fong Han did not attempt to drive them away. He understood their intentions as long as they did not obstruct him. "The second master has been killed. Quickly, go back and find the first master." After Fong Han departed, these individuals finally realized what had happened and fled in a panic, not even bothering to retrieve the second master's body. Before long, Fong Han encountered the group ahead of him, who also noticed them. Team leader Xiong looked behind. "What is the matter?" Team leader Xiong frowned upon seeing Fong Han and the others, puzzled as to how they had followed them. "Did Huangtu Ridge let them go?" "That shouldn't be the case. Kill them all." Several individuals nearby nodded in agreement. They believed the newcomers were there to cause trouble, although they were merchant team of the Yuan family. Killing and robbing was a common affair, so they immediately approached Fong Han and his group. "Brothers, why don't you tell us how you got out of Huangtu Ridge?" Seeing their malicious expressions, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Fong Han's eyes that he swung his large blade, the blade's energy swiftly slicing through several throats. Chapter 34. The Black-Hearted Inn. hearing the screams behind him. Team leader Xiong's expression turned icy as he realized that the one who had attacked was not a good-natured individual. They had come specifically to seek trouble. It turned out he was at the 9th level of cultivation. No wonder his brother was able to escape from the second master. However, if he wished to kill me, he might not possess the strength for that yet. What are you waiting for? Come assist me in dealing with this kid. With team leader Xiong's command, his men surrounded Fong Han, including 2 cultivators of the 9th level, encircling him tightly. We should leave. The companions who had accompanied Fong Han, upon witnessing this scene, exchanged glances and promptly turned to flee. Not wishing to get involved in this conflict, the 3 men moved in unison, their eyes filled with coldness. This battle held no suspense. This guy had narrowly escaped death yet insisted on courting it. So they would oblige him. However, as they made contact with Fong Han's spiritual energy, they suddenly felt an intense, searing pain that made them gasp in shock. What is up with this guy's spiritual energy? It is so powerful. Team leader Xiong's face was filled with uncertainty. They were all at the 9th level, yet Fong Han's spiritual energy exceeded their expectations. Of course, Fong Han had no intention of explaining. His large blade was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy as he swung downwards, aiming for Xiong's head. Under the immense force of his spiritual energy, the sword wielded by his opponent was utterly incapable of blocking the strike. The man was instantly cleaved in half. What? The others watched in shock, their jaws nearly dropping as they witnessed one of their own being slain in such a short span of time, despite the combined efforts of 3 9th-level cultivators. But Fong Han did not relent. The blade's energy was razor-sharp, and the remaining 2 men could not withstand the onslaught. Their bodies were soon splattered with blood, and any fighting spirit left in their eyes vanished as they turned to flee. Die! A blade of energy sliced through the air, instantly piercing one man's dantian, causing his aura to deflate like a punctured balloon. Fong Han then approached, delivering a final blow that ended his life. The other man, now thoroughly frightened, turned and fled for his life. Seeing this, Fong Han couldn't help but smile. When it came to speed, few could compare to him under the spiritual path. Spare me. I am from the Yuan family. If you kill me, the Yuan family will not let you off. The man's face was filled with terror. Seeing no hope of escape, he immediately fell to his knees and pleaded desperately. I don't care whose dog you are. Fong Han's expression was as cold as frost, and with a single stroke, he took the man's life. Now, beneath the spiritual path, few could rival him. After dispatching these 3, Fong Han sheathed his blade and chose not to pursue the fleeing individuals any further. He approached the cart and, upon seeing the curtain before him, tore it down. Instantly, cries and sobs of young women filled the air. As he had suspected, behind the curtain was an iron cage containing a dozen young women, each barely clothed, their faces filled with fear and anxiety as they huddled together. After a moment's hesitation, Fong Han suddenly raised his blade. With a few swift cuts, he opened a gap in the cage as easily as slicing through mud, tossing some coins and provisions inside before turning to leave. Given their current state, he thought it best not to take these burdens along. Whether they could survive in this hellish place or manage to escape was entirely up to their own luck. Continuing onward, Fong Han finally saw the first city after roughly 3 hours of travel. Beitai City? He glanced at the city gate and then followed behind the others into the city. However, he soon noticed that each person entering the city had to pay a fee of spiritual stones to the guards, which made Fong Han frown slightly. In this desolate place, one still had to pay a toll to enter the city. This is indeed his first encounter. Fortunately, the entrance fee to the city is merely a trifling sum for him at present. Fong Han, unwilling to stir up trouble upon his arrival, entrusted the matter to the city guards. However, the spiritual energy within the city is no different from that outside. It remains equally sparse. Nevertheless, Fong Han is not particularly concerned, as he merely seeks a place to rest. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Fong Han entered a well-decorated inn, where he was immediately greeted. Welcome, esteemed guest. May I inquire if you require lodging or a meal? Fong Han chuckled. What, is it not possible to have both? Ha! Of course it is. Please, right this way. The attendant led Fong Han to the front desk and slightly cupped his fists, saying this esteemed individual is our innkeeper. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Fang Han nodded and took a moment to scrutinize the innkeeper, who appeared to be in his 50s but possessed a singular eye. You must be new to Yin City, correct? We offer 3 types of rooms: heaven, earth, and man. Which one would you prefer? The one-eyed innkeeper's raspy voice resonated. Just a room of the man type will suffice. Along with a meal, Fang Han replied. The innkeeper smiled and nodded, then swiftly calculated on an abacus, finally announcing a figure. 2,000 for a night. 2,000. Fang Han frowned. 2,000 what? Copper coins. The innkeeper's gaze turned slightly cold, followed by a dry chuckle. Esteemed guest, are you jesting? I meant 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stone for one night. I ask you, innkeeper, why not simply resort to robbery? It would surely be quicker. Fang Han laughed scornfully and turned to leave, only to find the earlier attendant stepping forward suddenly. Esteemed guest, even if you do not stay, you must settle the previous charges. Charges? What charges? Fang Han's expression darkened. He had done nothing since entering, and they already demanded payment? As the commotion attracted the attention of passers-by outside, many paused to gawk, their eyes filled with derision. It is well known that these inns are notoriously extortionate. Not only inns, but practically every establishment here is a scam. Even the heir incurs a fee. Initially, upon seeing Fang Han enter, they presumed him to be from a wealthy family, only to realize he was merely a naive newcomer. Chapter 35. Then you shall die. Of course, it is a consultation fee. Just now, when you inquired, we provided answers. Thus a consultation fee of 200 spirit stones is required. Upon hearing this, Fang Han could only laugh and rage. The previous entrance fee could be overlooked, but now they introduced a consultation fee. Did he possess a face that invited such exploitation? Noticing Fang Han's reaction, the attendant solemnly stated, "These are the rules personally established by Lord Yuan's family. Entrance fees. Heir fees. Our consultation fee is hardly excessive. However, if you choose to book a room, this consultation fee can be waived, and if I refuse, what can you do about it?" Fang Han's tone turned cold, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. The attendant gradually lost his smile. Esteemed guest, if you wish to cause a disturbance here, the consequences may be more severe than you anticipate. Then you shall die. With a swift and decisive motion, Fang Han's actions were so rapid that no one could react. The attendant's expression shifted, and he felt his body stiffen as he helplessly watched the blade's aura slice through the air, instantly rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Fang Han's violent reaction, the other attendants of the inn instinctively took a step back, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Fang Han did not sheath his blade, but instead turned his gaze toward the innkeeper. Pray tell. Innkeeper, what is the fee for killing someone in your establishment? The innkeeper's expression darkened as he sat there, intimidated by Fang Han's displayed prowess. Observing his sudden silence, Fang Han sneered. Since there is none, I shall take my leave. With that, he sheathed his blade and exited the inn, leaving the onlookers too awestruck to intervene, their expressions betraying admiration as they made way for him. We all consider ourselves tough, else we would not venture into Yin City, but this fellow is indeed the toughest of the tough. Indeed, outside it may be one thing, but within the city, he kills without hesitation, without the slightest hesitation. Look at the innkeeper, not a hint of anger on his face. However, given his youth, he might just be another naive fool. Oh, what do you think? Will he pay the air fee and lodging fee later? We shall soon find out. As Fang Han walked through the streets, he noticed many individuals huddled in corners or leaning against trees. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but now he understood that it was not that they avoided the inn, but rather that the place was simply too extortionate. Not only the inns in this city, but everything else was also outrageously priced, likely at the behest of the city's owner, the Yuan family. The Yuan family has arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, many turned astonished. Isn't that young Master Yuan? Why has he come in person? Fang Han also looked up. The so-called young Master Yuan certainly made a grand entrance. Reclining in a lavish palanquin, flanked by nearly 100 followers, rather than a palanquin, it resembled a bed, with young Master Yuan lounging upon it, attended to by several maidens. Young Master Yuan, reclining in his palanquin, languidly proclaimed, "It is an honor to have you all come to North Tai City. I thank you for your support of the Yuan family." He continued, "Now, I request that you settle the expenses from these past few days." With this declaration, he drew the curtain of the palanquin, and the next moment, startled cries from maidens echoed within as for the collection of fees. That task was managed by his entourage, who proceeded to gather payments from everyone along the street. To Fong Han's surprise, no one displayed reluctance. They all acquiesced readily. Soon, the procession reached Fong Han's location. "What are you staring at? It's your turn. The lodging fee is 500. The air fee is 500. Totaling 1,000 spirit stones." Fong Han appeared unfazed by the attendant's impatience and inquired, "Might I ask how often these fees are collected? Is this the custom in surrounding cities as well?" The attendant, visibly irritable, retorted, "Why do you have so many questions? If you don't wish to pay, then leave the city. When the winds rise tonight, you'll regret it." "The winds." Fong Han's eyes flickered, and he retrieved a storage pouch, offering it to the attendant. "Here are 1,500 spirit stones. The extra 500 is a token of appreciation for your efforts. May I ask about the winds you mentioned?" The attendant opened the pouch, and, upon glimpsing its contents, his irritation vanished, replaced by a beaming smile as his demeanor shifted dramatically. "You are too kind. I see you are also new here. Every night after midnight, winds sweep across hundreds of miles. These gales should not be underestimated. Even someone at the late stages of martial arts must be cautious, lest they be swept away. Staying within the city is relatively safer. Otherwise, do you think we charge these fees for no reason?" Having shared this, the attendant chose not to elaborate further, contentedly pocketing the spirit stones and continuing to collect from others. However, his words piqued Fong Han's curiosity. "Sister Yunjin, what do you think about these winds?" Hearing her name, Yunjin softly replied, "It remains unclear for now, but since there's a formation of winds, there must be a wind eye present. This phenomenon could be quite beneficial for you." The gale pattern, then, Fong Han understood immediately. If that were the case, he would certainly investigate further. "Have you seen that person?" Young Master Yuan's nonchalant voice drifted from within the palanquin. The figure standing beside it would seem familiar to Fong Han, as he recognized them as part of the Yuan family's merchant convoy from earlier. That individual replied respectfully, "Young Master, we have not encountered the individual from that day. They may well have fled in fear of retribution and would not dare return in North Tai City." "Then why do I keep you worthless fools around?" Young Master Yuan scoffed, causing the man to tremble involuntarily, his face paling as he knelt in fear. Watching their entourage gradually depart, Fong Han withdrew his gaze and entered an inn. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to book a room?" The innkeeper's face radiated enthusiasm. Fong Han smiled. "Just provide me with the cheapest room, along with a simple dinner, and expedite the process." "Certainly." The innkeeper's face lit up, and he hurried to the main desk. Moments later, he returned with a wooden plaque. "Esteemed guest, the total is 2,000 spirit stones." The shop assistant smiled and remarked, this time he was not as unfortunate as the staff from the previous establishment. Perhaps Fong Han had also accepted the price, promptly handing over the spirit stones while casually taking the sign. Upon entering the room, Fong Han glanced around to ensure everything was in order before decisively shutting all doors and windows. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the room down on the first floor of the alchemy tower. Fong Han's silhouette appeared before the Qian Kuan furnace, where a few droplets of emerald green spirit liquid emitted an enchanting fragrance. The lotus seeds of the Bai Luo Qing Lian were mostly present here. This was also why he ultimately decided to take up residence. Being outside with too many people around made entering the alchemy tower exceedingly inconvenient. Chapter 36. The divine forbidden domain. These spirit liquids should suffice for me to break through to the spirit path, right? As he beheld the resplendent liquid within the Qian Kuan furnace. Fong Han was about to make a move when Yun Jin's graceful figure appeared beside him. "What is the rush to break through the spirit path? Aren't you planning to solidify your foundation in the martial path for a while longer?" Fong Han had long grown accustomed to her sudden appearances, yet he was somewhat perplexed. Having already reached the 9th transformation, what else was there to cultivate aside from breaking through to the spirit path? Yun Jin, aware of his thoughts, gently spoke. "If one were to cultivate step by step, the 9th transformation is indeed the limit for most. But do you truly believe this is the ultimate threshold of the martial path? Is there still room for advancement after the 9th transformation?" Fong Han's gaze sharpened. It was the first time he had heard such a notion, sounding almost fantastical. Yet, since it was Yin Jin who spoke, he listened intently, not daring to miss a single word. The reason you haven't heard of it is that the Nine Transformation is the endpoint for many, to the extent that ordinary people have not even heard of it. This is not surprising, as even in the upper realm, only a rare few have managed to break free from such constraints. This realm is what we call the Divine Forbidden Domain. Seeing Yun Jin articulate her points with such clarity, a flicker of desire crossed Fong Han's eyes as he eagerly asked, "What must I do to reach this stage?" Yun Jin revealed a sweet smile. "What? Do you wish to pull a fast one? Call me sister and let me hear it." Here we go again. Fong Han's forehead was covered in dark lines, yet he obediently complied. Only then did Yin Jin display a satisfied smile, continuing, "The path to the Divine Forbidden Domain is quite unique. There are various ways to reach it, but none can rely on external forces. It is not as simple as just consuming some spirit liquid. I have meticulously devised a method for you to enter the Divine Forbidden Domain." Upon hearing this last sentence, Fong Han's eyes immediately brightened. His earlier call of sister had indeed not been in vain. Observing his expression, Yin Jin smiled, "But do not think that my chosen method is simple." With a graceful wave of her hand, to Fong Han's astonishment, a figure identical to him materialized. "The method I have chosen for you is called Slay Myself. The person before you shares the same cultivation level as you, both being at the ninth transformation of the martial path, and both wieldy." As soon as the words were uttered, Fong Han was the first to strike, his figure vanishing from the spot, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards Yuan Ji. The blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, as though it were about to sever his head in the next instant. The onlookers were taken aback, never anticipating that this individual would exhibit such audacity, daring to attack the young master of the Yuan family in the city of Beitai. Enveloped by a shroud of deathly dread, Yuan Ji was instantly drenched in cold sweat. However, he was not a fool, and his reflexes were remarkably swift as he barely managed to parry the deadly blow. Yet, as the first strike landed, another followed, as though Fong Han was determined to see Yuan Ji perish. Fortunately, two men of the ninth transformation realm quickly reacted, positioning themselves to block the strike. This man is formidable, as the saying goes. An expert knows immediately upon engagement, and Yuan Ji quickly abandoned his earlier demeanor of indifference. Few could withstand the two strikes he just delivered. Nevertheless, Fong Han had no intention of letting him off the hook, regardless of Yuan Ji's status. Anyone who dared to provoke him must be prepared to pay a severe price. After forcing back the two defenders, he once more raised his blade, aiming a strike at Yuan Ji amidst the crowd. The tyrannical and fierce aura of the blade appeared unparalleled in Yuan Ji's eyes, sending chills down his spine. This strike was beyond the capability of mere spiritual practitioners to endure, and those nearby, who had previously exuded confidence, now fled in panic. With an arm soaring high into the air, a piercing scream erupted from Yuan Ji, echoing throughout the inn. The steaming blood gushed from a gaping wound on his shoulder, causing excruciating pain to turn his lips a ghastly white, terrifying, incomparable terror. It was only then that Yuan Ji realized how foolish his decision to come and confront Fong Han was. "I will give you everything I possess. Just spare my life. If you kill me, the Yuan family will not let you off." Yuan Ji pleaded, his voice strained with agony, as he could no longer care about the gazes of others. "Even if I kill you, your belongings will still belong to me." With a mighty swing, Fong Han drove his blade down. Pinning Yuan Ji to the floor, he raised his bloodied hands, attempting to extract the blade, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Unbeknownst to him, the one-eyed innkeeper had quietly edged towards the door, but Fong Han would not allow him to escape so easily. With a light push off the ground, he swiftly pursued. The one-eyed innkeeper was thoroughly terrified, collapsing to the ground with a thud, repeatedly bowing to Fong Han, his face a mixture of snot and tears. "If I let you flee, wouldn't young Master Yuan be quite lonely on the road to the underworld?" Fong Han chuckled coldly, and with a swift motion, he crushed the innkeeper's skull, splattering red and white matter across the floor. This gruesome scene left many present feeling a profound sense of unease. As Fong Han's gaze continued to linger in their direction, The two ninth transformation men exchanged glances filled with alarm. With every step Fong Han took closer, their legs succumbed to fear, and they sank to the ground. After dealing with the two, Fong Han rummaged through their belongings before stepping out of the inn. He was acutely aware of the gravity of killing Yuan Ji, and knowing that the Yuan family had yet to react. He understood the urgency of his departure from this place. Although he anticipated some trouble following this act, Fong Han had always adhered to the principle of confronting those who provoke him. Yuan Ji was merely a minor episode in his journey. The news of Yuan Ji's demise had evidently not yet reached the Yuan family, allowing Fong Han to exit the city without obstruction. Leaving Beitai effortlessly, raising his gaze to the setting sun in the west, he recalled the guard mentioning that winds would begin to rise in this region after noon, piquing his curiosity as night descended. The early autumn air brought a hint of chill. Fong Han, now seated in the cave he had carved out for himself, awaited the arrival of the tempest. Howling echoed through the night, occasionally interrupted by the distant cries of wolves. Yet, as time passed, the outside world quickly fell into an eerie silence as noon approached. As noon drew near, the winds outside intensified, filling the cave with a mournful wailing, reminiscent of a maiden's weeping. Fong Han immediately stepped outside. The fierce winds whipped through his robes, carrying an icy bite. Standing at the cave's entrance, he confirmed the guard's words. Had he possessed lesser spiritual strength, he might very well have been swept away by the gale. He extended a hand outward. The wind was indeed blowing from the north. Thus, Fong Han remained at the cave's mouth, standing vigil throughout the night until the first light of dawn began to break in the east, signaling the wind's gradual subsidence. With little to gather, Fong Han promptly ventured forth, following the direction of the wind from the previous night. After an indeterminate distance, Fong Han finally halted, for before him lay a group of individuals, seemingly colliding with him head-on. They, too, had noticed him, and both parties paused, their gazes filled with wariness. The opposing group comprised about a dozen individuals, among whom a man and a woman were evidently of high status, shielded by their companions. Although unaware of their origins, Fong Han slightly cupped his fists in greeting and turned to walk away. He intended to avoid provoking them, as he never initiated conflict. Your Highnesses, this individual's intentions are unclear. Should we? The elegantly dressed young woman cast a disdainful glance at Fong Han, saying, Do as you see fit. What good person could we encounter in this land? Killing him would be a service to the people. Fong Han had now distanced himself from them, and the girl's words were devoid of subtlety, clear enough for him to hear, prompting him to halt. The guards immediately grew vigilant, their eyes fixed on Fong Han as if ready to pounce at the slightest movement. However, the young man furrowed his brow, glancing at the girl, and chided softly, Enough! While outside, you ought to temper your disposition and refrain from causing trouble. After reprimanding the girl, he turned to Fong Han, a hint of apology on his face, and said, My brother, I apologize on behalf of my sister. She speaks without thought. I hope you won't take offense. The young man was well aware of the nature of this land, even if its inhabitants were not outright villains. They were certainly not benevolent souls. His intention was to avoid confrontation whenever possible. Seeing the young man's sincere demeanor, Fong Han smiled broadly, saying, Ah, I see. I would never lower myself to quarrel with a young girl who is yet to mature. However, you should certainly educate her on the dangers of reckless speech. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a tinge of embarrassment, while the girl blushed in anger, preparing to respond, but was silenced by the young man's stern gaze. Fong Han disregarded them and continued northward, prioritizing the pursuit of the wind's eye over any trivial matters. After Fong Han departed, the young girl huffed angrily, Brother, why did you stop me? What right does he have to speak to me that way? Am I wrong in saying there are no good people in this place? That man must have blood on his hands. Observing his sister's defiance, the young man frowned. You should heed my words since you sneaked out from home. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I will have someone escort you back. At this, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she refrained from further argument, while the young man sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. After a long day's journey, Fong Han finally paused, not due to the encroaching darkness, but because he had reached a dead end. Before him lay a vast canyon, stretching endlessly to the left and right. Its depth unknown, resembling a monstrous maw poised to swallow any unwary traveler. Despite the apparent impasse, Fong Han displayed no sign of impatience. Rather, his eyes gleamed with anticipation, for a continuous gust of wind surged from the canyon. Blowing towards the heavens, it seemed this was the source of the wind, and the eye of the storm lay below. Fong Han approached the precipice, peering into the abyss below, which was shrouded in darkness. The howling winds echoing as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting their fate. Yet, how would he descend? The stone walls beneath him were alarmingly steep, almost impossibly smooth, leaving little room for a foothold, presenting a dilemma for Fong Han. However, glancing at the hour, a plan quickly formed in his mind. Perhaps he could attempt something. Fong Han located a nearby stone and seated himself, intending to wait quietly for midnight. Yet, after only a couple of hours, he sensed an approaching presence and swiftly opened his eyes to at them. Spotting the familiar figures, Fong Han was taken aback. How had they arrived here? Could it be they sought the wind's eye as well? The individuals approaching were none other than the man and woman that Fong Han had encountered during the day. Accompanied by over 10 guards, they stood upon a vast plain, devoid of vegetation due to the ravaging winds. As Fong Han noticed them, they too recognized this familiar figure that was him. The man's gaze sharpened, astonished to find that someone else, apart from himself, exhibited an interest in the wind eye. The other young woman wore a fierce expression, her eyes seemingly intent on vivisecting Fong Han with sheer rage. Observing her unwavering stare directed at him, Fong Han offered a faint smile, followed by a provocative expression, which caused her delicate face to flush crimson with indignation. After issuing her another warning, the man stepped forward, flanked by a guard, bowing slightly as he addressed Fong Han. "My dear brother, it is a pleasure to see you again. Who would have thought we would be so fated?" Even sharing the same objective, Fong Han responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite a surprise that I am Fong Han. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "I am Tang Yao, and this is my younger sister." "Tang Yao, I must sincerely apologize for the previous incident and hope you can forgive my sister," Tang Yao said. Fong Han extended his hand to support him, shaking his head gently. "Ah, it is Brother Tang. You have already offered your apology once. It is not customary to repeat such a gesture. I have accepted your sentiments." Seeing Fong Han was relatively amiable, Tang Yao smiled and inquired, "Brother Fong, you must be here for the wind eye beneath the gorge?" Before Fong Han could respond, Tang Yao hesitated slightly before cautiously asking, "Brother Fong, might the wind eye hold significant importance for you? If it is not absolutely necessary, would you consider yielding it to me?" "Rest assured, I shall provide you with satisfactory compensation." Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Han declined. "I'm afraid the wind eye is something I must acquire. Otherwise, I would not have traversed such treacherous terrain to arrive here. Let us rely on our own capabilities, shall we?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Yao's eyes, yet he could only force a smile and nod. "Very well. Let us see how fate unfolds. Brother Fong, I shall not trouble you further. Farewell." Chapter 39. Riding the winds downward though he bid farewell, Tang Yao did not retreat far. Maintaining a distance from Fong Han as dusk fell, Fong Han contemplated whether to depart temporarily. He glanced upward, noting that winds would rise after midnight, and as this place was the source, who could predict the ferocity of those winds? However, seeing that Tang Yao and his entourage had not left, Fong Han pondered for a moment before deciding to remain. Gazing into the abyss below, Fong Han silently inquired, "Sister Yunjin, can you sense what lies beneath? At least the wind eye is not directly beneath your feet." Upon hearing this, Fong Han paused momentarily, then nodded and proceeded to the right. With Yunjin's perception capable of reaching the depths, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. "Brother, that insufferable fellow has left." Upon hearing Tang Yao's words, Tang Yao opened his eyes, observing Fong Han's silhouette moving away, bewilderment creeping into his mind. Based on their earlier exchange, this person should not be one to easily concede. "Do not concern yourself with him. When the winds rise at midnight, we shall descend." Tang Yao appeared confident, having meticulously prepared for this endeavor. As night deepened, the world around seemed to grow eerily silent. The cacophony of noise diminished, leaving only the howling wind filling the air. The fierce gales surged from the crevice, as if the earth were gasping for breath, causing some to struggle to maintain their footing. Now is the time. Let us descend, Tang Yao exclaimed, retrieving a bead from his storage pouch, creating a localized wind barrier to counteract the external tempest. This was a stabilizing wind bead, primarily used to fend off such violent winds. And due to its rarity, he had searched long and hard to procure one that with the appearance of the stabilizing wind bead, the pressure on the group dissipated, allowing them to huddle closely together and approach the edge of the gorge. Gazing down into the unfathomable darkness, the shrieking winds echoed like tormented souls, evoking a sense of dread in Tang Yao, who instinctively grasped the hem of his brother's garment, seeking solace in the act. Hold on tightly. Do not let go. Tang Yao's expression turned solemn as they linked arms. Then they leaped into the void together on the other side. Fang Han remained rooted in place, the raging winds threatening to sweep him away. Even with profound spiritual energy, he felt as if he were weightless. The wind I lay below. With Sister Yunjin present, his advantages would only amplify. This time, he was determined to secure the wind eye, refusing to relinquish it so readily. Having discerned its location, Fang Han resolved to jump in the past. Such a leap would have been tantamount to a death sentence. But Fang Han held a different conviction. The wind would create resistance. Approaching the cliff's edge, the abyss below was sufficient to intimidate even the bravest of souls. Fang Han took a deep breath, then propelled himself forward with a flick of his toes, launching into the air. Contrary to his expectations, he did not plummet at an alarming speed. Instead, the turbulent winds surged upwards, attempting to suspend him in mid-air. Fang Han spread his limbs wide, striving to maximize his surface area, while continuously adjusting his hands to guide his descent. Here, the winds were frigid to the bone, nearly blinding him, and a numbing sensation crept through his body. Who knew how deep the chasm truly was? What are you all doing? What good are you if you allow Jierer to perish before your eyes? In Beitai City, within a grand estate, a voice filled with near-manic fury echoed at a middle-aged man with graying temples. His face a mask of anguish, stood before a corpse shrouded in white cloth, his body trembling with agitation. The others from the Yuan family had gathered there, their expressions grim, for a member of their family had been killed in their own Beitai City. An utter disgrace, as if their adversary had deemed them insignificant. Master, we were unable to locate the murderer. That individual has likely fled Beitai City, one reported nervously. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yuan family erupted in rage, smashing the informant's head with a single slap, yet even that did not satiate his fury. Bring those two here, he bellowed. Yes, the Yuan family patriarch closed his eyes in resignation, realizing that if the perpetrator had escaped the city, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Before long, two bloodied men were brought forth, having been thoroughly tortured. Yet if Fang Han had been present, he would have recognized them as two of Yuan Ji's bodyguards. Both at the 9th turn level, glaring at the kneeling men, the Yuan family patriarch stood once more, his gaze icy, his tone laced with menace. I provide you with such generous salaries, yet this is how you repay me? My son is dead, and you still draw breath. Sensing the concealed wrath in his voice, the two men trembled, their lips quivering. Master, it is not that we failed to protect young master. The assailant was simply too powerful. Undoubtedly a hidden spiritual practitioner with ulterior motives, we truly could not have foreseen this. But the Yuan family patriarch was not interested in their excuses. He sought to unleash his pent-up frustration. Seize them, break their limbs, and feed them to the beasts. Suddenly recalling something, he added, execute all those who were on guard that day. Furthermore, post a notice based on their descriptions and offer a bounty to the people of Yendi. We must capture this individual, alive or dead. His decree was chilling, yet no one dared to voice dissent. Simply allowing them to exit the hall would be a relief. Time felt interminable as Fang Han soared through the air, the cold intensifying. The temperature had plummeted below zero, frost accumulating upon him, while the wind drove the chill deep into his bones. Fortunately, having refined the Zixiao divine flame, he could circulate his spiritual energy within, dispelling the cold. Sister Yunjin, how much farther do we have to go? In this profound darkness, light struggled to penetrate, leaving Fong Han feeling uncertain that we are close, just about 100 zhang remaining, upon receiving this response. Fong Han nodded gently, estimating the distance before enveloping himself in spiritual energy and unleashing a powerful strike downward. Boom! A colossal crash reverberated amidst the howling winds, even though a surge of spiritual energy provided a brief buffer. Fong Han still felt an overwhelming agony coursing through his entire body, rendering him reluctant to move as he lay on the ground. After resting for a full quarter of an hour, he finally managed to rise, extracting a luminous night pearl from his storage pouch to barely discern his surroundings. Once below, distinguishing the location of the eye of the storm became considerably easier. He could distinctly sense that the wind was blowing from the forefront. Fong Han was uncertain whether Tang Yao and the others had already descended, but to be prudent, he resolved to head against the wind. Chapter 40. Ready to strike? Let us see. Meanwhile, Tang Yao and his companions had also landed safely, yet the temperature in this place was quite uncomfortable for everyone, particularly for Tang Yao, who possessed the lowest cultivation level among them. It was unclear if that brother had made his way down, but they hoped he had not arrived before them. After a brief rest, Tang Yao decided to set off immediately, which caused Tang Yao's delicate features to sag. Yet she did not wish to hinder the group, and thus stood up. With his capabilities, how could he possibly descend into such a profound chasm? Even if he harbored such audacity, I dare say he would end up a mere puddle of flesh. Tang Yao scoffed. After all, not everyone possessed treasures like the stabilizing wind pearl. In Tang Yao's eyes, no one could rival them. However, upon hearing her remarks, Tang Yao felt compelled to admonish her. Little Yao, do not be so dismissive of others. There are countless capable individuals in this world. Never underestimate anyone, for there are many stronger than your brother. Though his sister was generally fine, her overindulgent nature, especially her tendency to regard others with disdain, could potentially lead to her downfall. Without further contention with Tang Yao fixed his direction and led the group towards the source of the wind. Proceeding with utmost caution, aware that they were oblivious to the conditions below and needed to remain vigilant. Surely we are nearing our destination. Surely we are. Fong Han shook off the ice shards clinging to him and calculated the distance. He had traversed approximately 5 miles. The wind intensified, affirming his earlier assessment that he had not gone the wrong way. Suddenly, the wind's velocity surged, catching Fong Han off guard and nearly lifting him off the ground, forcing him to halt and gaze ahead with a look of suspicion. The eye of the storm has shifted. It is now advancing towards you. Yun Jin's voice heightened Fong Han's astonishment. The eye of the storm can move on its own. As the winds grew fiercer, even blades of wind concealed within the gust surged towards Fong Han. These natural wind blades, bolstered by the hurricane, traveled at a speed too swift to be perceived by the naked eye. Were it not for Fong Han's wind pattern, which rendered him somewhat sensitive to the wind, he might not have evaded the terrifying wind blades. Yet, as the eye of the storm drew nearer, the blades became increasingly dense, necessitating more of Fong Han's attention to avoid them. That moment, Fong Han's gaze sharpened. Illuminated by the night pearl, a swirling mass of azure wind was approaching from afar. Reaching within 100 meters in the blink of an eye, countless wind blades shot forth, the howling winds battering against him, while the azure eye of the storm continued to drift aimlessly in the air. About to pass behind him, Fong Han knew he could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Sister Yunjin, assist me. With no container to capture the wind, he could only rely on the alchemy tower. Even the Zixiao divine flame could be contained by the tower, so dealing with a mere eye of the storm would be a trivial matter. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from behind. Brother Fong, it seems you have arrived a step ahead. They had come. Fong Han's gaze narrowed slightly as he called out. Since Brother Tang has acknowledged that I found it first, I shall not be modest in claiming this eye of the storm. Before Tang Yao could respond, Tang Yao hastily interjected. Why should that be the case? The eye of the storm is right here. Moreover, it is coming towards us. However, after uttering these words, a sudden revelation widened her eyes in disbelief. Not only her, but Tang Yao also furrowed his brow. The eye of the storm. As he captured it, just moments ago, the eye of the storm that had been advancing towards them had inexplicably vanished, as if it had disappeared into thin air. This compelled Tang Yao to fix his gaze upon Fong Han, for he was the only one who could have accomplished such a feat. This Eye of the Storm is quite remarkable. Too bad it lacks the climate to awaken its sentience. Yin Jin's languid voice chimed in, sounding as if she had just risen from slumber. Yet it was she who had effortlessly captured the eye before Tang Yao and the others. With the Eye of the Storm secured, a subtle smile crept across Fong Han's lips. The eye dissipated. The tempestuous winds throughout the canyon swiftly subsided. Outrageous! By what right do you seize my royal brother's Eye of the Storm? Hand it over at once. Upon witnessing the eye's capture, Tang Yao could no longer contain herself. Her outburst inadvertently revealing their true identities. Fong Han's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing the term royal. He had initially presumed these two were merely the offspring of some influential family, not realizing they hailed from royal lineage. Tang Yao's revelation left him somewhat flabbergasted, yet he stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. "Brother Fong, might I inquire if you are willing to part with the Eye of the Storm? I can offer something satisfactory in return, and it would also be a favor owed." Before Fong Han could nod in agreement, Tang Yao grew anxious. "Brother, why should you acquiesce to him? His cultivation level is merely at the 9th transformation. While you have already reached the spirit realm, why not simply dismiss him? If he proposes any unreasonable terms, a favor from a royal prince is indeed a rare and precious commodity, and most would hesitate to refuse such a request." However, the Eye of the Storm held significant value for Fong Han, and he resolutely shook his head in refusal. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With a slight bow, he turned to depart in another direction. Seeing him so impervious to persuasion, Tang Yao's brows furrowed in discontent. "The Eye of the Storm is of utmost importance to me. Thus, do not blame me for what comes next." With a wave of his hand, Tang Yao commanded 10 guards to charge forth, all radiating a formidable aura, each one at the 9th transformation of martial arts. Sensing the commotion behind him, Fong Han's expression turned icy. "Ready to strike? Then come and try." Gripping his large blade, he swiftly turned, unleashing a single strike against the 10 warriors. Chapter 41. Decapitating Tang Yao. Witnessing the violet glow emanating from the blade's edge, Tang Yao's pupils dilated in alarm. "Blade energy, be cautious." Yet his warning proved too late. The blade's ferocity was irresistible, slicing through several bodies as effortlessly as cutting tofu, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. The gruesome scene delivered a visceral shock to Tang Yao, draining the color from her face as she doubled over, gagging. Fong Han, his blade devoid of blood, approached the Tang siblings with a calm demeanor. "Brother Tang, it was you who initiated hostilities against me." Tang Yao inhaled deeply. "Little Yao, you leave now. I will hold him off." He had severely underestimated Fong Han, acknowledging that what he had initially regarded as a non-threat had turned into an unexpected and formidable challenge. "Brother," Tang Yao, still reeling from the shock, cast a worried glance at Tang Yao, but ultimately fled, tears streaming down her cheeks, her previous haughty demeanor completely shattered. Fong Han regarded the retreating figure of Tang Yao, appreciating the bond of sibling affection, yet this did not mean he would spare them. Their identities were significant. Having drawn first blood, he could not allow them to escape and potentially bring trouble upon himself in the future. Once Tang Yao had departed, Tang Yao was free of any lingering concerns, his gaze locked on Fong Han. "Brother Fong, you are indeed formidable, but that does not imply I am weak. Let us end this here. The Eye of the Storm is yours, and I shall harbor no further intentions, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Fong Han merely smiled faintly. "I find that those in high places often share a common flaw. Believing that everything in this world is rightfully theirs, the Eye of the Storm was mine by right. Your thoughts on the matter are inconsequential. Having erred, one must face the consequences." Realizing that confrontation was unavoidable, Tang Yao's resolve solidified. With a swift motion, he transformed into a blur, wielding his spirit sword as he charged at Fong Han. "Brother Fong, though you are a swordsman, lacking a suitable weapon does place you at a disadvantage against me." He referred to Fong Han's large blade, which had indeed been seized from the Su family and was not a spirit weapon. Yet Fong Han had no immediate alternatives. "I possess sword techniques enough." Fong Han's eyes blazed with intensity as he danced with the blade, its radiance flickering in the air, even causing Tang Yao, armed with a spirit sword, to feel the mounting pressure. After several exchanges, Tang Yao discerned the peculiar nature of Fong Han's spiritual energy, which not only matched that of spirit realm practitioners, but also radiated a terrifying heat that made one wary. Setting sun slash. Tang Yao, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, unleashed a sword technique, his spirit sword slicing towards Fong Han at an unorthodox angle. The battle had escalated to a point where it had become a fight to the death. Irrespective of any prior grievances, break for me. The sword is the gentleman among 100 weapons, while the knife reigns as the sovereign of all arms. Fong Han's knife technique, grand and sweeping, carries an overwhelming momentum, intent on obliterating all in its path. The spiritual sword that came slicing through is forcefully deflected, and under the onslaught of the knife's aura, Tang Yao suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His complexion paling to a ghastly white, utterly bereft of spirit, a gash tore from his chest down to his abdomen. Such grievous wounds rendered him unable to survive. He collapsed to the ground, expending every last ounce of strength, yet finding himself incapable of rising again. He stretched out a hand, gazing at Fong Han with the final glimmer of a plea in his eyes. Could you spare her? Such a request is impossible to fulfill. Observing the gradual dimming of Tang Yao's eyes, Fong Han's expression remained chillingly indifferent as he wielded his great knife and strode towards the direction where Tang Yao's sister had fled. In the pitch-black depths of the valley, she had lost track of time, her only source of light being the luminous pearl clutched in her hand, while the encroaching dread and anxiety had already taken residence in her heart. Perhaps it was a cruel twist of fate that caused Tang Yao's sister to stumble and fall, the pearl rolling from her grip. In a frantic scramble, she crawled towards the sole beacon of light, clutching it tightly as the surrounding darkness seemed poised to engulf her entirely. Silence, an overwhelming silence, compelled her to crouch down, her heart fervently praying. With her eyes tightly shut, she repeated in her mind, "My royal brother is a practitioner of the spirit path, a paragon of the younger generation. He will surely vanquish the Yihan. Yes, he will undoubtedly slay him. And then he will take me away from here." Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, prompting Tang Yao's sister to open her eyes in anticipation. As the shadow drew nearer, her expression ignited with excitement. "Royal brother, is that you? You have slain Yihan and come to find me, right?" Yet the figure offered no reply. A Essek closed the distance. A flicker of disbelief crossed her gaze, soon giving way to confusion and despair. Upon recognizing the face, she screamed in horror, recoiling in terror. "How can it be you? How can it be you? Are you surprised to see me?" Fong Han, bearing his great knife, approached with an expression devoid of emotion. "And my royal brother? Where is he? Where is my royal brother?" Tang Yao's sister scanned her surroundings. Yet the familiar figure eluded her sight. Even as dread settled in her heart, she could hardly accept the grim reality at hand, that he has fallen, and thus he is dead. Your sibling bond runs deep. If you do not come to bid him farewell, he shall remain eternally alone below. The blade gleamed coldly in the dim light of the luminous pearl, casting a pallor of terror across Tang Yao's sister's countenance. Yet Fong Han had never been one to show mercy or pity. After casting a glance at Tang Yao's lifeless body, Fong Han sheathed his knife. From their titles, it was evident that the two were the prince and princess of the Great Liang. Their deaths would surely incite the wrath of the kingdom, but such matters no longer concerned him. Now he needed to devise a means to escape this canyon, observing the towering stone walls on either side. Fong Han dismissed the notion of climbing. The canyon's length exceeded his expectations, yet fortunately, as he proceeded, the walls grew increasingly narrow until they could accommodate only one person at a time. Fong Han braced himself against the walls and climbed with sheer determination. With this wind eye, his speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Fong Han's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Within the alchemical tower, the wind eye had not been able to exert its power. After 3 months of arduous effort, he had seamlessly integrated it into the gale pattern of his leg bones. Though the process was painful, the rewards were bountiful. With the incorporation of the wind eye, the gale pattern now bore a hue of azure. Fong Han was astonished to discover that he could, like a practitioner of the spirit path, briefly glide through the air, an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, merely 10 days had passed in the outside world. After a routine check, Fong Han exited the alchemical tower. Before even entering the city, he encountered a portrait of himself. However, he was indifferent, having grown accustomed to being wanted. This was not the first or second time. With the art of disguise at his disposal and the alchemical tower as a sanctuary, such measures posed little threat to him. Yet, upon entering the city, disappointment washed over him, for it mirrored Beitai City, governed entirely by a singular entity. IT could be said to be their domain, devoid of any merchant guilds for trade. Casting his gaze towards a nearby individual, Fong Han cleared his throat. "Excuse me, brother, might I inquire about something?" To his embarrassment, the person merely glanced at him dismissively, offering no response. "Ahem. Brother, do you happen to know where there might be a merchant guild or an auction house in Yanbei?" Upon hearing this, the man finally regarded Fong Han with renewed interest. "Do you possess items for trade? This city is merely a resting place. How could it possibly have a merchant guild? However, if you have something to sell, I can take you to another location." "What do you say?" Chapter 42. Auctioning items. Surprised by the sudden warmth of the man's demeanor, Fong Han smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance." The man waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. We are like old friends now. Let us depart." With that, he led Fong Han towards the city gates. After an indeterminate distance, they found themselves in an utterly desolate area. Fong Han, half amused, remarked, "Brother, where exactly are you planning to take me? Surely, you must reveal our destination." In response to Fong Han's inquiry, the man erupted into laughter, halting his steps and turning to face him. The eagerness of earlier replaced by unbridled greed. "Kid, why don't you tell me what treasures you possess first?" Fong Han had anticipated his ulterior motives, shaking his head. "Who gave you the confidence to lay your sights upon me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Fong Han moved with blinding speed. By the time the man regained his senses, a great knife was already poised at his throat, shock evident in his eyes. This was far too swift. Though not a practitioner of the spirit path, he was still at the 9th turn of martial arts. Yet he had been unable to react in time, by the time he comprehended the situation. His life was already in another's grasp. He knelt in surrender, about to beg for mercy when Fong Han impatiently demanded, "Where is the merchant guild in Yanbei? Speak swiftly." "Yes, yes, in all of Yanbei. Blood City hosts an auction, organized by the Tianqing Merchant Guild, with no hidden agendas," the man stammered in haste. The Tianqing Merchant Guild? Fong Han's eyes glinted with surprise. He had heard of this guild, which also existed in the Qi Kingdom, yet he had not anticipated their establishment in Yanbei. The man cast a wary glance at the knife at his neck and cautiously whispered, "Senior, may I take my leave now?" Fong Han shot him a sidelong glance. "Did I say you could leave?" Daring to harbor designs against him while expecting clemency, such a notion was absurd. After dealing with the man, Fong Han set his course towards the location of Blood City. Riding the winds, he traversed the path swiftly, not only hastening his journey, but also avoiding unnecessary troubles. Those who caught sight of him cast glances of reverence, wary to provoke him. Practitioners of the spirit path commanded respect wherever they roamed. Blood City, a colossal stronghold within the entirety of Yanbei, was a veritable nest of dragons and tigers, home to 4 formidable factions. With powerful figures abounding, the mere glance instilled a sense of foreboding, for the city walls were a deep crimson, evoking an oppressive atmosphere befitting its sanguine name. Fong Han soared directly into the city, and the guards did not dare to impede his entry. Within, the city was far more vibrant than it appeared from the outside, bustling with life, far more prosperous than places like Beitai City. Gazing at the throngs of people, Fong Han was taken aback. After a brief inquiry, he learned that the Tianqing Merchant Guild was hosting an auction soon, and he had fortuitously arrived at an opportune moment. His purpose for coming was straightforward: to sell the spiritual sword he had taken from Xianfeng Mountain and Tang Yao, while also seeking a superior spiritual knife for himself. Upon reaching the hall of the Tianqing Merchant Guild, he found it teeming with people, even more so than before, for all who had come to Blood City were drawn by the allure of this auction. However, as soon as Fong Han arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by a maid. "I apologize, but due to the auction, Only those above the spirit path may enter the guild without special invitations. We sincerely regret any inconvenience this may cause. Fong Han furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his irritation. Is it possible that the Tianqing Merchant Guild has ceased all business? I have items I wish to consign for this auction. Upon hearing this, the maid hesitated for a moment before nodding. May I inquire what items you wish to consign, young master? Clearly, she was skeptical that a martial practitioner could possess anything of value. Yet she still posed the question, politely point to spiritual swords. I wonder if your guild would be interested. This. A flicker of surprise crossed the maid's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, her face breaking into a warm smile. Please, young master, come in. She led Fong Han to a private chamber and explained, it is rather crowded outside, and this is a designated appraisal room. Please bear with me for a moment. I shall fetch the master right away. Before long, a maid led in an elderly gentleman with a white beard and hair that was equally mottled. The old man sat across from Fong Han, wearing a smile and speaking in a voice that bore the weight of age. I have heard that this young friend intends to consign 2 spirit swords for auction. If you do not mind, might I take a look? It was not unexpected for someone to wish to inspect the goods, and Fong Han promptly produced the 2 spirit swords, now devoid of their previous owners. Both blades appeared somewhat dull, yet this did not diminish the chilling aura emanating from their edges. The old man first lifted the first spirit sword for examination, nodding in approval as he remarked, a genuine spirit sword, and it appears to have been well nurtured for quite some time. Excellent. Setting the sword down, his gaze shifted to the second sword, revealing a hint of surprise. What a splendid blade. He rose to his feet, inspecting the sword in his hand. This particular sword belonged to Tang Yao, a prince of a nation, and it was no surprise that its quality was superior. The old man offered a fair assessment. Among the inferior spirit swords, this one could certainly be deemed above average. For the first sword, I can offer you 60,000 spirit stones, and for this one, I can provide you with 90,000 spirit stones. Might I inquire whether you wish to consign them for auction or have my trading company purchase them outright? Should you choose to consign, we will charge a 10% service fee based on the final sale price. Perhaps you might consider this. Chapter 43. The auction from their perspective, a direct purchase would undoubtedly yield greater profit. However, Fong Han would not acquiesce to their request and opted for the latter choice of consigning for auction. After all, being spirit artifacts, their value would certainly appreciate at auction. The old man did not press further, producing a receipt and handing it to Fong Han. I shall accept these 2 spirit artifacts on behalf of the trading company, and they will appear at tomorrow's auction. Please keep this receipt safe. You may come to participate in the auction. Fong Han nodded, storing the receipt within the alchemy tower, and departed the Tianqing Trading Company with the maid's assistance. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a group of individuals approached with hurried strides. Leading them was an elderly man clad in black, his aura unfathomable. Fong Han stepped aside, and just as they were about to pass him, the black-clad elder abruptly halted, his gaze locking onto Fong Han. Under such scrutiny, Fong Han felt a chill run through him, but maintained a calm facade as he continued to walk forward. Observing Fong Han's retreating figure, a middle-aged man accompanying the black-clad elder expressed his confusion. What is it, father? Did you not notice? That individual just now was in disguise. His disguise technique is indeed impressive. Yet there are still some subtle traces, the elder replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man snapped back to attention, turning abruptly to look at the spot where Fong Han had been, only to find that he had already vanished into the crowd. His expression twisted into a snarl as he ground his teeth. Father, are you suggesting that the person we just saw could be the one who killed Jier? Not definitively, but I have already marked him. We shall address this matter post-auction, the elder stated. Even the head of the Yuan family, despite harboring immense resentment, could only suppress it temporarily as he followed the elder into the Tianqing Trading Company. The Yuan family, being a significant power in the region, naturally drew the attention of many present, especially given the recent turmoil surrounding them. Their third-generation heir had been murdered, and the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. Many kept their distance, wishing to avoid any trouble. Have you noticed? There hasn't been a breeze in the past couple of nights. It seems the winds in that canyon have ceased. Could it be that someone has quelled the wind? Damn it, who could be responsible for such mischief? Although Blood City is the largest city in Yanbei, it is noticeably more pleasant than the heartlessness of Beitai City. Yet, due to the impending auction at Tianqing Trading Company, most inns were fully booked, and Fong Han spent considerable time searching before finally finding a place to stay. That old man left a mark on you. Yun Jin's sudden remark caused Fong Han, who had just settled onto his bed, to sit bolt upright. Marked? I didn't sense a thing. Upon leaving, he had heard from others that the group he encountered was affiliated with the Yuan family. Given the elder's profound cultivation, he must have sensed something amiss at such close proximity. If discovered, Fong Han's current level of cultivation would make escape exceedingly difficult. Fear not. Sister has already erased it. Yun Jin reassured him, causing Fong Han's heart to race like a roller coaster, relieved to recline back onto his bed. Thank goodness for Yun Jin. However, you must be more cautious in the future if one day I'm not around and you remain so careless. It could lead to significant trouble, Yun Jin warned, and Fong Han took her words to heart. After a brief rest, he vanished from the bed and reappeared within the alchemy tower. Now, with nothing pressing at hand, he often sought out that individual for practice. From initially being overwhelmed, he was now beginning to grasp the initiative. After another anticipated defeat, Fong Han plopped down beside the Qingquan furnace, taking a drop of spirit liquid and swallowing it to rapidly replenish his internal spiritual energy. His gaze turned to the staircase leading to the second level, and Fong Han inquired, Yun Jin, if I were to break through the spirit path by slaying my way into the divine forbidden realm, would there be a chance of ascending to the second level? Upon hearing Fong Han's question, Yun Jin pondered seriously, first nodding, then shaking her head, ultimately concluding, difficult. However, if you wish to try, you may. The chances are slim. Fong Han could only nod in agreement. Given Yun Jin's assessment, she must have weighed it carefully. Also, earlier at the trading company, I sensed the presence of the essence of the 5 elements. If I am not mistaken, it should be the earth element. Yun Jin's words pulled Fong Han back to reality. He understood that she would not joke about such matters. Could it possibly appear at tomorrow's auction? Surely they wouldn't be willing to part with such a precious item. Yun Jin chuckled softly. We shall find out tomorrow. My perception is never wrong. It is undoubtedly the essence of the Earth star. After 3 days within the tower, Fong Han calculated the time and exited the alchemy tower. It was now the second day. And fortunately, the sky was still bright. Upon learning of the presence of the 5-element essence at Tianqing Trading Company, he eagerly made his way there. This moment, the area outside Tianqing Trading Company was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, all gathered for the auction. The sheer number of attendees left Fong Han in awe. As it was impossible to estimate how long the queue would be, he naturally did not join the line. As one of the sellers for this auction, he effortlessly entered the company with his receipt, guided by a maid to the auction venue. Upon entering the space, one could immediately grasp the magnitude of the auction. The display platform was centrally located, surrounded by seating on all sides, and many attendees had already taken their places. Following the maid, Fong Han arrived at a private box on the second floor, which allowed him a panoramic view of the auction hall. Furthermore, this box was equipped with a barrier against divine soul detection, enabling those inside to see out while remaining unseen from the outside. Such boxes were specially prepared for those at the spirit path level. Ordinarily, with Fong Han's cultivation, he would have to sit on the first floor. Yet, as a seller, he was afforded the privilege reserved for spirit path cultivators. Sir, this is your private box. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me. The maid spoke softly, standing by his side. Fong Han calmly nodded. Thank you for your assistance. You may leave for now, that I will call for you if needed. Seeing that Fong Han had no particular demands, the maid felt a weight lift from her heart. Quietly exiting the box and closing the door behind her, as half an hour passed, nearly all the seats in the auction hall were filled with tens of thousands of people present, filling the air with a cacophony of noise. Just then, as a man in a blue robe ascended the stage, the clamorous voices instantly fell silent, and Fong Han focused his attention. The blue-robed elder scanned the crowd before actively engaging with the audience. I trust most of you here are old acquaintances familiar with me, though there are certainly some newcomers. So allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Qiu Qianqiu, the head of this auction, and I shall also serve as the auctioneer for the treasures. Without further ado, let us commence the auction. We have a total of 108 items for bidding. If any of you have your eye on a treasure, do not miss your chance. Enough with the chatter. You always ramble on. Let us get started. From the audience came a murmur. Upon hearing these words, Chiochinchio remained unfazed, his face still adorned with a smile. As he clapped his hands. The first treasure was promptly presented upon the stage. Chapter 44. The Vajra fruit. It is evident to all that this is a set of elixirs, known as the breaking barrier pill, which can significantly aid in breaking through the spiritual path, enhancing the success rate by at least 10%. There are a total of 6 sets, each containing 3 pills, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 1,000. The auction begins now. It is worth noting that most of the seats on the first level are occupied by martial practitioners, and the allure of the breaking barrier pill is immense for them. The auction indeed lived up to its reputation, as merely the first item presented was such a valuable treasure, igniting anticipation for the following 100 or more items. Before long, all 6 sets of the breaking barrier pill were swiftly claimed, with the highest price reaching nearly 30,000 spirit stones, eliciting a broad smile from Chiochinchio. Congratulations to the 6 successful bidders. Shortly, maidens will deliver the treasures to you, and you shall have them in your hands soon. After the breaking barrier pill was removed, the second treasure was promptly brought forth. As the red cloth was lifted, a brilliantly colored stone appeared before everyone's gaze. Chiochinchio began to introduce it. Perhaps many of you have not heard of this item. It is called the rainbow stone, an essential material for crafting spiritual artifacts that if there are any artifact refiners present, do not miss this opportunity. However, despite Chiochinchio's eloquent description, the crowd showed little interest in the rainbow stone, which ultimately fetched 15,000 spirit stones from a private room on the 3rd level. Fang Han was beginning to feel somewhat bored, primarily because nothing thus far had piqued his interest, and his thoughts were fixated on the earth element essence that Yun Jin had mentioned, leaving him even less inclined to engage. That he awaited, hoping that the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce would indeed present the earth element essence at this auction. As the morning wore on, the auction reached its 27th item, and after quite a while, another elixir was finally unveiled, instantly reviving the spirits of many. Countless gazes converged upon the jade vial on the tray. I see everyone can hardly contain their excitement. I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. This elixir is called the Xianling pill, which can also assist spiritual path cultivators in their practice. There are again 6 sets, but this time the quantity is slightly greater, with each set containing 10 pills. After a brief introduction, Chiochinchio announced the starting price, which surged from the previous 10,000 spirit stones for the breaking barrier pill to 20,000. With each increment not to be less than 2,000. Compared to the breaking barrier pill, the first level did not see many bids. Rather, the competition was far more intense from the 2nd and 3rd levels, with one set even selling for 50,000 spirit stones. Even Fang Han could not help but marvel at the wealth of these individuals. Chiochinchio was in high spirits, as thus far the auction had proceeded quite smoothly, with over 20 treasures yielding substantial profits, especially the 2 elixirs. Before long, the auction had reached the 50-something item, and outside, night was nearly falling, yet the atmosphere within remained vibrantly lively. When a spiritual sword was presented, Fang Han immediately perked up. This spiritual sword was all too familiar to him. It was one of the items he had commissioned for auction, the fated sword of the Celestial Monitor from Xianfo Mountain. I believe many friends present still lack a suitable spiritual artifact. This sword is a rare find. Possessing it would undoubtedly elevate one's combat prowess by several levels. Chiochinchio's gaze swept across the room. The auction now officially begins. With a starting price of 40,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 5,000 spirit stones, the highest bidder shall claim it, perhaps due to its steep price. The venue fell into a profound silence. Witnessing this, Chiochinchio felt no concern. He was confident that someone would desire this sword, 45,000 spirit stones. As expected, after 2 minutes of silence, a voice from the 1st level shattered the stillness. Naturally, those on the 2nd and 3rd levels could not allow the 1st level to seize such a lucrative opportunity without contest, and bids began to flow in 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 for this sword? Surely you must still be dreaming from last night. I bid 60,000. I offer 70,000 spirit stones. Just what I need. No one should contest with me. The spiritual sword indeed stirred excitement, and Fong Han watched with a smile as the bids escalated. At that moment, their voices sounded like celestial music to his ears. In no time, the price of the sword soared to 75,000, ultimately closing at 85,000 spirit stones. This outcome left Fong Han quite satisfied, as it exceeded the appraisal price set by the elder by 25,000 spirit stones, affirming the advantages of an auction. The successful sale of the first spiritual sword only heightened Fong Han's anticipation. For the second sword, belonging to Tang Yao, was of even greater quality than the previous one. Just then, the auction reached its 60th item, revealing a fruit of pure golden hue. Qiu Qinxiu chuckled. This item was originally intended as the grand finale. But seeing that everyone seems a bit fatigued, I shall present it early. The 60th treasure, the medicinal fruit, Vajra fruit. Consuming this item can strengthen the meridians and bones. Starting price is 50,000, with each increment not to be less than 5,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. As time passed, the voices from the first level noticeably dwindled. After all, as the treasures progressed, their prices became increasingly exorbitant. Most present were merely martial practitioners, and at this point, the items were largely irrelevant to them. They were merely here to broaden their horizons and witness the bidding wars of the more affluent individuals from the second, third, and even fourth levels as anticipated. The moment the Vajra fruit was revealed, bids erupted, with one individual boldly raising the price by 30,000, evidently aiming to secure the item in one fell swoop. However, their intentions were quickly seen through. 80,000 spirit stones will not suffice to acquire such a precious medicinal treasure. My Shao family bids 100,000, and I hope everyone here will show some respect. Chapter 45, A Sinister Heart. This voice came from the third level, belonging to the Shao family, a formidable clan rivaling the Yuan family. Having established dominance in the region for several centuries, to acquire the Vajra fruit for 100,000 spirit stones is certainly a worthy investment, as its market value generally falls within this range. And the Shao family status left most on the second level with little hope of competing. Let us take a chance if this Vajra fruit is used to reinforce the body and tendons. There may indeed be a glimmer of hope for merging with that drop of blood essence from the second level once one breaks into the spiritual path. Yunjin's words caused Fong Han, who had previously shown little interest, to narrow his eyes slightly. If that were the case, the priority of the Vajra fruit would far surpass that of a spiritual blade. After all, spiritual blades can still be acquired if one has the spirit stones. But should the opportunity for the Vajra fruit slip away, who knows when it might be available again? As the countdown reached the third call, Fong Han firmly declared his bid. 120,000. This declaration caused the expression of a Shao family member in a private room on the third level to darken, as the item they had nearly secured was suddenly elevated beyond their grasp. A grievance that would irk anyone. Qiu Qinxiu, however, felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, the Vajra fruit should have fetched more than 100,000 spirit stones, and now that someone was raising the bid, it suited him perfectly. Who is this individual on the second level? Do they not fear the repercussions of crossing the Shao family after this auction? Ha! A splendid bid. I found that comment from the Shao family quite displeasing. Whether or not they secure it is of little consequence, but it would be delightful to raise the stakes against them. Observing this scene, some cultivators seated on the first level could not help but murmur, all viewing the situation as a spectacle, for they lacked the strength to vie for the Vajra fruit. Why Shao family bids 130,000 to the friend on the second level. You should consider carefully. Continuing this contest may cost you more than just spirit stones in the end. The tone from the Shao family carried a hint of warning, a blatant threat that even caused Qiu Qinxiu to wear a frown. The Shao family was truly lacking in decorum. He could not help but sternly declare, "This is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Since everyone is here, we must adhere to the rules. Should anyone utter such remarks again, they will be immediately expelled." Hearing this, the Shao family merely snorted in response, choosing not to speak further. Within the private room, Fong Han ignored the Shao family's threats his gaze icy as he continued to raise his bid, 150,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, Qiu Qianqiu felt a slight easing of tension in his heart, simultaneously feeling grateful for the individual on the second level. 150,000 spirit stones had completely surpassed his expectations for the Vajra fruit. Of course, he also hoped the Xiao family would continue to raise their bid. But ultimately, he was disappointed. The Xiao family fell silent, deeming it not worth pursuing the Vajra fruit at such a price. However, at this moment, the head of the Xiao family wore a grim expression, his gaze turning to a person behind him. Go and probe into the identity of that fellow. Who dares compete with my Xiao family? Understood. The eldest son of a Xiao family bore a smile before stepping out of the private room. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden knock echoed through the air, followed by the voice of the maid who had previously ushered Fong Han in. Young master, the esteemed Xiao Yi from the Xiao family has come to visit. Xiao family S. Xiao Yi. Fong Han was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that someone from the Xiao family would seek him out directly. However, he was also acutely aware that this visitor likely bore ill intentions. A cold smile crept across his face as he replied, "Send him away. I shall not meet with him." Upon hearing Fong Han's words, and before the maid could respond, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Yi's eyes outside the door. What an audacious demeanor! You dare to contend with my Xiao family for treasures, yet lack the courage to show your face? I expected a person of substance, only to find a cowardly rat hiding away. You waste my time. With a scoff, Xiao Yi turned to leave, confident that, with his family's extensive connections, he would soon uncover the true identity of the person within as for the wrath of the Xiao family. Fong Han paid it little heed. He felt a pang in his heart, for that was a sum of 150,000 spirit stones, more than his entire fortune. If not for the spiritual sword he had recently sold, he would not have had the audacity to quote such a price. Nevertheless, Yin Jin had spoken. The King Kong fruit was crucial for his potential advancement to the second layer of blood fusion within the spirit path realm, that if he succeeded, then spending those 150,000 would undoubtedly be worthwhile. As time passed, several other valuable items emerged, and Fong Han finally awaited the appearance of the second spiritual sword. Ikati must fetch a splendid price. He clasped his hands together before his chest. Another spiritual sword? The unveiling of this sword captured the attention of many in attendance. For any discerning eye could see that its placement by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce indicated it was far superior to the previous one. Qiu Qianqiu stroked his beard and remarked with a smile, I trust there are many discerning individuals present who can recognize this sword's extraordinary nature. Though it is a low-grade spiritual sword, it is undoubtedly a gem among them, and with a little nurturing, it could aspire to become a mid-grade spiritual artifact in just a few years. Upon hearing this, many in the audience felt a surge of excitement. In a private box on the third floor, Xiao Yi's eyes glimmered with longing. Having recently broken through to the spirit path, he lacked a spiritual artifact of his own, but he glanced at the head of the Xiao family, who, sensing his son's gaze, turned back with a hint of affection in his eyes. Are you fond of this spiritual sword? It seems fate has brought you to this fine blade just after your breakthrough. I shall acquire it as a gift for you. At this, Xiao Yi's face lit up with excitement, and, under the envious gazes of his brothers, he grasped the hand of the family head tightly. Thank you for your generous affection. Father, we, father and son, need not be so formal. The family head was quite pleased with this eldest son, believing his future achievements would surely surpass his own. Thus, he had always indulged him as long as it was not excessive, making every effort to provide him with resources. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. Let the auction commence. Upon hearing Qiu Qianqiu's announcement, Fong Han's expression darkened. Indeed, this chamber was unscrupulous. That old man who appraised the items had initially offered only 90,000, clearly underestimating him, 150,000. No sooner had Qiu Qianqiu's words faded than the head of the Xiao family boldly raised the bid, adding an impressive 50,000 at once, seemingly intent on intimidating all present. The Xiao family's offer pleased Fong Han. It was quite satisfactory, and it would be best if more competitors joined the fray. For the more heated the bidding, the better. 180,000 from another corner on the third floor. Another bid surged forward, increasing by 30,000 spirit stones. Brother Xiao, my apologies, but I too find myself intrigued by this spiritual sword. The Yuan family, a formidable force in their own right, had no fear of offending others. This sword was undoubtedly worth the price. Good spiritual swords are hard to come by, and having found one, we must give it a try. I raised the bid by 10,000, making it 190,000 spirit stones. How rare it is to see such liveliness. Aizhou cannot resist joining in. 200,000. If anyone bids higher than me, I shall withdraw. I cannot compete with such affluent families. In less than a few minutes, the bid had already reached 200,000 spirit stones, and Feng Han's breathing quickened, as if untold riches were about to be within his grasp. Chapter 46. A bountiful harvest. Moreover, the current trend showed no sign of abating. The Xiao family did not disappoint Feng Han's expectations, swiftly pushing the bid to 220,000 spirit stones. I merely wish to purchase a suitable spiritual artifact for my son, and yet you all dare to compete with me. How shameful! The head of the Xiao family mockingly declared. Upon hearing this, the voice claiming to be Zhou chuckled. Indeed, the head of the Xiao family is quite generous. It is no surprise, given your family's wealth, that even a spiritual artifact for a junior must be of such high caliber. In that case, I shall refrain from contesting. Though I am but a scattered cultivator, I do not engage in such shameless rivalry. The head of a Xiao family is indeed lavish. However, it seems a waste to bestow such a fine sword upon a junior. I shall bid 25 million. Let us see if the head of the Xiao family is willing to continue raising the stakes. Yuan family head sneered. Faced with Yuan's provocation, the head of the Xiao family's expression darkened. 25 million spirit stones was indeed a considerable sum. He recognized that the opponent was not genuinely interested in the sword, but rather aimed to irritate him. The Yuan family and the Xiao family had long-standing grievances. The head of the Xiao family glanced at Xiao Yi before resolutely announcing 26 million. However, as soon as he finished, his opponent immediately countered. 27 million spirit stones. Seeing that the Xiao family had fallen silent, the opposing side further fanned the flames. Head of the Xiao family, if you lack the means, perhaps you should have a candid discussion with my esteemed nephew, lest he hold a grudge against you in the future. Alas, I envy you. My own son lacks the excellence of yours. However, as a father, I must purchase this sword since he has expressed his desire for it. Upon hearing this, within the Xiao family's box, the head of the family slammed his hand on the table in furious outrage. This is intolerable. The others in the Xiao family exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Yet they felt compelled to maintain appearances, hastily exclaiming, "Please calm your anger, family head." Xiao Yi's expression was as though he had tasted something foul. "Father, do not be angered. That sword is not worth this price." But the head of the Xiao family was beyond reason. Just the thought of the smug expressions on the Yuan family's faces ignited his fury. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 28 million spirit stones. It seemed he had lost all sense of judgment. In the Yuan family's box, the members wore smiles, yet they recognized that continuing to raise the bid posed a risk. Should the head of the Xiao family regain his wits, they could end up losing more than they gained. Indeed, the head of the Xiao family is remarkably generous. It seems my son lacks the fortune to claim this treasure. Hearing the mockery, the head of the Xiao family suddenly came to his senses and felt a wave of dread. However, once a bid was placed, retraction was impossible. He could only inwardly curse the Yuan family as his adversaries. Qiu Qianxiu fought to suppress his laughter. As the host, he could not appear overly jubilant and could only manage. 28 million spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the Xiao family for acquiring a precious item. Yet, the one most delighted by this turn of events was none other than Feng Han. Even after deducting the handling fees, he would walk away with a substantial sum of over 20 million spirit stones. Definitely a bountiful harvest. Exceeding his expectations, though he had yet to witness the appearance of the five elements essence, he was no longer anxious. Such a precious item would surely be the grand finale of the auction, and there was no chance it would be revealed at this moment. The rivalry between the two families merely served as a minor interlude in the auction proceedings, under Qiu Qianxiu's guidance. One treasure after another was presented on stage, leaving Fong Han dazzled. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the urge to bid, yet he ultimately restrained himself. One King Kong fruit was sufficient, reclining in his chair. Fong Han quietly observed the ongoing competition at this stage. The lower-tier bidders were no longer relevant. Only the influential figures remained engaged in the contest. What followed were the last 3 grand treasures, which were undoubtedly the reason everyone had gathered here today. The first of these treasures would soon be unveiled. As the announcement was made, a cage covered in red cloth was brought forth. Fong Han couldn't help but recall the young women he had seen upon entering the Yin territory, who were similarly confined in cages, hidden beneath a draped cloth. "The first treasure, please take a look." With that declaration, the red cloth covering the iron cage was removed, revealing a small creature entirely coated in purple. It was no larger than a palm, yet its most striking feature was its pair of violet eyes. Upon seeing this creature, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A purple-eyed weasel. It's actually a purple-eyed weasel. Fong Han looked on with curiosity. He had never encountered such a beast before. But judging by the crowd's reaction, it was certainly extraordinary. As for those on the 3rd and 4th floors, they remained silent, having already obtained information during the preparatory phase of the auction through various means. Qiu Qianqiu stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, this is the purple-eyed weasel. Its potential is tremendous. At subadulthood, it is a 4th-tier beast, and upon reaching adulthood, it can grow to a maximum of 7th tier. You old scoundrel Qiu, you speak as though it's all so simple. Even a fool could discern the immense resources required to nurture such a creature. Your words flow easily, but they belittle the reality of the situation. Zhou, showing no deference to the Tianqing Merchant Guild, publicly undermined their authority and continued. Moreover, this creature has a clan deep within the Demon Valley Ridge. Should it be discovered, do we intend to reason with its parents? In response, Qiu Qianqiu remained unfazed and cleverly replied, "You make a valid point. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To reap rewards, one must embrace the associated risks. Thus, whether or not to bid depends entirely on the individuals present. Furthermore, after deliberation, it was established that this purple-eyed marten had no reserve price and no bidding restrictions. Its worth was solely determined by your perceptions. Let the auction commence." Upon hearing this final statement, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Even Zhou did not anticipate that the Tianqing Merchant Guild would opt for such a method to auction the purple-eyed marten. Chapter 47. Essence of the 5 Elements. Despite this, the individuals on the 3rd and 4th floors remained largely inactive, while a handful on the 1st and 2nd floors mingled, some adopting a tentative approach. The cost of cultivating a purple-eyed marten was exorbitant. It could drain an entire faction's resources, and they were reluctant to risk nurturing such an unpredictable beast under the scrutiny of so many eyes. The purple-eyed marten exhibited obvious signs of distress, its violet orbs reflecting anxiety as it curled up in the corner of the iron cage, trembling slightly. Yet the onlookers remained indifferent to its plight, many contemplating whether they could acquire it at a bargain price. Gazing at the purple-eyed marten, Fong Han pondered aloud. "Sister Yunjin, do you believe this purple-eyed marten is worth nurturing?" Having witnessed much of the world, Yunjin might offer a unique perspective, and Fong Han was eager to hear her thoughts. After all, it was merely a beast, though its ancestry boasted the bloodline of the purple-eyed spatial marten. That lineage had become so diluted it was nearly negligible. However, if one wished to keep it, that was indeed possible. Yunjin, with her graceful form seated beside Fong Han, quickly discerned the origins of the purple-eyed marten. The purple-eyed spatial marten? Fong Han's expression shifted slightly. He had never heard of this breed. Nevertheless, from Yunjin's tone, he could glean that the purple-eyed marten's ancestry was of considerable significance. Indeed, those who cultivated to great heights were not inferior to the apex clans such as the dragon lineage. Their mastery of spatial pathways was unrivaled, yet their numbers were scarce, and each marten of this type had a solitary disposition, preferring solitude, thus excluding them from the ranks of prominent clans. Having absorbed Yunjin's succinct description, Fong Han now possessed a clearer understanding of the purple-eyed spatial marten, redirecting his gaze back to the creature. With no reserve price, and most bidders limited to the 1st and 2nd floors. Even after a while, The bidding had only reached around 30,000 spirit stones, significantly less than previous items' 40,000. Fong Han's voice caused a ripple of surprise among the few competitors. They had merely been testing the waters with bids of 2 or 3,000. Who was this bold individual raising the stakes by a full 10,000 spirit stones? Forget it. We're already strapped for cash. Fighting over this beast would leave us destitute. Many attendees shook their heads in resignation. Their initial intent to simply test the waters now rendered unnecessary. However, upon realizing it was Fong Han making the bid, the people from the Shao clan on the third floor could no longer contain themselves. They recognized the voice, and the clan leader, with a grim expression, declared 50,000. He had not forgotten this individual, and seizing the opportunity, he aimed to significantly raise Fong Han's bid, ensuring he would not have the comfort of an easy acquisition. Fong Han, detecting the voice from the Shao clan, recognized their attempt to retaliate and coldly scoffed before responding. Does the Shao clan truly believe I would fear you? I bid 60,000. Continue if you dare. Who flinches is a coward. Do you have the audacity? Upon hearing this, the Shao clan leader intended to engage in a serious contest. However, Shao Yi tugged at his arm, shaking his head in caution. Father, be careful not to fall into his trap. Let this jester prance about, and we shall settle accounts after the auction concludes. Prompted by Shao Yi's warning, the clan leader reconsidered and retorted with a cold smile. Do you think this is childish play? My Shao clan looks down upon competing with you. Consider it a mere act of charity from us to you. Within the private room, Fong Han scoffed dismissively, uttering 2 words, coward. Publicly insulted, the Shao clan leader erupted in rage, his voice thunderous. You are outrageous. Enough. Do not disrupt the order. Seeing the two poised for conflict, Qiu Qianxiu swiftly intervened to restore order. Addressing both men, it matters not whether you show me respect, but I hope both of you can extend some courtesy to the Tianqing Merchant Guild. Please do not impede the normal proceedings of the auction. Now, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Qiu Qianxiu scanned the room, and upon seeing no further bids, disappointment flickered in his eyes as he announced the outcome. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the second floor for acquiring the purple-eyed marten. Now, let us proceed to the next item up for auction. Qiu Qianxiu's signal. The iron cage was lowered, and another item was presented, a finely crafted box. This is a sword box. Qiu Qianxiu held the sword box in his palm and addressed the crowd. This sword box is a legacy from a master of the sword path, inscribed with a killing formation that could be unleashed alongside a spirit sword, boasting formidable lethality. It certainly serves as a significant trump card. All sword cultivators present must not miss this opportunity. Bidding begins now, with a base price of 500,000 spirit stones and increments of no less than 50,000 that let the bidding commence. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from the fourth floor interjected, 80,000 spirit stones. The sudden leap to 80,000 astonished the crowd. Who was this individual, making such a bold offer? I have come specifically for this sword box, and I hope all present will grant my sword pavilion some consideration. Of course, if it comes to financial prowess, I am more than willing to compete. The voice from the fifth box on the fourth floor resonated with calm authority, yet the words carried a weight of dominance. It is a representative from the sword pavilion. No wonder they appeared so determined to possess this sword box. The sword pavilion is indeed a prestigious force in Yandi, not merely a faction from Yanbei, but a formidable entity occupying the heart of Yandi, with a wealth of skilled practitioners. Another voice from the second box on the fourth floor chimed in. It is only fitting that the sword box belongs to the friend from the sword pavilion. Only a cultivator of your caliber deserves to possess it. What extravagant wealth! Fong Han marveled, reflecting on the staggering sum of 80,000 spirit stones. This individual bid, as if it were nothing more than a handful of spirit stones, seemingly unperturbed. Although only one person was bidding. This sum met Qiu Qianxiu's expectations, and seeing no further offers, he promptly declared the result. Since no one else wishes to bid, the sword box shall belong to the friend from the sword pavilion. Congratulations on your acquisition. Next, let us unveil the final treasure of today's auction. With a clap of his hands, Qiu Qianxiu signaled for a delicate small box to be brought forth, which he opened before the audience. However, to the crowd's bewilderment, the box contained not a precious treasure or elixir, but a handful of yellow earth, adorned with a talisman. Yet in that moment, all could sense the rich, earthy spirit emanating from it. This item is extraordinary. Indeed, it is the essence of earth. Fong Han's gaze sharpened, his heart surging with anticipation. The long-awaited essence of the five elements had finally made its appearance. It truly is Huang Lingjun too. The voice from the fourth floor left many attendees stunned. Countless among them had never heard these four words before. However, given the tone of the individual from the fourth floor, it was clear they were aware of the item's significance, prompting everyone to lean in, eager not to miss a word. Ha ha ha, truly, the Tianqing Merchant Guild is remarkable to even present such a treasure as Huang Lingjun Tu for auction. Old Qiu, you are indeed generous. Zhou's voice rang out, filled with laughter, though the shock in his tone was unmistakable. Qiu Qinqiu closed the box and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this is the Huang Lingjun Tu, one of the essences of the five elements. I trust that you all came here with the intention of acquiring it. Chapter 48. Chaos erupts, yet the most exhilarated among the crowd was undoubtedly Fong Han. Upon hearing those four words, he abruptly stood from his seat. At last, the anticipated moment had arrived. Yun Jin's instinct had proven correct, and there truly was the essence of the five elements to be found in this blood city, making its appearance in the final round of the auction. However, given his current financial standing, the prospect of successfully acquiring the essence of the five elements seemed bleak, as the forces in the fourth floor boxes appeared intent on claiming it. He turned to the breathtakingly beautiful woman beside him. Sister Yunjin, should we go all in for this? The essence of the five elements is a rare find, and having encountered it, Fong Han was determined not to let it slip away. The Zixiao Divine Flame had already proven immensely beneficial to him. Not to mention Yunjin, who desperately required the essence of the five elements to restore the refined Immortal Tower, had likely already made her decision the moment Fong Han posed a question that it was clear they would pursue this venture with fervor. There is no need to rush for the time being. We may as well observe how matters unfold. I have already locked onto the aura, so it cannot be lost. In contrast, Yunjin appears significantly calmer than Fong Han, and she gestures for him to take a seat. When the time comes, regardless of who captures the essence of the five elements, it will not be an easy feat to carry it away. There will inevitably be those who cannot resist making a move. So we need not hurry out of course. Yunjin's thoughts are almost at odds with Fong Han's. He shares her perspective that it would be foolish to act recklessly at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. If they dared to auction it, they must not fear being robbed. The auction of the spirit yellow vibrating soil is likely only to determine who first lays claim to it. Having the financial means is one matter, but whether one could successfully bring it back after winning it is another. Unfortunately, this spirit yellow vibrating soil barely qualifies as the essence of the five elements, and its effects are likely not as remarkable as those of the Zixiao Divine Flame. Yunjin cast a glance at the yellow soil sealed by restrictions and could not help but comment. However, having something is better than nothing, as long as there is enough essence of the five elements. The faster she can repair, and that is precisely what Fong Han is counting on, enabling her to elevate him swiftly. Just as they were conversing, the auction outside had already commenced, and the price of the spirit yellow vibrating soil was skyrocketing. The individuals in the private boxes on the fourth floor were engaged in a fierce bidding war, with the price soaring to 2 million as they vied against one another. Despite this, the price continued to rise. This spirit yellow vibrating soil belongs to our Jin sect, 2,500,000 spirit stones. If any of you feel your spirit stones are insufficient, hurry and summon someone to fetch more. The tone from Box 1 on the fourth floor was exceedingly arrogant, seemingly dismissing the other three major forces in Blood City entirely. The Jin sect truly has a grand reputation, being in Blood City. It is merely a matter of speed, yet you dare to make such claims. Indeed, everyone desires the spirit yellow vibrating soil. Should we yield just because of your words? I bid 2,800,000. Watching the spirit stones amounting to several million being tossed about so casually, Fong Han could not help but feel a sense of it was evident that wealthy individuals were abundant. Even a single one of these bidders likely possessed wealth exceeding his own by more than double, not to mention the top-tier backing they had. Fong Han rose to his feet and walked toward the exit. The auction was of no concern to him, and it was time to prepare for what lay ahead. His first order of business was to retrieve all his belongings using the receipt from earlier. After deducting the cost of the diamond fruit, the purple-eyed ferret, and the handling fees, he still had nearly 200,000 spirit stones remaining. Had this occurred earlier, Fong Han would have been overjoyed. However, with the emergence of the spirit yellow vibrating soil, this sum paled in comparison. With his current cultivation, he could not compete. He was now placing all his hopes on Sister Yunjin, waiting to see what she would do next. But how to accommodate this little creature now? Glancing at the trembling, purple-eyed ferret, Fong Han contemplated briefly before opting to place it within the tower's internal world. He had no time to soothe it at the moment. After putting his belongings into the refining Immortal Tower, Fong Han exited the auction house and found a quiet spot outside the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to await developments. It appeared that news had already spread, as there were quite a few people gathered outside. Fong Han surveyed the area and noticed numerous figures outside the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, most likely members of the four major forces in Blood City, with hidden individuals lurking even deeper. After all, the value of the essence of the five elements was immense. Everyone desired such a treasure. It was likely that once it was brought out, the entire Blood City would be thrown into chaos. He could only wonder which force would ultimately acquire the essence of the five elements. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from within the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, followed by a furious roar. Fong Han's gaze sharpened. Those forces indeed could not contain themselves, engaging in conflict before even exiting the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. This was like a signal. Everyone outside heard the commotion and rushed in. The auction had turned into utter chaos, especially for those seated on the first floor, who generally had lower cultivation levels. Panic spread across their faces as they fled, desperate to avoid being caught in the turmoil. Run, quickly, escape. It's all gone awry. If we don't flee now, we might lose our lives here. One figure dashed toward the exit at incredible speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Damn it! These factions truly lack martial ethics. They dare to act within the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhou, a wandering cultivator, cursed under his breath. Though his cultivation was respectable, he did not dare to get involved in the chaos. Just then, Qiu Qianxiu blocked his path. Zhou was instantly agitated. Old Qiu, I haven't laid a hand on anyone. Let me go quickly. Your treasures aren't with me. Qiu Qianxiu's face was exceedingly grim. Almost dripping with malice, he cast a glance at Zhou and spoke in a low voice. Friend Zhou, the situation is spiraling out of control. I implore you to stay and lend a hand. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will certainly reward you handsomely afterward. Chapter 49. Guardian Array. Help. How can I assist? Old Qiu, are you trying to put me in danger? With the current state of affairs, who could possibly help? If you seek assistance from me, you might as well find your president. It's been ages since anyone has seen him. Hearing Zhou's last two remarks, Qiu Qianxiu could only smile bitterly. If he could have found him, he would have done so long ago. How could he have let things progress to this uncontrollable state? He simply could not get in touch with him. Zhou waved his hand, sidestepping Qiu Qianxiu as he attempted to leave. I've already done my part by not getting involved in your matters, old Qiu, for the sake of our acquaintance. I wish you good fortune. Today, I have successfully bid for the spirit yellow vibrating soil. It now belongs to me. Are you declaring war against our Gen sect? The Gen sect leader's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the three figures before him. Regrettably realizing that facing three opponents alone was a daunting challenge, that moment, countless array patterns materialized in the air, enveloping the entire Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. This was their protective array, activated by Qiu Qianxiu at this critical juncture. You have violated the rules. Qiu Qianxiu ascended, firmly positioning himself beside the Gen sect leader, while Zhou's figure appeared on the other side, having been persuaded by Qiu Qianxiu. Seeing Qiu Qianxiu, the Gen sect leader felt a surge of relief and quickly said, Friend Qiu, I came here to bid fairly, but these three factions have broken the rules, daring to engage in conflict before even exiting the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. We must join forces to get through this crisis. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty leader beneath his expansive crimson cloak snorted derisively. Humph! The world as treasures belong to those with power. Your Jin sect cannot even stomach the spirit yellow vibrating soil. You must surrender it for collective governance. Otherwise, the first to perish will be your Jin sect. Gentlemen, this is still the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, not a place for your rampant behavior. Qiu Qianqiu's tone grew stern, revealing the fury burning within him. The array in the air shifted under his control, a faint killing intent surfacing. Sensing the array's might, Zhou's previously anxious heart found some respite as he retorted coldly to the leader of the three major forces. Indeed, there has long been an agreement that the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce does not engage in disputes among factions, and likewise, no faction may take action against the chamber. Now that you have broken this agreement, you will inevitably face repercussions, and none shall escape. The bloodthirsty leader shot him a frosty glance. With your cultivation level, you dare to involve yourself? Be careful. You might not even realize how you perish. The helmsman of the only family force in Blood City, Murong Bo, cast a scrutinizing gaze toward Qiu Qianqiu. Despite being enveloped by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce's array, his expression remained unchanged. Friend Qiu, while the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is indeed formidable, do not forget we are in Yindi. If you believe a mere array can contain all factions, you are overly arrogant. AS's words fell. Several figures appear by their side, including the Yuan family from Beitai City and the Xiao and Yuan families, each a dominant force in their own right. Witnessing this, Zhou turned pale, secretly cursing Qiu Qianqiu for leading them into a trap. He felt as if this was a premeditated scheme. Otherwise, how could everyone have aligned together? The Jin sect leader's expression darkened as well. He had not anticipated that so many factions would unite over the spirit yellow vibrating soil. Without hesitation, he tossed the box containing it away. I no longer want this spirit yellow vibrating soil. Let each of you fight for it. His decision was resolute. The spirit yellow vibrating soil was no longer a treasure, but a source of calamity. A hot potato that could not be held onto, and it was better to let them engage in a brutal contest. All eyes were on the box containing the spirit yellow vibrating soil as it flew towards them, causing the heart of the Yuan family's elder to race, instinctively wanting to reach out and seize in my opinion, the spirit yellow vibrating soil would be much safer in my bloodthirsty sect. The bloodthirsty leader was the first to arrive, his hands outstretched as a nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air. The crimson blood energy transformed into a massive hand, firmly grasping the box. I fear you lack the strength. The Murong family master rushed over, pointing decisively, instantly obliterating the blood hand. This moment, their focus shifted entirely to the box, no one paying any further attention to Qiu Qianqiu and Zhou. Let them contend. We should leave quickly. After all, the Jin sect has already submitted the spirit stones. Those who cherish their lives and wish to remain uninvolved in this matter linger near Qiu Qianqiu, whispering in his ear. Meanwhile, the leader of the Jin sect has reached the edge of the formation, only to find himself unable to break free, exclaiming, Qiu Qianqiu, open the formation! Just moments ago, he had feigned a willingness to unite against adversity. But now he only desires to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Fixated on this individual, Huang Lingjin too still clings to him. Upon hearing Yun Jin's words, Feng Han nodded in agreement. He had been observing in silence, and not only considering the vast expenditure of spirit stones, but also the value of Huang Lingjin too, he would never relinquish it so easily. Qiu Qianqiu paid no heed to him. At this moment, he could not possibly open the formation. Instead, he accelerated its operation, the formation patterns transforming into streaks of white light resembling sword shadows, descending upon them like a torrential downpour, exuding an aura of unrestrained lethality. Capable of serving as the protective array for the Tianqing Merchant Association in this territory, its might was indeed formidable. Particularly, the Tianqing Merchant Association prided itself on its abundant spirit stones, and under the consumption of countless spirit stones. The array's power compelled even the leaders of the three major factions to harbor a sense of trepidation, prompting them to halt their actions. Zhou Su let out a hearty laugh, brandishing a box before them. His previous panic replaced with an expression of exuberance. Under this sword array, you are like ants, easily reduced to ashes with a mere flick of my hand. Let us see who dares to make a move. Observing his haughty demeanor, the bloodthirsty cult master and the others felt a chill run through them, their eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Yet, at this moment, they truly dared not act rashly. Allowing this fellow to continue his bluster. For so many years, you have caused trouble in my Tianqing Merchant Association. Have you ever considered the consequences? As he surveyed the chaotic auction hall, Qiu Qinqiu's voice was soft. Yet his words reached everyone's ears with clarity Oh, you truly believe that someone can hold back the president and allow you to act with impunity? The Tianqing Merchant Association is not a place where you can run rampant. With a flick of his hand, several individuals felt countless sword energies converging upon them from the air. Even they felt a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. Murong Bo clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, "The Daoist Qiu is jesting. We absolutely do not harbor such intentions. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding, and we can leave with our people at any time. Indeed, to express our apologies, we shall visit personally to make amends afterward. We have been neighbors for many years and have collaborated on numerous occasions. Today's incident was truly a misunderstanding." Underneath his flowing blood-red robe, the hoarse voice of the bloodthirsty cult master emerged. "Where is Huang Lingjin too?" At that moment, Zhou Su suddenly gasped in shock. He had opened the box, only to find it empty. With not a trace of Huang Lingjin Tuesday, he stared blankly at Qiu Qinqiu. Clearly bewildered, this scene did not escape the notice of the bloodthirsty cult master and his companions. Their expressions froze, and they quickly reacted. "It was Jinyu. He was toying with us like fools." The bloodthirsty cult master ground his teeth in anger, realizing why he had so easily surrendered the item earlier and had urgently urged Qiu Qinqiu to open the formation for his escape. He had a guilty conscience. The leader of the Jin sect, witnessing this scene from a distance, instantly changed color. Damn it. If it weren't for Qiu Qinqiu, they would never have discovered it so quickly. I would have fled long ago. Just then, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, before he could react, it tore through his chest. Jinyu let out a wretched scream, and the next moment, a figure clad in white, wielding a spirit sword, materialized beside him, blood dripping from the blade onto the ground. Astonished, everyone watched as the esteemed leader of the Jin sect was nearly slain by a single sword strike. Who is this white-clad man? As Jinyu's eyes brimmed with resentment, the white-clad figure effortlessly seized his storage bag. After forcibly inspecting its contents, he nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is still in your possession," upon catching sight of the jade plaque hanging at the man's waist. Murong's head narrowed as he recognized the identity of the man before him, a member of the Sword Pavilion. "You truly wish to meddle in the affairs of Yanbei. Do not bring calamity upon yourself." Unfazed, the white-clad man replied coolly, "The matters of Yanbei have never been of interest to my Sword Pavilion. This Huang Lingjin too is merely my spoils of war, and if you desire it, we shall see how capable you truly are." With that, the white-clad man abruptly turned, and with a single swing of his sword, he cleaved a gash in the formation, his lethal intent leaving all present in shock. As he attempted to leave, the bloodthirsty cult master's murderous intent flared, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he pursued, determined not to let Huang Lingjin too be taken away so easily. Kill! With the formation breached, others quickly followed suit. As long as they could escape the confines of the sword array, they would no longer be constrained by the crowd. The bloodthirsty cult master's speed was extraordinary. In a matter of mere breaths, he caught up, and as he surged forth, a thick, crimson, viscous blood enveloped the white-clad figure. "Do you dare to employ such petty tricks?" The white-clad man remained unfazed, his spirit sword appearing to possess its own sentience. As the repulsive blood failed to even graze his garments, "Release Huang Lingjin too." At that moment, Murong also arrived, channeling his profound skills into his palm and striking towards the white-clad man, surrounded by multiple assailants. The white-clad man showed no fear. He withdrew the sword case he had previously used, and as he opened the lid, 32 long swords shot forth that, in an instant, sword energy swirled, forcing everyone back. The head of the Shao family, unable to evade in time, sustained several sword wounds, causing those of the Shao family to tense in alarm. The prowess of this white-clad man was astonishing, and with the sword case in hand, even a coalition of all present would struggle to match him. But a bunch of clumsy chickens, leaving behind such a remark, the white-clad man stepped lightly, moving towards the distance. The onlookers were filled with trepidation, and none dared to obstruct him. Just then, a flash of red light appeared, abruptly halting him midair. The white-clad man's pupils contracted, and the 32 swords returned to his side in defense. Sensing the presence of the individual before him, he dared not act recklessly. "Who are you?" The figure radiating red light was unfamiliar to him, and he had never heard of such a person within the Yin territory. Fong Han floated silently in the air, not answering the question. Instead, the red glow around him flickered, and his voice, devoid of emotion, commanded, "Hand over Huang Lingjin Tuesday." Unlike the bloodthirsty cult master, the red glow surrounding him was not tainted with the stench of blood, but was rather filled with an otherworldly essence. Upon hearing Fong Han's words, the white-clad man snorted coldly, a surge of battle intent rising within him. "Then let us see if you possess the ability." Under his command, the 32 long swords intertwined, enveloping him in a torrent of sword energy. Yet in the next moment, Fong Han merely waved his hand lightly, as though an invisible force shattered the swords surrounding him into fragments. How is this possible? The nonchalance with which Fong Han dismantled the swords left the white-clad man in utter disbelief, questioning the level of cultivation this individual had attained. It felt as though they were not even on the same plane. In the midst of his astonishment, Fong Han vanished from sight, reappearing before him in the blink of an eye, and with a gentle poke of his finger, the white-clad man's right shoulder was pierced, staining his once pristine white robes with crimson. Observing this, Zhou Su's lips twitched. What in the world? What level of astonishing prowess has he achieved? It's as if he's toying with this white-clad lad. Fong Han extended his hand slightly, effortlessly drawing the storage bag from the white-clad man, clutching it tightly. Upon seeing the sealed Huang Lingjin Tu within, a smile flickered in his eyes, despite the vast disparity in strength. The white-clad man remained defiant, letting out a roar as he drew his sword for a strike, yet Fong Han merely pinched it between his fingers, halting its advance entirely, rendering the previously threatening sword energy ineffective. "So weak, you still have much to learn." Fong Han looked down upon him. Flicking his finger, the white-clad man was sent flying backward for several dozen meters. Yet, even with his hands crushed, he still clutched the spirit sword tightly. Fong Han's crimson gaze swept across the crowd, regardless of whether they harbored intentions towards Huang Lingjin Tu. In that moment, they all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The oppressive aura he exuded was overwhelming. Zhou Su, feeling anxious, whispered beside Qiu Qianqiu, "Do you know who this guy is? When did such a formidable figure arrive in Yin territory?" "You ask me, and who shall I ask?" Qiu Qianqiu replied, somewhat speechless, having ignored Zhou Su's inquiry. Yet he too racked his brain, unable to deduce the identity of this unexpected figure, who radiated a red glow, a presence entirely unheard of in Yin territory. Chapter 51. Refining the Diamond Fruit. Who on earth is this person? This issue weighs heavily on the minds of those present. They have all witnessed the formidable prowess of the Sword Pavilion cultivators. With a single strike, one nearly decapitated the leader of the Jin sect, and with another, shattered the array of the Tianxing Merchant Association, standing alone against a multitude. Yet now, they find themselves crushed by this mysterious man enveloped in red light, unable to retaliate even slightly, with Huang Lingjin Tu already in hand. Fong Han wished to extricate himself from this situation, turning to leave. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor obstructed his path. "Oh, you think you can simply leave after causing a disturbance in the Tianxing Merchants Association?" he inquired, clad in a plain robe, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood firmly in mid-air, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the Sword Pavilion's men, if not surpassing it. President Qiu Qianqiu bowed deeply from a distance, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Their president had finally returned. However, given the current situation, his presence seemed of little consequence. He understood that while the president was strong, he likely stood no chance against this enigmatic figure. "If I wish to depart, you cannot impede me." With that declaration, Fong Han's form transformed into a series of afterimages as he sped away. The president's gaze turned icy, and he too vanished from his spot, reappearing directly in Fong Han's path. Your presence here in the Tianqing Merchants Association is not something you can simply enter and exit as you please. The president's hand morphed into a claw, 3 fingers as hard as steel, aimed at Fong Han's shoulder, intending to subdue him with a single strike. Presumptuous, Fong Han's eyes narrowed, and a burst of red light instantaneously sent the president flying. His body hurtling like a shooting star, crashing into a nearby building. Gasping at the sight, Qiu Qianqiu could not help but inhale sharply. He had anticipated that the president would be unable to stop this individual. Yet he had not expected such a complete and utter defeat, as if they were not even equals in combat. Hey, as the president soared away, the onlookers felt a tremendous weight lift from their hearts. The oppressive aura emanating from this man was simply overwhelming. Fong Han, radiating red light, leaped through the air, not knowing how long he'd been in flight, until he finally found a dense forest to dive into. Ha ha, Sister Yunjin, with our combined strength, we are truly unstoppable. As he reveled in the boundless power coursing through him, a look of infatuation crossed Fong Han's face. This feeling, capable of crushing all, was utterly exhilarating. Upon hearing his words, Yunjin could not help but smile gently. With a delicate gesture, she summoned the red light enveloping Fong Han, retracting it back into her own body. The moment the power that did not belong to him was siphoned away, Fong Han felt his body weaken dramatically, as if he had fallen gravely ill, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Yunjin lightly tapped his forehead, her enchanting gaze laced with amusement. It is wise to refrain from using power that does not belong to you. Otherwise, you will end up like this, feeble and listless. Yunjin's implication was clear. Fong Han opened his mouth to retort, but no sound emerged, resembling a fish out of water, ultimately being led back to the alchemy tower by Yunjin. Inside the alchemy tower, Fong Han spent over half a month recovering. Noticing that Yunjin was absent, presumably refining Huang Lingjin too, he chose not to disturb her. Eagerly, he retrieved the King Kong fruit from his storage bag. Instantly greeted by an alluring fragrance wafting through the air, "Please do not disappoint me with your effects," he muttered to himself, tossing the King Kong fruit into the Qingquan furnace. Having completed this, he shifted his gaze toward the corner where the purple-eyed weasel lurked. The purple-eyed weasel, sensing Fong Han's attention, immediately shrank back, prompting a smile from Fong Han, who mused that the creature was indeed timid. "Come out, I mean you no harm." After calling out a couple of times, and seeing the purple-eyed weasel still hiding, Fong Han shook his head and glanced at the Qingquan furnace, extracting a drop of spirit liquid refined from medicinal herb and offering it to the creature. At the sight of the spirit liquid, the purple-eyed weasel was quickly drawn in by the captivating aroma, its nose twitching. Observing that Fong Han still maintained a distance, it finally succumbed, swallowing the offering in one gulp. Seeing this, Fong Han retrieved another drop of spirit liquid, and as he watched the purple-eyed weasel savoring the treat, a smile crept onto his lips. "Little one, you are not beyond my grasp after all." Under Fong Han's generous feeding, the purple-eyed weasel gradually lowered its guard, appearing as though it had never experienced such delicacies before, reveling in the enjoyment as it ventured closer to Fong Han. As the distance closed, Fong Han stepped forward, causing the purple-eyed weasel to retreat like a frightened rabbit, peeking out cautiously from its hiding spot. Fong Han chuckled softly, feeling no urgency. Trust is something that must be cultivated over time. He had no desire to force the purple-eyed weasel into submission through intimidation, believing that under the onslaught of his spirit liquids, its defenses would soon crumble. Settling down beside the Qingquan furnace, Fong Han extracted 2 drops of lotus seed spirit liquid and began to cultivate. Despite appearing vigorous, he knew that using Yunjin's power bore its disadvantages. He could feel that compared to before, his foundation showed signs of instability. Days swiftly passed, and after refining the 2 drops of lotus seed spirit liquid, Fong Han managed to restore the deficiencies in his cultivation. Moving forward, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing Yunjin's power. The King Kong fruit should have been fully refined by now. With that thought, Fong Han approached the Qingquan furnace, and indeed, a drop of golden spirit liquid floated before him. Appearing crystalline and translucent, akin to a gleaming diamond, he promptly retrieved it and, finding an open space, swallowed it whole, quietly savoring the transformations it would bring as time elapsed. The spirit liquid within Fong Han's body transformed into pure spiritual energy, accompanied by a mysterious power that coursed through his major meridians. Stimulated by this force, Fong Han felt remarkable changes. Wherever this energy flowed, a faint golden glow enveloped those areas, exuding a divine aura. After nearly 10 days, Fong Han finally emerged from his meditative state, having nearly completed the refinement of the spirit liquid derived from the King Kong fruit. Although his cultivation had not significantly improved, the most notable enhancement was the strengthening of his meridians. Both the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the efficiency of circulating spiritual power had drastically improved, and his physical body had also seen considerable enhancement. Quite satisfactory. It was worth the investment. Fong Han smiled, feeling content that his expenditure of spirit stones had not been in vain. The purple-eyed weasel poked its head out, curiously observing Fong Hi in response. He chuckled and offered a few drops of refined spirit liquid from the Chinquan furnace. Upon seeing the spirit liquid, the purple-eyed weasel's eyes brightened, immediately drawn toward it. As it feasted eagerly, Fong Han smiled, choosing not to intrude further. Instead, he found a clear patch of space and, with a gentle thought, manifested a figure in the previously empty area. Within mere breaths, a figure almost identical to Fong Han solidified before him. "Let me see if I can defeat you today," Fong Han declared, brimming with fighting spirit, wielding a large blade as he charged forward. Chapter 52. Bing Shui with the wind at his feet, Fong Han moved with astonishing speed. Appearing before his doppelganger in the blink of an EYAS, he exerted his fingers. The blade danced in the air like a spirited sprite, brimming with lethal intent. Yet, being a reflection of himself, his fierce assault was easily deflected, and the two exchanged blows this moment. Although they shared the same cultivation level, Fong Han undeniably held the upper hand. His proficiency only grew with each strike. Since the opponent could perceive his innermost thoughts, he too could exploit this to lead the other into making erroneous judgments. Fong Han unleashed an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy, his blade's lethal aura saturating the battlefield. Any martial artist would have long since crumbled under such pressure. After a grueling day and night of battle, Fong Han finally exhausted his spiritual power and collapsed onto the ground, with the figure before him dissipating into nothingness. "You've made considerable progress. I estimate that within 2 months, you will be able to surpass him," as Fong Han concluded his combat. Yin Jin's figure appeared beside him, seemingly having observed the entire match. Struggling to rise from the ground, Fong Han inquired, "Has Huang Ling Zhun too been completely refined?" Yin Jin nodded gently. "Did you not notice that the flow of time within the tower has accelerated?" Upon hearing this, Fong Han was taken aback. Having spent this time within the tower, he had indeed overlooked this change. To be precise, time within the tower now flowed 15 times faster than in the outside world. This piece of news indeed comes as a delightful surprise to Fong Han. However, upon reflection, it is rather understandable. After all, having refined the essence of the 5 elements, how could there be no effect whatsoever? It is worth noting that the most significant benefit the Immortal Refining Tower currently provides him is the accelerated flow of time, which offers him an abundance of cultivation time. Gently placing her jade hand on Fong Han's shoulder, she observed the impressive physical strength he now possessed, nodding in approval. "After consuming the diamond fruit, your physique has indeed surpassed that of other cultivators of the same realm. Should you encounter similar body-enhancing substances in the future, make every effort to seize the opportunity." "Understood," Fong Han replied with a faint smile, having personally experienced the advantages of enhanced physical strength. The diamond fruit was undoubtedly a remarkable item, although it cost him 15,000 spirit stones. He felt it was worth the investment. Having spent an extended period within the Immortal Refining Tower, Fong Han naturally sought to step outside for some fresh air. This time, he brought the purple-eyed marten along. However, the little creature attempted to flee as soon as it was outside. Fortunately, Fong Han had anticipated this and swiftly captured it. "Staying by my side, you have an ample supply of spiritual liquid," Yet you still contemplate escape? Be careful not to get caught and sold. Gazing at the purple-eyed marten in his grasp, Fong Han shook his head, resorting to verbal intimidation. Strangely enough, upon hearing his words, the marten shrank its neck and quieted down considerably. Surveying the surroundings, he recognized that this was still the same forest, yet he was uncertain of its location. Only after consulting his map was he able to confirm that he had strayed from Yinbei and was now in the heart of Yindi. He also spotted the sword pavilion where the man in white had previously been, not far from here. After walking for less than 2 hours, Fong Han caught sight of a city ahead, bustling with people. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to return the purple-eyed marten to the Immortal refining tower, now that he had altered his appearance, even with the recent uproar regarding Blood City. He had no cause for concern about being recognized. Yes, he had anticipated. News of his actions in Blood City had already reached this place. But there was another piece of information that caught his attention. The Liang Kingdom's army is pressing in, having captured several cities. Upon hearing this news, Fong Han raised an eyebrow that he had known that the Liang Kingdom would be furious after the demise of the Tang siblings and would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. However, he had not expected them to act so aggressively by deploying their army. Were they intent on sweeping through all of Yindi? Though he was responsible for the deaths, Fong Han felt no anxiety. The only clue, that Spirit's sword, had been dealt with by him, making it difficult for them to trace it back to him. Moreover, he truly did not believe that Yindi could be so easily overrun by the Liang Kingdom. Besides, the flames of war had yet to reach him in his current location. After a simple meal at a tavern, Fong Han planned to depart. However, just at that moment, his gaze casually swept outside the window, and he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Zhou Li, what brings him here? Has he somehow discovered my whereabouts? As he observed the figures walking down the street, one of them was indeed Zhou Li, and a surge of murderous intent rose within Fong Han, though he quickly suppressed it. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Even if they were searching for him, there was no need to reveal his location. Perhaps sensing something, Zhou Li furrowed his brow and halted in place, his gaze following the feeling he had just experienced toward the tavern window. Yet he discerned nothing, for Fong Han had already departed. Seeing him stop, the others accompanying him turned their gazes toward him. "What is it?" the leading woman inquired. Zhou Li hesitated momentarily before bowing respectfully to her. Reporting to Commander Bing, "I just sensed a fleeting murderous intent aimed at me. And it is nearby, yet I cannot pinpoint the source. Such a thing exists?" Upon hearing this, the woman known as Commander Bing raised her brows in surprise and speculated, could it be that Fong Han is present here? If Fong Han were indeed here, he would certainly commend her intuition, as it would further substantiate that their expedition into Yindi was aimed at locating him. Especially Commander Bing, whose cultivation was said to be among the pinnacle in the entire Qi Kingdom. Her decision to personally come here was indeed a considerable risk. "Commander Bing, we cannot rule out this possibility. It would be prudent to utilize the divination bestowed upon us by the National Master. Perhaps Fong Han is hiding in some corner of this city," one among them proposed. Chapter 53. "Cut me down." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their minds focused on capturing Fong Han so they could return and report back. In response, Lu Chu immediately produced 2 plates resembling turtle shells, inscribed with an intricate network of patterns. The group infused their spiritual energy into the plates. Chanting incantations, the patterns on the surface began to glow. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the patterns, under Lu Chu's control, appeared to come alive, twisting black lines, extending outward like worms toward a particular direction. Right here, the members of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau were elated. "What are you waiting for? Pursue!" Lu Chu maintained her composure, gripping the plates tightly as she followed the direction indicated by the black lines. Meanwhile, Fong Han had already reached the city gate. Encountering members of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau was far from fortuitous. He needed to evade them at all costs. Yet the next moment, it seemed he sensed something, his pupils constricting sharply. Turning back, he noticed an unending black line extending from within the city, tightly tethered to him while those around seemed oblivious. Continuing their own affairs. Damn it! Fong Han's expression darkened. The Monitoring Bureau must have detected him. This was undoubtedly their method of tracking him. Before he could utter a word, A streak of red light severed the black line binding him, and Fong Han immediately surged toward the city's outskirts with incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just moments after his departure, a group appeared at the very spot where Fong Han had stood, and upon seeing the severed black line on the ground, Lu Chu could not help but frown. How is this possible? The others were equally incredulous, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhou Li stepped forward, contemplating a possibility that he must have utilized that treasured artifact. As Lu Chu turned her gaze toward him, Zhou Li continued, back at Xinfeng Mountain, he had hidden using that artifact. I had suspected then that what he possessed might rival the Qi Emperor's map. Rival the Qi Emperor's map? The group exchanged glances, for the Qi Emperor's map was foundational to their nation, a divine opportunity bestowed upon their founding ancestor. Without it, the Qi kingdom could not be as grand and prosperous as it was now. Yet, Zhou Li claimed that the treasure emerging from Beijiang was on par with the Qi Emperor's map, which was utterly terrifying, and they found it difficult to accept in that moment. Setting aside whether that treasure can truly compare to the Qi Emperor's map, why did you not mention such crucial information earlier? One person voiced their dissatisfaction. If it is indeed a treasure that can rival the Qi Emperor's map, then the likes of us should not have even come here. Zhou Li sensed the discontent in his tone, but maintained his elegant demeanor, responding calmly. I merely speculated. Perhaps that artifact only possesses the ability to conceal. The first to discover Fong Han was Li Hua. Yet he has already perished. Enough of the arguments. It is not too late now. Lu Chu produced a jade slip, uttering a few words before shattering it. She then turned her gaze to Zhou Li. Among us, you are the only one who has encountered Fong Han. Where do you think he would flee to now? Even if your judgment is flawed, I will not hold it against you. Zhou Li glanced down at the broken black line, formulating a surprising hypothesis. He may not have escaped at all. He could be right here in this city, perhaps even observing us from a short distance. This revelation, the others were taken aback. While Fong Han, hidden within the Immortal refining tower, felt a flicker of apprehension cross his mind, his expression darkening, for he was indeed exactly where Zhou Li had surmised. He had not left. How had that fire failed to consume him? The group turned their gazes toward Lu Chu, for the authority to make decisions rested solely with her, the commander being. Since Zhou Li has suggested this, we shall not go anywhere. Each of us will cover a section. We must not allow Fong Han to escape from here. Additionally, he likely possesses means of disguise, so do not let him slip through our fingers. Only Zhou Li could recognize his aura. Any suspicious individuals they encountered must be reported immediately to both the commander and Zhou Li. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Chu place her trust in Zhou Li, the others exchanged glances and could only nod in agreement. Understood. Witnessing this scene, Fong Han felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet he could only begrudgingly accept the reality. Since they intended to wait for him to emerge, Fong Han decided to remain inside and cultivate, to see who could endure longer. He discovered a vacant plot of land and, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, began to engage in a fierce internal battle with himself. Perhaps it was the weight of his current predicament that compelled him to unleash all the pent-up frustration within. His strikes were extraordinarily ferocious, to the point where several times his opponent found themselves in perilous situations. Observing this scene, Yunjin could not help but smile faintly. It was, after all, a suitable way to temper his temperament. In truth, had she wished, she could easily assist him in extricating himself from his present circumstances. However, if he relied on her to tackle every challenge, it would only skew their dynamic, fostering an increasing dependency on her part. The master of the Immortal Refining Tower could not be a weakling. Within the confines of the Immortal Refining Tower, time flowed swiftly. Fong Han lost himself in the battle, and before long, a month had passed. Initially, the violet-eyed Martin was somewhat wary of the woman in red, maintaining a distance that elicited both amusement and exasperation from Yunjin. After a month of feeding, the little creature gradually lowered its guard. Yet this little beast was a glutton for spiritual essence. It was no wonder that various factions had been reluctant to bid for it. After consuming so much spiritual liquid, aside from its fur becoming a tad shinier, its diminutive form exhibited little change. Cut it down, Fong Han bellowed. Over the course of this month of near-obsessive, high-intensity combat, his swordsmanship grew increasingly sharp, as if the blade in his hand had been endowed with a life of its own. The blade's aura was domineering, as if it could rend apart everything in its path. His opponent, unable to evade, was struck down, nearly torn asunder. The outcome was inevitable. Yunjin observed the unfolding spectacle. Precisely as she had anticipated, Fang Han's rhythm had been shattered, transitioning from a reactive stance to one of utter confusion, embodying a one-sided defeat. With his final strike, Fang Han, who had barely managed to block the last wave of blade energy, could no longer evade, being cleaved in two. Witnessing this, the violet-eyed Martin felt a tightening in its heart. It seemed as though both figures were Fang Han. However, once one's shadow began to fade, it realized victory had been achieved, letting out a jubilant cry. Breathing heavily, Fang Han gazed at the vanishing figure before him, seemingly still in disbelief that he had triumphed. The opponent he had battled for months, regarded as his greatest adversary, had finally been overcome. This should have been a moment of joy, yet it stirred within him a complex array of emotions, difficult to articulate. Enough of this overthinking. This was a personal transcendence. I am stronger now than I have ever been. Fang Han's aura surged, breaking through to a new height, reaching a pinnacle known as the divine forbidden realm of martial arts. I possess the strength to slay a second-turn spiritual practitioner now. Feeling an unprecedented power within, he was eager to test it. Chapter 54. A tremendous increase in strength. It was time to devise a plan to break the stalemate. With his strength significantly enhanced, Fang Han's thoughts became increasingly agile. However, he found himself at a loss, as the personnel from the Monitoring Heaven Division had lingered here for quite some time without any reaction from the forces occupying the city. He yearned to venture outside, yet once he exited the Immortal refining tower, being discovered would complicate his re-entry. Although they were currently unaware of his whereabouts, the guards were clearly gambling on a chance. Should they ascertain his general location, escaping would become impossible. Most critically, they had called for reinforcements, and if a stronger presence intervened, they might very well pinpoint the Immortal refining tower amidst the chaos. There was only one opportunity to escape, and it had to be seized. Fang Han took a deep breath, perhaps due to the favor of Lady Luck. He sensed that the individual guarding his position was the only second-turn spiritual practitioner among the Monitoring Heaven personnel. However, having learned from the previous incident on Xianfo Mountain, he was cautious and refrained from acting hastily. Yunjin, can you detect the positions of the others? Fang Han inquired of Yunjin. What do you mean by can you? Yunjin shot him a glance before continuing. The highest-ranked woman is not here at the moment. Currently, it's just him. However, if you intend to strike, you must do so decisively if he manages to hold you up. Your situation will be dire. Fang Han was acutely aware that if he were delayed, others would undoubtedly arrive promptly. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to act. Hiding indefinitely was not a solution, with Yunjin's assistance. Fang Han's figure appeared in the shadows, unnoticed by the solitary individual sitting atop the city wall in truth, that person felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the earlier words of Zhou Li. Dismissing them with scorn, the delay had likely allowed Fang Han to escape to who knows where. How can anything rival the imperial treasures? Lu Yang scoffed, inwardly dismissive, when suddenly a faint sound behind him snapped his attention. Who goes there? Lu Yang spun around to find a blade of energy hurtling toward him, his heart racing with both shock and anger as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual weapon to deflect the attack. Yet in that moment, Fang Han had already closed the distance, and having established himself in the divine forbidden realm, his reflexes, speed, spirit, and strength had multiplied several times over by the time Lu Yang realized something was amiss. Fang Han's cold, unyielding visage was upon him, and without mercy, he thrust his great blade forward, piercing through Lu Yang's abdomen. The searing pain elicited a scream from Lu Yang as his midsection became drenched in crimson. Clutching his wound, he staggered backward, eyes wide with terror. That blade energy, you are Fang Han. In response to Lu Yang's words, Fang Han merely smiled coldly. He did not linger, aware that others might be hastening toward him. With a swift push of his toes, he vanished from the city wall, becoming a fleeting shadow as he sped away. Seeing him depart, Lu Yang did not rush after him. Instead, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Enduring the excruciating pain, he sank to the ground. Had he not been clutching his belly, His innards might have spilled out. Even now, he felt somewhat dazed, unable to fathom the terror that Fong Han had instilled in him. Had it not been for Fong Han's caution regarding Bing Shuai, he might very well have become a casualty. Upon arriving, Lu Chu's brow furrowed at the sight of Lu Yang alone. Her voice was frigid as she demanded, "Where is he?" A pained expression crossed Lu Yang's pale face as he replied, "He heavily wounded me and escaped." Escaped? Though she had anticipated this outcome, Lu Chu still found it hard to believe. Her gaze became piercing as she retorted, "He is merely a minor practitioner at the martial realm, and you allowed him to escape?" As others arrived and learned of the situation, their expressions darkened. They had not expected Fong Han to be hiding within the city, and despite their heightened vigilance, he had managed to slip away. However, seeing Lu Yang's injuries, they ultimately refrained from voicing their thoughts. Feeling a chill in their hearts, in such a short span, Fong Han had developed to this extent. If they continued to let him roam free, what would become of them? Bing Shuai, may I inquire when Lord Si Tian will arrive? Now that they had lost track of Fong Han, they could only place their hopes on reinforcements. Lu Chu, the news has already been relayed back to the division that he should arrive within a few days. While he is still nearby, we must pursue him immediately. At this moment, Fong Han had already traveled several dozen miles away. Even now, recalling the experience sent a thrill through him. Fortuitously, he had managed to exploit their moment of inattention to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, escaping would not have been so effortless. Moreover, he was quite pleased with his current combat prowess. With his present strength, he could contend against a second-turn spiritual practitioner, and even if he encountered Zhou again, he would not find himself utterly defenseless as before. Presently, Yanbei was besieged by the Liang army, and with the Monitoring Heaven Division infiltrating deeper into the territory, the entire Yin region was descending into turmoil. Resembling a chaotic stew, a situation directly linked to Fong Han. However, this turmoil was advantageous for him. Only by stirring the waters could he find relative safety. With this in mind, he altered his course northward, determined to plunge into the heart of the chaos, deliberately obscuring the vision of the Monitoring Heaven Division in North Platform City. The landscape had turned to ruin. The Liang Kingdom, furious, was not behaving as it had when seeking to reclaim Yin territory. Instead, they were launching a relentless assault, instilling fear in all those who would dare oppose them. Chapter 55. The Inkblade Fong Han returned to Blood City, and compared to before, it was now a veritable sea of humanity. With many individuals blocked outside the gates, unable to enter, in the current state of Yin Bay, Blood City remained the safest haven, for the Liang army had yet to reach here. The city guards were comprised of the four dominant factions, who had united to prevent nearly everyone from entering enter the city. Each individual must pay 5,000 spiritual stones. If you lack this, then scram. Do not block the way. Upon hearing the exorbitant entry fee to the city, an uproar erupted outside. What? 5,000 spirit stones? Why don't you go and rob someone instead? Indeed, just a couple of days ago, it was only 3,000, right? Have you all gone mad for spirit stones? Upon hearing the words from below the city, the commanding officer stationed at the gates scoffed coldly. This decision was made collectively by the four leaders. Do you think we're here to shelter you for free? If you wish to enter the city, pay the fee. If you deem your life not worth 5,000 spirit stones, then be off with you. Hearing this, the crowd below wore grim expressions, from many. 5,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum. Yet at this moment, no place in Yanbei could rival Blood City in terms of safety. Among the throng, Fong Han couldn't help but marvel silently. If each person had to pay 5,000, and there were well over 1,000 people here, the four major families truly knew how to inflate prices. Just then, several beastly roars echoed, and multiple carriages encrusted with jade stones approached from outside. Particularly the foremost one, drawn by 3 formidable demon tigers, gliding towards the city gate as if unimpeded by anyone. Surprisingly, the members of the 4 major factions seemed oblivious, allowing them to pass without any hindrance. Someone expressed extreme dissatisfaction. Why do they get to enter the city without paying spirit stones, while we're charged a full 5,000? ISNT, that blatant bullying. Keep your voice down. Those are from the Yuan family. Do you not fear inviting trouble upon yourself? What the Yuan family? Have they not fled here in fear of the Liang army? That person scoffed in disdain. These once mighty factions, how glorious they were! Yet now they scurry like lost dogs, fleeing even before the Liang army arrives. After paying the 5,000 spirit stones, Fang Han successfully entered the city, but despite the high threshold, the streets within were still teeming with people, especially at the city gate, where there was scarcely a place to stand. After all, this was Blood City, and given the current chaotic situation, it was likely that the Celestial Monitoring Bureau would not catch up to him anytime soon. However, how long could Blood City withstand the onslaught of the Liang army? Although most factions had gathered here, relying solely on this rabble, it seemed unlikely they could hold out for long. Not far off, the crowd parted to make way, and Fang Han caught sight of several individuals clad in blood-red robes approaching. Even from a distance, he could faintly smell the nauseating stench of blood emanating from them. Only the blood cult had such an aura in this city. With small eyes beneath their flowing crimson robes scanning the surroundings, one of them rasped, "Today, the Liang Kingdom's army invades our territory, which is a violation of the heavenly order. All who enter the city must obey the Blood Alliance's commands and resist with all their might. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution." What? The man who had previously complained outside the city, having just paid 5,000 spirit stones, immediately erupted in outrage. "Do you take us for fools? Not only do you demand 5,000 spirit stones, but you also expect us to serve as your cannon fodder. Is this how things are done in this world?" Little did he know, as soon as he uttered those words, the blood cult members turned their gaze upon him, their tone laced with menace. "I believe I made myself very clear earlier. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. Speak another word, and you shall be the first to be used as a sacrifice." Sensing the murderous intent in their eyes, the man promptly fell silent, and the others dared not utter a sound either. Yet, the thought of becoming cannon fodder left them deeply resentful. Fang Han furrowed his brows. It was not that he looked down upon them, but could these factions really hope to withstand the Liang army's advance with just these individuals? That seemed exceedingly unrealistic. The Liang Kingdom was coming with great ferocity, and even if all factions gathered in Blood City, it likely wouldn't last long against the onslaught. Shaking his head, Fang Han decided not to dwell on such matters. If worse came to worst, he would simply flee. He had come here merely to disrupt the Celestial Monitoring Bureau's gaze, and he had no intention of risking his life that a dark thread once again spread toward him. But before it could reach, a flash of red light severed it. Fang Han's expression turned cold. This was the 4th time in 2 days that he had been targeted, each time evading them. Yet they remained undeterred. Although it was highly probable they would trace the dark thread back to him, Fang Han was not worried. With so many strong individuals gathered in Blood City, even if that Bing Shuai was formidable, he would need to weigh his chances of escaping unscathed amidst the onslaught of numerous factions. Speaking of numbers, the most profitable entity had to be the Celestial Commerce Association, within just a few days. The damages from the recent battle had been largely repaired. As Fang Han stepped inside, he intended to use some of his remaining spirit stones to purchase a spirit blade, as his current weapon was beginning to feel inadequate. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you today? Please feel free to speak your mind." As he entered, a maid approached him, and by sheer coincidence, it was the same maid who had attended to him previously. However, this time, Fang Han had donned a different appearance, so she did not recognize him. Upon learning that Fang Han wished to see spirit blades, the maid's eyes lit up, and she eagerly led the way. Knowing that the trade of spirit artifacts was quite lucrative, ascending to the 3rd floor with the maid, Fang Han's gaze was captivated by the rows of weapons on display, all of which were spirit artifacts. "Sir, these are the spirit artifacts available for sale at the Celestial Commerce Association. However, we currently have only 6 spirit blades in stock. Would you like to take a look?" The maid, watching Fang Han's expression carefully, spoke in a hushed tone, fearful of inadvertently offending this esteemed guest. Seeing Fang Han nod, the maid guided him to the nearest spirit blade. The most striking feature of this blade was its color, resembling pure white jade. Just as the maid was about to introduce it, Fang Han reached out to grasp the hilt, then shook his head. This blade did not meet his expectations. Noticing his disapproval, the maid led him to the next blade, But unfortunately, this one was no better than the last. He picked it up only to put it back down again. Fong Han turned to the maid. Do you have anything of higher quality? If they're all similar, I believe there is no need for me to continue looking. If possible, he naturally desired a superb weapon akin to Tang Yao's spirit sword. The two blades he had just seen might still be usable for now. But once he broke through to the spirit path, they would offer little enhancement. Upon hearing this, the maid was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, Sir, please follow me. Following the maid, they soon arrived at a pitch-black spirit blade. Even merely resting on its stand, it emanated a chilling aura of spiritual energy, which caused Fong Han's eyes to brighten. From the very first glance, he could tell that this spirit blade was significantly superior to the previous two. Stepped forward, grasped the hilt, and, as spiritual energy surged within, the blade shimmered with a subtle luster, restrained yet undeniably sharp. This blade is quite impressive. How much does it cost? Chapter 56. An encounter with an acquaintance. Seeing that Fong Han appeared satisfied, the maid also breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled as she replied, This blade, known as the Ink Blade, is currently priced at 150,000 spirit stones. The maid felt a bit anxious about this price. The Ink Blade had been on display for a considerable time, and while many cultivators had shown interest, they were ultimately deterred by the steep cost. 150,000, you say? After a brief hesitation, Fong Han nodded. Deal. I will take it. Upon hearing this, the maid's face blossomed into a smile, her tone now tinged with excitement. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Arriving at the counter and reluctantly parting with 150,000 spirit stones, Fong Han successfully acquired a suitable spirit blade. While it may not be of the highest quality, it was certainly not far from it. This blade exuded a considerable aura of menace, indicating its previous owner was no ordinary character. Fong Han examined it from various angles, growing increasingly satisfied. Had he possessed this blade during their encounter, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau member would undoubtedly have found it much harder to escape with their life. Just as Fong Han was about to leave the Celestial Commerce Association, several figures approached, causing him to pause momentarily. Xiao Yi, the individual at the center, was somewhat familiar to Fong Han. He was the eldest son of the Xiao family, who had previously sought to create trouble due to an auction. His appearance here likely indicated that the Xiao family had also arrived in Blood City. Perhaps sensing Fong Han's gaze, Xiao Yi let out a soft exclamation. But when he turned to look, all he saw was Fong Han's retreating figure, which quickly vanished from his sight. Ego, what's wrong? Someone beside him inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head, assuming that the other had merely recognized him, and glanced over. Not giving it much thought, outside the Celestial Commerce Association, Fong Han did not leave. Instead, he found a quiet spot to wait. The person he was waiting for was none other than Xiao Yi. After that fellow had caused him trouble before, this was a rare opportunity to confront him, especially since there were no strong members of the Xiao family nearby. After about a quarter of an hour, he finally spotted Xiao Yi and his entourage exiting the Celestial Commerce Association. Fong Han lowered his head slightly and approached them. If it were anyone else, they might have grown suspicious at the sight of someone approaching with their head down. But members of the Xiao family had been raised with an air of superiority. They merely glanced and continued on without a second thought. As they drew closer, just as they were about to pass each other, Xiao Yi glanced over and locked eyes with Fong Han. The recognition in that gaze sent a chill down his spine. ITSU. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened, and his reaction was swift. Instinctively, he sought to distance himself. However, Fong Han was even quicker with his blade. Swoosh! The blade sliced through flesh, staining the ground with a crimson hue, and a wretched scream echoed in response. Yet, it was not Xiao Yi who was injured, but rather a younger clan member standing beside him. Fong Han's sudden assault had evidently caught them off guard. One of them, now stained with blood, belatedly realized the danger, his expression a mixture of shock and fury. Glaring at the unfamiliar face of Fong Han, Xiao Yi's eyes darkened. Who are you to dare lay hands on a member of the Xiao family? Fong Han snorted coldly. Unperturbed by lineage, he had slain princes and princesses of the Liang kingdom, let alone a mere Xiao. With his initial strike thwarted, he propelled himself forward with the tip of his foot, leaving behind an afterimage, and struck again with his blade, recognizing the strength of his opponent. The other members of the Shao family hastily evaded, leaving only Shao Yi, who, emboldened by his cultivation of the spiritual path, thrust his spiritual sword forward, clang. As their weapons clashed, Shao Yi felt a tremor in his hands, nearly losing grip of his sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Was this truly the power unleashed by martial prowess? The spiritual sword in his grasp was all too familiar to Feng Han. It was none other than Tang Yao's blade. Feng Han's lips curled into a cold smile as he twisted his wrist, creating a flourish of blade light in the air, though his spiritual knife fell slightly short of the sword's quality. The disparity between the two was far more significant. In the instant of their confrontation, Shao Yi found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to counter Feng Han's swordsmanship. "Come help me." Desperation forced Shao Yi to call for assistance. But those who had previously flattered him now dared not approach. Upon witnessing this, Feng Han let out a chilling laugh. "No one can save you today." Feng Han parried the assault of the spiritual sword and, capitalizing on the momentum, delivered a downward strike. Amid Shao Yi's anguished cries, his right arm, which had been wielding the sword, was sent soaring, blood gushing forth, hot and steaming. In that moment, Shao Yi's capacity for resistance crumbled. Feng Han seized the opportunity, driving his dark blade into Shao Yi's chest, piercing through his heart and lungs. "Your death today is but a consequence. In your next life, keep your tail tucked when you see me." The familiar voice echoed in Shao Yi's ears, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, his eyes widening in horror. As realization dawned, he knew precisely who this man was, yet he lacked the strength to voice his recognition. With Shao Yi's demise, the remaining members of the Shao family were thrown into disarray, fleeing without a backward glance towards the Shao family estate. Feng Han sheathed his blade, retrieving Shao Yi's storage bag amidst the multitude of astonished gazes surrounding him. He then departed swiftly, leaving behind a crowd of incredulous onlookers. Was that not Shao Yi of the Shao family? Who is this man to dare slay a member of the Shao clan? Indeed, Shao Yi was treasured by the patriarch of the Shao family. Now, he has been slain in broad daylight. Once this news reaches them, the Shao family will surely go mad. We must leave at once and cease our observations. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos had already distanced himself from the entrance of the Tianxing Merchant Guild, having changed his appearance to avoid recognition by the Shao family. As usual, he surveyed his spoils, and the contents within brought a glimmer of excitement to Feng Han's eyes. Although the killing of Shao Yi had merely been a minor episode, the man's wealth was considerable. The spiritual stones alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Alleviating his earlier financial woes after purchasing the Dark Blade, it must be said, indeed, that seizing wealth through bloodshed yields swifter rewards than as for how the Shao family would react upon receiving the news. That was no concern of his. Chapter 57. The quest for revenge. The slaying of the Shao family's eldest son spread like wildfire throughout Blood City within the span of mere hours. Such an event occurring at this juncture instilled a palpable sense of dread among the populace. Patriarch of the Shao family, we implore you to remain calm. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's countenance twisted into a mask of fury as he nearly roared. "You wish for me to remain calm? How can I? Would you remain calm if it were your son who had been murdered? If we fail to uncover the identity of my son's killer, the Shao family shall withdraw from the Blood Alliance. We would rather retreat to the hinterlands." At these words, the representatives of several major factions exchanged glances, having rushed to the Shao estate upon hearing the news. Intent on stabilizing the patriarch's volatile emotions, an elder from the Jin sect spoke gravely. "Patriarch, we express our condolences for your son's death, but with war imminent, we must not act in haste. We promise you, once the conflict concludes, we shall assist you in tracking down the murderer." "What do you think? Should I then express my gratitude for your goodwill?" The patriarch of the Shao family scoffed coldly. Dismissing the representatives of the major factions before retreating to a secret chamber, he procured a copper bowl and, using a dagger, made a cut on his middle finger, allowing his lifeblood to flow into the bowl under the coercive pressure of his spiritual energy. This was a secret technique passed down through the Shao family. By using blood as a conduit, he could recreate the scene of the crime, that if he so desired, he could even replicate the killer's aura. Despite the significant loss of blood, The patriarch's face grew pale, yet his gaze remained fixated on the copper bowl before him. Last, the heavens did not forsake the diligent. The blood within the bowl began to bubble, eventually settling into a calm state, with droplets of blood falling and revealing a crimson scene before the patriarch's eyes. Though Xiao Yi's death was an undeniable truth, witnessing his beloved son being slain before his very eyes ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. With a furious punch, he overturned the bowl containing the blood. "Thief! Regardless of your identity, I shall personally exact vengeance upon you." The patriarch burst from the secret chamber, not in pursuit of Fong Han, but rather to confront those who had accompanied Xiao Yi to the Tianxing Merchant Guild. "You cowardly wretches, you deserve death." Without allowing them a moment to speak, the patriarch of the Xiao family struck down the terrified individuals, reducing them to a pulp under his hand. Only after the patriarch departed did the remaining members dare to voice their concerns. What has happened to the patriarch? Perhaps it is the result of Xiao Yi's death that has driven him to such madness. At this moment, Fong Han was entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Having just finished his lunch at a tavern, he was preparing to leave when an overwhelming aura descended, instantly alerting him. This presence bore no pretense, radiating a terrifying killing intent that surged towards the tavern. Several diners sensed the disturbance and hesitated, some even rising to make their exit. "Thief, prepare to die." Upon spotting Fong Han, the patriarch's eyes turned bloodshot, a frenzied aura emanating from him as a colossal hand of spiritual energy descended upon Fong Han. The moment Fong Han recognized the patriarch, he understood that this was a personal vendetta, and he would not sit idly by awaiting his demise. Before the hand could reach him, he had already bolted outside the tavern. With a strike thwarted, the patriarch's figure flickered, reappearing before Fong Han, a spiritual spear materializing in his grasp, its icy gleam radiating lethal intent. Fong Han, unwilling to remain passive, responded quickly, raising his dark blade to defend himself. Upon contact, his palms were torn asunder, and he was propelled several meters back by the sheer force of the impact. "You killed my son, and you truly believe I would not find you merely by changing your appearance." The patriarch advanced step by step, his face twisted in a mask of rage that he was no longer in a hurry to eliminate Fong Han. Instead, he sought to capture him and subject him to every conceivable torture, for only then could he quell the rage of losing his son. With his soul locked onto Fong Han, the latter realized that this battle was unavoidable, and he had no time to ponder how the patriarch had tracked him down so precisely. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he grinned and declared, "What does killing your son matter? Today, I shall slay you too, lest your pitiful son languish in solitude below." Though it seemed that a fourth turn of the spiritual path rendered one invincible, Fong Han held a different opinion. The dark blade in his hand became a streak of shadowy light, its blade energy crashing like tidal waves toward the patriarch. Fong Han's ability to unleash such a menacing strike surprised the patriarch, who had just begun to react when a sudden pang of anguish seized him, causing his face to contort in pain and his spiritual energy to spiral out of control. The fierce blade energy cleaved through the air, instantly shattering his protective spiritual barrier and leaving a gaping wound across his chest. Even the patriarch could not suppress a muffled groan of agony. Seeing the effectiveness of his strike, Fong Han's eyes flickered with astonishment. It was evident that the patriarch was in a compromised state. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the attack. Knowing that once the patriarch regained his composure, his own peril would remain, Fong Han would not let this fortuitous chance slip away. He darted forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The excruciating pain caused the patriarch's veins to bulge, yet as a practitioner of the fourth turn of the spiritual path, even in a state of blood loss, he still exhibited remarkable strength. He wielded the spiritual spear, deflecting Fong Han's blade energy with deft precision. With a flick of his spear, the patriarch aimed a chilling thrust at Fong Han's brow, forcing the latter to retreat, pulling back his figure. Noticing Fong Han's intent to flee, the patriarch immediately pursued him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I shall not rest until this thief is dead. Come at me." Fong Han scoffed, gripping the hilt of his blade and slicing downwards. The terrifying blade energy seemed capable of rending all asunder. The patriarch's pupils constricted sharply, but he quickly regained his composure. Launching his spear into the air, the two weapons clashed with explosive force. The patriarch grasped the rebounding spear tightly, intending to continue his pursuit, only to find Fong Han charging towards him once more. "You truly seek death." The head of the Shao family let out a cold snort, his spiritual spear darting forth like a venomous serpent, only to be evaded by Fong Han, who raised his blade and struck downwards with fierce intent. Zhou Xian's shield, just as he was about to land a blow, a small shield materialized before the Shao patriarch's forehead, formed from spiritual energy, and it resisted the strike with remarkable strength, much to Fong Han's disappointment. However, the Shao patriarch could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. He was struggling to subdue Fong Han and was nearing his limits. "Everyone, cease this at once!" At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure appeared between the two, effectively separating them. Upon observing the attire of the newcomer, Fong Han's expression darkened. The disciples of the Jin sect were indeed meddlesome. Had the battle continued, he was confident he could exhaust the Shao patriarch to death. "Those who obstruct me shall die. Today, it is either his death or mine." Despite his weakened state, the Shao patriarch was consumed by hatred, his eyes still filled with murderous intent towards Fong Han. He even contemplated bypassing the Jin sect member to attack Fong Han. Witnessing his demeanor, the Jin sect disciple frowned and once more positioned himself in front of the Shao patriarch. At the same time, members from several other factions began to arrive. "Shao patriarch, we understand your eagerness for revenge, but do not act impulsively," an elder from the Murong family advised earnestly. "Pray tell, who is this fellow? To stir trouble in my blood city at such a critical juncture is surely against the rules." Chapter 58. Pulling the tiger's skin? As the gazes of the onlookers turned towards him, Fong Han let out a cold laugh, showing no signs of retreat. "This is Yin territory. When did so many rules come into play? He seeks to kill me. Does he expect me to refrain from defending myself? Had he not intervened, he would likely be a corpse by now. Humph. A mere martial realm dares to utter such arrogant words. Who knows what kind of sorcery you have employed?" The head of the Yuan family sneered and continued, "Perhaps you were a spy sent by the Liang army, intent on sowing discord among our blood alliance. Everyone, I propose we execute this man here and now. It would boost our morale and also serve to settle the grievances of the Shao patriarch." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions revealed their intrigue, and Fong Han shot a cold glance at him, almost wanting to retort that his son was also among those he had slain and to see his reaction. An elder from the bloodthirsty sect chuckled, his gaze fixed on Fong Han beneath his voluminous blood-red cloak. "I find the Yuan patriarch's suspicions to be reasonable. However, executing him in the streets is unwise. Why not leave him to my bloodthirsty sect? We will surely extract some information from him." Seeing their ill intentions, Fong Han's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly let out a cold snort. "Do you dare to move against me, even if your higher-ups were to arrive?" I doubt they would have the audacity. Initially, at the Tianqing Merchant Association, his master had deemed them unworthy of his attention, but if they sought death, his master would not hesitate to sweep them away. Upon hearing Fong Han's first words, the representatives of the various factions scoffed, but the latter half of his statement instantly changed their expressions. They were all present at that time and knew how terrifying the man radiating red light had been. Yet, this individual before them actually claimed to be his disciple. However, they were not fools. They would not take this assertion at face value. The head of the Yuan family, recovering from his shock, regarded Fong Han with a knowing gaze and said, "I see you are a desperate spy, clutching at straws that you think that by claiming to be connected to such a figure, you can escape death. How naive." But just as his words fell, an aura erupted from Fong Han, causing the pupils of everyone present to constrict in unison, their expressions shifting rapidly. An elder from the Jin sect gazed at Fong Han in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity. "Is that the aura of Huangling Zhen Tu? Huangling Zhen Tu is within him." Indeed, it was Huangling Zhen Tu. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished at the very treasure they had been vying for, even at the cost of offending the Tianqing Merchant Association, was now in the possession of this young man. The emergence of Huangling Zhen Tu's aura nearly confirmed that this individual was indeed the disciple of that mysterious powerhouse and one of great importance. For such a treasure could not merely be entrusted to anyone. Silence enveloped the crowd. Did they still dare to label Fong Han as a spy? Did they still dare to act against him? Even 100 of them would not have the courage. The Yuan patriarch, who had been the first to speak, fell utterly silent. You truly know how to pull the tiger's skin. Yun Jin's enchanting voice resonated in Fong Han's ear. Upon hearing this, Fong Han could not help but smile inwardly. It is thanks to your cooperation, Sister Yun Jin. Had it not been for Yun Jin releasing the aura of Huang Lingjun too earlier, he would not have been able to deceive this group of individuals. Even if you are that man's disciple, so what? For killing my son, you must pay with your life. Seeing that the crowd hesitated to act against him, the Shao patriarch bellowed in fury and, taking advantage of the moment when others were distracted, charged at Fong Han with his spiritual spear. Shao patriarch, you must not. The crowd gasped, hastily attempting to intervene. But the Shao patriarch had already passed them by, filled with an insatiable killing intent, aiming to pierce Fong Han's heart with his spear. Realizing the Shao patriarch was still undeterred, Fong Han's gaze turned icy. And with lightning speed, he clashed with the patriarch once more. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene. The enmity of a father avenging his son was indeed difficult to quell. Yet if something were to happen, that mysterious figure would undoubtedly pursue the matter. Although the gap in cultivation between the two was vast, the Shao patriarch's blood essence was depleted, and he was only able to exert half of his full combat strength. Fong Han had no fear of him. In fact, he sought to take this opportunity to eliminate him and avoid future troubles. Fong Han's feet propelled him forward with the wind, and in a single step, he was before the Shao patriarch, his muscles surging with power as his blade moved with such speed that it left behind afterimages, instantly shattering the patriarch's spiritual shield. The Shao patriarch let out a scream of agony. Although he had reacted, Fong Han's strike was simply too swift, piercing through his lungs and further exacerbating his already weakened state. Strike now. If you do not act, this Shao Shan will truly perish here. The crowd nodded in agreement, rushing towards the battlefield to forcibly separate Fong Han and Shao Shan, while one person took the severely injured Shao Shan back towards safety. What is the meaning of this? Are you all conspiring against me? Bearing the identity of his master's disciple, Fong Han's display of dominance caused the crowd to hesitate. An elder from the Morong family slightly clasped his hands and said, "Young friend, you have misunderstood. The Shao patriarch is indeed a member of our blood alliance, and his role in the upcoming conflict against the Liang army is significant. His actions stem from a moment of impulsiveness. I ask that you do not hold it against him. Young friend, at such a young age, to have achieved such accomplishments is truly humbling for us. May I ask, did your visit to Blood City come at the behest of your master?" An elder from the Wushuan sect cautiously inquired this moment of impending conflict. The sudden arrival of the disciple of that mysterious powerhouse in Blood City necessitated clarity regarding his master's intentions and stance. My master merely sent me here for some training. Fong Han casually deflected the question, unaware that the Yuan patriarch, who had previously sought to execute him, was now smiling and flattering him. With your remarkable prowess, I believe you will surely leave no survivors among our foes. Chapter 59. Mutual restraint. Fong Han shot him a glance and coldly replied, "There is no need for reliance. Just do not think of killing me." The Yuan patriarch managed an awkward smile. How could that be possible? Now that he had assumed this identity, Fong Han intended to make the most of it. He swept his gaze across the representatives of the four major factions and nonchalantly inquired, "With the Liang army mounting a large-scale invasion, are there any formidable warriors among you?" Noticing the silence and exchanged glances among the crowd, Fong Han had already deduced the answer. He then looked down at Blood City and said, "I must warn you, the Qi Kingdom's monitoring Celestial Division has also arrived in Blood City, and the one leading them is Bing Shuai. You should be cautious." "What? The Qi Kingdom's monitoring Celestial Division has also come?" The crowd was taken aback by this revelation, especially upon learning that it was led by Bing Shuai. What were they planning? Their expressions fluctuated between fear and uncertainty, The presence of the monitoring Celestial Division at this time could only signify a scheme against them. Was it possible they were looking to collude with the Liang army for a coordinated attack? This was truly alarming. Young friend, from where did you acquire this information? Are you certain it is accurate? They were still hesitant to believe it, their gazes fixed on Fong Han, hoping he might jest. Fong Han merely glanced at them. I have shared the information with you. As for its accuracy, you may investigate it yourselves. With that, he turned and left the gathering, his heart brimming with satisfaction. As long as the major factions took this matter seriously, he was confident that even if the monitoring Celestial Division tried to conceal themselves, they would eventually be unearthed. This would simultaneously alleviate the pressure of being pursued. This, too, was thanks to the Shao Patriarch. Had it not been for his actions, the various factions would not have been drawn out. Can that lad's words be trusted? The Yuan Patriarch's voice turned grave. Earlier, he had been respectful and even sycophantic, but the moment Fong Han departed, his tone shifted entirely. An elder from the Jin sect sighed deeply. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. We should return and inform our leaders. What course of action to take is beyond our purview. The mention of the monitoring Celestial Division cast a shadow over everyone's hearts as they returned to their respective factions. Monitoring Celestial Division. This cannot be. How could we have no news whatsoever? At first, upon hearing the news, the bloodthirsty lord and several other leaders wore expressions of disbelief. Yet ultimately, they issued the command to search the entire city. However, at this moment, the population of Blood City was vast, and finding the people from the Heavenly Monitoring Division was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At that time, Fong Han sat in a tea house. Since his battle with the head of the Shao family, the Blood Alliance had kept a close watch on him. Almost 24 hours a day, 3 days had passed, and still, there was no news from the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Nevertheless, Fong Han was certain that the agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division had pursued him and were likely hiding within Blood City. After all, the members of the Heavenly Monitoring Division were renowned for their ability to disguise themselves. And given the chaotic mix of people in Blood City, it was only reasonable that the Blood Alliance had been unable to locate them. These individuals truly wished to eliminate him swiftly. Fong Han rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, over the past couple of days, the dark figures had ceased their pursuit, likely because the Blood Alliance's response had instilled a sense of caution in them. Young master, someone is looking for you. The maid's voice rang out from outside the door. Fong Han turned his gaze, and upon the door opening, he saw the elder from the Jin sect. Ah, young friend, we meet again. The elder from the Jin sect greeted with a smile. Fong Han took a sip of tea and then inquired, Elder from the Jin sect, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Seeing Fong Han get straight to the point, the elder no longer beat around the bush and stated, the reason for my visit is to represent the leaders in inviting you to join the Blood Alliance. What do you think, young friend? Fearing that Fong Han might decline, he quickly added, the Liang army is advancing aggressively, having captured several cities in succession. If Blood City falls, there will be no safe haven for us in Yanbei. Since you're here for training, why not simply join us? Once we repel the Liang army, the major factions will certainly offer you a reward that will satisfy you. What do you say? They were well aware of Fong Han's strength. Being able to contend with the head of the Shao family indicated his exceptional prowess. More importantly, the mysterious powerhouse behind him could undoubtedly turn the tides against the Liang army and the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Fong Han understood their intentions, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Repelling the Liang army is not so simple. We haven't even identified the agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division yet. It might be a bit unrealistic to think about driving back the Liang army. Hearing Fong Han's words, the elder from the Jin sect offered an embarrassed smile. You must have noticed that we take your warnings very seriously. However, after a thorough investigation these past few days, we have not detected any trace of the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Why visit is also to seek your confirmation. Fong Han's gaze sharpened, and he replied with unwavering certainty. The agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division are undoubtedly in Blood City. They are notoriously skilled at disguise. Although the city is currently a chaotic mix of people, I do have a method that might draw them out into the open. But I need to ensure that your Blood Alliance is resolute in capturing them. The elder from the Jin sect's expression grew serious. You can rest assured on that front, as long as they dare to show themselves. We will spare no effort to capture them. However, he couldn't help but wonder what method Fong Han intended to use and how he could possess such confidence. This old man still couldn't grasp it. Fong Han couldn't help but shake his head inwardly and replied nonchalantly, "I am confident because they are here for me that I also believe that they have an interest in intervening in this conflict." Upon hearing this, the elder from the Jin sect was momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing, and no wonder this young man was so confident. The agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division had come to Blood City specifically to hunt him down. Blood City was already under the threat of the Liang army, and now this fellow had attracted the Heavenly Monitoring Division's attention, which made him want to curse aloud. Noting the elder's reaction, Fong Han couldn't help but chuckle, feigning ignorance. "Elder, what seems to be the matter? Are you lacking confidence in dealing with the Heavenly Monitoring Division? Although they have a commander, the Blood Alliance has its fair share of talented individuals." The elder from the Jin sect shot a glance at Fong Han before solemnly stating, "If you can draw out the agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, we in the Blood Alliance will indeed wish to eliminate them swiftly. However, I still need to report back to the various leaders to obtain their decision, so please wait for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Fong Han couldn't help but shake his head. "This temporary alliance of yours is indeed quite cumbersome." The elder from the Jin sect offered an awkward smile, thinking to himself that he wasn't in a much better position. After giving a slight bow, he left the tea house, not mentioning the invitation for Fong Han to join the Blood Alliance again. After sending off the elder, Fong Han returned to the inn. After a brief inspection, he entered the alchemy tower. Given the current tumultuous situation and the looming threats, he aimed to break through to the spirit path to ensure a better chance of retreating unscathed. Hearing Fong Han's words, Yun Jin said nothing further, merely nodding. After the intense battle with the head of the Shao family, she believed that even a breakthrough now would not significantly impact his foundation. She valued Fong Han's own initiative, offering only a degree of guidance and support. Fong Han approached the Qinquan furnace, where dozens of drops of spirit liquid floated serenely. He gathered all the spirit herbs, precious medicines, billiolean, and lotus seeds he had on him for refinement. Time was of the essence, and Fong Han opened his mouth wide, swallowing all the spirit liquid in one go, that he immediately sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his dantian, and began to refine with all his might. Chapter 60. Stepping into the spirit path, swallowing such a large quantity of spirit liquid in one go was something Fong Han would never have dared to do in the past. However, having already reached the realm of divine restraint, he possessed the confidence to do so. The immense spiritual energy surged through his body's meridians, forcibly expelling a large volume of impurities through his pores. As time passed, these impurities gradually formed a thick black scab, emanating a pungent odor. This repugnant stench caused Yun Jin to pinch her nose, her figure vanishing from the first floor, leaving only the purple-eyed weasel, who covered its mouth and nose from a distance that it was unbearable. However, all of this was merely the accumulation of impurities within Fong Han's body over the years. Being able to expel them was undoubtedly beneficial. And this was a necessary step to stepping into the spirit path. The spiritual energy within Fong Han's dantian, already extraordinarily dense, began to transform into a liquid state, and his aura continued to rise. The spirit path turned. In that moment, Fong Han successfully broke through, yet his aura was still climbing. Just as he was on the verge of reaching the second turn of the spirit path, Fong Han forcibly suppressed his aura, ultimately remaining at the first turn of the spirit path. Fong Han opened his eyes, and 2 bolts of cold lightning erupted from his pupils, flashing by in an instant. In truth, with the quality of his current spiritual energy, breaking through to the second turn of the spirit path was merely a thought away. However, in order to refine it further, he chose to remain at the first turn. The transformation from martial to spiritual was a qualitative leap. Fong Han's eyes brimmed with confidence. If he were to battle the head of the Shao family again, even if the opponent was not in a state of blood deficiency, he was certain he could emerge victorious with ease. At that moment, Fong Han suddenly furrowed his brow. What is that foul odor? Little Purple, did you do that?" Fong Han turned to look at the purple-eyed weasel, only to see it covering its mouth and nose, and his expression froze. He then realized something was amiss with himself and looked down to find that his skin had been coated in a layer of black scab without his noticing. Fong Han chuckled awkwardly, having misjudged Little Purple. After glancing outside and seeing no abnormalities, he promptly left the alchemy tower, feeling refreshed as he took a hot bath. After some inquiries, Fong Han learned that 5 days had already passed. He was unaware if the elder from the Jin sect had come looking for him during that time. After casually wandering around outside, he returned to his room. He believed that there must be people from the Jin sect outside. And by showing himself voluntarily, as soon as things reached a conclusion, the elder would undoubtedly come rushing over with news. As expected, it was not long before a knock sounded at the door. After breaking through to the spirit path, Fong Han's soul could perceive the happenings around him without Yun Jin's assistance. Upon seeing a figure standing outside the door, he recognized it as the elder from the Jin sect. "Elder, since you have arrived, please come in." Hearing the voice from within, the elder from the Jin sect pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, he cheerfully inquired, "Young friend, what has delayed you these past few days?" "I came looking for you a couple of days ago, but received no response." Fong Han merely smiled faintly, not responding to his remarks, and directly moved to the main topic that I was held up by some matters. "Elder from the Jin sect, you must have come bearing good news this time, correct?" Upon being questioned by Fong Han, the elder from the Jin sect immediately nodded with a serious expression. "Indeed, the leaders of the major factions have agreed that if you can draw out the agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, our Blood Alliance is willing to spare no effort to eliminate the threat." In response, Fong Han simply smiled lightly and corrected him. "Ah, this is not solely for my benefit. It is also for yours. If I am not mistaken, the Liang army must be nearing the city. Am I right? If it weren't for the imminent approach of the Liang army, they would not be so eager to uncover the agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Otherwise, how could it be that I have barely shown myself, and they are already rushing over?" Seeing that Fong Han had discerned this, the elder from the Jin sect couldn't help but marvel at this young man's astuteness. It was indeed rare. No wonder he could become the disciple of that mysterious powerhouse. If he were to grow safely, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. The elder from the Jin sect decided to drop the pretense and said solemnly, "Indeed, based on our calculations, the Liang army will reach Blood City within 7 days at most, and it will be a fierce battle. The agents of the Heavenly Monitoring Division must be dealt with before then to prevent future troubles." As if struck by a sudden thought, Fong Han could not help but inquire, "Speaking of future troubles, how does your Blood Alliance perceive the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? As far as I know, they have not joined the Blood Alliance. Are they not concerned about the possibility of being undermined from behind?" In response, the elder of the Jin sect let out a cold laugh. "They dare not. Merchants are driven by profit. Unless the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is willing to relinquish all their benefits in Yen Di, they will not involve themselves. Similarly, the Liang army will not take action against the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Currently, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is tightly shut, forbidding anyone from entering." Upon hearing this, Fong Han nodded in agreement. This indeed aligned with the merchant's standpoint, which in truth was a favorable development. The elder of the Jin sect did not elaborate further on this topic and returned to the main subject, stating, "Now, the various factions of the Blood Alliance are prepared. It remains to be seen how you, my young friend, will draw out the personnel from the Monitoring Heavenly Division. Moreover, may I inquire whether your esteemed master will intervene in this battle?" His gaze remained fixed on Fong Han, eagerly anticipating his response. Fong Han smiled lightly. "The primary target of the Monitoring Heavenly Division is me. As long as I make my appearance, they will undoubtedly lose their composure. Once they act, their movements will be laid bare. As for my master, I cannot fathom his thoughts." Upon hearing the last statement, the elder of the Jin sect could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall return to report. 1 day hence, you may commence your actions. The Blood Alliance will ensure that all factions, aside from the Shao family, cooperate fully." After the elder of the Jin sect departed, a smile of satisfaction could not be contained on Fong Han's face. Now, it was merely a matter of how the Monitoring Heavenly Division would choose to proceed the following day. He had resolved that if the personnel from the Monitoring Heavenly Division were to suppress their urge to act against him, he would surely leave this place. Otherwise, when the Liang army launched their assault, the Blood Alliance would be preoccupied, and his situation would become perilous. Chapter 61. The appearance of the Monitoring Heavenly Division. Do you have confidence? Upon hearing Yun Jin's question, Fong Han sighed. Whether or not I have confidence depends on whether the personnel from the Monitoring Heavenly Division can restrain themselves. To be frank, he had felt uncertain during these past few days of inactivity from the Monitoring Heavenly Division. At midnight, the autumn breeze brought a slight chill, and the streets of Blood City remained crowded, with limited accommodations leading many to sleep outdoors. Suddenly, a tremendous noise startled everyone awake. What happened? Is the Liang army attacking? Many faces were etched with fear. Although they were aware that the Liang army would soon arrive at the city, the reality of that day filled their hearts with dread. No, that sound came from the west of the city. What transpired there? The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, where thunderous sounds continued to erupt, and any noise could set their nerves on edge. Surrender your treasures, and you may be spared. Otherwise, you shall be refined into the blood pool. Inside and in, a nauseating stench of blood permeated the air, where several figures clad in voluminous blood-red robes hovered, surrounding a solitary individual. Fong Han's gaze turned icy. With numerous wounds on his body, from which wisps of blood energy seeped out, drifting toward the bloodthirsty cult members, who eagerly absorbed it. The blood energy of the young is truly delightful, but if you do not wish to become a mere corpse, surrender your treasures at once, and you may yet cling to life. The members of the bloodthirsty cult displayed expressions of intoxication as they savored the alluring blood energy. Glaring at them, Fong Han's eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent, and the ink blade in his hand exuded a fierce blade aura. I have long known that your bloodthirsty cult is nefarious. Are you attempting to betray the Blood Alliance with such actions? What if Blood City falls? We can always retreat to the hinterlands. Does the Liang army dare to pursue us? A swirling mass of blood mist coalesced in the air as the bloodthirsty cult leader appeared before Fong Han. His expansive blood robe billowing like a sail, and a dense wave of blood energy transformed into a colossal hand, descending upon Fong Han. Given his cultivation level, even if Fong Han had broken through to the first stage of the spiritual path, he would struggle to withstand it. His figure was propelled backward, desperately trying to evade the blood hand. However, the blood hand was swifter, quickly catching up and seizing him, its fingers closing in to completely restrain Fong Han's movements. Should I kill him? A flicker of hesitation crossed the bloodthirsty cult leader's eyes. Fong Han's life was entirely in his grasp. With a mere thought, he could crush Fong Han and seize the Huang Ling Jun Tuesday. He recalled how their various factions had fought fiercely for the Huang Ling Jin too, even igniting a war within the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Now that it was within reach, he found himself tempted. As the grip of the blood hand tightened, Fong Han's complexion grew increasingly pale, feeling as though his bones were being crushed into tea that moment. His pupils suddenly contracted. From his vantage point, a familiar black line twisted and elongated from afar, subsequently wrapping tightly around him. They could not restrain themselves any longer. Fong Han's heart leaped with joy as he allowed the black line to adhere to him, while simultaneously transmitting a message to the bloodthirsty cult leader and the various factions lurking in the shadows. The Monitoring Heavenly Division is coming. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty cult leader's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Ultimately, he relinquished his previous intentions in the next moment. A beam of white light, a sword aura, surged in from the distance, instantly obliterating the blood hand. In an instant, Fong Han felt dozens of gazes fixate upon him, particularly one that made his scalp tingle. Fong Han, a criminal of Qi country, acting under the mandate of the Monitoring Heavenly Division, has come to apprehend you. Anyone who obstructs this mission shall be treated as an accomplice. As Bing Shuai's cold voice resonated, her figure appeared atop a nearby tall building, followed by a host of Monitoring Heavenly Division members emerging into view. It truly is them. Gazing at the leading woman, the bloodthirsty cult leader's eyes reflected profound apprehension. As one of the four commanders of the Monitoring Heavenly Division in Qi country, Bing Shuai's reputation was formidable, and her presence was enough to command respect from anyone. The bloodthirsty cult leader cast a deep glance at Fong Han, pondering what heinous act he had committed to warrant the personal intervention of Commander Bing Shuai in Yendi. In the past, encountering this woman might have prompted the bloodthirsty cult leader to retreat, but now, With the various factions converging, he was determined not to be toppled by a mere woman. His gaze swept across Lu Chu with a predatory glint. And he chuckled, "I have long heard that Commander Bing Shuai of the Monitoring Heavenly Division is a great beauty. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. It is an honor to meet you." While Lu Chu's features may not rival those of Yanjin, they were nonetheless exquisite, and her tall, graceful figure, combined with her unique aura as one of the four commanders, exuded an air of unapproachability. Unfazed by his words, Lu Chu maintained her icy demeanor, her gaze fixed on Fong Han as she coldly stated, "It is not too late to turn back now, should you choose to align with them. No one will be able to protect you." Upon hearing her words, Fong Han felt as if he were hearing the most absurd joke. He clutched his stomach, laughing heartily until tears streamed down his face. Pointing at Lu Chu in mockery, Commander Bing Shuai truly knows how to offer kindness. "You should be the most aware of why I fled Qi country. How dare you have the audacity to advise me to return to the right path? No wonder you have achieved the rank of commander. I am thoroughly impressed." Facing Fong Han's derision, Lu Chu remained expressionless and continued, "But have you considered your own situation? Think of the Su family as well. I know you harbor no affection for most of the Su family members, even harboring hatred. But what of old Master Su? He saved you from that winter years ago and provided you the opportunity to grow up within the Su family." After a brief pause, Lu Chu continued, "Old Master Su is of advanced age, with little time left. He ought to be enjoying his twilight years. Yet now, because of you, he must endure imprisonment and will soon face execution because of your actions. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you should return with me to the mention of old Master Su." Fong Han gradually fell silent. Lu Chu's words rang true. Had it not been for old Master Su, he might have perished long ago. After a long moment, Fong Han finally spoke, "Regrettably, you are mistaken. I have no ties with the Su family any longer, and I have already settled my accounts with old Master Su. However, if you intend to target him without limits in your pursuit of me, then one day I shall repay you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Fong Han's gaze turned sharp as he swept it across the hiding places of the various factions. "What are you all waiting for? If we do not eliminate the Monitoring Heavenly Division today, how shall we face the Liang army in the future?" As his words fell, raucous laughter erupted in response. "Indeed, if the personnel of the Monitoring Heavenly Division dare to come to Blood City, they must all be retained. Otherwise, would Blood City not be akin to a place where one can come and go as they please?" The leader of the Wushuan sect echoed, "Precisely. Soon we shall face the Liang army in battle. It is fitting to use you, the Monitoring Heavenly Division, as our sacrificial banner, which will surely inspire the entire city." In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures surrounded the members of the Monitoring Heavenly Division, each emanating the aura of the spiritual path. Contend with the Monitoring Heavenly Division. The elite forces of the entire Blood Alliance had gathered here tonight. Seeing the formidable assembly of the Blood Alliance's factions, Lu Chu did not display the panic one might expect. Instead, she exhibited remarkable composure, her spiritual sword gleaming under the moonlight, her own aura steadily rising. "A mere group of rabble, scoundrels, dare to obstruct me. Under the moonlit night, Lu Chu stands independently, the multitude behind her fading into mere background. The Qinghui sword hovers before her, from which countless sword shadows emerge, exuding an astonishing sword aura." Chapter 62. Yifeng, A.S., one of the four commanders of the Celestial Monitoring Division. She not only possesses the cultivation of the seven transition in the spirit path, but is also a formidable sword cultivator, boasting remarkable attainments in the way of the sword. The exceedingly sharp sword aura inundates the entire battlefield, making it difficult for onlookers to gaze directly upon it. Centered here, the people of Blood City can feel that piercing presence. She must not be allowed to continue gathering her sword will. The bloodthirsty lord feels a sudden pang of dread, unwilling to linger any longer. Two blood hands coalesce at his command, one to the left and one to the right, launching towards Lu Chu. Not just him, but many formidable spirit path cultivators present sense the imminent threat and dare not delay, including Fong Han, all unleashing their full strength in a concerted assault towards Lu Chu. The combined force is monumental, and the expressions of the Celestial Monitoring Division's members turn grave as they strive to resist. "Break for me." A cold voice resonates throughout Blood City as countless sword shadows surge skyward, saturating the surroundings with boundless killing intent. Before the dual blood hands can reach her, they shatter instantly. Simultaneously, the offensive from the likes of the Gen Sex leader crumbles beneath the onslaught of sword shadows, instilling fear in the hearts of several leaders. Humph! Do you truly think you can provoke the third commander? Today, without the Liang army, my Celestial Monitoring Division can sweep away your so-called Blood Alliance. A figure behind Lu Chu scoffs, dismissing the presence of those around them entirely. Fang Han's countenance is equally grave. The major leaders possess cultivation roughly at the 6th transition of the spirit path, whereas this woman has reached the 7th transition. The most terrifying aspect is her mastery of the sword path, likely surpassing even the 8th transition in combat prowess. Under such disparity, mere numbers cannot guarantee victory. In just a few breaths of time, some have already been struck by the sword shadows. Even if they do not perish, they will suffer grievous injuries. If this continues, defeat will be all but certain. Perhaps due to earlier disdainful remarks, the bloodthirsty lord finds himself under close scrutiny, suffering significant losses from the onslaught, his figure rendered a pitiful sight. With no other recourse, he cries out into the sky, "I beseech you, Great One, to assist us. Do not let this woman continue her rampage." Indeed, Fang Han breathes a sigh of relief within, having suspected that the defenders of Yanbei would not allow such a loss so easily. As expected, there are still strong figures within Blood City. As his words fall, a figure appears at the edge of the battlefield, a man with blood-red hair, advancing like a specter in a desolate realm. Any Celestial Monitoring Division members attempting to obstruct him are sent flying before they can approach, and a glimmer of amusement flashes in his eyes. "Lu Chu, it has been a long time. After our parting years ago, I never expected your growth to be so rapid. You have now become the renowned third commander." Hearing this, the crowd is taken aback. Could he truly be an old acquaintance? Yet upon seeing the man, Lu Chu's beautiful eyes ignite with a fierce killing intent. "It is indeed a pity that I could not kill you back then, but since fate has brought us together today, let us settle this once and for all." The bloodthirsty lord bears a face of utmost reverence, bowing deeply. "Lord Yi Feng, the Celestial Monitoring Division has infiltrated Blood City with nefarious intentions. I implore you to slay this woman and bolster the might of our Blood City." Yi Feng. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the Celestial Monitoring Division shift dramatically. They have all heard of this notorious figure, marked as a key villain who, in pursuit of dark powers, not only slaughtered his entire family, but also laid waste to numerous cities in the Qi Kingdom. His actions are nothing short of heinous. Noticing their change in demeanor, Yi Feng smiles faintly. "Having been away from the Qi Kingdom for so long, it seems many still remember my name. How gratifying. Prepare to die." Lu Chu's brow furrows coldly. With a mere thought, countless sword shadows launch towards Yi Feng, densely packed and virtually inescapable. "You have indeed made progress over the years, but I have attained the 8th transition of the spirit path. Surpassing you in cultivation." Yi Feng's pupils redden as two blood shadows erupt from within him, charging directly towards the sword shadows and obliterating them entirely. Subsequently, the two blood shadows return to Yi Feng's side. Fang Han finally discerns that they are two blood-colored figures, formed from an unknown power, exuding an aura of malevolence. Although their bodies largely remain indistinct, their facial features are sharply defined, revealing a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 50 years of age. Ordinary faces that bear a striking resemblance to Yi Feng, but a look of obsession crosses Yi Feng's face. "I have never harmed my parents. See, they remain by my side, forever accompanying me." Ha ha. Hearing these words, Fang Han cannot help but frown. This man is truly deranged, capable of such atrocities. Indeed, the core region harbors many a twisted individual. Laughing madly, Yi Feng points a finger at Lu Chu, shrieking, "Mother and father, help me kill her." The two blood shadows immediately soar towards Lu Chu, perceiving her as their greatest enemy, intent on tearing her apart. How pitiful that a flicker of compassion crosses Lu Chu's eyes as she grips the Qinghui sword and swings fiercely, the sword energy instantly rending the two blood shadows apart. Yet in the next moment, the blood shadows astonishingly restore themselves, unscathed, advancing towards Lu Chu from either side. Third Commander, we come to aid you. The members of the Celestial Monitoring Division step forward, only to be halted by Lu Chu. For these two blood shadows are far too peculiar, a foe beyond their capacity to confront. The blood shadows close in on Lu Chu, emanating a nauseating stench of blood, raising their razor-sharp claws to strike at her heart. But in the next instant, the sword energy rends the bodies of the blood shadows, aware that they would soon reconstitute. Lu Chu steps lightly and ascends into the air. Where do you think you're going? Yi Feng, observing from a distance, immediately pursues the two blood shadows. Chapter 63 Blood Ignition Technique. As the two depart, the atmosphere in the arena shifts subtly. The members of the Celestial Monitoring Division grow increasingly grave. Without the third commander, they resemble sheep encircled by ravenous wolves before the Blood Alliance. The bloodthirsty Lord reveals a sinister grin. All allies, leave not a single member of the Celestial Monitoring Division alive today. Let us display their severed heads at the city gates for the Liang army to behold. The leader of the Five Xin sect also chuckles. Hearing these words, the expressions of the Celestial Monitoring Division darken. Zhou Li glancing at Fang Han, who stand at the edge of the battlefield, before solemnly stating, either we break through or fight to the death. If we can hold out until Lord Cetian arrives. There remains hope. The third commander is still engaged in battle. How can we flee? Now is the time to confront them head-on. Observing their fervent determination, the bloodthirsty Lord sneers as a cloud of blood mist envelopes him. Spreading throughout the battlefield, ghostly blood hands reaching for one of the members of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Be careful. Zhou Li cannot help but warn, but the blood hand grips him tightly, and with a surge of the bloodthirsty Lord's power, blood mist erupts from the Celestial Monitoring Division member, who is then drawn into the blood hand. His face reddens, feeling his blood uncontrollably rushing to his brain, even his sclera turning crimson. Others fare no better. Under the onslaught of the formidable foes, some have already suffered grievous wounds. The Blood Alliance, with its overwhelming numbers, has turned the tide in their favor. Seeing this, Fang Han breathes a sigh of relief. As long as no unforeseen developments arise, the Celestial Monitoring Division's members will likely meet their end here, allowing him to feel a measure of security. He fixes his gaze upon Zhou Li amidst the chaos. Then in a flash, transforms into a fleeting shadow, wielding his blade towards him. Upon recognizing Fang Han as the attacker, Zhou Li's expression darkens. Zhou Li shifts, narrowly evading the incoming blade aura, and declares sternly, Fang Han, you are utterly insane. Collaborating with these people, do you not fear being devoured by a tiger? At this, Fang Han coldly chuckles. I am merely driven to this by you. Regardless, it is better than dying at your hands. Is it not? Grasping the ink blade, Fang Han's combat prowess rivals that of the third transition in the spirit path. The two engage in a fierce duel, neither conceding an inch, leaving Zhou Li astonished. How long has it been since their first encounter in Qingqing? In such a short span, Fang Han has made tremendous strides, achieving heights that many would find unattainable in a lifetime. Nevertheless, Zhou Li persists. Heed my advice, do not continue down this misguided path. If you turn back now, perhaps there is still time to submit the treasure to the royal family. Becoming a marquis is not out of reach. You should not have joined the Celestial Monitoring Division. With that silver tongue of yours, why risk yourself here? Fang Han shakes his head, dismissing Zhou Li's words as mere wind passing by his ears. Submitting to the royal family? Being bestowed a title? At that point, he would be lucky to escape with his life. Did Zhou Li think him a naive child, easily deceived? If that is the case, let us settle this with our strength. Just hope you do not come to regret it. Seeing this, Zhou Li ceases his attempts to persuade further, summoning his spiritual weapon and launching a fierce assault at Fang Han, only to have each strike neutralized. The ink blade in Fang Han's hand seems imbued with a soul of its own, as he unleashes a flurry of 4 strikes. Though the blade's aura may not rival Lu Chu's sword energy, it remains a considerable threat to Zhou Li. each strike capable of delivering a fatal blow. The left shoulder of Zhou Li was suddenly torn open, flesh and blood spilling forth as crimson streams flowed relentlessly. Fang Han's gaze was icy. He harbored a lethal intent toward Zhou Li, resolute that no one would escape this day. Not even him. As he sensed Fang Han's fierce approach, a flicker of determination crossed Zhou Li's eyes. Pressing his thumb against his heart, his complexion immediately flushed, and his aura surged violently. Blood-burning technique. The other members of the monitoring Celestial Division also sensed the shift, their expressions turning complex. This was a secret technique they had been cultivating since joining the division, only to be employed in the most perilous moments. While it granted tremendous enhancement, the cost was the very essence of their blood. Once activated, it could not be halted until the blood was entirely consumed. Zhou Li's actions plunged them into despair. Fang Han could naturally discern the change in his aura. Realizing the tremendous cost involved, his expression turning grave, not daring to relax for an instant. If I can eliminate you tonight, even if it costs me my life, it will be worth it. As soon as Zhou Li's words fell, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Fang Han in the blink of an eye. His spiritual weapon striking out and sending Fang Han flying several dozen meters away. The overwhelming force left Fang Han's internal organs damaged, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Li was already upon him again, his weapon unleashing formidable power in another assault. Fang Han's pupils constricted. He immediately swung his blade with all his might. The two forces clashed mid-air. But Fang Han's blade energy was brutally extinguished, and he was once more injured, crashing heavily to the ground. With the activation of the blood-burning technique, Zhou Li's strength had escalated to an entirely new level, rivaling that of a fourth transition spiritual master, perhaps even surpassing the old patriarch of the Yuan family by a hair's breadth. This man was intent on my death. I cannot confront him head-on. Instead, I must maneuver and wait for the technique's duration to expire. With this thought, Fang Han quickly rose, intending to flee into the distance. Zhou Li, fully aware of his speed, dove down immediately, launching his spiritual weapon ahead to intercept him. "Get away from me!" Fang Han slashed forward fiercely, cleaving the weapon down, then transformed into a fleeting shadow as he began to escape. "Fang Han, with such a precious treasure, do you only know how to flee? You disgrace its name. A person like you, without the treasure, is nothing but a mediocre individual." Hearing the taunts from behind, Fang Han let out a hearty laugh in response. "Perhaps you are right. But I possess such fortune. What can you do about it? In the same realm, you would not be my match with a single stroke. How strong can you truly be?" Meanwhile, the battle high above remained unresolved, with sword energies swirling and roars echoing intermittently. The members of the monitoring Celestial Division continued to resist fiercely, each bearing significant injuries, yet none resorted to the blood-burning technique, as long as Commander Bing was present. There remained hope. Just then, a blood shadow plummeted from the sky, a sight that sent ripples of tension through everyone present. Upon recognizing one of the blood shadows as Yi Feng, the bloodthirsty sect master and his allies turned pale, while the members of the monitoring Celestial Division felt a surge of confidence. Mere Yi Feng, who was chased out of the realm by Commander Bing and dared not show his face. How could he possibly be a match today? Upon hearing these words, the head of the Jin sect approached the bloodthirsty sect master, speaking in a grave tone. "If even Yi Feng cannot contend with that woman, what shall we do now?" The bloodthirsty sect master glanced at the fleeing Fang Han, then coldly replied, "The outcome is not yet determined. Do not disrupt our ranks. Let us first deal with these monitoring Celestial Division members. Regardless of our own injuries, in terms of strength, they were fundamentally crushing this group. Yet after witnessing Zhou Li's use of the blood-burning technique, they dared not press too hard at a T that moment. Fang Han had already crossed half of Blood City, but Zhou Li was still hot on his heels, impossible to shake off. With the enhancement of the blood-burning technique, his speed was equally formidable. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared to Fang Han's right, thrusting a spear with great force. "Fang Han, today, you shall accompany my son to the grave." Chapter 64. The celestial master Qiheng in the sudden thrust caught Fang Han unawares. Piercing through his left shoulder, blood flowed continuously from the wound, staining his collar crimson. Not a flicker of ferocity crossed Fong Han's face as he recognized his assailant. Xiao Shan, you seek death. He had not anticipated that the Xiao family head would appear at this moment to strike against him. Zhou Li swiftly closed the distance. Xiao Shan's complexion was somewhat pale. The depletion of his essence blood could not be restored in just a couple of days. Yet now, insanity danced across his features. Fong Han, did you ever think of this day when you kill my son? Did you not expect retribution to come so swiftly? Ha ha ha! Since you miss your son so dearly, I shall send you to reunite with him. Fong Han coldly scoffed, channeling spiritual energy within him to stabilize his injuries while charging toward Xiao Shan with his blade. Enraged, he swung his weapon, and Xiao Shan dared not receive it lightly. Retreating with his spiritual spear, yet still fell short of outpacing Fong Han's strike, nearly being pierced through. Fong Han, descend to atone for your sins. At this moment, Zhou Li had also arrived. His time was limited, and he had to eliminate Fong Han within this brief window to avoid prolonged complications. His arrival alleviated the pressure on Xiao Shan, who retreated to a safe distance. Zhou Li had long set his sights on Fong Han, having achieved his objective, and was prepared to observe from afar. However, he did not expect Fong Han to forcefully break through Zhou Li's interception and charge at him once more. Xiao Shan, accept your fate. A blade of murderous intent sliced through the air at blinding speed. Xiao Shan's expression changed as he was caught off guard, unable to evade the unexpected strike, that he felt a chill in his chest. In the next moment, warmth flooded his torso. This blow further burdened his already depleted essence blood, disbelief flickering in his eyes as his spear slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. To deliver this strike, Fong Han had paid a heavy price. The entire left side of his body nearly shattered. Had he not consumed the diamond fruit, he would have likely collapsed. However, it was all worthwhile. Seeing Xiao Shan gasping for breath, Fong Han immediately turned to Zhou Li. Despite bearing severe wounds, he no longer felt the previous trepidation, for Zhou Li's aura had begun to wane. His blood-burning technique was nearing its end. In the brief span of a single incense stick, Zhou Li had transformed from the refined scholar he once was into a gaunt figure, devoid of color, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Cheeks hollowed, entirely stripped of vitality. In such a short time, the blood-burning technique had nearly exhausted his bodily functions. Yet even so, Zhou Li's murderous intent towards Fong Han remained undiminished. He raised a withered finger, and his spiritual weapon surged forward with lethal intent. Fong Han's gaze turned frigid as he effortlessly severed the weapon, coldly declaring, "Do you truly believe you pose a threat to me now? You are nothing but withered wood and decayed grass." Upon hearing this, Zhou Li chuckled softly, raising his gaze to the distant horizon, his voice raspy. "Indeed, I am about to perish, but you should prepare for what comes next." At his words, Fong Han felt a sudden unease. Following Zhou Li's gaze, he saw a dark figure emerge beyond Blood City, rapidly growing larger as it approached. As it drew near, Fong Han discerned more clearly. It was a person. More precisely, an elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in dark robes, hands clasped behind his back, crossing hundreds of meters with a single step, soon standing atop the walls of Blood City. Though the elder emitted no discernible aura, it was precisely this that instilled greater apprehension. When probing with his spiritual sense, it felt as if encountering a black hole. Nothing could be sensed as though this person did not exist, yet he was undeniably present. Not only Fong Han, but the Blood Alliance members also noticed his arrival, their eyes flashing with puzzlement, for they had never seen this elder before. Only the members of the Monitoring Celestial Division were filled with excitement upon seeing the elder. As if emerging from long-standing darkness into the dawn, many were even moved to tears. "Lord Celestial, you have finally arrived." Numerous members of the Monitoring Celestial Division could not help but exclaim, regardless of their grievous injuries. They still knelt in reverence to welcome the Celestial Master. Celestial? The very mention of this word drained the color from the faces of the bloodthirsty sect master and several other leaders, as if struck by lightning, nearly causing them to falter. Celestial? Qi Hengyan? Impossible. How could he possibly come here? What merits his personal presence? The master of the five mysteries spoke, his voice filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Yet the elder paid them no mind, directing his gaze towards the two engaged in a deadly struggle high above, raising his arms slightly. Instantly, Yi Feng's expression paled, and at that moment, the blood shadow beside him exploded into fragments. Qi Hingyuan, how could it be him? Upon seeing the elder, Yi Feng was instantly consumed by fear, turning to flee without a second thought, only to be horrified to find he could not escape the 10-meter radius surrounding him. Meanwhile, Lu Chu, upon seeing the elder, immediately knelt in salute. Subordinate pays respects to the celestial master. Just as Yi Feng found himself engulfed in despair, a blood cloud loomed ominously from the opposite side of Blood City, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Old Qi, is it not beneath your dignity to strike at a younger generation in public? As this voice echoed, the oppressive sensation weighing on Yi Feng dissipated entirely. Overcome with excitement, he knelt towards the blood cloud, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Master, I nearly failed to see you again." Chapter 65. The Honorable Uncle, why are you crying? You have a master backing you. As the voice rang out, a blood gourd slowly descended from the blood cloud. Upon closer inspection, one could see a figure standing atop the gourd. It was he who had spoken moments ago. With protruding teeth and tattered clothing, this individual commanded respect from all present, as the leaders, filled with hope, prostrated themselves before him. Blood Cloud Z sneered at Si Tian. Old man, the moment you stepped into Yendi, I sensed your presence. We are old acquaintances. Why not enlighten me about your intentions? First it was Bing Shuai, and now the esteemed head of the Monitoring Sky Division graces us with his presence. It is evident that your motives extend far beyond a mere Blood City. There must be secrets you wish to conceal. As Tian met Blood Cloud Z's gaze with calmness, yet his tone was authoritative. The Monitoring Sky Division conducts its affairs without needing to clarify matters with you. Take your disciple and leave. Today I shall act as if you were never here. Upon hearing this, Blood Cloud Z erupted with anger. Old Qi, it has only been a few decades since we last met, and I see you have become utterly arrogant, daring to speak to me in such a manner. By lineage, even the current emperor of Qi must refer to me as honorable uncle. How dare you show such a lack of respect? This revelation was indeed a secret. An influential figure from Yendi was, in fact, an honorable uncle of the Qi royal family. The members of the Monitoring Sky Division exchanged bewildered glances, looking to Si Tian for his reaction. Surprisingly, Si Tian refrained from retorting and instead seemed to tacitly acknowledge the claim. You have the audacity to bring this up? Your existence is a stain upon the Qi royal lineage, had it not been for the emperor's old sentiments. Would you have been allowed to wreak havoc in Yendi? Feng Han, unfazed by Blood Cloud Z's status, wore an inscrutable expression. With the arrival of Si Tian and Blood Cloud Z, the situation had descended into chaos, and staying in Blood City was no longer an option. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Han resolved to take advantage of the distraction and quietly slip away. However, just as he attempted to sneak off, Qi Hingyuan noticed him. Still trying to escape? Qi Hingyuan's piercing gaze locked on Feng Han, rendering him immobile, as if paralyzed. With a swift gesture, Feng Han was forcibly drawn towards him. Your aim is this brat, isn't it? I won't let you have your way. With a sinister laugh, Blood Cloud Z unleashed some unknown technique, allowing Feng Han to break free from his bindings, much to Qi Hingyuan's displeasure. Presumptuous! Qi Hingyuan's expression hardened as he summoned a flag inscribed with runes, which began to flutter ominously in the wind. The next moment, the runes glowed to life, cascading towards Blood Cloud Z like an avalanche. Do you think I fear you? Blood Cloud Z let out a chilling chuckle, stomping his foot on the blood gourd, releasing a torrent of blood energy that forcefully repelled the runes mid-air. The two of them exhibited no restraint, their combined auras sweeping across Blood City, causing many to flee in panic. Si Tian was entangled with Blood Cloud Z. The bloodthirsty sex leader and others began to stir with renewed interest. However, their focus had shifted away from the Monitoring Sky Division and settled squarely on Feng Han. To provoke such a reaction from the Monitoring Sky Division, this individual was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared. He must harbor many secrets unknown to them. Even the dimmest among them could now perceive that he had been using them as pawns. Otherwise, this series of events would not have unfolded. The bloodthirsty sect's leader spoke with a hint of menace. Young friend, do you not wish to explain yourself? The head of the five profound sect added with cold disdain. With both Bing Shuai and Si Tian present, do you truly believe we are fools? If you do not clarify your intentions today, there will be no way for you to leave, feeling the weight of their gazes. Fang Han understood he could not evade this confrontation. Yet his expression remained icy as he replied, any explanations must wait until this matter is resolved. The current threat is still the monitoring Sky Division. Do you intend to allow them to continue wreaking havoc in Blood City? At his words, the bloodthirsty sect's leader chuckled. They are but minor players. The decisive factor does not lie with them. I am more intrigued to discover your hidden secrets. Faced with his aggressive questioning, Fang Han found little to say. Gripping his ink blade tightly, he coldly declared, if that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. If you wish to strike, then come forth. We shall see if you can withstand the wrath of my master. Umph. Even now you cling to false bravado. If you have the ability, hand over your master, so we can regret our decision. The head of the Five Elements sect clasped his hands, and 5 doors erupted from the ground beneath Fang Han, trapping him at the center. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light cleaved through the newly formed doors, shattering them effortlessly. Fang Han is a criminal. He belongs to the monitoring Sky Division. The familiar voice caused the leader's expressions to shift. They turned to see Lu Chu appearing beside Fang Han, her sword radiating a fierce energy that commanded respect. Upon seeing her, the bloodthirsty sect's leader and others immediately thought of Yi Feng. Yet upon scanning the vicinity, they found no trace of him and were left puzzled as to his whereabouts. No need to search. His 2 blood corpses have been severely injured, and he cannot muster even a third of his strength. He will not show himself. At these words, the bloodthirsty sect's leader and others grew solemn. With Yi Feng in hiding, how could they possibly contend with this woman? Lu Chu turned her gaze back to Fang Han, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. And no wonder Zhou Li praised you as a talent. To have orchestrated this situation and leveraged the forces of Blood City against me. You truly are remarkable. Had Si Tian not arrived, you might have succeeded. Despite the apparent defeat, Fang Han maintained his composure. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, to receive praise from Bing Shuai is indeed an honor. A mere novice like me, managing to incite such upheaval within the monitoring Sky Division, will surely earn me some notoriety. Lu Chu shook her head. You overestimate yourself. Were it not for that artifact, you would hardly be worthy of standing before me. Her words prompted Fang Han to meet her gaze squarely. You may have a point, but let us not forget that it was you who intruded upon the grievances between me and Xian Fengguan. In the end, it is your own greed that has led you to judge others from a position of righteousness. Do you not find that laughable? The existence of the monitoring Sky Division is justified. Every blade of grass and every tree in Qi belongs to the royal family, including your life. When a ruler demands the death of his subjects, they must comply. You have taken what does not belong to you, and so you must bear the consequences. As Lu Chu finished speaking, Fang Han threw back his head and laughed heartily. What a splendid declaration of the ruler demands the death of his subjects. I do not blame you for kneeling for so long. But in my eyes, none of you possess the right to demand my submission. In a flash of crimson light, Fang Han appeared before Lu Chu, his fingers tightly gripping her delicate neck, gazing into her eyes. Filled with disbelief, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his own. Yet in the next moment, Lu Chu dissipated like smoke, reappearing 10 meters away. Fang Han furrowed his brow, clearly surprised that Lu Chu possessed such means. Is it that artifact? As Lu Chu regarded Fang Han, her demeanor shifted to one of wariness. The aura emanating from him was now formidable, as if he had transformed entirely. Chapter 66. 10 Deaths and No Life. Has that brat unleashed his true power? Even those engaged in high-altitude battles sensed Fang Han's overwhelming presence. Blood Cloud Z cast a curious glance downward, contemplating the young man with newfound interest. With a sly smile, he addressed Qi Yun. Your monitoring Sky Division's intervention with this lad must surely be for this reason, correct? However, I find myself intrigued by him as well as long as I am here. Your plans are destined to fail. Despite the provocation, Qi Yun remained silent, continuing to wield the flag in midair, which transformed into a deadly formation, enclosing Blood Cloud Z within it. What the hell? You're serious about this? Then I shall not hold back. Blood Cloud Z struck the ground forcefully, causing the blood gourd to soar into the sky, its mouth aimed downward, a tremendous sucking force emanating from within. What is happening? My blood energy! The inhabitants of Blood City gasped in horror as they felt their own blood energy rapidly depleting. Even the bloodthirsty sect's leader and his companions were not spared, disregarding the monitoring Sky Division. They fled towards the city's outskirts. The two above were clearly engaged in a serious confrontation. If they did not escape, they would undoubtedly perish here today. Fong Han also sensed the instability of his blood energy. But soon a red glow enveloped his body, shielding him from the sucking force. Simultaneously, Yunjin's voice echoed in his ear. Hurry and leave. You cannot sustain my power for long. Time is running out. Since the last borrowing was not long ago, Fong Han became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation that he nodded heavily, transforming into a streak of red light as he soared towards the outskirts of the city. Observing Fong Han's attempt to escape right under his nose, Qi Hingyuan extended a hand, and that rigid sensation struck him once more, but it was swiftly dispelled by Yunjin's power. How could this be? Seeing that Fong Han was unaffected as he dashed out of the city gates, Qi Hingyuan felt a surge of astonishment within. Meanwhile, the blood gourd grew increasingly crimson as Blood Yunzi approached, obliterating countless formation patterns along the way. Laughing heartily, old Qi, how embarrassing this must be for you. With me here, you can forget about harboring any ulterior motives. Noticing that Qi Hingyuan was once again detained by Blood Yunzi, Lu Chu immediately redirected her pursuit towards Fong Han. At this moment, both had exited Blood City, and upon seeing Lu Chu closing in, Fong Han furrowed his brow, realizing that this woman was indeed relentless in her pursuit. Utilizing powers not belonging to oneself comes at a cost. Fong Han, you cannot endure this for long. Hearing the voice behind him, Fong Han let out a cold snort, turning around to point, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly dissipated the sword chi before him. Simultaneously piercing Lu Chu's shoulder, that's so? Fong Han's icy voice echoed, as he swung his ink knife downwards, prompting Lu Chu to brace herself against this impending strike, struggling to prevent her Qinghui sword from slipping from her grasp. Meanwhile, Fong Han had already appeared 100 meters away. Were it not for his wariness of Lu Chu, who, like Zhou Li, wielded blood-burning techniques, he would have surely killed this woman today. Just then, Fong Han seemed to have perceived something, his pupils contracting sharply. Not far ahead, countless figures appeared on the plain. Even from such a distance, a formidable aura of murderous intent surged towards him. Tens of thousands of soldiers clad in black armor marched in perfect unison, with a massive banner at the forefront boldly displaying the character for Liang. As if sensing their presence, the army came to a halt, and soon a voice rang out. Who approaches from ahead? Upon hearing this, Lu Chu's gaze flickered, and she promptly retrieved an identity token from her bosom, declaring, I am the commander of the Monitoring Heaven Division of the Qi State. I implore the Liang State's commander to assist me in capturing this rogue. The Liang army remained silent for a moment before a hearty laugh resonated. I never expected to encounter Commander Bing here in Yin territory. What a delight! Since you have a request. How could I, Tang Shuang, possibly refuse? With his command, the Liang army's formation shifted, and with a collective roar of kill, an unparalleled aura of slaughter surged forth, nearly causing Fong Han to black out. Were it not for Yunjin shielding his spirit, he might have been obliterated by that very shout. I see you all are courting death. This incited Fong Han's fury as he gripped his ink knife and struck towards Tang Shuang's position, sending a searing purple blade of qi slicing through the air, forcefully breaking the Liang army's formation and cleaving the command cart in two. None in Yin territory are virtuous. This commander acts on behalf of justice. That strike posed no threat to Tang Shuang, who materialized amidst the army, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed upon Fong Han. All troops, he my command, eliminate this vile rogue, since the Liang army descended upon Yanbei. They had advanced with overwhelming momentum, and under his command, a terrifying wave of murderous intent surged towards Fong Han, manifesting as countless weapons aimed directly at his spirit. Witnessing this scene, even Lu Chu could not help but marvel at the Liang state's military prowess. Though they lacked an organization as formidable as the Monitoring Heaven Division, their martial development surpassed that of other nations, and oh wonder the various factions in Yanbei lost all courage to resist upon learning of the Liang army's advance, each one fleeing in terror. Just that shout alone could shatter the spirits of those like the head of the Xiao family. Even beneath Yun Jin's protection, Fang Han still felt as though countless needles were piercing his soul. Clutching his head and unable to suppress an anguished roar, nearly losing his ability to fly. Could it be that today truly marked his demise? Fang Han's heart swelled with reluctance. His meticulously crafted plan was now in shambles. Even if he could not annihilate his pursuers, he had hoped to retreat unscathed, but the emergence of the Monitoring Heaven Division shattered his hopes, and now he faced the Liang army head-on. Caught between two forces, anyone would find themselves in a perilous situation. Yet Fang Han was unwilling to surrender. He sought to grasp that slender thread of hope, Sister Yun Jin. With this roar, his aura rapidly expanded. Soaring from the ninth turn of the spirit path to the extremity realm, Fang Han's entire being was enveloped in a layer of red light, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable, yet the aura emanating from him instilled dread in all present, rivaling that of Qi Hingyan and Blood Yunzi. Chapter 67. Abduction under the Crimson Light. A series of crisp sounds resonated from within Fang Han's body. To bear such immense power with his flesh came at a devastating cost. Yet, he had no better options at present. Lu Chu's perpetually frosty visage was now marked with shock. This overwhelming pressure was reminiscent of what she had experienced only with the Monitoring Heaven Division and the National Master. Realizing she was outmatched, she had no second thoughts about turning to flee. However, Fang Han had long since locked on her spirit. Upon seeing her attempt to escape, he reached out a hand in the air, causing Lu Chu's body to freeze mid-flight. Struggling to breathe, her eyes wide with terror. Today, I shall first slay you. I will seek retribution from the Monitoring Heaven Division another day. Fang Han's cold voice echoed in Lu Chu's ears. And in an instant, a blade of qi pierced through her heart and lungs, while a finger struck her brow, completely sealing her fate. Watching her lifeless body tumble to the ground, Fang Han slowly turned to face the Liang army, which was brimming with murderous intent. Upon meeting his gaze, Tang Xuang felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible hand were throttling his throat. He had long wished to flee, but regardless of hope. Organizing a retreat was no easy feat, and losing everything here would be a grave blow to the Liang state. Kill! The deafening command jolted Tang Xuang back to awareness, and he frantically attempted to rally his forces for an attack. However, in the next moment, Fang Han charged forward, a single man capable of withstanding myriad foes. Any soldier who dared to obstruct him was instantly reduced to blood mist. Cries of despair echoed as Fang Han single-handedly disrupted the Liang army's formation. And witnessing the inability to mount an effective counterattack, despair enveloped Tang Xuang's heart. And oh, please no. Fang Han's gaze was icy. With a single palm strike, Tang Xuang was silenced before he could even utter a scream, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. Gazing at the grand banner fluttering in the wind before him, Fang Han swung his knife down, severing it in one stroke. Bang! Before the eyes of all the soldiers. The banner symbolizing their faith fell to the ground, kicking up a storm of dust, leaving the Liang soldiers' faces pale with terror. In that instant, their will to fight evaporated. The key to the Liang army's ability to organize was the banner. If they were to be viewed as a formation, then the banner was the crucial focal point. Now that it had fallen, the Liang army's momentum waned, losing the ferocity they had previously possessed. Observing their intent to flee, Fang Han's gaze darkened with murderous intent, a purple flame flickering in his palm. He yearned to slay as many as he could. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected wave of heart pain drained the color from his face, and his aura began to plummet. The flame in his palm extinguished, and Fang Han realized that his body had reached its limit, forcing him to abandon his murderous thoughts, ignoring the fleeing soldiers. He lightly propelled himself towards the outskirts of the army. He made his escape. Not a single Liang soldier dared to impede his path. In a short while, Fong Han found himself 100 miles away. His aura still faint, his face ashen. This was the consequence of wielding power not his own, a backlash that had taken a tremendous toll. At this moment, even the arrival of a mere spirit path cultivator could claim his life in his current state. The pain coursing through his body left beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he intended to leave the area, but an approaching figure froze him in place. Had the battle that day truly concluded? Upon seeing Blood Yunzi's silhouette, Fong Han felt a chill run down his spine. In front of him, he was as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fong Han forced himself to remain calm. Slightly cupping his hands in greeting, Junior Fong Han greets Senior Blood Yunzi. Blood Yunzi scrutinized Fong Han for several breaths before breaking into a sinister smile. You little brat, with such trump cards. Why did you not join me in dealing with Qi Hingyan? Leaving this old man to fend for himself is rather unscrupulous, don't you think? Hearing this, Fong Han internally scoffed, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he replied. Senior Blood Yunzi, you must have seen it as well. It is not that I refuse to assist, but the cost is simply too great. Otherwise, I would certainly have joined forces with you to keep that so-called monitoring heaven division here. Blood Yunzi, of course, did not buy his excuse, his eyes darting as he proposed. I've helped you tremendously. How about you share some of your secrets with this old man? Upon hearing this, Fong Han's pupils constricted, and before he could respond, Blood Yunzi seized his shoulder, soaring into the sky atop the blood gourd. With one hand resting on Fong Han, Blood Yunzi sneered, Don't think about being stingy. I've worked hard in Blood City to hold off Qi Hingyuan for you. While you fled, sharing your secrets with me is only fair compensation. Fong Han could only grit his teeth and once again bring forth the seemingly imaginary master, proclaiming, I have always remembered the kindness of my esteemed predecessor in coming to my aid. However, this is merely a contingency left to me by my master, which I truly cannot part with, lest I invoke my master's wrath. I implore you, Senior, to forgive me. It seemed as though Shui Yunzi had seen through Fong Han's ruse. For his voice grew colder. If your master truly becomes enraged, let him come to find me, if he dares now. While I still possess a modicum of patience towards you, I advise you to be wise and not to dishearten me. Fong Han's complexion darkened, silently cursing the old man for his audacity. Yet at that moment, he could not conceive of an escape plan. His body was gravely injured, making it difficult to once more harness Yun Jin's power. Otherwise, he would have surely pitted himself against this old fellow. Just then, the entire sky suddenly transformed into an eerie crimson hue, causing Shui Yunzi's expression to shift as he immediately controlled the gourd beneath him to halt midair. A trace of astonishment crossing his features, he could not help but glance at Fong Han, a profound skepticism flickering in his eyes. Could it be that this young man truly has a master who has now arrived? Observing the change in colors around him, reminiscent of the first time he encountered Yun Jin, Fong Han was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Master! You have finally come. Shui Yunzi's skepticism deepened. He scanned the surroundings but found no one, uncertain whether this young man was merely playing tricks. However, to be prudent, he clasped his hands together and called out, I am Shui Yunzi. I wonder which friend from afar has graced us with their presence. Might you reveal yourself? His words fell, yet no response was forthcoming. The surroundings remained unchanged, and Shui Yunzi dared not act impulsively. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he had sustained considerable injuries in his recent battle with Qi Hingyuan, and the encounter had ended in mutual destruction. How dare a mere practitioner of the Earth Extremity realm lay hands on my disciple? After a considerable time, a voice devoid of gender resonated in Shui Yunzi's ears, ethereal and distant yet crystal clear. Upon hearing this, Shui Yunzi's expression fluctuated, a hint of trepidation arising within him as he forced a laugh. Nay, esteemed guest, you misunderstand that I merely sought to protect your disciple's safety. I have never laid a hand upon him. He did not immediately allow Fong Han to depart, clearly still testing the waters. But then, a cold snort erupted within his mind, nearly shattering his composure and causing the blood gourd to tremble. At that moment, Shui Yunzi's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily bowed towards the distance, altering his address. Predecessor, do not misunderstand. I shall take my leave at once. Chapter 68. The profound flame pattern Shui Yunzi was evidently flustered, his gaze towards Fong Han now filled with an aversion akin to that of a serpent shunning a scorpion. He promptly abandoned Fong Han, swiftly piloting the blood gourd away from the scene. Fong Han exhaled in relief, taking deep breaths that conveyed a sense of survival after a calamity, his pale visage breaking into a smile as he said, "Sister Yunjin, I never imagined your acting skills surpassed even mine, to the extent that you deceived that old ghost, Shui Yunzi, that I learned from you." Yunjin's response elicited a chuckle from Fong Han, that he pulled out a map. Casting a quick glance before hastily departing the area to avoid any chance of Shui Yunzi realizing something amiss and returning. Uncertain of how long he had traveled, once he observed that the surroundings were devoid of life. Fong Han, still uneasy, used his spirit sense to scan the area once more, finally feeling at ease before entering the refining Immortal Tower. He reclined on the ground as the purple-eyed Martin curiously approached, gently licking the wounds on his face. At that moment, Fong Han finally felt a modicum of relaxation, disregarding the Martin's protests as he embraced it, a smile gracing his features, ruffling the Martin's fur into disarray. Fong Han laughed heartily before releasing it, his gaze turning to Yunjin, filled with gratitude. "Sister Yunjin, thank you." Witnessing Fong Han's earnest expression, Yunjin's lips curved into a smile as she gently spoke. "So, how do you intend to express your gratitude to your sister?" Gazing at her stunning countenance, Fong Han pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I pledge myself to you?" "Very well." Yunjin's response surprised Fong Han, though she added, "But only when you have completely mastered the refining Immortal Tower. Then, sister shall belong to you, that I would have no objections if you wish for me to warm your bed." As he beheld her graceful figure, images involuntarily flickered in Fong Han's mind, although he quickly suppressed them. "Sister Yunjin, you mentioned the Earth Extremity Realm. Is that the level above the Spirit Path?" Seemingly recalling something, Fong Han gazed at Yunjin, inquiring humbly. Yunjin nodded gently. "Indeed, but more precisely, above the Spirit Path lies the realms of Heaven and Earth Extremity, which is the highest level achievable in the Dao Province. The realms of Heaven and Earth Extremity are further divided into the Heaven Extremity Realm and the Earth Extremity Realm. Though they belong to the same tier, there are essential distinctions. The Earth Extremity Realm primarily represents a transitional phase of the spirit towards the primordial spirit, whereas in the Heaven Extremity Realm, the spirit has completely transformed into the primordial spirit, capable of existing independently from the corporeal body without facing annihilation. Thus, the differentiation between the Heaven and Earth Extremity Realms. Even the likes of Shui Yunzi and Qi Hingyuan were practitioners of the Earth Extremity Realm, yet their cultivation was still rather shallow, merely possessing enhanced spirit and spiritual power. Listening to Yunjin's explanation, Fong Han nodded in comprehension, grasping its meaning without dwelling further, recognizing that he had only just embarked upon the spirit path, still a considerable distance away from the realms of Heaven and Earth Extremity. After a brief exchange, Fong Han settled cross-legged, for his injuries were severe, and he had spent over a month in the refining Immortal Tower to barely recover. Following this ordeal, his desire to enhance his strength surged, and after much contemplation, he resolved to inscribe the second array pattern upon himself. The profound flame pattern. This pattern had been meticulously selected, a purely offensive array, and he possessed a fragment of the purple sky divine flame, which was perfectly suited for incorporation into this pattern to elicit its maximum potential. This is it. Fong Han had all the essential components for the profound flame pattern, and as for the other materials, they were not overly complex and had been easily gathered from the storage bags of Lu Chu and the others. Once everything was prepared, Fong Han focused intently in a clearing, the purple-eyed Martin understanding that he was in a state of cultivation and refraining from interruption. Quietly observing instead, Fong Han retrieved the essence blood of a fire-type demon beast and began to sketch in the air. Compared to before, after breaking through to the spirit path, he found this endeavor much more manageable. Within several days, an array pattern began to hover before him. The array pattern glowed a fiery red, with the lines drawn strictly according to the illustrations in the book. Currently, the center remained blank, designated for the location of the flame seed. Fong Han gradually extended his hand, and in a short while, a bloom of purple flame danced in his palm, which he then guided into the array pattern. In that moment, Fong Han held his breath. Should the integration fail, all his efforts over the past few days would amount to naught. However, heaven indeed rewards the diligent. As the purple sky divine flame merged, the entire array pattern transformed from a vibrant crimson to a dazzling purple hue, a wave of scorching heat washing over him. Next came the most critical step, recollecting the excruciating pain from the first time. Fong Han felt a shiver of trepidation, but such agony was now unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, determination gleamed in his eyes. He extended his left hand and firmly grasped the profound flame pattern the moment of contact. A sizzling sound echoed, and a faint aroma of charred essence wafted through the air. Fong Han's expression remained impassive, suppressing any sound as he followed the array pattern engraving method, embedding the entire profound flame pattern into the bones of his hand. As the profound flame pattern adhered to his hand's bones, an unbearable pain surged through him, rendering his hand almost unrecognizable. The piercing agony intertwined with his mind, tugging at his nerves, making him feel as though he wished to sever his entire hand. Cold sweat drenched Fong Han's body. As time elapsed, it felt as if his bones were being melted away by the intense heat. Fortunately, having endured the first experience, he gritted his teeth and persevered through the ordeal. At this moment, his hand was devoid of flesh. Even the bones had turned charred black, the profound flame pattern shimmering with a purple glow inscribed upon his bones, pulsating intermittently. Chapter 69. The problem of the demon Yin Valley. Fong Han's complexion was ashen, his lips pale, and his face glistening with sweat. He had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times, forcing himself to endure, his tongue almost bitten to shreds. Yet upon glimpsing the array pattern glowing with purple radiance upon his bones, a smile crept to his lips. His efforts had not been in vain. The profound flame pattern was successfully inscribed. At present, this hand is truly a sight to behold, as it is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any flesh or blood. However, Fong Han had anticipated this and had prepared accordingly, scattering some medicinal powder from his storage pouch before meticulously bandaging it. Nevertheless, this hand will likely require a period of rest, which is precisely why he refrained from engraving on his right hand, to avoid hindering his knife skills. At this moment, the purple-eyed weasel cautiously approached, tenderly licking the back of Fong Han's hand, as if to offer consolation. Observing this little creature, Fong Han couldn't help but smile. After extensive nurturing from both him and Yunjin, the purple-eyed weasel had significantly improved its relationship with them and had now grown into a second-tier demon beast. Comparable to martial artists from the 4th to 7th transformations, Fong Han harbored high hopes for this little one. If all went well, it might evolve into the legendary purple-eyed spatial weasel. Yunjin then approached, eyeing the hand wrapped like a dumpling with a hint of playful mischief. Reaching out to pinch it, Fong Han immediately inhaled sharply, retracting his hand quickly. "Sister Yunjin, don't tease." Seeing Fong Han's reaction, Yunjin covered her mouth and laughed. "Your hand will likely need some time to recuperate, but congratulations are in order. The integration of the Xian Yin pattern infused with the Zishao divine flame will surely become a potent weapon once your hand heals." Upon hearing this, Fong Han felt a flicker of anticipation within, wondering just how much the Xian Yin pattern could enhance his combat prowess. Meanwhile, the events surrounding the battle at Blood City had spread throughout Yindi and the neighboring 3 nations during this period. The conflict between Shui Yunzi and the Celestial Monitoring Division's chief, as well as the death of General Bing, had resulted in heavy casualties among the Celestial Monitoring Division. Furthermore, the forceful slaying of the Liang Army's commander and other incidents had profound implications, evoking disbelief among the populace. For the cultivators of Yindi, however, such an outcome was immensely satisfying, as the invading enemies had suffered grievous losses while Blood City continued to stand strong in the north of Yin. According to some soldiers of the Liang Army, the one responsible for slaying their commander and the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Division was a remarkably young man. That it was uncertain when so many powerful figures had emerged in Yindi. The mysterious man who had appeared during the seizure of the Huangling Juntu, and now the enigmatic figure responsible for the deaths of the Liang Army's commander and the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Division, were all unfamiliar to them. Hey, now that you mention it, it's quite intriguing. Both the mysterious figure who seized the Huangling Juntu and the one who killed the Liang Army's commander and the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Division seem to have a common trait. They both emanate a red glow. Listening to these drunken conversations, Fang Han felt indifferent, but the next words caught his attention. However, it seems that Yin Bei has finally found peace, but I heard there are significant issues arising from Yin Valley. Isn't it due to the theft of the Wind Eye from Yin Bei? Otherwise, how could Yin Valley have encountered problems after so many years of tranquility? Upon hearing this, Fang Han hesitated for a moment before curiously inquiring, "What exactly is Yin Valley? Why did the removal of the Wind Eye lead to issues there? Are the consequences severe?" As soon as he uttered these words, everyone turned to him with astonished expressions, seemingly surprised that someone was unaware of Yin Valley. Fang Han smiled awkwardly that, "I apologize. I recently arrived in Yindi from Qi country to escape from pursuers, and I have yet to hear what you all mentioned." "So, you are a newcomer." Upon hearing Fang Han's words, some individuals around him exchanged glances laden with ill intentions. However, a few others, intrigued, began to explain, "The Yin Valley we speak of is a forbidden zone in Yindi, where an extraordinary evil entity is suppressed." Then someone interjected, "Indeed, this evil entity is no trifling matter. It once emerged and left Yindi in a state of carnage, a sight too horrific to behold." There is absolutely no exaggeration in that statement. Seemingly displeased by the interjection, the initial speaker shot a glare at the interrupter before continuing. "The Wind Eye is essentially one of the erased corners that suppress the evil entity. There are 4 such corners located in the 4 cardinal directions of Yindi. Now that the Wind Eye is missing, how could Yin Valley not experience problems?" Fang Han's eyes narrowed as he realized the implications. So, it was indeed because of him that Yin Valley faced issues. That he turned to the man, a look of reverence adorning his face, and said, "I see now. Thank you for enlightening me, brother, in these times. There are few who possess such profound knowledge as you." Hearing this, the man displayed a satisfied smile, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "As far as I know, that evil entity was originally suppressed by the combined efforts of the 3 nations. Subsequently, each country began exiling criminals to this place, which gradually led to the formation of what is now known as Yindi." Almost everyone in the tavern turned their attention toward him, for very few were privy to this secret. Someone then cautiously asked, "May I inquire about your identity, sir? How do you know about such ancient events, something beyond our knowledge?" The man glanced at the inquirer with indifference before tilting his head and proclaiming, "I am Wang Tao from the corruption sect, and my father is the grand elder of the corruption sect. Do you think I would be unaware?" So, it is young Master Wang. No wonder you appeared so extraordinary at first glance." Compliments and flattery came from those nearby, and Fang Han took a closer look at this individual. He had heard a bit about the corruption sect. Its most notable characteristic was its penchant for wearing the skins of others. It was said that due to their cultivation methods, they had long since corrupted their own bodies, and beneath their pristine skin lay a mass of decaying flesh. Though the corruption sect may not rival top-tier forces like the Sword Pavilion, it was still notorious in Yindi, and most individuals dared not provoke it lightly. Noticing the reactions of those present, Wang Tao couldn't help but chuckle. "You may continue, as you always have. Don't take it too seriously. I am merely here for a meal." Yes. While he said this, the majority of the attendees had already lost their appetites upon learning of the man's identity. Fang Han had also finished his meal and intended to leave. Yet this action drew Wang Tao's full attention toward him. "Fellow Taoist, are you so eager to depart? Weren't you quite interested in these matters just a moment ago?" Wang Tao smirked coldly, harboring murderous intent toward Fang Han. Interpreting his departure as a provocation, casting a dismissive glance at him, Fang Han retorted coolly, "What I choose to do is of no concern to you. Should you persist in bothering me, I shall turn you into a pile of minced meat." What a strange individual. Having neither provoked him nor sought to offend him, he simply intended to leave when trouble found him. Yet he reacted with such sensitivity, seeking death. Those words thoroughly incensed Wang Tao, who lunged at Fong Han with a spirit sword in hand. As the situation escalated, several patrons in the tavern hastily distanced themselves, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Seeing the attack, Fong Han's expression hardened, and the Mo Dao materialized his grip, instantly transforming his demeanor. An overwhelming aura of blade energy emanated from him, effortlessly shattering Wang Tao's imposing presence. Just then, a voice echoed through the tavern. I kindly ask both of you to spare the Chow family the trouble and refrain from fighting within the tavern, to avoid disturbing others. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's expression shifted slightly, yet he begrudgingly sheathed his spirit sword. Saying, I shall certainly give the Chow family face, he then glared at Fong Han, declaring, Kid, our business isn't finished. Do you dare to step outside and settle this? Initially inclined to retract his weapon, Fong Han's eyes turned frigid once more upon hearing this challenge. If you seek death, then do not blame me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two exited the tavern. As soon as they stepped outside, Wang Tao sneered, Once I have you in my grasp, I will flay your skin piece by piece to fashion myself a new garment. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of blade energy sliced through the air, causing his expression to change dramatically. He swiftly summoned his spirit sword to defend himself, only to have Fong Han strike effortlessly, send it flying. Your penchant for verbosity is your downfall. Fong Han's icy voice rang in Wang Tao's ears. In the next instant, a crimson line appeared around his neck. Remarkably, no blood flowed forth. As Wang Tao's head tumbled to the ground, it did not roll as one might expect, but rather shriveled into a desiccated skin. An overwhelming stench soon followed. Wang Tao's body began to wither rapidly, and from the gaping wound at his neck, a mass of flesh wriggled forth like maggots, prompting Fong Han to involuntarily frown. The grotesque mass of flesh bore no resemblance to a human, sticky and repulsive, with maggots crawling through it. Only a vague semblance of facial features could be discerned, barely recognizable as a human face, causing the patrons to recoil in disgust and expel the contents of their stomachs. How revolting! No wonder everyone reacted differently upon hearing the term corruption sect. Even Fong Han couldn't help but grimace. You truly deserve to die. Wang Tao cast a venomous glance, and soon a complete human skin materialized once more. To my astonishment, the grotesque mass of flesh slid directly into his mouth, and the withered skin instantly inflated like a balloon. I wonder just how many human skins you possess for such exchanges. Fong Han scoffed coldly, waving his right hand to unleash another wave of blade energy, determined to obliterate this repulsive creature today. The freshly donned human skin on Wang Tao's face shifted slightly, and he struggled to evade, his mouth agape as a cursed symbol, exuding a foul odor, sped towards Fong Han with alarming swiftness. Fong Han transformed into a blur, retreating swiftly, yet the cursed symbol seemed to have locked onto him, pursuing like an unyielding adhesive plaster. Realizing he could not shake off the decaying curse, and that even his blade energy had no effect on it, Fong Han swiftly redirected his course towards Wang Tao, unleashing a flurry of furious slashes in midair. The overwhelming blade energy enveloped him entirely, sealing off any possible escape routes. The blade energy pierced through various parts of his body. Finally striking the Wang Tao hidden beneath the human skin, he emitted a piercing shriek as a stream of black, malodorous blood splattered from the wound, dissipating the decaying curse symbol as he was severely wounded. Almost immediately, Fong Han delivered another strike, cleaving the human skin in two, exposing Wang Tao's grotesque, bloodied flesh once more to the public eye. Yet the fear of death momentarily overshadowed his embarrassment at being exposed, and the writhing mass of flesh darted away, desperate to flee. You dare attempt to escape? Fong Han sneered, striding forward to pursue, closing the distance to Wang Tao's rear in mere breaths, hearing the sound of slicing air behind him. Wang Tao turned his grotesque visage. Desperation etched across his features as he pleaded, My father is the grand elder of the corruption sect. You need not pursue total annihilation. I have already divulged so much information to you. Under no circumstances should you kill me. But your filth has offended my eyes, Fong Han declared, slicing forward. Wang Tao had no time to evade, and the blade energy pierced through him in an instant, eliciting a chilling scream as thick, black blood gushed forth from the wound, rendering him unable to maintain flight, and he plummeted to the ground. Observing his pitiful state, Fong Han felt no shred of pity. Delivering another blow that severed him completely in two, the remnants of flesh writhed momentarily before falling silent. Such a revolting entity was one Fong Han wished to avoid even approaching, let alone rummaging through his storage bag. As he prepared to depart, a voice from Yun Jin interrupted, "He is not dead yet." Upon hearing those four words, Fong Han paused mid-step, turning back to gaze incredulously at the bloodied remains he had just cleaved in two. How could he still be alive? Trusting Yun Jin unconditionally, Fong Han swiftly approached once more, observing the indistinct face upon the left side of the flesh, drawing out his ink blade once again. Sensing Fong Han's murderous intent returning, Wang Tao could hardly fathom why, despite his complete lack of aura, he had not successfully deceived Fong Han. Terror-stricken, he opened his eyes wide, pleading desperately, "Please, do not kill me. If you spare me, I will repay you. I will serve you as a slave for life. Please believe me." Hearing this, a flicker of derision crossed Fong Han's eyes. "Repay me? How do you intend to repay me? By skinning me alive and wearing my flesh?" Without hesitation, Fong Han swung his blade again, the energy cleaving through Wang Tao's brow, bisecting the flesh once more. His expression of terror was forever frozen across the two halves of his face. This time, he was truly dead. What a sinister entity, Fong Han could not help but exclaim. Had it not been for Yun Jin's reminder, he might have unwittingly allowed this repugnant creature to escape with its life. Chapter 71. The corpse puppet sect. The onlookers remained indifferent as they witnessed this scene, though many wore expressions of surprise. Who would have thought that the novice who had just claimed to be new to Yin territory would audaciously slay the son of a grand elder of the corruption sect? Not only was he powerful, but he also showed no fear of retribution. This was a person one should never provoke. This was the collective assessment of many, as those who had harbored ulterior motives quickly extinguished their thoughts. The corruption sect was no ordinary faction. It likely had ties to the blood and flesh path, though it seemed to possess mere semblance rather than true essence. Hearing Yun Jin speak of it, as if she had some knowledge, Fong Han could not help but inquire, "What is this blood and flesh path?" It was yet another unfamiliar term for him. Yun Jin nodded gently, explaining, "The blood and flesh path is infamously notorious in our realm. It has not been seen for countless years that I never expected that there would still be a legacy related to it in Dao Prefecture." Recalling Wang Tao's grotesque mass of flesh sent shivers down Fong Han's spine. And Yun Jin's words confirmed that the blood and flesh path was indeed no trifling matter. Indeed, within this realm, there seemed to be an abundance of sinister entities, far more than one could imagine. In comparison, the Yin-Bei factions such as the Yuan and Shao families and the four great powers of Blood City appeared remarkably normal. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. Fong Han turned his gaze, spotting an unremarkable man walking down the street. Yet it was not him who drew attention, but rather the coffin he bore upon his back. Many on the street seemed to be seeing such an outfit for the first time, and passers-by could not help but steal glances. Which sex disciple is this? Fong Han mused, shaking his head. Ever since arriving here, he had encountered one bizarre sight after another. Driven by curiosity, he extended his consciousness. But just as he neared the coffin, he was met with an obstructive aura. In the next moment, Fong Han felt an invisible gaze from within the coffin fix upon him. The man bearing the coffin also sensed something amiss. Turning with a stern glare directed at Fong Han, his eyes imbued with a warning. "You are intruding." Fearing a misunderstanding, Fong Han clasped his hands in apology and swiftly melted into the crowd. The man possessed considerable cultivation, yet what was more daunting was the entity within the coffin. Recalling that penetrating gaze through the coffin made Fong Han's back crawl, yet observing the curious expressions of the bystanders suggested they too were oblivious to the identity of the coffin bearer. With your current strength, it is best to avoid provoking that individual unless absolutely necessary. He is quite profound. Yun Jin's figure appeared beside him, her gaze fixed on the direction the coffin bearer had departed. Hearing this, Fong Han's eyes flickered with surprise, It was the first time he had heard her speak in such a manner. Sister Yunjin, do you know his background? Fang Han inquired. Yunjin nodded, providing insight like a living encyclopedia. There's a sect in the upper realm called the Corpse Puppet Sect. The entity within that coffin is his puppet. They turn the bodies of others into puppets. What a nefarious method. Fang Han furrowed his brow, feeling that such practices were rather unethical. Yunjin cast him a glance. However, matters are not as simple as you might think. Not simple. Fang Han refrained from pressing further, quietly awaiting her elaboration. Your assumption that the coffin contains only ordinary puppets is gravely mistaken. In truth, these corpse puppets are provided to the disciples of the Corpse Puppet Sect. Their philosophy is to establish a connection with the corpse puppets, ultimately achieving unity between the two. However, the reality is far different. These corpse puppets possess their own consciousness, and within each lies the lingering spirit of a certain cultivator. When the time is ripe, they will seize control, a method that entails almost no risk. Thus, rather than being a sect, the Corpse Puppet Sect functions as a vast underground marketplace, claiming that as long as one can afford the price, they can procure a satisfactory body. Upon hearing Yun Jin's revelations, Fang Han felt a chill run down his spine. He had never imagined such an organization existed. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Are there no righteous individuals who seek to eradicate them, allowing them to persist?" As soon as he spoke, Fang Han realized his question was somewhat naive. Setting aside the complexities involved, who wouldn't he want to try such a method of reincarnation if it meant escaping the clutches of death? They say the older one grows, the more one fears death. This is no mere saying. Even if someone desired to strike against the Corpse Puppet Sect, it would inevitably upset many people's interests, leading to unimaginable consequences. In other words, the man from earlier, if he continued to cultivate, would ultimately be usurped by the corpse puppet within the coffin. Such a fate sounded quite pitiable. He probably had no inkling of the outcome awaiting him. However, Fang Han had no intention of offering any well-meaning warnings. One could not be sure how the other would react, potentially inviting trouble instead. Ascending to a tavern, Fang Han had scarcely taken a seat when he noticed the coffin bearer climbing the stairs. Their eyes met, and unexpectedly, the man made his way directly to sit opposite Fang Han. Fang Han found it rather amusing that even while seated, the man continued to bear the coffin upon his back. As though it were a beloved companion he could not bear to part with even for a moment. Although Fang Han felt a sense of wariness, he chose not to initiate conversation, quietly awaiting the arrival of food. However, the presence of this individual soon stirred discontent among the other patrons. Damn it, how unlucky can one be? I just came out for a drink and ended up seeing this grotesque sight. Who brings a coffin to eat? Are they trying to disgust us on purpose? At a nearby table, some diners grumbled, particularly when a man turned his gaze towards them. One stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, and growled, "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Did you think that carrying a coffin would instill fear in others? Either take that coffin and leave, or you can roll away with it." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, and even Fang Han could sense some peculiar sounds emanating from within the coffin, as if nails were scraping against the lid. Meanwhile, the group at the table remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, with one of them laughingly remarking, "Hey, don't say that. Perhaps his parents are resting in that coffin." Huh. The group erupted in laughter. But in the next instant, the lid of the coffin suddenly flew open, and a putrid stench assaulted them. Fang Han was the first to react. Instinctively covering his mouth and nose, a shadow darted out from the coffin like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the four men at the table let out piercing screams. It was then that Fang Han caught a glimpse of the figure emerging from the coffin. It was wrapped in white bandages, some parts still damp, with the gruesome remnants of corpse fluid dripping down, which was also the source of the foul odor. Only its bloodshot eyes and purplish-blue mouth were visible, exuding an aura of ferocity. At that moment, it was hunched over a corpse, gnawing on a head that was nothing but a bloody pulp, the sight causing immense discomfort. The man, furrowing his brow, commanded, "Come back." The corpse puppet, with its crimson eyes, turned to stare at him, reluctantly releasing the head and retreating back into the coffin. However, Before it entered, it cast a lingering glance at Fong Hanas for the other patrons on the second floor. They had long since fled in terror. Bang! The lid slammed shut, and the man glanced at Fong Han before chuckling. "I hope I didn't frighten you." Fong Han forced a laugh and shook his head. But his appetite had vanished. He turned to descend the stairs, considering the meal he had ordered as a treat for himself. Reflecting on the look the corpse puppet had given him, Fong Han felt a weight in his heart. It was evident that the creature, while seemingly obedient to the man, had developed its own consciousness. This implied that the man was not far from death. Perhaps one day, the spirit hidden within the corpse puppet would seize control of him. Chapter 72. Taking the blame upon returning to the inn, Fong Han slowly unwrapped the bandages. His previously charred hand had recovered significantly over this period, with some flesh having regrown, that it must be said. The medicinal powder from Lu Chu's storage bag was remarkably effective at this rate. If he remained in the refining Immortal Tower for a year or so, he would likely be almost fully healed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Fong Han initially thought it was the food he had requested from the waiter, but upon scanning with his spirit, he discovered that the man from the corpse puppet sect stood outside. Fong Han's expression turned cold as he opened the door and said, "Have you taken an interest in me?" Seeing Fong Han's frosty demeanor, the man displayed a hint of contrition and shook his head. "Please do not misunderstand. I merely thought you seemed amiable and wished to make your acquaintance." Fong Han certainly did not believe him. The reasoning felt contrived. He scoffed. "I doubt we have any formal connection. If you have no business here, kindly take your leave." He had no desire to engage with anyone from the corpse puppet sect. Hearing this, the man smiled faintly. Unperturbed, he glanced at the bandages on Fong Han's left hand and then produced a jade vial from his storage bag. "Your hand appears to be severely injured. I happen to have some elixirs that may assist you. I hope you will accept." Noticing Fong Han's refusal to take it, the man placed the vial on the table and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he turned back. "By the way, my name is Xie. Watching his retreating figure, Fong Han felt a twinge of confusion. He realized he did not know this person. So why did he wish to assist him? Or was there some ulterior motive? Casting his gaze upon the jade vial resting quietly on the table, Fong Han reached for it, but did not open it out of caution. He turned his attention to the figure lying on the bed. Asking, "Sister Yunjin, can you discern what is inside this jade vial?" Yunjin glanced over and nonchalantly replied, "It is beneficial for you. When combined with the medicinal powder, it should save you half the time in recovery." Upon hearing this, Fong Han felt no joy. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper. What was Xie Yun's intention? Had he gone out his way to find him just to deliver a vial of medicine? Whatever the case, he decided to use it. Since Yunjin had examined it, it should pose no risk. If it could hasten the healing of his left hand, that would be advantageous. As for whether that man would later demand favors in return, that was a concern for another day, contingent on whether he recognized such a debt. Just then, a formidable aura enveloped the entire city, accompanied by a furious roar from the sky. "Who killed my son?" Without a doubt, the father of Wang Tao had arrived. Fong Han paid little heed, having altered his appearance and intentionally erased his presence at the scene, rendering it impossible for the man to find him. Looking out the window, he saw a figure hovering in midair, appearing to be a middle-aged man. However, knowing the methods of the corpse sect, Fong Han realized this was not his true visage, but merely a disguise. What surprised Fong Han next was that, in response to the furious elder of the corpse sect, a familiar voice answered back, "It was I who killed him. What will you do about it?" The voice was not loud, yet reached the ears clearly. The elder of the corpse sect, with a gaze filled with murderous intent, turned to see Xie Yun, the man with the coffin, staring coldly at him from the city wall. "Then you shall die." The elder, already consumed with rage, made no further inquiries and sought immediate vengeance for his son. His cultivation surpassed that of the Shao family patriarch, reaching the 5th level of spirit path. In the face of his assault, Xie Yun showed no fear. The lid of the coffin behind him swung open, and the corpse puppet burst forth once more. The two forces collided, unleashing a violent wave that startled Fong Han. To his astonishment, the corpse puppet matched the elder of the corpse sect blow for blow, showing no signs of weakness. Moreover, the corpse puppet was incredibly resilient. When struck by the elder, it sustained no injuries and continued its ferocious onslaught. Roar! The corpse puppet opened its purplish-blue maw, revealing rows of black fangs. Suddenly, these teeth detached, glinting ominously as they shot toward the elder. Each tooth acted like a sharp projectile, laced with terrifying corpse poison. The elder's pupils constricted. He threw out several strips of human skin to block the venomous fangs. Xie Yun remained calm atop the city wall, observing the scene with quiet intensity. The elder of the corpse sect recognized that Xie Yun was the key player and summoned another strip of human skin, this time aiming to ensnare the corpse puppet. Witnessing the fierce battle, Fang Han remained bewildered, unable to comprehend Xie Yun's intentions. First, he delivered medicine, and now he risked his safety to take the blame for him. What could this man possibly want from him? Even if he was trying to curry favor, it seemed excessive. Fang Han quietly watched the two combatants, now seeing the corpse puppet ensnared in the human skin. He was eager to see how Xie Yun would respond. Would he become powerless without the puppet, merely a decorative vase? Chapter 73. Mutual Assistance as the elder of the corpse sect charged forward. Xie Yun unexpectedly laid down inside the coffin, the attacks landing upon it, thwarted by a myriad of intricate runes. The elder's pupils narrowed slightly, and he reached out again, attempting to seize the coffin in one grasp. Yet, on the other side, the corpse puppet had already broken free from the human skin. Roar! Angered by the assault on its coffin, the corpse puppet unleashed a deafening roar and rapidly shot forward, forcing the elder of the corpse sect to retreat. Go. Following the command, the corpse puppet abandoned its offensive against the elder and, to the astonishment of many, hoisted the coffin containing Xie Yun and fled. Where do you think you're going? The elder of the corpse sect snapped back to reality and pursued them out of the city. Observing this scene, Fang Han's gaze flickered before he vanished from the room. He was not going to assist. Rather, he entered the refining Immortal Tower. Remaining outside would prolong the recovery of his left hand indefinitely. But within the tower, he could leverage the time differential to heal swiftly. As time ticked by, Fang Han spent nearly 6 months in the refining Immortal Tower. While only half a month had passed in the outside world, this moment, the bandages on his left hand had long been removed, revealing skin as pristine as that of a newborn, contrasting sharply with the color of the rest of his body. Finally, he had fully recovered. Fang Han could not help but sigh, having spent nearly half a year in the refining Immortal Tower. His left hand was now restored. This meant he could activate the Xian Flame pattern, his most devastating move, at any time. Upon reaching this point, Fang Han found himself rather eager to test its power. Departing from the Immortal Refining Tower, he took the purple-eyed mink outside for some fresh air. Gazing at the dishes laid out on the table, the flavors he had not savored in quite a while made his mouth water. Although upon reaching the spirit path, one could sustain bodily functions without food or drink through spiritual energy, Fang Han still relished the satisfying sensation of fullness after indulging in a hearty meal. An unexpected frown crossed Fang Han's brow as he sensed a familiar gaze watching him from short distance. Turning towards the window ledge to look down, he spotted a figure clad in a rain cloak and wearing a straw hat, seated beside a small stall with bandages wrapped around their face. Indeed, it was you. Fang Han furrowed his brow, yet rose to descend. His surprise. As he approached, he caught a faint whiff of decomposing flesh. However, what intrigued him was that the visitor was not Xie Yun, but rather his corpse puppet. Could it be that something had gone awry in that battle? Fang Han's gaze flickered, if memory served him right. Xie Yun had taken refuge in the coffin meant for the corpse puppet to evade the attack from the Grand Elder of the Corruption Sect. Upon seeing Fang Han approach, the corpse puppet remained silent, merely rising and walking steadily towards the city's outskirts. The fact that the corpse puppet sought him out must have been at Xie Yun's behest. He decided to follow and discover their intentions. After retracting the purple-eyed mink back into the Immortal Refining Tower, Fang Han hastily followed. Especially after exiting the city, the two soared through the air for an indeterminate duration, with the corpse puppet showing no signs of stopping. Fang Han's patience was gradually wearing thin. They had already been on the road for nearly a day and a night without pause, traversing from the heartland all the way to Yan'an. Unfortunately, the corpse puppet seemed incapable of speech. No matter how Fang Han inquired, it remained focused on its path southward, arriving at their destination. As the corpse puppet descended, Fang Han narrowed his eyes, following suit and landing steadily on the ground. Surveying the surroundings with his spirit, Fong Han found no sign of a coffin until the corpse puppet led him to a cave, inside which lay a coffin quietly resting. I knew you would come to assist me. Xie Yun's voice resonated from within the coffin. Fong Han cast a glance at the corpse puppet guarding the cave entrance and calmly replied, "How did you know I would help you? Or do you believe that by delivering a potion and shouldering the blame, I would feel grateful? You are overestimating things. I feared a ha-ha. Of course not. However, I did assist you, and your current predicament is also a consequence of my actions. It would be unkind of you to remain indifferent." Xie Yun's tone was quite relaxed, seemingly unfazed by his confinement within the coffin. In truth, sending the corpse puppet to find you was a risky maneuver. As you can see, I'm trapped in this coffin and unable to do anything. Hearing this, Fong Han chuckled. It indeed obeys your commands now, but that may not hold true in the future. Upon hearing this, the coffin fell silent, enveloped in an overwhelming stillness. Fong Han remained unperturbed, certain that Xie Yun would not hastily turn against him. Considering he had delivered medicine, it was merely a friendly reminder. Whether he appreciated it or not was of no consequence to Fong Han. After a lengthy pause, Xie Yun finally spoke again. "My friend, I am aware of the gravity of this matter. But first, assist me in escaping this coffin. Once I am free, we can discuss this further at an opportune moment. I am curious about how much you know regarding this issue." Fong Han was somewhat taken aback. Xie Yun's demeanor suggested he had sensed something, otherwise he would not speak so calmly. If it were one of those disciples deeply devoted to the corpse puppet sect, they might have resorted to violence upon hearing Fong Han's earlier remark. Fong Han could not help but regard Xie Yun with newfound respect, and then inquired, "How should I assist you?" "With fire. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed a formidable essence of fire within you." Fong Han's expression froze. "You can perceive that," Xie Yun calmly replied. "Those of our kind are particularly sensitive to things of the utmost yang. There's no doubt about it." Fong Han nodded, dismissing further thoughts, and raised his left hand, a swirl of purple flames erupting from his palm. The purple sky divine flame illuminated the entire cave in a hue of violet, while its searing heat caused the temperature within the cavern to rise steadily. Sensing this aura, the corpse puppet at the cave entrance let out a distressed growl, its gaze fixated on Fong Han, or more accurately, on the flickering purple flame in his left hand, instinctively urging it to attack. Yet in the next moment, that impulse was firmly suppressed by Xie Yun. Fixating on the coffin before him, Fong Han struck with his left hand. The coffin was completely enveloped in the purple sky divine flame, emitting a sizzling sound as wisps of black smoke arose, only to be incinerated. The entire coffin quivered. Roar! The burning of the coffin elicited a stronger reaction from the corpse puppet, which continued to issue warning-like roars towards Fong Han. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on him. Unbothered, Fong Han persisted in incinerating the coffin with all his might, the sizzling noise emanating from the corpse water within evaporating into tendrils of black smoke. "My friend, you may cease now," Xie Yun's voice echoed at that moment. Upon hearing this, Fong Han immediately withdrew, the purple flames clinging to the coffin dissipating gradually, and in the next instant, the lid was pried open. Xie Yun emerged from within, his complexion starkly pale, with even his lips drained of color. As he stepped out, the corpse puppet rushed into the coffin, the lid slamming shut with a resounding thud. "My friend, thank you for your assistance." Xie Yun struggled to stand upright, bowing respectfully towards Fong Han, and said, "I am ashamed. I do not yet know your name. I am Fong Han. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After uttering these words, Fong Han intended to exit the cave, but Xie Yun called out to him, "Brother Fong, if you have no pressing matters here, it would be wise to leave promptly." Fong Han frowned slightly, puzzled by his words. Why would he suggest leaving Yin territory? "Why should I depart?" Xie Yun shook his head. "Apologies, but I cannot divulge the details. I assure you, this is for your own good. Soon, chaos will engulf Yin territory." Fong Han recognized that Xie Yun was far from simple as he appeared. Noting his reluctance to speak, he cast one last deep glance at him before turning and vanishing from sight. Chapter 74. Stone Gambling. After parting ways with Xie Yun, Fong Han did not return to the Heartland but opted to remain, and it seemed evident that since Xie Yun had chosen to hide here, He must have his reasons, and Fong Han was curious to uncover his true intentions. Stone City. This was undoubtedly the largest city in the entire Yan'an region. As its name suggests, it was built atop rich subterranean resources. Unfortunately, this city was not controlled by any single power from the south, but rather jointly overseen by several formidable factions from the heartland. The so-called special resources were, in fact, a type of stone. However, the stones from Stone City were anything but ordinary. It was said that the city backed onto an ancient battlefield, and over countless years, many of these stones had the potential to yield treasures. This had led to Stone City becoming the largest and only gambling stone market in Yen territory, attracting many gamblers from far and wide. Upon entering Stone City, nearly every street was lined with various shops showcasing gambling stones, most of which were backed by the major factions of Yan'an, though there were also small stalls set up by loose cultivators. Observing the stones displayed at various price points, Fong Han felt a surge of interest. Perhaps fortune would smile on him today, and he might uncover some treasure. However, the business was exceptionally bustling. After standing outside for a while, Fong Han tapped the shoulder of a person beside him and asked, "Has anything remarkable been unearthed in this shop?" There seemed to be so many people. The individual glanced at Fong Han and replied, "You must be new to Stone City, am I right?" Seeing Fong Han nod, the person chuckled, "It's no secret. This shop has unveiled 3 treasures in the past month alone, each one a coveted find. Can you blame the crowds?" Upon hearing this, Fong Han nodded lightly. While it sounded impressive, he had no concrete concept of its significance. "Let us take a look first." Amidst the grumbles and curses of others, Fong Han squeezed his way inside, where he found tables overflowing with stones, seemingly priced according to their quality. After a brief examination, he grasped the general idea. Once a stone was purchased, one could either request the shop staff to cut it or do so personally. After cutting, one would see if the revealed item was worth the spent spirit stones. Naturally, there were also worthless stones that contained nothing, and such stones were quite common, often leading to disappointed buyers. It should be noted that these stones were not cheap. The prices ranged from several thousand spirit stones to an astonishing 5 million spirit stones for the most expensive gambling stone in this shop. At that moment, the 5 million spirit stone was placed prominently in the center, its surface shimmering as if coated in gold, occasionally revealing a spectrum of colors that gave the illusion of harboring some extraordinary treasure. However, the crowd present was not composed of fools. No one dared to touch it, including the shopkeeper himself. Setting aside the issue of whether one could even muster 5 million spirit stones, if nothing of significant value was revealed, it would be a monumental loss. If it were merely waste stone, then the cost would be exorbitant. 5 million spirit stones. Indeed, no jest. Such cases have occurred quite frequently in the past. The reason these shops display such stones is that even they cannot ascertain their value. The truly valuable ones have mostly been excavated already. It not possible to use spiritual probing to discern what lies within these stones. Although Fong Han was filled with doubt, he had yet to voice his concerns when someone nearby took the initiative to test it. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a man not far from him, drawing the attention of the crowd. They saw him collapse to the ground, his face ashen, his body convulsing, and even froth escaping from his lips. Observing this scene, the onlookers seemed rather accustomed, most wearing expressions of derision, with one even sneering. "It seems we have yet another novice trying to probe the stones with spiritual force." Hearing this, Fong Han cleared his throat and cupped his hands, inquiring, "May I ask, why did this person suffer such a fate while probing?" The man glanced at Fong Han and chuckled. "These stones hail from ancient battlefields. The malevolent energy contained within is beyond imagination. This fellow was merely fortunate not to have his spirit shattered. Although he will require a lengthy period of recuperation, at least his life remains intact." So that is how it is. Fong Han felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, grateful that he had not rushed in first. He certainly did not wish to meet such a fate. Gazing at the table laden with stones, an idea sparked in his mind, and he suddenly asked inwardly, "Sister Yunjin, do you possess any method to ascertain what lies within these stones?" As his thoughts lingered, he noticed Yunjin's lack of response and called out again, "Sister Yunjin, is something amiss?" Finally, he heard her languid voice, as if she had just awakened. Fong Han sighed with relief and reiterated his previous question. Upon hearing the term gambling stones, Yunjin's interest was piqued, her drowsiness dissipating significantly. "You have gambling stones here? This is somewhat unexpected," she remarked, her graceful figure appearing beside Fong Han as she curiously examined the stones before them. Taken aback, Fong Han instinctively asked, "Could it be that gambling stones exist in other places too?" "What a silly question." Yunjin rolled her eyes at him. "The world is vast. This isn't the only place where gambling stones can be found, as long as the conditions for such stones are satisfied." Chapter 75. The confident shall not fail. These gambling stones generally originate from ancient battlefields, steeped in malevolent energy over countless epochs. Attempting to probe them with spiritual force is a futile endeavor. One must employ ocular techniques instead. Hearing this, Fong Han's eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Surely you possess such ocular techniques. Sister Yunjin, why not teach me?" However, Yunjin shook her head. "If I were to teach you now, it would be far too slow to be by the time you grasp it. Who knows how long it will take? I already know the techniques. Let us begin right away." Fong Han nodded in agreement and asked, "Sister Yunjin, do you see any valuable items within these stones? I've heard this shop has recently acquired quite a few treasures. It is very likely due to their recent successful mining operations. If that is the case, it is indeed worth investigating." To Fong Han's astonishment, he saw Yunjin's eyes transform into a vibrant green as she began to scan the array of gambling stones. Of course, all of this was invisible to the outsiders, who were engrossed in their own selections. 3 rows and 4 columns. There are indeed good items within. Hearing this, Fong Han felt a surge of excitement. But when he caught sight of one particular stone, his expression faltered. The stone was riddled with numerous tiny holes resembling a honeycomb and was pitifully small, about the size of a fist. Compared to the exquisite stones nearby, it appeared as if a princess stood beside a beggar. Others barely glanced at it. Those with experience knew that such honeycomb stones were typically devoid of value, merely here to deceive the uninformed. "Sister Yunjin, are you certain this is the one?" Fong Han weighed the stone in his hand. It felt hollow and remarkably light. His question drew Yunjin's disapproving gaze. "What? Do you think your sister would deceive you?" Naturally, Fong Han trusted Yunjin. Seeing her certainty, he disregarded the stone's appearance and called out to a nearby maid, "I'll take this stone," upon hearing that someone wished to purchase a gambling stone. Those who had hesitated began to turn their attention toward him. However, upon seeing the stone in Fong Han's hand, their expressions quickly shifted to one of incredulity. "I thought a skilled person had discerned something. Turns out it's just a novice. Buying a honeycomb stone. He must be a first-timer at gambling stones. Utterly clueless." As Fong Han decided to purchase the honeycomb stone, the surrounding crowd wore mocking smiles. The man who had initially explained things to Fong Han could no longer contain himself and covered his forehead, warning, "Young brother, that honeycomb stone is completely hollow. Are you not just giving them your money for nothing?" Fong Han chuckled. "Gambling stones are all about luck. Perhaps this stone holds some treasure after all." His words drew derisive laughter from the crowd. Youth was evident in him, and they believed the intricacies of this world were far beyond his comprehension. Such individuals could only learn through the painful lesson of parting with spirit stones. Only the maid maintained a smile, for this stone had been here for quite some time, practically an old employee of their shop. With a novice finally arriving, she certainly would not let this business opportunity slip away. What this young master says is true. Gambling stones hinge on luck, and who can truly define luck? Upon hearing the maid's words, Fong Han could not help but give a thumbs up. "Now that is something I love to hear. Confident individuals never have poor luck." "Never have poor luck? Just wait and see you cry." The crowd scoffed, relishing the spectacle, eagerly anticipating Fong Han's forthcoming expression of dismay. "Young master, would you like to cut the stone yourself, or have one of our masters do it for you?" The maid inquired. "Then I shall trouble the master," he replied, for he had never cut one before, and he would not wish to embarrass himself. With Yunjin keeping watch, he felt confident there would be no mishaps. Observing the stone before him, the master could only shake his head and smile as he drew forth an exceptionally sharp knife, beginning to peel away the layers of the stone Fong Han had chosen. Fong Han watched nervously as the stone gradually diminished in size, the outer layer being meticulously removed until only a walnut-sized core remained. To this point, the crowd wore expressions of inevitable satisfaction. Yet they noted Fong Han's unchanging demeanor, inwardly remarking that this fellow was truly unyielding, that its so small. Even if it were another type of stone, it would likely yield nothing, let alone this honeycomb stone. Young man, consider this a lesson learned. Humph, if this yields anything, I'll eat it. Just as he finished speaking, the stone in the cutter's hand had shrunk to the size of a thumb. And suddenly, it emitted a faint glow. This transformation naturally captured everyone's attention. Even the cutter expressed surprise, for in all his years, he had never seen a honeycomb stone yield anything before. Fong Han could not suppress a smile. Sister Yunjin truly was the most reliable, and there was indeed something inside. He turned around, scanning the crowd, and shouted, "Who was it that said they would eat it? Step forward now." When no one responded, he snorted coldly and continued to watch intently as the cutter carefully sliced away the remaining stone. Who would have thought that this typical honeycomb stone could yield something? He was genuinely gaining insight. Someone sneered. So what? What good can a mere honeycomb stone yield? It's so small, it might just be a spirit stone. However, as the last layer of stone was removed, the object fully revealed itself to the crowd, an iridescent crystal radiating a pure white glow. Upon its emergence, the air seemed to thicken with spiritual energy. Spirit crystal. This is a spirit crystal. Someone immediately recognized the crystal, exclaiming in astonishment, their breath quickening. "A spirit crystal. They say one can equal 100,000 spirit stones? Is this real?" Someone gulped, leaning in closer, disbelief written all over their face. The cutter and the maid shared the same astonishment. They had never expected such a thing could be contained within it. Was known that only those at the Earth Extreme and Heaven Extreme realms would utilize such items. Compared to spirit stones, spirit crystals were exceedingly rare, not only possessing pure spiritual energy, but also being significantly denser. One spirit crystal could indeed equate to 100,000 spirit stones. This was no mere boast. Thus, the gambling stone, which was valued at merely 8,000 spirit stones, had now transformed into something worth over 100,000, skyrocketing in value. This meant that the person before them had essentially struck gold, reaping an incredible fortune. One could imagine they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Fong Han laughed heartily. "See? I told you, confident individuals never have poor luck, valued at 100,000 spirit stones. Is it? Then help me exchange it for that." Fong Han pointed towards another stone, which appeared rather appealing and was as large as a human head. However, the price deterred many, for even the wealthiest individuals seldom dared to wager 100,000. The reason Fong Han chose this particular stone was undoubtedly due to Yunjin's intention. Yet to others, he seemed to be merely riding a wave of serendipity. Did he truly believe himself to be endowed with the qualities of a gambling king? Soon, he would find himself stripped of all his attire. Upon hearing this, the maid's gaze shifted to the person in charge, who was observing from a distance. Seeing him nod, she finally agreed. "Then shall we require the stone cutter to assist in opening this stone?" With Fong Han's nod, the stone cutter placed the stone upon the workbench, and with a swift stroke of his blade, the outer layers were meticulously peeled away. Humph! If he manages to unveil something of greater value than this stone, I shall consume the stone skin. That voice rang out again, but this time, Fong Han's eyes zeroed in on the speaker. Remember your words. Chapter 76. Faces previously, Fong Han had been too apathetic to pursue this individual. But now that he had resurfaced, he certainly would not let him slip away again. Hearing this, the man's expression shifted slightly, followed by a cold retort. Who fears whom? But what if nothing of greater value is revealed? What then? Fong Han chuckled coldly. If that is the case, then regardless of what this stone reveals, I shall gift it to you. It is settled. The man readily agreed, for who would refuse something offered for free? Though the stone looked promising, he believed that this young man's luck could not possibly last. The onlookers watched with keen interest, fully entertained by the spectacle, for regardless of who won or lost, they bore no loss themselves. Time flowed quietly, with only the sound of stone being sliced as layers of stone skin fell away, revealing the treasures within. This moment, The man gambling against Fong Han felt a surge of anxiety, internally urging for the appearance of a golden elixir. Buzzma, and Han. A voice resonated in the ears of all present, including Fong Han. What is this? Confusion spread across their faces until a middle-aged man clad in purple robes rushed forward. He was the shopkeeper, his gaze fixated on the golden elixir, his expression a mix of excitement and quickly cooling demeanor as he chastised the maid. Who permitted you to act thus? His attention then turned to Fong Han, and with a calm tone, he said, esteemed guest, I apologize, but our establishment has never operated on a trade of goods for stones. The spiritual crystal will be returned to you shortly, but this stone and its contents do not belong to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, taken aback by such a declaration. The earlier expression of the shopkeeper had made it abundantly clear, even to the dullest observer, that the golden elixir was indeed of substantial worth. However, they were astonished by the audacity of the shopkeeper, who would so shamelessly deny the elixir's value. Meanwhile, the man who had wagered against Fong Han wore a grin, his tension alleviated as he chimed in. Indeed, even if such a notion existed, it cannot be decided by a mere maid. Young man, take your spiritual crystal and be satisfied. Having made such a profit, you should be content. Fong Han, however, would not acquiesce. With a cold smile, he remarked, you nodded in agreement earlier, and now that I have revealed something of great value, you wear that expression. I must say, your greed is quite unbecoming, since this stone is mine. Whatever it reveals belongs to me. No one shall take it. As he spoke, he reached for the golden elixir. The shopkeeper's gaze turned icy, and he swiftly seized the elixir into his grasp, his voice turning frigid. All guests are welcome, but should you act unreasonable, do not blame me for being merciless. That I reiterate, the item is mine, that I grant you one chance to return the golden elixir to me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Fong Han's tone carried a hint of menace. His patience had its limits. You dare create a disturbance in my establishment. The purple-robed man's aura fully unleashed, brandishing a spiritual sword. He struck at Fong Han with ferocity. Break for me! Fong Han could endure no longer. The ink blade appeared in his hand, effortlessly deflecting the spiritual sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow. The purple-robed man barely registered the peril before his chest was pierced. The ink blade pinning him to the ground like a nail, a swift kill. Gasps filled the air as the crowd realized they had underestimated this young MNIT. Was known that the shopkeeper possessed the cultivation of the third transition in the spiritual realm. Yet he had perished in a single exchange in the midst of the shopkeeper's terrified gaze. Fong Han stepped forward to retrieve the storage pouch containing the golden elixir, casting a cold glance downward. Who granted you the audacity to covet my possessions? Fong Han gripped the hilt of his blade, mercilessly crushing his internal organs before withdrawing the weapon. The stone cutter and the guards who had rushed over stood frozen. Unable to take another step forward, it was absurd. With the shopkeeper slain, what could they do but offer their own lives? Meanwhile, the man who had bet against Fong Han was now shuffling towards the exit, fervently praying that he would go unnoticed. Yet the more he feared, the closer it drew near. Where do you think you're going? That familiar voice sent shivers down his spine, and he collapsed to his knees. Repeatedly bowing, I was wrong before. I beg for your mercy. Spare my life. Fong Han remained seated, not sparing him a glance, meticulously cleaning the blood from his blade, gesturing towards the pile of stone skin on the table. Now it is your turn to perform. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted, humiliation flooding his heart, but the corpse of the shopkeeper served as a grim reminder. Trembling, he approached the table, gazing at the stone skin before him. He had no choice but to close his eyes and shove a few pieces into his mouth, feeling the mocking stares of the crowd upon him, humiliation overwhelming him, until his mouth was bloodied. Yet the fragments remained stubbornly lodged in his throat. Chapter 77. Luo bin Fong Han felt no sympathy for this man. Not killing him was already a mercy. He left the establishment with his spoils. Sister Yunjin, do you know what that golden elixir is? From the shopkeeper's earlier expression and actions, it was evident that the elixir was extraordinary. Fong Han turned to Yunjin beside him. Being of her stature, Yunjin undoubtedly recognized the item. This is a relic, considered a treasure of the Buddhist sect. Only those who have attained the heavenly extreme realm can condense such a relic within themselves. Now it becomes clear why that man sought to reclaim it. The heavenly extreme realm. Fong Han's expression changed slightly. The allure of those 3 words was boundless. It was said that apart from the founding emperor, no one in the 3 nations, including Yin Di, had ever reached such a level. Thus, the value of this relic was beyond measure that a fleeting impulse crossed Fong Han's mind to return and eliminate all witnesses to this scene. If word got out, the powerful from the entire Yin Di would surely descend upon him, scouring for his whereabouts. What purpose does the relic serve? Can it be used to enhance cultivation? This was Fong Han's primary concern. However, Yun Jin shook her head. The relic cannot be used directly to enhance cultivation, but when you meditate, holding it can clear your mind and sharpen your spirit. Moreover, it serves as a counter to illusions and malevolent entities. Do not underestimate its worth. After hearing this, Fong Han nodded, carefully placing the relic within the refining Immortal Tower, feeling a sense of security only in its presence. However, news of Fong Han's disturbance spread rapidly, particularly to the Mo family behind the Fengshe Hall, who received the information promptly and dispatched numerous powerful individuals. Although the Mo family was not a superpower in the hinterland, their influence in Yan'an was significant. It was said that even the head of the Mo family had come in person. Yet for Fong Han, this was not a matter of great concern, even if they could detect his aura. At this moment, he continued to wander the streets, with Sister Yunjin, the great Buddha, at his side. Fong Han sought to make the most of his time, as he could not simply linger in one shop. It was not out of fear of offending people. After all, fine treasures were limited. Fong Han arrived at a pavilion, its sign emblazoned with the characters 10,000 swords come forth. This establishment offered far more gambling stones than the Fengshe Hall, with a considerable crowd. However, Yun Jin remarked, "Let us ascend to the 2nd floor. There are more intriguing stones to examine. The offerings here are rather lackluster." Fong Han nodded, directing his gaze toward a nearby maid. "Would you be so kind as to guide me to the 2nd floor?" Upon hearing the request, the maid's eyes sparkled, and she promptly responded with respect, "Esteemed sir, please follow me." Fong Han followed her upward, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The cursory glance revealed that even the cheapest stones here cost at least 100,000 spirit stones. However, it must be said that the stones here appeared to possess a quality surpassing those displayed on the 1st floor. Each was exquisitely crafted, with individual display cabinets for every stone, and even seasoned observers would feel that there was something valuable concealed within these gambling stones. The maid smiled and said, "Esteemed sir, you have reached the 2nd floor of our Wan Jian Lai Chao. You may browse at your leisure, and should you take a liking to any particular stone, feel free to summon me at any time." Fong Han nodded gently, and after taking a general tour, he inquired inwardly, "Sister Yunjin, is there anything worth investing in?" Although the stones here were expensive, Fong Han's wealth was considerable, providing him with ample confidence that a row of 5 stones caught his eye. He decided to buy. Upon hearing this, he turned to look, only to gasp in astonishment at the price, which was boldly marked at 500,000 spirit stones. However, he knew that Yunjin would not allow him to suffer a total loss, so he immediately turned to the maid, who promptly approached him. "Sir, do you have your eye on this stone?" "Indeed, I shall take this stone. Here are 500,000 spirit stones." Upon receiving the storage bag filled with 500,000 spirit stones, the maid's face lit up with joy. "Very well. Would you prefer it to be cut now or taken back for later? We have skilled stone cutters here, ensuring that the contents remain unharmed. Let us cut it now." The prospect of cutting the stone inevitably attracted the attention of most people on the 2nd floor. "Luo Gu, weren't you interested in that stone earlier? It's been purchased now," remarked a young girl from the Luo family to the young man beside her, who was flanked by a group of maids and guards. The young man recognized the stone and nodded. "I was uncertain before, which is why I didn't buy it. I wonder who that person is. Could he be so confident?" After all, 500,000 spirit stones was no small sum. He pondered for a moment and then led his entourage closer, eager to see what this stone would yield. Fong Han noticed their approach and turned his gaze toward them. The young man immediately clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Luo B. Why, sister, and I merely wish to see what this stone will reveal. Not sensing any malice from them, Fong Han offered a slight bow in return. A pleasure to meet you. I am Fong Han. Luo Ben, being quite affable, stepped forward and inquired earnestly, "Might I ask if you had discerned anything from this stone?" After saying this, seemingly anxious that Fong Han might misinterpret his intent, he quickly added, "I had noticed this stone before, but I lacked the confidence to commit, which is why I wanted to inquire. If it is inappropriate, please feel no obligation to respond. I beg your understanding." Fong Han found it inconvenient to divulge his insights. After all, would he admit to having an extraordinary companion? Thus, he offered a smile and replied, "No issue, but this matter pertains to my personal privacy, which I prefer not to disclose." Luo Ben appeared as if he wished to say more, but ultimately refrained, turning to an elderly man in gray beside him, and communicated through thought, "Elder, do you believe this stone has a significant chance of yielding something valuable?" The gray-clad elder shook his head. Although this stone is lustrous and its exterior is sturdy, it lacks the purple hue, suggesting that whatever it produces may not be worth the price. Young Master Luo, you were right not to purchase it. The probability of loss is considerable. Luo Ben nodded slightly. Placing trust in the elder's judgment, an individual whom the Luo family had hired at considerable expense for his deep knowledge in the realm of gambling stones. Yet, he did not leave. Instead, he remained nearby, watching quietly. Not only him, but many others also gathered as the stone was set to be cut, including young masters and young ladies from various influential families. Alongside some wealthy rogue cultivators hoping for a stroke of luck, as the layers of the stone were meticulously shaved away, Fong Han felt no trace of anxiety, since Yunjin had assured him of the stone's potential. He was certain of a profitable outcome. Who is that person? He seems unfamiliar. Is he from Yan'an? Or perhaps a young master from the hinterlands? Some were intrigued by Fong Han's identity, for anyone willing to spend 500,000 spirit stones on a gamble must hold a significant status. During their discussions, the stone was reduced to the size of a human head, and at that moment, a faint glow began to emanate, shining through the thin stone skin. Upon witnessing this, even those who were not the purchasers of the stone felt a surge of tension. It was time to discover what lay within, whether it was worth the hefty sum of 500,000 spirit stones. In contrast, Fong Han displayed no signs of nervousness as he sat calmly in his chair, his gaze steady on the stone-cutter's work, leading others to suspect that for him, 500,000 spirit stones were merely a trifling sum, as he appeared entirely unperturbed. Something is emerging. With a cry of astonishment, the crowd instinctively widened their eyes, revealing within a leaf radiating a verdant glow. Chapter 78. A leaf. This leaf's appearance was met with a palpable sense of the extraordinary energy it contained. The veins on its surface were distinctly visible, exuding a robust vitality. Having learned from prior experiences, Fong Han stepped forward immediately to secure it within the alchemy tower. I've just remembered. That is a leaf from the Immortal tree. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly embody such vibrant life. The elder beside Luo Ben seemed to have made a realization. Unable to contain a gasp, his face a mask of disbelief. What? The legendary Immortal tree. How can this be? It has been ages since the Immortal tree was last seen. How could its leaves possibly appear now? Some could not help but voice their skepticism, for if it were indeed a leaf from the Immortal tree, it would be nothing short of sensational. The Immortal tree was a being that could incite envy and madness, even among those at the celestial realm. The it was said to be a source of immortality. A treasure among treasures. Even a single leaf would be immensely coveted. According to records, a leaf from the Immortal tree could grant an individual an additional decade of life. The crowd was undeniably stirred. And seeing this, Fong Han promptly descended the stairs, acutely aware of what this leaf meant to those around him. The Immortal tree. Could such a being truly exist? Fong Han's heart raced, but at this moment, the priority was to safeguard this potentially immortal tree leaf. He would likely have to avoid drawing attention to himself from now on. Although he trusted Yunjin, he had not anticipated her reliability to be so profound. First, there was the relic, and now this was an absolute trump card. So, do you now see the extent of my sister's prowess? This item is undoubtedly the most valuable in this establishment. Yunjin teased from the side. Fang Han turned to her and asked, "Is this truly a leaf from the immortal tree?" Yun Jin shook her head. The immortal tree does exist, reputed to be a form of elixir of life. But it does not grant eternal life, as you may envision. The IT merely embodies an astonishing vitality, which is often misconstrued. However, it is true that the elixir of life can extend one's lifespan, albeit limitedly. Its greater utility lies in healing grave injuries at the brink of death and allowing one to experience a second life. A second life? Fang Han's pupils constricted. Such a notion was indeed remarkable. Yun Ji nodded. When one approaches their mortal limit, their fate is typically sealed. Even extending life would only allow a few more days of existence. For true powerhouses, such a prospect is beneath them. It is far better to experience a second life, to retrace their past journey, amend the deficiencies of their previous cultivation, and pursue even greater heights. If you were in my position, would you choose to cling to life in a state of despair or embrace a more exhilarating second life? Understanding this, Fang Han responded without hesitation, "Of course, I would choose the second life." Clinging to mere survival was no match for the prospect of embarking on an entirely new chapter in life. However, the leaf you possess is not from the immortal tree, yet it still harbors significant vitality. After reaching the second level, merging it with that drop of blood could provide you with at least a 30% chance. Hearing this, Fang Han's earlier disappointment faded considerably. So, based on your estimation, Sister Yunjin, what is the likelihood of success if I merge with that drop of blood? Fang Han couldn't help but ask. Previously, it was a 20% chance. Now, I would say it's 50%. Upon hearing this, Fang Han was somewhat taken aback. Despite receiving such assistance, he was still left with only a 50% likelihood of success. Sensing Fang Han's thoughts, Yun Jin shot him a glance. 50% is already quite substantial. For an ordinary person, even those at the earthly realm would face considerable risks. Moreover, this is within the alchemy tower, where I am assisting you. You should not think it to be so simple. Hearing Yunjin's words regarding his education, Fang Han managed a bashful smile, humbly accepting the criticism, acknowledging that it had indeed been somewhat hasty in his pursuits. The only troubling aspect now was that those individuals seemed to believe they possessed the leaves of the eternal tree, which could potentially stir considerable turmoil, as Fang Han had anticipated, within less than a day. Rumors of a suspected eternal tree leaf spread like wildfire throughout the entire Stone City, and nearly all major factions had received news, eager to uncover the identity of the individual. Naturally, Fang Han, foreseeing this, had already vacated the city, realizing he could not afford to reveal himself for the foreseeable future. He pondered the multitude of individuals who sought to find him, suspecting even the cultivators from the extreme realm would be mobilized. My fate is indeed unfortunate. Why must I always be targeted? At this moment, Fang Han had taken refuge within the alchemy tower, for even though he had mastered the art of disguise, it had its limitations. Notably the inability to conceal his spiritual aura. Should he encounter a cultivator of higher caliber, he would have nowhere to hide. If they recognized his spiritual signature, they would see through his Pagoda immediately. It seemed that the purple-eyed ferret, having not seen Fang Han for quite some time, exhibited a remarkable excitement, nuzzling against his hand repeatedly, its fluffy fur providing a delightful sensation. Observing the unreserved affection of the purple-eyed ferret, a flicker of guilt crossed Fang Han's eyes, for he knew that while a single day passed outside, a full 15 days elapsed within the alchemy tower. The little creature must surely miss him greatly. Reflecting on this, Fang Han retrieved a few drops of spiritual liquid from the Chinquan furnace and fed them to her. Witnessing her contented expression, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Upon arriving at the staircase leading to the second level, Fang Han felt a surge of excitement within him, lifting his gaze towards the pitch-black entrance, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, ready to swallow anyone who dared ascend. However, for this day, he had prepared countless times beforehand. After such a long wait, how could he possibly retreat? With a calm mindset, he took heavy steps and ascended the stairs, and as he drew nearer, he was astonished to find he encountered no hindrance whatsoever during this process. Yet, the lighting on the second level was dim, and Fang Han remained vigilant as he cautiously made his way towards the center. What is this? His pupils constricted as he approached, and he could vaguely discern a crimson shadow, swaying slightly not far away. Is that the drop of essence blood? Previously, Fong Han had learned from Yunjin that there existed a mysterious essence blood on the second level, yet what he now saw seemed far from resembling blood. As if sensing an unfamiliar presence invading, a deafening dragon's roar echoed throughout the second level, exuding a profound pressure that nearly shattered Fong Han's concentration. It is merely a drop of essence blood. Why should I fear you? Fong Han forcefully steadied his mind, his gaze sharp as he focused on the rapidly approaching crimson shadow. At close range, he finally discerned its true form. Though merely a drop of essence blood, it radiated an overwhelming vitality, even coalescing into a blood-colored dragon shadow, exuding an aura of infinite might, clawing and roaring as it approached. Once again, the oppressive sensation surged forth, a manifestation of the dragon's might. The dragon lineage, said to have originated from chaos, descended from the world's first ancestral dragon, possessing a formidable bloodline that transcends countless beings, a creature of legend. However, dragons were seldom seen nowadays. Most were merely beasts bearing traces of dragon lineage. Yet the dragon might emanating from this drop of essence blood was terrifyingly potent. Conservatively estimating, its original bloodline was likely not far from that of a true dragon. Fong Han felt his very bones quaking, emitting crackling sounds as an immensely powerful will sought to overwhelm him spiritually, compelling him to prostrate himself before it. Veins bulged upon his forehead. How could he possibly yield? He steadfastly resisted, refusing to kneel. Humans are the apex of all beings. What does it matter if you are a true dragon? It is merely a drop of essence blood. The last words escaped his lips in a near roar, his eyes gleaming crimson as he advanced. Undeterred, towards the dragon's shadow, It seemed to sense his provocation, and another dragon's roar erupted beside Fong Han, reverberating like a wave of destruction intent on erasing his spirit. Yet, having endured the excruciating pain twice before, Fong Han would not easily succumb. Even if he were to perish, he would rather explode in the act of refining it than be denied even the chance to touch it. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. As the blood-colored dragon shadow drew ever closer, the pressure upon Fong Han intensified, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. He laboriously raised his arm, the mystical patterns of the Xian Yin glowing brightly, enveloping his left hand in the divine purple flame that he made contact. As Fong Han extended his left hand forward, he seized the dragon's neck with his flame-ensconced grasp. Roar! The blood-colored dragon shadow emitted another earth-shattering roar. But this time it was laced with fury, thrashing desperately in the air, attempting to break free from Fong Han's grip. However, his powerful hand clutched it like a vice, rendering its struggles futile. So it is. After all, it is merely a drop of essence blood, devoid of any physical attack. As long as one could withstand its spiritual dragon might, they had already won half the battle. Fong Han suddenly realized this, though he understood well the difficulties involved. Had he not endured the 2 agonizing experiences, had he faltered in fear, even if he were not obliterated by the dragon might, his path of cultivation would have been irrevocably ruined, forever living in its shadow, becoming an indelible mental demon. In a corner of the alchemy tower, Yunjin held the purple-eyed ferret, quietly observing the scene. Seeing Fong Han successfully overcome the dragon might, a hint of satisfaction crossed her face. She had indeed chosen the right person. Meanwhile, the purple-eyed ferret trembled slightly, feeling anxious with each resonating roar, finding solace only in Yunjin's embrace. Yet it could not help but worry for Fong Han, occasionally peeking out from her arms, its lavender eyes filled with concern. Watching the dragon's shadow thrashing madly within his grasp, a resolute glint shone in Fong Han's eyes as he forcefully pressed it against his chest. The moment the essence blood entered his body, his complexion turned a mottled purple and blue, his body convulsing violently. He quickly seated himself on the ground, struggling to regain control over his form. Meanwhile, the dragon's shadow wreaked havoc within him, causing excruciating pain throughout his meridians, as if taut strings were snapping one by one. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The skin on the surface of Fong Han's body began to tear. flaking off like shards, exposing the crimson musculature beneath, dyeing his garments a deep red. Yet the essence blood continued to roam within him, showing no inclination as the purple-eyed Martin gazed at her with a hint of confusion. Yun Jin gently patted her head, her breathtakingly exquisite face breaking into a captivating smile. Chapter 80. Astonishing transformation. A year slipped by quietly, and Fong Han remained utterly still, akin to a monk in deep meditation. His presence unchanged in the same spot. The ethereal light cocoon of spiritual energy within his dantian persisted, as if time itself had been frozen in that moment. Although he had spent a full year within the Immortal Refinement Tower, scarcely a month had passed in the outside world. The news regarding the leaf of the everlasting tree had stirred the entire Yen region, prompting numerous ancient immortals of the Earth Extreme realm to emerge from seclusion, making their presence felt in searching. However, despite their extensive searches in Yan'an, Fong Han's figure remained elusive, leaving many in a state of profound disappointment. Their interest extended far beyond the mere leaf. They sought to unravel the ethereal legend tied to IT. It was said that during this period, the young master of the Luo family and others from the Wanjian Lai Chao gathering had inquired exhaustively. Yet even after such a long time, the whereabouts of that individual remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the individual in question displayed remarkable cunning, aware of the significant treasure at stake, thus choosing to conceal himself promptly. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? If one were in their position, they would likely respond in kind. Yet I do hope that individual is discovered, allowing us to behold the true appearance of the everlasting tree leaf. Currently, the major superpowers from the Heartland have dispatched their Earth Extreme cultivators, alongside rogue cultivators like Shui Yunzi, gathering in Shicheng. It has been ages since such vibrancy filled the air. However, one must wonder when this tempest will finally subside. I have refrained from wandering freely during these days. Do you truly believe that the inability to locate that enigmatic figure would dissuade those Earth Extreme cultivators? The emergence of the everlasting tree leaf seems to validate the existence of the legend surrounding the everlasting tree. For those at the pinnacle of power, particularly those nearing death, the allure is undeniably intoxicating, compelling them to undertake reckless actions. According to the latest information, a multitude of Earth Extreme cultivators has resolved to join forces to breach the ancient battlefield, reportedly commencing their exploration from the area governed by the Sword Pavilion. No, in such a case, how could the Sword Pavilion ever acquiesce? Some were perplexed, for each faction controlled a specific area within the ancient battlefield. Territories secured through numerous perilous explorations that, if what has been stated is true, it would severely undermine the interests of the Sword Pavilion. Upon hearing this, someone could not help but shake their head, saying, even if they wish to refuse, what can they do? A multitude of Earth Extreme cultivators stands united, representing nearly the entirety of Yan. And no matter how formidable the Sword Pavilion may be, they can only comply. They are well aware that the everlasting tree is beyond their grasp. Yet, as a superpower, there must be some negotiations involved. Alas, the temptation of immortality, for humble cultivators like us, hope is but a distant dream. We can only wish to remain unaffected by it. The discussions among the various sects outside suggest that the news regarding the everlasting tree far surpasses the previous impact of Liang Jun's southern expedition and the arrival of the monitoring Celestial Bureau. Yet the instigator, Fong Han, remains inside the Immortal Refinement Tower, blissfully oblivious to these matters. 2 years, 3 years. Time flows by, yet Fong Han has long since lost track of It's essence, and blood were gradually refined. His appearance underwent a transformation. Patches of dragon scales began to emerge upon his skin, emitting a faint azure glow. Furthermore, his hands started to take on the subtle form of dragon claws, and 2 prominent protuberances sprouted from his forehead, resembling a pair of relatively immature dragon horns. After merging with the dragon's blood, he had transitioned from being entirely human to a hybrid form of half-human, half-dragon, his body now infused with the bloodline of dragons. With each breath and movement, a faint aura of dragon might emanate from him. Most importantly, his aura had astonishingly surged 3 levels, reaching the fourth transformation of the spiritual path, and it felt remarkably solid. Showing no signs of instability, the light cocoon in his dantian had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, indicating that it would not be long before Fong Han completely refined and awakened. A month later, he slowly opened his somewhat bewildered eyes. "Congratulations on your tremendous advancement." As soon as he awoke, the voice of Yunjin reached his ears. She stood before him, cradling the purple-eyed Martin in her arms. Over the past 3 years, she had diligently monitored his progress, her heart entwined with his during his battle against the will of the dragon. While she could have intervened to suppress the dragon's will, doing so would have left a blemish on Fong Han's state of mind, which would only magnify the further he ventured down this path. Instead, his triumph over the dragons will through his own resolve allowed him to make significant strides in both willpower and mental state, which is paramount on the path of cultivation. Upon seeing Yunjin, Fong Han's eyes gradually brightened, the confusion dissipating, replaced by a sense of clarity. His immediate instinct was to rise, but upon noticing the scales on his hands and body, he hesitated. "Have I mutated?" A tingling sensation on his forehead drew his attention, and when he reached up to scratch, he was astonished to discover a pair of hardened protrusions akin to recently hardened deer antlers. Seeing his appearance, Yunjin couldn't help but smile. "How do you feel now? Do you not sense an inexhaustible strength surging through your entire being?" Indeed, he did feel such a sensation, but in this form, he would likely be unrecognizable to the outside world. Chapter 81. Bloodline Divine Ability. After 3 days of adjustment, Fong Han finally managed to adapt to the changes in his body, observing the patches of dragon scales on his skin. An idea struck him, and he drew forth his ink blade, slashing it across his arm. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the ink blade merely grazed the surface of the dragon scales, leaving behind a white mark without inflicting any substantial harm. This left Fong Han utterly astonished. While he had not utilized his blade aura, the power behind that strike was undoubtedly comparable to a full force attack from the third transformation of the spiritual path. With a thought, he concealed the scales beneath his skin, and in a matter of moments, he had returned to the appearance of an ordinary human. The integration of the dragon's blood had yielded immense rewards for him. Not only had his cultivation advanced 3 levels, but his physical form had experienced a qualitative leap. However, the most significant gain was yet to come. Upon fully refining the dragon's blood, he acquired a divine ability pertaining to the dragon race's bloodline, the dragon's killing intent. This ability was specifically designed to target the soul and could only be activated through the bloodline of dragons. For Fong Han, it undoubtedly increased his arsenal of lethal techniques, allowing him to catch even formidable foes off guard with its efficacy. "With my current strength, I wonder if I might contend with the likes of the bloodthirsty lord." A smile crept across Fong Han's lips as he turned his gaze toward the purple-eyed Martin, eager to play with her. However, she darted into Yunjin's embrace like a startled rabbit. Surprised by the sudden fear emanating from this little creature, Fong Han pondered briefly, only to realize the cause. He had unconsciously released a faint aura of dragon might. Sure enough, upon retracting it, the purple-eyed Martin appeared considerably less frightened. With a few drops of spiritual liquid, she was soon comfortable enough to be held in his hands. After 3 years in confinement, she must be yearning for some fresh air. "Let me take you out for a breath of fresh air." Not only did the purple-eyed Martin deserve this outing, but Fong Han himself longed to stretch his legs. 3 years had passed, and outside, it had likely been nearly 2 months. The uproar surrounding the everlasting tree leaf should have quieted down somewhat. Yet he had underestimated the allure of the everlasting tree. Upon learning that a multitude of Earth Extreme cultivators were flocking to Shecheng and venturing into the ancient battlefield, Fong Han felt a twinge of astonishment. When he had first arrived in Shecheng, he had heard tales of the ancient battlefield's dangers. The areas currently controlled by various forces combined amounted to less than 1/10 of the ancient battlefield, perhaps only a few relatively safe zones. Yet, those Earth Extreme cultivators were willing to risk their lives in pursuit of the everlasting tree's traces. Just how great is the temptation of immortality that compels so many to take such risks? Fong Han couldn't help but sigh, and he also recalled the Demon Yen Valley. Could it be that the seal there had stabilized? Otherwise, even if those Earth Extreme cultivators wished to act, they should be unable to do so. Dear guest, Please enjoy your meal. As the dishes were presented before him, Fong Han ceased his pondering and began to eat heartily. Having gone 3 years without food, he was ravenously hungry. His manner of eating was indeed unique within the tavern. Yet the true center of attention remained the purple-eyed marten perched on his shoulder, recognized by many patrons present. Sensing the aroma of the dishes, the purple-eyed marten's violet eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her gaze fixed longingly on the array of food, completely oblivious to the drool dripping from her mouth onto Fong Han's shoulder. Seeing her greedy expression, Fong Han couldn't help but chuckle, offering a piece of chicken to her mouth. Of course, this was no ordinary chicken. It was specially cultivated, infused with the bloodline of a magical beast, and incredibly succulent. While it may not melt in the mouth, it certainly qualified as a delicacy. The purple-eyed marten devoured it with great delight. Though she appeared diminutive, her appetite was surprisingly large. In no time, she had polished off every dish on the table. Fong Han could only laugh helplessly, prompting him to call for another round of food. Young Master Chun has arrived. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the tavern, seemingly regular patrons of the establishment. Not only did the serving boy greet them, but even the proprietor personally came out to welcome them with a fawning expression, exclaiming, "Young Master Chun, it has been quite some time since your last visit. I have kept your preferred seat reserved, and it is a pleasure to finally see you again." The youth referred to as young Master Chun was adorned in resplendent attire. Even his garments were embellished with gold. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Today, I am entertaining a few junior disciples. Please arrange accordingly." "Very well. Ensure that the esteemed disciples of Wanling Beast Manor are comfortably accommodated." Just as he finished speaking, a serving boy approached, his expression somewhat troubled, and whispered in his ear, "Master, young Master Chen's seat has already been taken." "What? Who permitted you to make such decisions without my consent?" The proprietor's face turned pale with shock, his countenance shifting between various emotions. However, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile once more, saying, "Young Master Chun, there is a slight issue, but rest assured, I will resolve it immediately and ensure you do not have to wait long." Naturally, Chun Xian had overheard the serving boy's words and could not help but snort coldly. "I will give you the time it takes to drink a cup of tea if you fail to resolve this. I shall have to deal with you myself." Upon hearing this, the proprietor broke into a cold sweat and hastily nodded in agreement. Turning to the nearby serving boy, he barked, "What are you standing there for? Come with me." The proprietor hurriedly ascended the stairs with several others and immediately spotted Fong Han seated at young Master Chen's reserved spot. He approached with a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, due to certain circumstances, might I ask if you would consider relocating to another table?" Fong Han had long been aware of their presence, and upon hearing this, raised his head to look at him and replied, "Relocate to another table. Do you see any available spots at the moment?" It was only then that the proprietor realized the second floor was already packed to the brim. He awkwardly chuckled and said, "May I inquire if you have finished your meal? Normally, this seat is reserved, and the serving boy made an error in bringing you here. However, rest assured, our establishment will not let you suffer any loss. I shall cover all your expenses today. Would you consider being accommodating? After all, mutual understanding is essential." Being in the business, the proprietor did not wish to offend anyone too severely, and his tone was filled with entreaty. However, this was of little significance to Fong Han, for why should he bear the cost of someone else's mistake? He showed no intention of rising from his seat and continued to enjoy his meal alongside the purple-eyed weasel. He was confident that the proprietor would not dare to evict him in front of everyone, for that would spell doom for his business. Seeing this, the proprietor grew increasingly anxious. "Esteemed guest, I implore you to understand. Otherwise, my humble establishment will struggle to survive." Fong Han, feeling exasperated, set down his chopsticks and furrowed his brow, saying, "If those people below lack patience, then tell them to find another place to dine. In this vast stone city, is there truly no other establishment to eat at? We are all patrons. As the proprietor, you cannot show favoritism." "Humph. How dare you compare yourself to young Master Chun? He could spend a day here. Enough to cover your meals for half a year." Even after stating this, you still lack awareness, insisting on being stubbornly difficult. The serving boy who had accompanied Fong Han upstairs could not help but interject. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. But upon hearing this, some individuals shook their heads, secretly lamenting the short-sightedness of those from the lower strata. Indeed, young Master Chun was quite renowned. But could the man before them, who possessed a purple-eyed weasel as a companion, truly be an ordinary person? The disdainful attitude of those with narrow views was palpable at that moment. Fong Han could not help but chuckle. And what of it? Apologies, but I do not recognize this young Master Chun you speak of. While you fear offending him, I do not. How much longer must we wait? The proprietor seemed to wish to say something further. But a voice coming from the staircase caused his expression to change dramatically. He glared at Fong Han with frustration before turning towards the source of the voice, wearing a fawning smile. Young Master Chun, it will be ready shortly. Please, just a little more patience. What are you worth? We've waited so long, and now I am quite displeased. A group of individuals clad in blue robes ascended the stairs. With the leading youth possessing a sharp gaze, upon meeting his eyes, the proprietor felt a chill run down his spine, and he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. This moment, a serving boy gritted his teeth and lamented. Young Master Chun, it is this fellow who has occupied your seat. No matter what we say, he refuses to relinquish it, and even dares to say. Upon hearing his words, Chun Qian cast a glance at Fong Han and then coldly inquired, "What else did he say?" He said young Master Chun is nothing but a triviality, and if you cannot wait, you should go eat elsewhere. But just then, a faint whoosh of air broke through. And in the next instant, the serving boy's brow was pierced by a chopstick, not even allowing him a chance to scream before he fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the proprietor's expression shifted once more. And Chun Qian turned his gaze towards Fong Han, his eyes becoming inscrutable. Fong Han calmly set down the remaining chopstick, his demeanor unperturbed. The serving boy's death was merely a consequence of his own insufferable behavior. Deserving of his fate, that moment, they all noticed the purple-eyed weasel perched on Fong Han's shoulder. Seeing its fluffy appearance, a female disciple could not help but express her delight. What a beautiful purple-eyed weasel. Upon hearing this, Chun Qian's interest was piqued. He had pursued this junior sister for quite some time, and seeing an opportunity, he was determined to make a good impression. However, possessing a creature as rare as a purple-eyed weasel indicated that this individual was of notable status. He turned his gaze back to Fong Han and, adopting a probing tone, asked, "This esteemed brother possesses impressive strength at such a young age. May I inquire where you hail from?" Fong Han glanced at him, then replied calmly, "I am merely a minor rogue cultivator, nothing of significance." Upon hearing this, Chun Qian frowned, clearly skeptical that Fong Han was truly just a rogue cultivator. Nevertheless, in order to impress the junior sister, he maintained a smile, saying, "I am Chun Qian of Wanling Beast Manor. Why junior sister has taken a liking to your purple-eyed weasel. Would you consider parting with it? I shall not pursue the matter of your occupying my seat, and can offer you a handsome sum of spirit stones in exchange." The purple-eyed weasel, seemingly understanding Chun Qian's words, let out a displeased squeak, but this only endeared it further to the female disciple, who even suggested, "Little one, come back with me. As a member of Wanling Beast Manor, I can provide you with the finest care." Seeing her attempt to woo his companion right before his eyes, Fong Han's gaze turned icy. However, he was not concerned. The purple-eyed weasel was his partner, well fed and cared for daily. There was no way it would leave him as expected. No matter how much the female disciple coaxed, the purple-eyed weasel remained unfazed, even ignoring her completely, which left her feeling disheartened. Seeing the disappointment on the face of the girl he admired, Chun Qian felt a pang of sympathy and gently reassured her, "Do not worry, junior sister. Feelings can be cultivated over time." He then turned his gaze back to Fong Han and said solemnly, "Esteemed brother, do not hesitate. You can see that my junior sister has taken a liking to your beast. Let us be friends, shall we? Otherwise, do not blame me for pursuing this matter." Fong Han scoffed, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "What do you mean by that? Just because she likes it, you think you can take someone else's possession? If I were to take a liking to your junior sister, would young Master Chun readily offer her up?" Upon hearing this, Chun Qian was both startled and furious, and even the other 3 disciples of Wanling Beast Manor could not help but scold him. "How dare you? A mere rogue cultivator. We're showing you respect by considering purchasing your beast. How dare you covet junior sister Zhang? Fang Han raised his hands innocently, and what of it? It's all the same reasoning. Is it not? This young lady took a liking to my purple-eyed weasel at first glance, and young Master Chun expects me to part with it. If I were to take a liking to this young lady, why should young Master Chun not offer her up? Chun Qian's expression changed, and he cast a glance at his junior sister before scolding Fang Han. That cannot be compared. Junior sister Zhang is a person, not an object. You dare to speak so frivolously. If I were to kill you today, no one would dare to speak against it. Fang Han met his gaze coldly. To me, the purple-eyed weasel is also an invaluable companion. Not something to be traded. It is a disgrace for Wanling Beast Manor to produce someone like you, who lacks understanding. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. Fang Han's words held merit, and had it not been for their fear of the power behind Chun Qian, they would have applauded him. Chun Qian's face flushed red with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words, and he became increasingly furious, declaring, "You sharp-tongued brat, how dare you insult Wanling Beast Manor? Today, I will see to it that you pay for your insolence." His aura surged forth, revealing him to be a top disciple of a superpower, boasting a cultivation level of the third layer of the spirit path. Yet to Fang Han, this posed no threat whatsoever. Fang Han picked up the remaining chopstick from the table and flicked it lightly, effortlessly neutralizing the impending attack. This display left everyone present in astonishment, including the girl and 3 boys behind Chun Qian. In the next moment, Fang Han pointed into the air, and even without a blade-like aura manifested, instantly piercing through Chun Qian's shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Is this truly the top disciple of Wanling Beast Manor? It appears he is nothing more than that. Chapter 83. Elder Fan Fang Han rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance over the other 4, including the woman among them, all of whom lowered their heads. They were not foolish. They understood that they were not on the same level as Fang Han. "Kid, I refuse to accept this. Let us have another go." Chun Qian struggled to rise from the ground. Having been so easily defeated in front of so many, he felt a surge of indignation. Noticing his defiance, Fang Han's gaze turned icy as he swiftly drew his blade, and in an instant, Chun Qian's head was sent soaring. The gruesome sight of blood gushing like a fountain compelled the female disciple to cover her mouth. Stifling a gasp of horror, "I had intended to spare your life, yet you insisted on courting death." With that interruption, Fang Han lost his appetite for further dining and sheathed his blade as he made his way downstairs. The disciples of the Wanling Beast Manor dared not obstruct him, merely watching helplessly as he descended. It wasn't until Fang Han exited the tavern that one of the disciples seemed to regain his senses. Bellowing, "You're finished. You're done for. You dare to kill senior brother Chun? The Wanling Beast Manor and the Chun family will not let you go." Unfortunately, these words fell on deaf ears as Fang Han strode along the street, the malevolent aura emanating from him, causing passers-by to scatter in fear. Since arriving in this region, taking lives had become a routine affair for him, whether it be foes or those who sought their own demise. Who dares to slay a disciple of the Wanling Beast Manor? A furious roar, laced with spiritual power, reverberated throughout the stone city. Fang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated how swiftly news of his actions would spread, having transpired in barely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Soon after, another beastly roar echoed through the city, causing many to change their expressions. Fang Han keenly sensed several presences rapidly approaching him. How quickly they have locked onto my spiritual aura. It seems the Wanling Beast Manor possesses capable individuals. Fang Han's gaze flickered slightly, and he had forgotten that the beasts tamed by the Wanling Beast Manor were numerous, and among them were certainly those adept at tracking. Very well, let them come. I shall slay as many as they send. Fang Han turned and gently patted the head of his purple-eyed weasel before sending her into the Immortal Refinement Tower. Almost immediately, several figures appeared before him, encircling him tightly. That's him. He is the one who killed senior brother Chun. One male disciple from the tavern pointed at Fang Han, shrieking, "You killed my son? Then prepare to die." The middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. His murderous intent surged. He was the head of the Qin family and also Chun Xian's father, and the Qin family was one of the powerful factions in Yan'an. Just based on you, you are not worthy. Feng Han's gaze turned cold. Though his cultivation was merely at the fourth transition, his combat prowess far exceeded that. The ink blade in his hand sliced through the air, instantly nullifying the incoming attack. Yet this was merely the beginning. Feng Han thrust the hilt of his blade forward, nearly impaling Chen Shi's heart and lungs. At that moment, he began to realize that this young man was not as simple as he had initially perceived. Indeed, he possessed genuine fourth transition cultivation, yet his combat strength was remarkable. Which family could he possibly belong to? Elder Fan of the Wanling Beast Manor furrowed his brows. The ability to cultivate such a talent was certainly beyond that of ordinary factions. Yet as he pondered, he found no recollection of Feng Han in his mind. Seeing Elder Fan still hesitating to act, the head of the Chun family urged, "Elder Fan, this man has killed my son. I implore you to take action." Upon hearing this, Elder Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Truth be told, while Qin Xian was indeed an outstanding genius within the sect, he was not his disciple. Should he offend the force behind this young man? Would it not be a case of losing more than he gained? He fixed his gaze on Feng Han, inadvertently glancing at the ink blade in his hand, his pupils involuntarily constricting. He recognized that blade, or rather, he recognized its former owner, that is he a disciple of that person. It must be so, otherwise, how could he possibly wield such a blade? However, this realization left Elder Fan in a predicament. That individual was not someone to be trifled with. Yet if he failed to act now, would he not be subject to gossip? Coupled with the persistent urging from the head of the Qin family, he had no choice but to address Feng Han coldly. "You have slain a disciple of the Wanling Beast Manor. You must provide an explanation today, regardless of the circumstances." This statement left the head of the Chun family momentarily stunned, and even the disciples of the Wanling Beast Manor found it hard to believe. When had Elder Fan become so accommodating? That fellow had publicly killed senior brother Chun. To kill was to kill. What need was there for explanations? If you wish to act against me, then come forth. Feng Han maintained a calm demeanor. Although Elder Fan's aura was formidable, he felt no fear. Even if he could not win, he could still escape unscathed due to his speed. His words were exceedingly arrogant. Yet in Elder Fan's eyes, they only served to reinforce his suspicions. This individual was undoubtedly a disciple of that person. Even his temperament was strikingly similar, truly a bloodline passed down. You have killed a disciple of the Wanling Beast Manor. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice. Whatever the reasons may be, we shall discuss them further at Wanling Mountain. Elder Fan ceased his hesitation, his aura fully manifesting, rivaling that of the bloodthirsty sect leader. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly lunging toward Feng Han. However, the hand formed of spiritual power was effortlessly deflected by Feng Han's blade aura, unable to approach him. After exchanging several blows, it became evident that Feng Han was not at a disadvantage. Much to the confusion of the watching disciples, that it was clear to any observer that Elder Fan was holding back, lacking the ferocity one would expect from a sixth transition cultivator, seemingly intent on capturing him alive while avoiding inflicting harm. The head of the Chun family, watching with growing frustration, could not comprehend Elder Fan's intentions. He desperately wished to see Feng Han perish before his eyes, but ultimately, he could no longer contain his impatience. "You wretch, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." With a furious shout, the head of the Chun family brandished a spiritual sword, slashing toward Feng Han. Yet, even while contending with Elder Fan, Feng Han effortlessly evaded the incoming flying sword, finding its speed laughably slow. Perhaps realizing that without revealing his true abilities, he would be unable to capture this young man, Elder Fan produced an item resembling a storage bag. Yes, he opened the bag. A massive spider emerged from within. Hiss! Under Elder Fan's command, the gigantic spider, with its 8 blood-red eyes, fixated on Feng Han as it expelled white silk at high speed. However, Feng Han's speed was equally impressive. Employing the windstorm technique, he nimbly dodged while simultaneously pushing back the attacking head of the Chun family with a single blade. As he beheld the 8 scarlet eyes, Feng Han unleashed a hint of dragon might. The gigantic spider, as if encountering its nemesis, filled with terror, curled its body into a ball in front of the astonished onlookers. What is happening? Even Elder Fan had not anticipated this turn of events. He had intended to use the magical spider to capture Fong Han, but to his shock, the creature suddenly refused to obey his commands, regardless of how he directed it. A cold smile crept across Fong Han's lips. Having refined dragon blood, did Elder Fan truly believe he could subdue him with a mere spider? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. With a thought, Fong Han's ink blade gleamed with sharpness, and the fierce blade aura surged toward Elder Fan. This was his first time engaging a formidable opponent since refining dragon blood, and he was eager to ascertain the limits of his newfound strength. Thus, he took the initiative to attack Elder Fan, hoping to compel him to exert his full power. Fong Han laughed heartily. Elder Fan, if this is all the skill you possess, perhaps you should reconsider your position as an elder of the Wanling Beast Manor. They surely cannot afford to lose face over such incompetence. In the face of such provocation, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Elder Fan's eyes as he coldly replied, I initially intended to merely capture you. Yet you dare to insult me. Though he was uncertain why the magical spider had behaved in such a manner, Elder Fan had no time to ponder. His priority was to subdue this young man. As his aura intensified, he ceased to hold back and began to unleash his true strength. As anticipated, with Elder Fan utilizing his full power, Fong Han suddenly found himself under immense pressure, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Upon witnessing this, the disciples could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, Elder Fan had only intended to toy with this individual. Now, it was evident that once he displayed his true prowess, Fong Han would struggle to cope. Chapter 84. No longer engaging, especially for the head of the Chen family. Seeing Elder Fan fully commit to the fight, he finally felt reassured. You brat, no matter who stands behind you, I advise you to obediently return with me to the Wanling Beast Manor. Otherwise, do not blame this elder for being ruthless. Noticing Fong Han still stubbornly resisting, Elder Fan smirked coldly. Despite Fong Han's spiritual power being superior to that of a fifth transition cultivator, he was still merely a fourth transition. And with a little seriousness, Elder Fan could easily subdue him. Their eyes locked, yet this time, Elder Fan's smile abruptly froze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a dense murderous intent surged into his mind. Accompanied by the resonating echoes of a dragon's roar, his body involuntarily trembled, as if he had encountered something extraordinary, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. A sharp pain surged through his spirit. Alerting Elder Fan to the abnormality, based on his experience, he realized he had fallen victim to some form of spiritual attack. As Fong Han wielded his blade toward him, Elder Fan recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet his mind remained in agony, rendering his body difficult to control. Fortunately, the head of the Chun family rushed to his aid, deflecting the incoming strike. Be cautious. This young man is quite peculiar and possesses means specifically targeting the spirit. Elder Fan, with good intentions, offered a warning. Yet in the next moment, the head of the Chin family let out a piercing scream, clutching his head in agony as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes bloodshot, overwhelmed by an excruciating headache that felt as if his skull might burst. Witnessing this scene, Elder Fan, who had managed to regain his composure, could not help but shake his head. After all, the head of the Chun family was merely at the fifth tier of cultivation, his spiritual essence lacking just a fraction. And most importantly, Fong Han's attack was incredibly difficult to anticipate. Elder Fan hesitated for a moment before retrieving another pouch, from which a crimson-hued tiger emerged. This beast, also a fifth-tier demon, exuded an aura far more potent than that of the demonic spider. Comparable to Elder Fan himself, it was a creature he had diligently nurtured, essentially his trump card. Go. Elder Fan's gaze darkened as he and the tiger charged toward Fong Han, their combined auras intertwining like an immense net, enveloping Fong Han within. Since Elder Fan possesses such limited strength, I shall take my leave. Having gauged the approximate range of his own power, Fong Han felt a desire to retreat, a hint of draconic might subtly radiating from him, suppressing the crimson tiger and shattering the connection of their auras as he floated away into the distance. Where do you think you are going? Sensing his intention to flee, Elder Fan immediately pursued him with the crimson tiger. only to be forcibly halted in his tracks by a fierce blade of energy unleashed by Fong Han. The scene was left in disarray, and Fong Han's figure had vanished, leaving Elder Fan's countenance fluctuating between shadow and light. Today he had indeed lost face, having allowed a mere youth at the fourth tier of cultivation to escape successfully. The disciples present, having witnessed this spectacle, were rendered speechless, unsure of what to say. They had observed Fong Han's formidable strength. Even the fifth-tier head of the Chun family was no match for him, and even Elder Fan's full-strength effort had only managed to suppress him slightly. Who could this person be, so extraordinarily powerful, that they appeared as mere ants in comparison? At this moment, the head of the Chin family had regained some composure, though his spirit remained severely injured, leaving him looking wan and dispirited. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Elder Fan, thinking that had Elder Fan not hesitated earlier, if he had employed decisive measures from the outset, how could they have possibly let that little thief escape? Despite his internal dissatisfaction, he dared not express it openly. The immediate priority was to recover from his spiritual injuries. Otherwise, whether in combat or cultivation, he would find himself at a disadvantage. With a slight bow, he departed alone. Elder Fan, should we return now? One disciple cautiously inquired, fearful of provoking Elder Fan, who was clearly in a foul mood. Let us return for now, Elder Fan replied, casting a deep glance in the direction Fong Han had vanished. He was wary of Fong Han's techniques targeting the spirit. Hence he had refrained from pursuing immediately. He intended to report this incident and seek the opinions of the Lord and other elders. In a secluded part of Stone City, Fong Han sat in his chamber, feeling slightly dizzy. Having employed the dragon-killing intent for the first time, he found the results gratifying, yet the toll on his spirit was considerable. If I were to unleash my full power, I should be on par with a sixth-tier cultivator, and with the dragon-killing intent, if utilized wisely, a counterattack might not be out of the question. After this battle, Fong Han gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He had not fully tapped into the power of his dragon lineage, considering the presence of many witnesses that could lead to unwanted complications. Nevertheless, even without fully unleashing his potential, he still possessed the capability to fight against Elder Fan, especially with the support of the Chun family head. However, without the backing of a formidable spiritual force, it was best to employ the dragon-killing intent only once in battle, lest his subsequent combat prowess be compromised. In fact, he had felt the depletion of his spiritual power when he actively used the dragon-killing intent against the Chun family head. Otherwise, the head would have experienced more than just a splitting headache. Chapter 85. Xie Yun's plan. The only thing that puzzled him was why Elder Fan had not unleashed his full strength against him from the outset. They were not related, nor did he have any ties to the 10,000 Beast Manor. Even if the intent was to capture him alive, there was no need for such restraint, as if fearing for his well-being. Fong Han meticulously recalled the details from earlier. Initially, Elder Fan had been clearly enraged. Yet after Fong Han's confrontation with the Chun family head, the elder's demeanor had subtly shifted. Seemingly struck by a thought, Fong Han took out the ink blade, his eyes glinting with insight. Could it be because of this? Cultivators typically select a spiritual weapon as their life weapon upon reaching the spiritual path, nurturing it to grow alongside their cultivation. However, Fong Han had yet to acquire a life weapon. While the ink blade was commendable, it did not meet his standards of perfection. Yet, it bore signs of prior nurturing, suggesting its previous owner had either abandoned it or met with an untimely demise. Could it be that this blade belonged to its former master? Fong Han speculated. If so, the former owner must have possessed substantial prowess, for it could not have caused Elder Fan such trepidation otherwise. The blade's owner must have discarded it for reasons unknown. Fong Han shook his head, dismissing further speculation. Such matters bore little relevance to him. Were he in the same position, he would likely have sought a better alternative rather than continue using this blade. Though he was a blade cultivator, he held no deep affection for it. To him, a blade was merely a tool for slaying foes. As long as it served him well enough, I've heard the entrance to the ancient battlefield has been opened. Should I go and join in the excitement? The sheer volume of gambling stones hinted at countless opportunities within the ancient battlefield. However, this thought was fleeting. The dangers within were beyond imagination, and given the presence of several earthly extremity realm cultivators, it was unnecessary for him to take such risks at this time. Yet, it had been nearly 2 months since those earthly extremity realm cultivators had entered. He wondered if they had found the elusive leaves. If they were to discover that these were not the leaves of the immortal tree, what expressions would they wear? Fong Han's focus was not on this. The emergence of the leaves had drawn numerous earthly extremity realm and peak spiritual path cultivators into the ancient battlefield. And his first thought was of Xie Yun. There was no similar sect to the corpse puppet sect in the Yin region, so Xie Yun had traveled a great distance, undoubtedly with a strong purpose. Initially, their paths had little intersection, yet Fong Han now found himself profoundly intrigued by him. Just then, Fong Han sensed something, his gaze sharpening slightly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear I in this inn. He detected a familiar aura. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, Xie Yun, cloaked in black, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. Brother Fong, you truly change faces each time we meet. Had I not recognized your spiritual aura, I might not have recognized Yves T that moment. He was draped in an oversized black cloak, even concealing the coffin on his back, presenting himself as a tall, hunched figure, quite bizarre. There's no helping it. I've made too many enemies, but I am curious. How do you manage to find me time and again? Xie Yun smiled, gesturing to the coffin behind him. I certainly do not possess that ability. However, just as I emerged from the ancient battlefield, it sensed your aura was in Stone City, so I came to find you. Fong Han was taken aback to learn that he had just come from the ancient battlefield, and he inquired, You went to the ancient battlefield as well? That place is far from safe to say nothing of the malevolent energies present, which are not something an ordinary person can withstand. Even those with deep cultivation face significant risks if they linger there for too long. Such energies can profoundly affect a person, leading to drastic changes in temperament or even causing one to fall into madness. Xie Yun looked resigned. I was also left with no choice. Did I not inform you last time to leave Yin as soon as possible? Why do you still linger here? Seeing Xie Yun broach this topic, Fong Han countered, Could it be that the Yin region is about to become tumultuous? Gazing at Xie Yun, Fong Han sensed that this individual harbored a monumental plan, although he had not considered it before. He increasingly felt that this man was destined to undertake something earth-shattering, and what could possibly qualify as such a significant event? Fong Han thought of 3 words. Demon Yin Valley. Xie Yun spoke in a low voice. To be honest, Brother Fong, my purpose in going to the ancient battlefield was twofold: to absorb malevolent energy to cultivate corpse puppets and to acquire the Thunder Seed. Thunder Seed. Upon hearing these words, Fong Han's pupils constricted. Xie Yun continued. Now that Yin Bei has lost the wind, and Yin Nan is without the Thunder Seed. The formation of the Demon Yin Valley is missing 2 corners, rendering it incapable of preventing the emergence of the Demon Blade. The entire Yin region will experience untold suffering. Brother Fong, there is still time for you to leave it so. The target was indeed the Demon Yin Valley. A storm surged within Fong Han, yet he maintained an impassive facade. Is that your goal? For the sake of that blade. Xie Yun remained silent, offering no rebuttal, thereby revealing the answer to Fong Han. The room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness as Fong Han descended into contemplation. He had been aware, even prior, that terrifying demonic entities were suppressed beneath the depths of Mo Yin Valley. Yet he never anticipated that it would manifest as a demonic blade. However, if his true objective was indeed the demonic blade, the risks involved were exceedingly grave. The blade had been sealed for countless years, and even after such an extensive duration, it still inspired dread in those who spoke of it. How could it possibly be so easily acquired and controlled? A bittersweet smile graced Xie Yun's face, for he too was acutely aware of the peril involved. Yet he found himself with no alternative. After parting ways with Xie Yun, Fong Han struggled to emerge from his state of shock. Significant turmoil was brewing in Mo Yin Valley, and it seemed likely that the scene described by that individual would soon be replicated. What course of action should he take next? Should he flee indeed? Fong Han furrowed his brow in contemplation. After all, he originally sought refuge in Yendi, but now chaos loomed on the horizon. Should he escape while he still could? Heading south towards Yin then would lead him into the territory of the barbarians. As for Xie Yun, he likely intended to harness your power to rid himself of the corpse puppets. Within that coffin lies the Zixiao, divine flame you left behind last time, which he has not managed to expel. The Zixiao divine flame, embodying the essence of the utmost purity and vitality, serves as a nemesis to malevolent beings. Xie Yun's intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to utilize it as a means to counteract the corpse puppets in the future. Yet, why would he assist the demonic blade in its liberation? What advantage would that hold for him? Fang Han was ensnared in thought when a flash of insight struck him. Could it be that he sought to employ the demonic blade against the corpse puppets? The legends surrounding the blade were indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it possessed such formidable power. Understanding Xie Yun's intentions, Fang Han could not help but marvel at the man's audacity. Ordinarily, those selected by the sect of corpse puppets would be indoctrinated from a young age to avoid resistance during future possession, such as a common tactic among any dominating force. Much like himself, who was instilled from childhood with the notion of loyalty to the Su family, feeling a sense of honor in repaying their nurturing by dedicating himself to their service. They meticulously ingrained these beliefs into one's psyche so that one's life perspective ultimately revolved around their complete devotion. Yet Xie Yun, with keen insight, discerned the abnormality of the corpse puppets, though he felt a surge of panic. He had already forged a connection with them, rendering escape impossible, and his spirit rebelled against his fate. He was wagering everything, including his life, to confront destiny. Initially noticing the pure essence emanating from Fang Han, he proactively offered assistance, perhaps even orchestrating his own entrapment within the coffin to obtain the essence of the Zixiao divine flame. Subsequently, he took the perilous step of entering the ancient battleground to retrieve the Thunder Seed, causing the formation to lose a crucial component, thereby allowing the demonic blade to break free from its seal and utilize its power to entirely sever ties with the corpse puppets. What a remarkable individual Xie Yun was. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly become a figure of significance in the future. Chapter 86. Journey to Mo Yin Valley. Although the emergence of the demonic blade could once again result in rivers of blood and the suffering of countless beings, Fang Han felt that such consequences paled in comparison to his own life. Were he in a similar position, he too would act without hesitation. What nonsense morality, merely a tool wielded by the powerful to control the ordinary. The notion of sacrificing the self for the greater good was utterly absurd. As the saying goes, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. In truth, from the moment Fang Han first arrived in Yendi, he had unknowingly formed a connection with Xie Yun. One of the corners of the array in Mo Yin Valley had been taken by him. Upon learning of Xie Yun's plan, Fang Han admired the man, yet felt little joy. Having lost 2 corners of the array, it was likely that Mo Yin Valley was already in disarray, but as the powers of the earthly extremity were all embroiled in the ancient battleground, they remained oblivious. Now, he had to consider whether to leave Yendi. The only apparent destination was the realm of the barbarians. If I were you, I would contend for that demonic blade. Yun Jin's voice resonated, and upon hearing her words, Fang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to vie for that demonic blade? If others had heard this, they would surely deem the speaker a lunatic, a complete madman. Amidst such chaos, who would dare harbor ambitions towards a demonic entity? Knowing full well the danger, he would still venture towards it. Yet, driven by trust in Yun Jin, Fang Han chose to listen further. Initially, I had no knowledge of the creatures within Mo Yin Valley, but as the formation fractured, I sensed its essence. This blade is tied to an ancient legacy. It is up to you whether you wish to seize it. With these words, it was evident that Yun Jin was knowledgeable about the blade's origins. Her urging for Fang Han to contend for it indicated the significance of that ancient legacy. Fang Han's gaze flickered. Upon realizing it was a demonic blade, a flicker of desire had sparked within him, yet the perilous nature of Mo Yin Valley rendered such an endeavor seemingly unworthy. However, now that Yun Jin had spoken, the notion resurfaced in his mind. He was indeed in need of a fateful weapon, and if he could procure this blade, then a venture in Mo Yin Valley could be justified. Naturally, Fang Han's greatest source of confidence stemmed not from anyone else, but from Yun Jin. With her at his side, even in dire circumstances, he could navigate his way to safety. Resolute in his decision, Fang Han hesitated no longer. There was little to prepare in the room, and he promptly set forth towards the depths of the valley, Yin Valley was nestled deep within the heartland, almost at the center of Yendi. Yet, contrary to expectations of grandeur, it lay in desolation, with not a single green plant in sight, and the surrounding area was devoid of life for 100 miles. This was the formidable aura of Yin Valley, despite the passage of years without incident. No factions dared to establish a presence nearby. This moment, Yin Valley had already begun to manifest strange occurrences. The clouds above were dark and oppressive, hanging low and instilling a profound sense of dread. The surface array had indeed shattered, and dark demonic energy poured forth from the valley floor, suffusing the sky with an even bleaker hue. The guardians of the valley from various factions had long since retreated to a safe distance. Where were the masters of the earthly extremity? Had they not emerged from the ancient battleground? If this continued, it seemed that Yendi would soon witness a repetition of the calamities from centuries past. Observing the surging demonic energy in the distance, several cultivators of the seventh transformation of the spirit path were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling involuntarily, eyes filled with terror. Despite their formidable cultivation, with the array in ruins, they could only watch helplessly. Without the presence of a master from the earthly extremity, they felt utterly bereft of support. This phenomenon had persisted for 3 entire days. They had sent individuals to report the situation, yet time was of the essence, and the creatures lurking in the valley could break free from their confinement at any moment, since the array had been stabilized. Everything had seemed fine, yet what had gone wrong? Had another corner of the array encountered issues? Panic gripped their hearts. If it were merely the disappearance of the wind eye, they might have considered it an accident. But now, with another corner missing, the array was unable to function properly, resulting in the current predicament. The messenger had naturally conveyed this alarming news, and virtually all the major factions in the Heartland were now aware of the situation in Yin Valley. However, the masters of the earthly extremity were still engaged in the ancient battleground and were equally anxious. Yet, it was not that the masters of the earthly extremity did not wish to emerge. Rather, they were unable to. The dangers of the ancient battleground far exceeded expectations, and in their quest for the everlasting tree, they had ventured deeper. To this point, it was no longer a matter of desire, but of whether they could escape. Messages flooded in from all directions, yet there was no response from the ancient battleground, causing the hearts of the powerful leaders for various factions to sink into despair. After learning of the situation in Yin Valley, the heads of the major factions had gathered to deliberate on countermeasures. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Someone seeks to unleash the demonic entities. A vice master from the Sword Pavilion exclaimed furiously from the Beast Manor. Another voice echoed, "First, the wind I went missing, and now it seems that leaves from the everlasting tree have appeared, drawing a faction of earthly extremity cultivators into the ancient battleground, leaving no one to address the issues in Yin Valley." Everyone was aware that this was a conspiracy, yet the pressing dilemma was that by the time they comprehended the situation, the plot would have already succeeded, rendering them helpless that a suggestion was put forth. If it comes to that, let us seek assistance from the 3 kingdoms of Man Chi Liang, that if the demonic entities emerge unchecked, it will eventually impact their territories as well. Meanwhile, Fang Han was drawing ever closer to Yin Valley. Chapter 87. Defying fate. As he approached, a faint demonic aura permeated the air. This essence bore similarities to malevolent qi, yet also differed. Malevolent qi could transform a person's temperament into that of a mindless killing machine, ultimately leading to their demise, and it originated from slaughter. In contrast, demonic qi represented a manifestation of a path, more akin to something cultivated by humans, capable of influencing others' will and similarly altering one's disposition. Yet it was much more about wielding control over the individual. Standing upon the barren plains, Fang Han gazed out, and he could already glimpse the distant valley, shrouded in demonic energy and darkened clouds, evoking an involuntary sense of oppression within him. Indeed, the array had collapsed, yet the emergence of the demonic blade would require further time. Fang Han estimated that although the array had lost 2 corners, resulting in its damage, it had not yet fully crumbled. For the demonic blade to truly materialize, it would need to break through this incomplete array. However, that moment was not far off, as the swirling demonic energy overhead should not be dismissed as a mere phenomenon. It represented a force that, once accumulated to a certain extent, could obliterate the array at the valley's entrance entirely. Uncertain as to whether Xie Yun has already entered the valley, he is faced with two choices after extracting the Thunder Seed. One is to rush to the other two locations to assist in breaking the valley faster with the Demon Blade, and the other is to head directly to the Demon Yin Valley. In Fong Han's view, proceeding to the other two locations seems unnecessary. Given the time spent traveling, the demonic energy would have long since dispelled the formation. Xie Yun must have made his way directly to the Demon Yin Valley. Yet he is left wondering about Xie Yun's current whereabouts. The expanse surrounding the Demon Yin Valley is vast, but since they both set off from Shicheng, it is reasonable to assume that their distances are not too far apart. Closing his eyes, Fong Han notices a faint glow from the Xian Yin pattern in the palm of his left hand. Shimmering like a butterfly, the corpse coffin emanates the aura of the Zixiao divine flame, which Xie Yun has been carrying with him. As long as they are not too distant, Fong Han's method can indeed reveal Xie Yun's current position. Found him! A glimmer of light passes through Fong Han's gaze as he senses that Xie Yun is less than 100 miles away and immediately sets off in his direction. Xie Yun stands atop a hillside, cloaked in black robes, his expression complex as he gazes at the approaching figure. Brother Fong, you have come. Fong Han, having sensed his location, is also aware of the fluctuations of the Zixiao divine flame within the coffin. Recognizing it is Fong Han waiting for him, but he is not surprised that Fong Han could deduce his intentions. Observing the half-exposed face beneath the black robe, Fong Han smiles faintly. If you can come, why should I not? The demon blade instills fear across the realm, haunting the hearts of all in Yin District, compelling them to steer clear. Yet, the two of them have chosen to approach willingly. Should this information reach others, they would undoubtedly be deemed utterly mad. Xie Yun remains silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Brother Fong is a perceptive man and should understand my purpose here. However, this endeavor is fraught with peril, perhaps even a certain death that my presence here might merely serve as an outlet for my frustrations. As for you, Brother Fong, if you wish to wield the demon blade, your ambition may surpass even my own. Are you not afraid that we may both perish in this Demon Yin Valley? At these words, Fong Han bursts into laughter. You call it madness. Thus, how could I fear death? The fate of our endeavors lies not in the heavens, but in our own hands. Destiny resembles an intricate web, interwoven with each person's past, present, and future, ensnaring humanity within its grasp. Much like a mire from which escape is near impossible, this force appears ethereal, yet bears a semblance of pattern. Traversing the path of order, life, and death, all seem preordained. Yet how could I resign myself to such a fate? The past has been sealed, and I am determined to seize the present and grasp the future. The trajectory of my life must remain in my own hands. Xie Yun feels similarly, since acquiring the corpse puppet. It seems his future has been destined to be usurped. His journey in cultivation has merely served as a vessel for another's future. Yet, he is unwilling to accept this fate. He seeks to defy destiny, which is why he has traveled to Yin District, aspiring to use the demon blade to sever the ties between the corpse puppet and himself, to break free from the clutches of fate. Contemplating much, a smile graces Xie Yun's lips. Well said, the fate lies not in heaven, but in man. Brother Fong, let us join forces and venture forth to the Demon Yin. What once was a mere collaboration has now blossomed into a profound camaraderie. This journey may lead to their irrevocable demise. Yet what does it matter? At least they have fought. They have strived. A life lived without regrets is a life fulfilled. As they draw closer, the malevolent energy in the air thickens, and the corpse puppet seems restless, its sharp claws scraping against the coffin lid, producing a sound that grates on the nerves. The demonic aura emanating from the demon blade unsettles it. Xie Yun's expression remains cold, his gaze steadfast as he strides toward the Demon Yin Valley. Fong Han is enveloped in a purple flame that shields him from the corrupting influence of the demonic energy. Before them stands a few structures left behind by the various factions' guards. By now, they have long since retreated, leaving Fong Han and Xie Yun unnoticed. A great upheaval is imminent. Will the calamity of yesteryears befall Yin District once more? The emergence of the Demon Blade heralds a cataclysm that could lead to irreparable devastation. They must flee quickly, for death in this place is not their desire. There are no secrets that remain hidden. The changes above Demon Yin Valley are visible throughout the hinterland, and rumors of the impending emergence of the Demon Blade are spreading like wildfire, instilling panic among the cultivators of Yin District. Many are already contemplating their escape. Even if they face persecution upon returning home, it is preferable to awaiting death here. Not only rogue cultivators, but even many factions are planning to relocate. Most of these individuals hail from the Three Kingdoms or are their descendants, with the only viable option being a return to their homeland. Naturally, such movements are met with vigorous opposition from the Three Kingdoms, who are bolstering their forces along the borders to prevent these individuals from crossing the Three Kingdoms. The people of Yin District are deemed desperate fugitives, even if they are not traitors. Their presence poses a significant inconvenience. All they can do now is hope that the supreme cultivators from various realms emerge from the ancient battlefield, alongside the support of the Three Kingdoms. It has been many days since the onset of events, yet no supreme cultivators have arrived. Do they truly wish to witness Yin District reduced to a desolate wasteland? The Vice Master of the Sword Pavilion sits in his seat, rubbing his temples with both hands, the impending emergence of the Demon Blade weighing heavily on his mind. Not only he, but others from the major factions share his distress. They're not like those lesser cultivators who can flee to the Three Kingdoms. Most of them are marked on the infamous red wanted lists of the Three Kingdoms, and the moment they step foot in their homeland, they will be besieged immediately. The Three Kingdoms' reluctance to provide support is merely a ploy to annihilate us using the Demon Blade. The first leader of the Seven Kills sect steps forward, sneering as he declares, "Let us not fulfill their wishes. With all major factions gathered here, we should form an alliance to attack one of the kingdoms. There may be a glimmer of hope. Remaining here only leads to a dead end." His words evoke a change in the expressions of many present. Compared to remaining idle, this proposal indeed stirs their hearts. After enduring countless hardships to reach this level of cultivation, how could they be content to perish so easily? Yin Nan Shurcheng, said to be built on the edge of the ancient battlefield, lies perilously close to the dangers that lurk within. The ancient battlefield is shrouded in darkness, perpetually covered by a blood-red sky, the earth somber and filled with a malevolent aura. Numerous ghostly figures wander about, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. This is the ancient battlefield. If one were to trace its origins, even many supreme cultivators remain oblivious to when it all began. Though there are numerous theories, none possess substantive evidence to validate their claims. The group of supreme cultivators bears somber expressions. Having traversed nearly half of the ancient battlefield, they have yet to catch a glimpse of the elusive everlasting tree. Save for a few fallen leaves. Initially, they were elated, believing they had discovered leaves from the everlasting tree, even engaging in fierce disputes over it, only to later realize that these leaves bore none of the rumored properties to extend life. Apart from healing wounds, they proved utterly worthless. Chapter 88. Southward into the wilderness, the everlasting tree is but a legend. An elderly man, with grizzled hair and a face lined with wrinkles, cannot help but sigh as he sits atop an ancient fierce lion. He is the elder of the 10,000 Spirits Beast Farm, exuding an air of despondency. Even having reached the supreme realm, he cannot escape the ravages of time. Ironically, now they find themselves trapped in this ancient battlefield. Unable to leave, Blood Yunzi, seated atop a blood gourd, scoffs derisively, brimming with sarcasm. They are acutely aware of the happenings outside. The Thunderseed has long been suppressed within the ancient battlefield, and they are well aware of its loss. If a corner of the formation were missing, they could maintain it through their combined strength. But with two corners missing, it would require the intervention of a supreme cultivator. Otherwise, they are powerless to rectify the situation. Yet, where in Yin District can they find such a supreme cultivator? The emergence of the Demon Blade leaves them with no recourse. Escaping proves futile, so it is better to remain hidden in this ancient battlefield, where the malevolent aura may shield them from its effects. As for forcibly invading the Three Kingdoms, that is an even more daunting task. They're not intimidated by the supreme cultivators of the Three Kingdoms. for even the combined might of those from any one kingdom pales in comparison to the number present now. However, what truly instills fear in them are not the likes of Qi Hengyuan and his ilk, but rather the ancestral artifacts of the three kingdoms. The Qi kingdom's Qi Huang Tu, the Liang kingdom's battle intent flag, the Man kingdom's mountain splitter hammer. This is the profound essence of the three kingdoms. It is said that the demonic sword is sealed within the valley of demonic Yama by these three ancestral artifacts. Those from the Yin territory, as long as they dare to step into the realm of any nation, may very well provoke the wrath of the ancestral artifacts. This explains why, throughout history, the Yin territory has never invaded another nation. Ultimately, they are but survivors seeking refuge in the cracks of existence. Unless absolutely necessary, they are reluctant to take such risks. At present, various major forces have begun to gather their troops, with news of advancing southward into the barbaric lands spreading like wildfire. The cultivators of the Yin territory are astonished. Yet they continue to converge from all directions. The demonic energy above the valley of demonic Yama has darkened the sky, and they do not wish to perish here. Thus, aligning themselves with the major forces heading southward is their most prudent choice. Within merely 3 days, numerous cultivators from the Yin territory have reached the borders of the barbaric nation, where an unending mountain range stretches forth. It is said that in ancient times, great demons dwelled here until the first generation of the barbarian emperor eradicated them, resulting in the establishment of the present-day barbaric nation. Naturally, the barbaric nation has received word of the Yin territory's intentions to invade, and they have summoned many young men from various tribes, determined not to allow them to enter easily. The barbarian people are unlike ordinary humans. They are tall and robust, shaped by ancestral battles against the demon race that this day, their primary cultivation method revolves around the strengthening of the body. Comparatively, breaching the territories of Qi or Liang might be somewhat easier, as their appearances are not markedly different and thus less likely to be recognized. However, this is a misconception. The military of Liang is formidable beyond words, and they may not even pass through the borders. Qi possesses the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, making it nearly impossible to evade scrutiny. Only the barbaric nation, with its intricate terrain and sparse population living in tribal formations without an organization like the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, offers a greater chance of evading pursuit by simply hiding in the mountains, making it the optimal choice. That, on the other hand, the barbarian forces have long been prepared, having established a series of interconnected strongholds throughout the mountain range. A middle-aged barbarian, gazing at the opposing side, could not help but exclaim, "It seems the emergence of the demonic sword has instilled fear in these rogue elements. Otherwise, they would not dare to take such actions. Yet, how audacious they are to set their sights on our barbaric nation. It is truly a path to self-destruction. Sons of the barbaric nation, display your valor and instill terror in these rogues." Upon hearing these words, some young barbarians could not suppress their fiery blood, their eyes shimmering with confidence. For them, joining the fray is a matter of honor. Although conflicts among tribes may arise over resources and even lead to attacks against one another, when faced with a common enemy, they unite as one. The barbarians are straightforward in their nature and disdain the intricacies of scheming. In the ensuing conflict, the barbarian forces hold the advantage, positioned atop the strongholds, while the cultivators from the Yin territory, despite forming an alliance, harbor their own ulterior motives. All are preoccupied with preserving their lives, and few wish to lead the charge. They anticipate that those in front will breach the stronghold, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos and retreat into the mountains. Over time, despite their considerable numbers, the Yin cultivators suffer significant casualties as the barbarians breach their defenses. Witnessing this, the deputy leader of the Sword Pavilion furrows his brow and sternly declares, "If you do not wish to die, then get moving. Do not linger at the back. Your survival depends on your own fortune." Though he speaks with authority, he does not merely issue commands. He draws his sword and rushes forward. However, as he does so, several presences comparable to his own lock onto him. Although his cultivation at the 9th turn of the spiritual path is formidable, the vast expanse of the barbaric nation possesses similarly elite warriors, more than just one or two. Soon, the leader of the 7 Killings sect and the master of the 10,000 spirits Beastmaner step forward, Dare to trespass upon our barbaric nation? Step forward, and you shall meet your demise. At that moment, a resounding voice reverberates from the stronghold, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that engulfs the entire mountain range, causing the faces of the yin cultivators to change dramatically. That it is the earthly extreme realm. Chapter 89. The Edict of the Barbarian Emperor. Before them stands an elder barbarian. Though aged, his spirit remains vibrant. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a great blade, his aura is profound. His cultivation is truly that of the earthly extreme realm. His presence sends waves of unrest through the Yin Alliance, for the words earthly extreme realm carry immense weight, instilling terror and despair in many. There's an earthly extreme realm cultivator guarding this place. What shall we do? Is fate conspiring against us? Some Yin cultivators cry out in despair, while even the deputy leader of the Sword Pavilion falls silent. The earthly extreme realm looms over them like an insurmountable mountain peak, placing both sides on entirely different tiers. Conversely, the morale among the barbarians surges. Someone laughs heartily, saying, "With an earthly extreme realm cultivator station here, you are but mere dogs and chickens daring to invade our borders. You are deluded. Fail to flee now, and you rogues shall remain here, with no place to bury your remains." Mocking voices echo from the mountaintop, rendering the countenances of the Yin cultivators increasingly grim. The elder barbarian's gaze sweeps over them, further chilling their spirits. Yet there are those with a strong desire to survive who kneel, bowing repeatedly before the elder barbarian, pleading, "Great One, we beseech you to allow us entry. From this day forth, we are willing to obey your commands in gratitude for this mercy." Many individuals adopt this posture. Faced with death, they are willing to forsake their dignity. Perhaps they have resorted to such pleas countless times in their quest for survival. The elder barbarian stands like a towering warrior upon the mountains. Observing this scene with no surprise, he holds an imperial edict in his hand, which he then releases into the air. It is the imperial edict. As they gaze upon the brilliant golden light of the edict, the barbarian people exhibit expressions of reverence, kneeling on one knee toward it. Although the barbaric nation exists in tribal formations, the barbarian emperor is their figure of shared respect. The edict, glowing with golden radiance, unfurls in the air like a scroll, exuding great authority as words manifest upon it. The essence of the text declares that the Yin territory is comprised of wicked wrongdoers. However, with the emergence of the demonic sword, the barbarian emperor, moved by compassion, is willing to offer them a path to survival. They need only willingly open their souls and accept the mark to be permitted entry. Yet this proposal causes many to shift uncomfortably, for having one soul marked equates to relinquishing control over life and death, a common method of enslavement. But if they refuse, what alternatives do they have? The demonic sword has been suppressed for so many years. Its emergence will inevitably demand blood. Should they retreat back to the Yin territory, their demise is assured. There is no escape from death. In comparison, this option at least offers a chance to preserve their lives. They are a formidable force in their own right, and even if marked, the barbaric nation would likely regard them with respect, ensuring their future is not excessively grim. Contemplating this, many begin to show signs of inclination. Of course, some proud individuals refuse to accept enslavement and cannot help but rebuke. The barbaric nation plays a clever game here. Do they seek to enslave us? If the esteemed earthly extreme realm cultivators were present, would they dare to act so boldly? Returning, we may merely face death, but to serve these barbarians as dogs would be akin to a fate worse than death. Some scoff derisively, for they perceive these so-called barbarians as nothing more than primitive savages, foolishly attempting to enslave them. An absurdity. The deputy leader of the Sword Pavilion remains silent, exchanging glances with others before soaring away. Several leaders from the Seven Killings sect display flickering gazes, yet the most compelled is the master of the 10,000 Spirits Beast Manor. He suddenly kneels before the edict, striking the ground 3 times while exclaiming, "The barbarian emperor is wise and benevolent. We are filled with shame. Our 10,000 Spirits Beast Manor is rooted in beast mastery, and we have long admired the barbaric nation for expelling the demon race. Today, receiving the grace of the barbarian emperor, we are profoundly grateful. "Long live the barbarian emperor! Long live! Long live!" Witnessing his behavior, many regard him with disdain, and if their old master were to see this scene, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. In response to their scorn, the master of the 10,000 spirits Beastmanor scoffs, believing they fail to understand. Only by living can there be hope. Once dead, all is lost. Moreover, he turned sharply to glare at the disciples of the 10,000 spirits Beastmanor behind him, chiding, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and express your gratitude for the barbarian emperor's grace." He is acutely aware that only by aligning with the 10,000 spirits Beastmanor will his value increase. Seeing their master capitulate, the disciples exchange glances, and despite feeling humiliated, they kneel before the edict. Long live the barbarian emperor! Long live! Long live! At the forefront, the master of the estate led the way, fully opening their souls in that very moment. The imperial edict quivered slightly, and dozens of seals surged forth, ultimately merging into their foreheads. Under his leadership, many knelt and cried out, and despite their reluctance, they could only accept the harsh reality. With the presence of the earthly extremity realm bearing the imperial decree, they had no chance whatsoever as for the deputy master of the Sword Pavilion. His figure had long since departed with those unwilling to be enslaved, retreating southward into the wilderness, marking a complete failure with no prospect of reversal. Their only option now was to hide in the ancient battlefield. Although they had previously considered this, the battlefield was perpetually shrouded in malevolent energy, and even those of the earthly extremity realm who had entered had not returned for a long time, further intensifying the sense of danger within. Yet with no alternatives available, they had no choice but to seek refuge there. Their sole hope now was to pray for safety while traversing the ancient battlefield. Provided that the demonic sword would not exert its influence there to this moment, the Amphitheater region, centered around the Demon Yin Valley, had already been engulfed by demonic energy to an extent of 1/5, with dark clouds obscuring the sun, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The two individuals now stood at the valley's entrance, where the demonic energy was no longer rising in wisps as before, but instead billowed in great masses, flames of malevolence reaching for the heavens. If this continued, the entire formation would be utterly dismantled within 2 days. Xie Yun gazed solemnly. To their eyes, the formation was already on the brink of collapse, and the emergence of the demonic sword was drawing ever closer. Such overwhelming demonic energy hinted at the catastrophic upheaval that would accompany the sword's appearance. Even cultivators of the earthly extremity realm would retreat in fear before such a weapon. Yet both of them, being at the fourth transformation of the spirit path, felt grave but not fearful, especially Xie Yun, whose excitement grew as the time drew nearer for the sword's emergence, his heart racing with anticipation. He sensed its fear. From merely scratching the surface, the corpse puppet had transitioned from restlessness to sheer terror, relentlessly banging against its coffin, producing a dull thud. It yearned for freedom, and the aura of the demonic sword made it feel unsafe even within the confines of the coffin, desperate to flee. However, Xie Yun had come here with the intent to exterminate it, and he would not allow its escape. For the time being, Xie Yun's will prevailed, firmly suppressing the coffin and denying the corpse puppet any chance of evasion. As for Fang Han, he sat cross-legged, his gaze deep as he observed the valley entrance. The emergence of the demonic sword would undoubtedly lead to grave peril, and they would be the first to face it. He had already learned from Yun Jin the method to subdue the demonic sword. All things in the world possess their own will subdue the sword. One will must surpass it. This process could prove arduous, taking a year, a decade, a century, or even a millennium. It was rumored that there existed a method to tame birds of prey, known as eagle training. This involves spending every day with the eagle, disturbing its slumber at night, preventing it from resting. During this time, the trainer too must forego sleep, relying on this method to extinguish the eagle's wildness and render it obedient. In this contest, it was a battle of wills. Likewise, if Fang Han wished to master the demonic sword, it would also be a test of will. Should his resolve falter, he would inevitably become a victim of the blade or a mere thrall to the sword, ultimately dominated by it. Chapter 90. The demonic visage of the mortal realm, wherever the demonic energy swept through, the symbols of the formation dulled and faded, succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, the sky darkened, the clouds looming as if bearing a weight of 1,000 June. Pressing down upon the horizon, as time passed, the demonic energy threatened to take on a tangible form of a T that moment. The pupils of the two suddenly constricted as they turned their gaze toward the valley entrance. Their eyes remained fixed there, precisely on the blade that was slowly ascending. It radiated an eerie glow, its surface morphing into countless faces, some male, some female, some old, some young, expressing fear, resentment, greed, jealousy, indifference, a myriad of emotions vividly displayed upon these visages, as if they could awaken the madness buried deep within one's heart. Not only that, but a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with curses, invocations, pleas for mercy, and furious roars. Even Fang Han found himself momentarily losing his composure, his facial muscles twitching, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Yet he quickly regained his focus, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of losing himself. His gaze shifted to the side where Xie Yun crouched, a mask of rage upon his face as he clutched his head and shouted in fury, clearly in a struggle against something. Meanwhile, the previously agitated corpse puppet had inexplicably quieted, no longer producing odd sounds, and the coffin lay in a state of eerie stillness. Fang Han even briefly doubted whether the corpse puppet had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Having heard the legends of the demonic sword for so long, it was only upon witnessing it firsthand that he could truly grasp the sensation it evoked, the indescribable feeling of insignificance in its presence. With the emergence of the demonic sword, all formations within the Demon Yin Valley were obliterated, its aura radiating outward, spreading throughout the entire region, inducing trepidation, despair, and helplessness among all cultivators. The faces upon the blade mirrored the expressions of the cultivators in Yanfudu, resembling a miniature version of a hellish inferno, truly deserving of its fearsome reputation as the demonic sword. Fang Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Tea!" that moment. Xie Yun rose once more, a development Fang Han had anticipated. With his determination and will, if he couldn't achieve this much, how could he ever hope to defy fate? Xie Yun's cold gaze locked onto the coffin as he approached step by step, extending his hand toward the lid. His hair billowed as he filled with unwavering resolve. Today, we shall settle this once and for all. With a sudden exertion of force, he threw the coffin open. The corpse puppet was fully revealed to the air, wet and exuding a pungent odor, with corpse fluid dripping from its ragged clothing. Its eyes, now wide open, glared at Xie Yun with deep-seated resentment. It sought to regain control and close the lid to escape, but at that moment, violet flames erupted from the coffin, stripping it of its dominion. Simultaneously, the aura of the violet heavenly sacred flame overwhelmed it, inflicting unbearable discomfort, as if it were being scorched by the flames. Witnessing this, Xie Yun sneered. "Come forth. You cannot evade this calamity today. You dare to confront me, boy. Have you lost your mind?" The corpse puppet, unable to withstand the aura of the violet heavenly sacred flame, burst forth from the coffin. Its gaze filled with murder. Xie Yun let out a furious roar that echoed through the heavens, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Yet his grip on the demonic blade remained unyielding, as the faces carved into the blade turned to gaze at him, mirroring the tumultuous expressions that played across his own visage. At times, Xie erupted into maniacal laughter, while at others he succumbed to tears, and at yet other moments, his countenance contorted into a snarl. Observing this spectacle, Fang Han's gaze grew increasingly solemn. If even Xie Yun's indomitable will could be so profoundly affected, the blade truly was a grotesque anomaly. Moreover, when Yun Jin spoke of this blade being tied to an ancient lineage, one couldn't help but ponder the nature of such a legacy that would give rise to an object as sinister as this demonic sword. The corpse puppet let out a chilling laugh. His knowledge. Many had sought to master the demonic blade in the past, individuals far mightier than Xie Yun, yet all had failed. How absurd it was for him to believe he could wield the blade to erase himself. Should Xie Yun perish here, the corpse puppet would undoubtedly suffer unimaginable injuries, rendering him incapable of nurturing his own spirit further. It was time to prepare a retreat. His gaze drifted toward Fang Han. sensing the aura of the purple cloud divine flame emanating from within him. Ultimately, he discarded the notion of fleeing and aimed to return to the coffin. Not far away, Fong Han turned his attention toward the scene, having perceived the corpse puppet's earlier glance. Noticing the intent to escape, a sly smile crept across his lips. The corpse puppet had likely mistaken him for an accomplice. Allowing it to depart would spell endless trouble. With a thought, Fong Han ignited the arcane flame on his palm, conjuring a swirl of violet fire. Sensing the presence of the purple cloud divine flame, the corpse puppet whipped around in shock. "You dare!" "Wretch!" Fong Han paid no heed to the warning. The purple cloud divine flame surged forth, enveloping the coffin in an instant, when the corpse puppet inadvertently came into contact with the violet flames. Wisps of black smoke began to rise from its form. "You seek death!" The corpse puppet, infuriated, charged at Fong Han. Dismissing its previous glory, it was now merely a spirit clinging to life within the puppet. What was there to fear? Fong Han struck forth with a palm, the purple cloud divine flame expanding into a tempest that ensnared the wretched creature. The corpse puppet writhed in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Its eyes blazed with fury. "Do you truly believe I lack the means to fight back?" Unfazed by the threat, Fong Han remained composed, the violet flames around him intensifying, leaving the corpse puppet trapped in a dire predicament. With no effect on his opponent, a glimmer of resentment crossed the corpse puppet's gaze. A faint blue aura radiated from his brow, enveloping his entire being, forcefully quelling the purple cloud divine flame until it extinguished. This was the essence of his spirit. Its activation signified the destruction of years of cultivation. "In time, I shall reduce you to ashes." The corpse puppet shot a glance at Fong Han before soaring toward the coffin, sealing the lid with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Fong Han sighed inwardly. He could no longer prevent the corpse puppet's escape. He had delayed as long as he could. Attempting to flee, at that moment, Xie Yun's voice pierced the air, and in the next heartbeat, a flash of demonic light swept through, severing the escaping coffin and its occupant in twain. "Ha! You are finally dead. You are finally dead." Xie Yun, as if possessed, displayed an array of expressions, brandishing the demonic blade as he approached the remnants of the corpse puppet. Gazing at the half-remaining head, he erupted into mad laughter, a frenzy beyond comprehension. That stroke had obliterated not only the corpse puppet, but also the old man's spirit within that he fell to his knees. The madness on his face transforming into sorrowful weeping, exclaiming, "I did it! I did it!" Fong Han, expressionless, observed this scene, a weight settling in his heart. With the corpse puppet's demise, it seemed Xie Yun was destined to fall as well. Their fates had long been intertwined at this moment. Xie Yun resembled a demon, countless expressions flickering across his face. Turning to Fong Han, he grinned widely. "My dear brother Fong, are you prepared? It is now your turn." Seeing his demeanor, Fong Han appeared to have anticipated this, responding calmly. "I have aided you. Now do you intend to slay me?" This remark seemed to strike a chord, as Xie Yun's expression momentarily faltered, only to be swiftly replaced by a wave of insanity. He bellowed, "Indeed, I shall kill you." A glimmer of tenderness shone in his eyes as he caressed the blade. "Once you are gone, no one will covet my beloved demonic sword. Do not think I am unaware. You desire the sword for yourself. Such a treasure can only belong to me." Xie Yun grew increasingly agitated, and in response, Fong Han's eyes flashed with pity. He was no longer the person he once was. The moment he harnessed the power of the demonic blade, he had become a slave to its malevolence. Suddenly, Xie Yun's complexion flushed a deep crimson, followed by an explosive spurt of blood. Not only that, but blood also seeped from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, flowing uncontrollably. What is happening to me?" Panic-stricken, Fong Han's gaze was resolute. With the assistance of the relic, the demonic blade could no longer exert its influence over his will. Even the faces manifested upon the blade regarded this scene with astonishment. Nevertheless, the demonic blade, being what it is, refused to relent, relentlessly assaulting Fong Han's determination despite the relic's interference. At that moment, Fong Han found himself enveloped by two extremes. On his left, the radiance of the Buddha shone brightly. while on his right, the tumult of demonic energy surged ominously. His left cheek bore an expression of serene tranquility, while his right cheek contorted into a visage of grotesque terror, a testament to the struggle between the relic and the demonic blade. Caught in the midst, Fong Han recognized the merit of the relic, yet it incessantly influenced him. He was resolute in his desire not to become a mere tool of the demonic blade. Just as he was equally determined to resist the transformative nature of the Buddhist essence, he did not seek the relic's aid to vanquish the demonic blade. Rather, he endeavored to refine his own will amidst this conflict. As time passed, Fong Han had been meditating in the valley of the demonic Yama for 2 months, his essence still intact. In his right hand, he grasped the demonic blade, and in his left, the relic, both under his control, achieving a semblance of balance. Yunjin observed this spectacle, her beautiful eyes reflecting a smile of contentment. If this state persisted, mastering the demonic blade would merely be a matter of time. Should the denizens of the upper realm learn that a mere youth from the spirit path could command such a formidable entity as the demonic blade, they would surely be left astounded. By the reckoning of time, the demonic blade had likely fully emerged, commencing its slaughter of living beings. The Lord of the Sword Pavilion calculated the hours, casting his gaze towards the ancient battlefield above. Yet the scene remained shrouded in blood red, devoid of any trace of demonic energy. The master of the 7 kills wore a smile, remarking, "It appears our concealment within this ancient battlefield has indeed borne fruit." The murderous aura here has remained unchanged for centuries, creating a unique space that even the demonic blade cannot penetrate. Being the first to propose this sanctuary, a hint of pride graced his features. Shui Yunzi chuckled. "Once the demonic blade has annihilated all within Yendi, it shall turn its attention to the 3 kingdoms. I am curious to see what price they will pay, although the 3 kingdoms were safeguarded by ancestral artifacts. Employing such relics required a price that was unfathomable. Even those in the earthly extreme realm would find it difficult to bear the might of the ancestral artifacts. Otherwise, nations would have long since waged war against one another using these powerful relics, rather than treating them as mere deterrents. However, the ancient battlefield was no benevolent domain. Even we, being in the earthly extreme realm, risk succumbing to its murderous aura after prolonged exposure," one of the earthly extreme cultivators lamented. He was a member of a significant power, yet his expression remained far from optimistic as his gaze shifted towards the elder of the 10,000 spirits beast manor, the one whose lifespan was the shortest among them. The old patriarch, frail with age, was undoubtedly the most affected by the murderous aura. They had discovered many vibrant green leaves capable of dispelling the encroaching malevolence during their time in the ancient battlefield. However, the elder had already consumed his share, leaving him without recourse. This did not imply a willingness to offer aid. Uncertain of how much longer they would remain in this ancient battlefield, who would be inclined to share their lifeline with another? Regardless of prior camaraderie, they could only watch the old man's fate unfold. Witnessing this scene, the elder of the 10,000 spirits beast manor patted his aged lion and vanished from sight. Reluctantly, he had to venture deeper, hoping to find more green leaves. With the emergence of the demonic blade, the denizens of Yendi were engulfed in trepidation. The heartland was nearly deserted, with nearly all congregating in Yannan. While the forces that had previously besieged the barbarian kingdom had mostly surrendered, in the capital of Qi, representatives from both nations had dispatched earthly extreme cultivators to this location, well aware of the demonic blade's emergence. At that time, the 3 kingdoms had established communication regarding the matter. Within the Great Hall, the earthly extreme representative from Liang Kingdom spoke first. 2 months have elapsed since the emergence of the demonic blade. Yet according to our scouts, the demonic cloud has not spread as it did previously. Instead, it has halted its advance 300 miles beyond the valley of the demonic Yama. What are your thoughts? A series of informational jade slips lay upon the table, each containing various reports from Yendi during this time. The latest missive indicated that the demonic cloud remained contained within a 300-mile radius of the valley of the demonic Yama, persisting for nearly 3 months. In the long history prior, the demonic blade had emerged before, yet never had it been contained in such a manner. This peculiar circumstance left them bewildered. Issue the orders. Dispatch personnel to continue reconnaissance. If conditions permit, they should delve into the demonic cloud to uncover the underlying reasons.